Chapter 1. Birthplace Impel down. What should I do? What am I to do? Beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, formed on Katie's forehead. The acrid scent in her nostrils was unbearable, and the atmosphere around her was unimaginably oppressive. After an hour of observation, Katie finally confirmed her location and circumstances. The scene before her was both familiar and foreign, for she found herself in Impel Down, the world's foremost prison in the realm of One Piece. As a seasoned fan of the series for over a decade, the name Impel Down was all too familiar to her, perhaps even more so than to most of the individuals present. Yet, the troubling matter was that she had never envisioned a day when she would personally arrive here, and in such a ludicrous manner, without even a hint of premonition prior to her sudden arrival. As Katie pondered in distress, a voice suddenly broke through, mentioning a name that piqued her interest. "Hey, did you hear? That guy, Fire Fist Ace, was captured a few days ago. Is that for real? He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. How could he possibly be caught? I've heard it's true he's in prison right here in this very facility, though I can't say which level he's on." At this astonishing news, the others momentarily struggled to comprehend. After all, he was one of Whitebeard's men, and the Navy dared to apprehend him. My heavens, what is the Navy thinking? How could they dare to capture one of Whitebeard's crew? That old man is the strongest in the world. Doesn't he fear the Navy headquarters being turned upside down? That's hard to say. Although Whitebeard is powerful, he's just one man, and he's getting on in years. The Navy is different. They have 3 admirals at their peak, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp. If you add the 7 warlords of the sea, the outcome is truly unpredictable. Hey, are you a pirate or a Navy supporter? Why do you speak in defense of the Navy? I'm just stating the facts, all right? The group erupted into a cacophony of voices, this being their way of passing the long hours of prison life. Meanwhile, Katie stood frozen in place, absorbing their conversation. Just moments ago, she had been fervently praying that the current time was still a decade or so away from the Marineford War, hoping for a chance to train in the prison and then escape alongside Luffy during a jailbreak, perhaps even participating in the war to attempt a rescue of Ace and Whitebeard. Such a scenario would allow her to establish a reputation, leading her to a life of marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner. But now, with Ace already captured, it meant that the Marineford War was imminent, and even a span of 10 days would be a divine favor. With her current level of strength, akin to that of cannon fodder, she was utterly unqualified to partake in the upcoming grand conflict. Even Luffy might not take her along. Binding successful, initiating connection. As Katie was lost in thought, a synthetic voice echoed in her mind. Who's speaking? Regrettably, as soon as she uttered those words, she realized her mistake. As the newcomer in the cell, she was already under scrutiny, and her outburst shattered her intention to remain inconspicuous. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Katie, bewildered by her sudden outburst. "Hey, new girl, are you trying to get yourself killed, shouting like that?" Before she could process her surroundings, a burly man bellowed in her direction, his gaze menacing. "Forget it. Hook, don't mind her. She looks young and probably just got caught after stepping onto the Grand Line. She's likely lost her wits don't stoop to her level. How unfortunate to be locked up with such a useless person. Disgusting." Throughout this exchange, Katie remained silently bowed, seemingly cowed by their presence. Only when they turned away did she lift her head, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. The reason she refrained from acting immediately was twofold. First, she lacked sufficient confidence, and second, she was far more intrigued by the voice that had just resonated in her mind. Binding successful, the StrongertoGod system is at your service. To ensure the host does not perish on the first day, the system has thoughtfully prepared a beginner's package. Would the host like to open it now? With a sudden pinch on her thigh, the sharp pain confirmed to Katie that she was not dreaming from this day forth. She was a person with a system, and the prospect of striking down Akainu and kicking Kazura now seemed within reach. There's no rush. I'd like to understand what kind of assistance you can provide and what I need to do in return. Faced with this unexpected boon, Katie chose not to hastily open the package, but rather to clarify the nature of the system. With my assistance, the host can randomly extract certain abilities from those around them, albeit with limitations. Each person can only be drawn from once. Additionally, the system offers the host a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of holding all items except living beings. Furthermore, to test the host's abilities and encourage progress, the host will need to complete tasks assigned by me. Each time, I will present 2 different tasks for the host to choose from, and upon completion, there will be substantial rewards, including points for exchange in the system's shop. Should the host fail or intentionally delay, while there are no penalties, it would result in a significant loss of opportunities for growth. In summary, the choice is yours. Whether to become a dragon or a worm depends solely on your will. With that, the system's voice fell silent, yet Katie's mind spiraled with the implications of what it had just conveyed. Though she was uncertain of the reasons behind her arrival here, she was resolute in her desire to carve out her own destiny, to pursue her ambitions, and to alter the course of this world. System, open the beginner's package. I wish to see what you have prepared for me. That will depend on the host's luck. The contents of the package are entirely random, even beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Katie's expression darkened. Her luck had always been mediocre. While she wasn't quite the worst, she certainly wasn't blessed either. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the soul-cutting blade void. However, today was destined to be a fortunate day for Katie. Although she was yet to discover what unique capabilities the newly acquired soul-cutting blade would bestow upon her, the mere thought of it filled her with exhilaration. This was the soul-cutting blade. If she could master its initial release, or Bankai, it would equate to gaining a special power. Should fortune favor her with a decent devil fruit, she would become a dual devil fruit user, a tantalizing prospect indeed. Yet, at that moment, Katie had yet to fully grasp the magnitude of the system's power, a realization that would dawn on her later, revealing just how naive her current aspirations were. Chapter 2. Luffy's Arrival and Buggy's Escape. System, can you tell me what abilities this soul-cutting blade possesses? Katie was brimming with curiosity regarding the blade she had just obtained, eager to learn what kind of assistance this previously unseen weapon could provide. Space. The ability of this blade is related to space. The specifics must be understood and familiarized by the host. While the system's description was succinct and vague, Katie was utterly astonished. The essence of the world hinges on 2 crucial elements: space and time. Space determines the form of matter, while time governs its transformation. Katie could hardly believe her luck had soared to such heights. She was convinced that this soul-cutting blade was of the highest caliber. As she delved into the system's storage space, her eyes fell upon the silvery white blade, and the more she gazed at it, the more she cherished it. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have eagerly drawn it forth to admire its craftsmanship. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired entry-level martial arts LV3 from Pirate A. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired entry-level marksmanship LV2 from Pirate B. As Katie meticulously examined the soul-cutting blade within the system, a relentless series of notifications began to chime, continuing for a full half-minute. Once the onslaught ceased, Katie discovered that her personal interface within the system had inexplicably accumulated 10 abilities, the most intriguing of which was a swordsmanship skill named Half Moon Slash. To her astonishment, this skill had been acquired from Hook, and even more absurdly, there was a skill dedicated to flirting, which had reached a staggering LV5. System, is this all the abilities you've provided? What does entry-level LV3 mean? Why is there a plus sign after each skill? Skills vary in strength. Entry level is the weakest tier, with others like Proficient, Master, and Grandmaster above it, each containing 10 sublevels. As for the plus sign, it indicates the potential to upgrade the skill level, which requires skill points. The higher the level, the more points are needed. Skill points can only be earned by completing the tasks I assign, though practice can also enhance skill levels. Nodding slightly, Katie naturally grasped the underlying implication of the system's words. It seemed that she was compelled to find a way to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system. Upon detecting the host's willingness, tasks will be arranged accordingly. Task 1. As the freest pirate upon the vast seas, one cannot tolerate the insults of others, not even for a second. The host must devise a means to personally deal with Pirate Hook. Task reward: 2 skill points and 1,000 exchange points. Task 2. At times, enduring may also serve as a viable strategy. Ignore Hook's insults and outlast him in a battle of time to see who ultimately succumbs to imprisonment first. Task reward: 1 skill point and 500 exchange points. Upon confirming that her eyes had not deceived her, Katie understood the system's nature. It was evidently nudging her towards causing a commotion. Comparatively, the first task appeared significantly simpler. With the ability to traverse the air, taking a life posed little challenge for her. The only dilemma lay in how to confront the guards of Impel Down afterwards, and the possibility of encountering Magellan, who would spell certain doom for her, given her current strength. However, the second task was far from straightforward. To endure with one's life at stake in Impel Down, where fate was entirely dictated by others, rendered it infinitely more perilous. Not to mention the reward was also halved, leaving no room for choice. System: I choose the first task. Task confirmed. The host is encouraged to complete it swiftly. Gazing at Hook's unguarded back, Katie yearned to strike him down at that very moment. Yet reason urged her to bide her time, awaiting the arrival of Luffy. Unbeknownst to her, this opportunity lay just ahead, as a naval warship was making its way through the seas, a day's journey from Impel Down, carrying the only female among the warlords of the sea and the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, known as the Empress Hancock. Your Highness Hancock, we have arrived at Impel Down. It is time to disembark. The voice of Rear Admiral Squirrel penetrated the door, reaching the ears of Hancock and Luffy. Exchanging glances, Luffy hastily dove into Hancock's dress, and once everything was in order, Hancock stepped out of her chamber. Lead the way. Even in the presence of Rear Admiral Squirrel from the Navy headquarters, Hancock's demeanor remained as frigid as ice. Perhaps it was only in Luffy's company that a rare smile graced her face. After staring at the room Hancock had vacated for a prolonged moment, Squirrel finally averted his gaze. For reasons unknown, Hancock's behavior throughout the voyage had seemed exceedingly abnormal, something one could not easily disregard, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Is there a problem? No, we are about to enter Impel Down. I called you out to prepare. Oh. Regardless of Squirrel's attempts to engage, Hancock's responses were invariably monosyllabic. Observing her aloof demeanor, Squirrel reasoned that he must be overthinking. There was no reason for her to undertake any actions detrimental to the Navy. As the towering iron gates slowly creaked open before them, a musty odor wafted through the air, accompanied by the faint echoes of pirates' anguished cries, revealing a world beyond the gates that resembled a terrifying abyss. Quick, quick! Buggy has escaped. We must retrieve him at once. In an instant, the long, quiet Impel Down erupted into chaos. As a department directly under the world government, they could not allow anyone to escape from this place. The shame of the Golden Lion's escape over a decade ago had haunted them relentlessly. And this humiliation, they absolutely would not permit to occur a second time. However, it was not only the prison guards whose emotions were in tumult. A multitude of pirates on the first level of Impel Down shared the same sentiment. They had long since grown weary of languishing in this lightless dungeon, and even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled them to attempt an escape. "Where is Buggy? Open the door for me, and I shall assist you in any endeavor," shouted one. "Buggy! Buggy!" In that moment, the name of Buggy echoed throughout the first level of Impel Down, with everyone eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yet thus far, none had laid eyes upon Buggy, let alone escaped from this place. Observing Hook's anxious demeanor, Katie felt a restless urge, and the desire for freedom surged within her. The Buggy's escape signified the beginning of Luffy's prison break, with merely 30 hours remaining until the onset of the Marineford War. This was not only the prelude to the battle at headquarters, but also the most favorable and secure route for her own escape from Impel Down. However, prior to that, she had one task to accomplish. She must swiftly eliminate Hook to complete her mission. Chapter 3. Killing Hook. Katie remained oblivious to the fine beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead, a natural consequence of the tension she felt. Her gaze was fixed intently on Hook's back, poised to draw her weapon at any moment. "Damn it, where the hell is that guy Buggy? Hurry up and rescue me." Hook's voice grew increasingly agitated. Since Buggy's prison break had commenced, he had yet to see any sign of him, which only exacerbated his fury. Yet Katie was unfazed. Rather, she found herself presented with an excellent opportunity. The angrier Hook became, the greater her chances of successfully striking him down. "You useless fool," as Hook vented his frustration against the prison bars once more. Katie seized the moment. In an instant, the power she had accumulated erupted forth, and a gleaming silver katana materialized in her grasp. Those nearby merely caught a fleeting glimmer of light, with many failing to even notice Katie's swift motion. "Ah!" A chilling cry shattered the silence, shocking everyone into awareness as they discovered that Hook's chest had been pierced from behind. The assailant was none other than the recently arrived young woman. Kate and one knew how the blade had come to be in her hands, and they had no inclination to ponder it further. The sudden turn of events left them bewildered. No one had anticipated that the previously timid Katie would erupt into violence. And now, with a deadly weapon in hand, she posed an undeniable threat to all present. Blood streamed from the corner of Hook's mouth, and the searing pain in his chest, coupled with his blurring vision, made him acutely aware that his time was running out. Hook could scarcely believe the outcome. He reached out grasping for empty air, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for salvation. Yet the cold indifference of those around him extinguished any flicker of hope. "Please spare me, spare me," he began to plead, even directing his desperate entreaties toward Katie. However, Katie would not relent. Setting aside the system's requirement to eliminate Hook, she understood the principle of eradicating a threat entirely. After a few more futile struggles, Hook fell silent, his life extinguished. Mission accomplished. Successful elimination of Hook. Rewards have been credited. Please check. Nevertheless, Katie's gaze did not waver. She sensed the chilling stares of those around her, filled with trepidation at the sight of the deadly blade in her possession. For them, it was an instrument of peril. "I only target Hook." Her icy voice reverberated within the confines of the small cell. And with the splatters of red upon her, all present were filled with awe, no longer daring to underestimate the young woman. Though youthful, she was undeniably formidable. With that, Katie sheathed her sword and returned to her original position, awaiting the arrival of Luffy and Buggy, or perhaps the guards. Everything that had transpired had already been transmitted to the guards via the video snail, and it was of no concern to Katie who would arrive first. As the skirmish concluded, Katie's consciousness delved into the system's shop interface, her gaze traversing the array of formidable skills. Each skill at the top of the list captivated her. The tree world descend, flying Raijin technique, and even the most powerful of natural types, the Rumble fruit, along with the Tremor fruit wielded by Whitebeard. However, she soon discovered a perplexing detail. Ace's Flame fruit was priced higher than both the Tremor and Rumble fruits within the system's marketplace. This prompted a potential realization, though she was uncertain of its veracity at present. After a lengthy search, she finally identified the skill she wished to exchange. The Navy 6 style, Moonwalk, entry-level LV1. Upon seeing its price of merely 700 exchange points, Katie exhaled in relief. She currently possessed only 1,000 points, and thankfully, the cost of the Moonwalk did not exceed her balance AS for the skill level. She would not press for perfection. System, exchange for the skill Moonwalk. Exchange successful point, 700 points deducted. Host balance, 300 points remaining. Additionally, current task completed. Would you like to initiate a new task now? Yes. The swift emergence of a new task surprised Katie. Yet she faced no dilemma in choosing to proceed, for the rewards from completing tasks were simply irresistible. Though she had not yet attempted it, upon successfully exchanging for the Moonwalk, an influx of information regarding the technique flooded her mind. She was confident that she had fully grasped it. Detected that the current time frame is the prelude to the Marineford War. 2 mainline tasks have been prepared for the host. First, assist Whitebeard in turning the tide of battle to secure victory in the Marineford War. Specific rewards will be determined based on the host's final performance. Second, since the outcome is already known, why insist on intervention? The host is to assist the Navy in capturing the escaped convict from Impel down, thwarting Luffy's rescue attempt, thereby aiding the Navy in achieving greater success in the Marineford War. Specific rewards will also be determined based on the host's performance. Faced with the two tasks issued by the system, Katie fell into contemplation. The second task appeared considerably easier, as the victory in the Marineford War was already destined for the Navy. She merely needed to contribute slightly to amplify their success and effortlessly complete the task for rewards. However, if she were to proceed in this manner, Ace and Whitebeard would inevitably meet their demise. Though she held no familial ties to them, the thought of such an outcome stirred a pang of reluctance within her. After all, she had shed tears for them while watching the anime up to this point, and had even fantasized about how she wished she could save Ace. With a loud clang, the heavy prison door swung open, yet no one chose to flee, for dozens of guards stood ready with their weapons trained on them. Prisoner number E50301, drop your weapon and assume a crouching position. A multitude of guns pointed at Katie, and the gravity of the situation sent waves of tension through even the bystanders. Yet, perplexingly, even in the face of such overwhelming danger, Katie's expression betrayed not a hint of anxiety or fear. Instead, a playful smirk graced her lips, as though she were untouched by the threat. Step aside. Don't block the way, I'm in a hurry. Rubber pistol. Just as the tension escalated, a third party emerged unexpectedly. A colossal arm, beyond anyone's imagination, suddenly appeared and sent all the guards flying. Seeing this, Katie made her decision. System, I choose Task 1. Chapter 4. The dragon emerges from the abyss at this moment. Katie would not remain a passive observer any longer. It was time to escape this cramped, dilapidated cell. As her feet crossed the threshold, two figures materialized before her, Buggy, clad in prisoner garb, and Luffy, adorned with a straw hat. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, I know the situation with your brother. Can you help me unlock these handcuffs? The words behind her caused Luffy, who had been rushing ahead, to halt abruptly. You know Ace's situation? Hurry and tell me. Though Luffy was unfamiliar with Katie, any morsel of information regarding Ace was too precious to overlook. No, I'm not referring to your elder brother Ace. I mean your second brother Sabo. He's alive and is now a chief of staff in the Revolutionary Army. You can't be serious. Don't lie to me. A tremor coursed through his body, uncontrollable and relentless, while his mind lay shrouded in a profound void. Sabo and Ace held an irreplaceable significance in his life, yet tragically, Sabo had vanished amidst the turmoil of the Goa Kingdom during their childhood. Believing Sabo to be dead, a flicker of hope ignited within Luffy's heart upon receiving news from Katie, compelling him to seek her confirmation. It was indeed true. However, a severe blow to his head had left his memories fragmented, rendering him unable to recall past events clearly. The advantage of his identity as a traveler allowed Katie to easily earn Luffy's trust. Sabo was in fact alive and had been rescued by Luffy's father. Sabo was alive. Sabo was alive. I must rescue Ace and convey this news to him. Buggy, quickly unlock his handcuffs. We shall rescue Ace together. Hey, we don't even know if what he's saying is true. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, that's the second in command of the revolutionaries. Is your brother really that formidable? My father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Do you think my brother is not impressive? The atmosphere grew eerily silent after Luffy revealed his father's identity. With all eyes on him, their expressions transformed, jaws dropping in astonishment. All right, while I am equally astonished. Could you please unlock my handcuffs first? Sure, I'll do that right away. Buggy's mind lingered on the moment Luffy disclosed his father's identity. Upon hearing Katie's request, his body instinctively complied and released her from her restraints. Observing Buggy's vacant expression, a glimmer of extraordinary insight flickered in Katie's eyes, for she had acquired an exceptional skill from him. Mastery level tear, level 7. Although she had obtained mastery level 6 powers. Level 5 from Luffy, the effectiveness and potential of the tier skill were considerably superior. The points required for a skill of the same level in the system shop were less than half that of the tier skill. Highlighting the stark contrast, Buggy, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, possessed the ability to split his body into multiple parts, allowing him to be immune to all slashing attacks, having even withstood the strikes of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk. However, the tier skill seemed somewhat peculiar, as the effects of the Chop Chop fruit only applied to the user's own body and did not inflict damage externally. In contrast, the tier ability could cause direct destruction to the outside world. Upon reflection, Katie could only surmise one possibility. Buggy's fruit ability had awakened. Superhuman fruit abilities only exert their influence on external matters once awakened, and if Buggy had truly awakened, possessing the tier skill would be entirely reasonable. Although up to the point of her arrival, Buggy had been portrayed as a comic relief character in the manga, two significant facts proved his exceptional nature. Firstly, he had served as an intern alongside Shanks on GOLD. Roger's ship. Secondly, Buggy was one of the earliest recurring supporting characters in the storyline, appearing even before Mihawk and featuring prominently. Katie believed Buggy undoubtedly concealed formidable strength, though she was perplexed as to why he chose to hide it. Perhaps he wished to avoid drawing attention, or it was a task entrusted to him by Roger, or for some other reason. I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. This is Buggy. Hearing Luffy introduce himself in person revealed the immense courage he possessed. As everyone set sail in pursuit of the legendary One Piece treasure left by Roger, this declaration was in essence a declaration of war against the majority of pirates. I am Katie. All right, let us go rescue Ace together. With a new companion, Luffy was naturally elated, eagerly shouting to embark on the mission to save Ace. Wait, I do not intend to join you. Huh, why not? Isn't it safer for everyone to go together? Katie's response astonished Luffy, who had not anticipated her refusal. Observing the bewilderment etched on Luffy's face, Katie felt a pang of sympathy for Buggy, recalling how, during her anime-watching days, she had seen Buggy suffer due to Luffy's navet. Now experiencing firsthand the absurdity of being dragged down from the first underground level to the fifth, while traveling together could provide mutual support, it also posed greater risks of exposure, easily attracting the guards' attention. It was far more prudent to split into two groups, which would significantly reduce the risk of detection and increase the chances of rescuing Ace. Moreover, she knew the way down and could manage alone without issue. Wow, Katie, you're so clever. We'll do it your way. Buggy and I will go ahead. Saying this, she took hold of Buggy's body and charged forward, giving him no chance to refuse. Wait, why aren't you going with Katie? I can manage on my own. Buggy's cries echoed and faded into the distance, while Katie prepared to set her plan into motion. The decision not to accompany Luffy was motivated not only by the risk of exposure, but also by her immediate need for strength. Compared to when she first arrived, her power had indeed grown, yet it still fell woefully short against the adversary she would soon encounter, rendering her little more than cannon fodder. However, the existence of the system transformed Impel down into a veritable gold mine awaiting exploration. With the system's assistance, she could effortlessly acquire corresponding abilities from others, meaning that for every prisoner imprisoned in Impel Down, there existed an opportunity to gain a new skill, although there might be repetitions. In the face of such a vast pool, it was hardly a concern. Furthermore, as she descended, she could complete the tasks issued by the system. Upon determining the main mission, the system simultaneously provided subsequent minor tasks. Upon reaching the 6th underground level, the task reward was 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points. Instantly, Katie was astonished by the exorbitant reward for this task, especially in contrast to the meager compensation for her initial assassination mission. However, the difficulty of this task was far from ordinary. Chapter 5. Journey to the 2nd underground level. As Katie contemplated how to infiltrate the 6th underground level, a large shadow suddenly loomed overhead, and a dangerous signal emanated from behind her. Reacting instinctively, she swiftly retreated to increase the distance from the threat, pivoting her body to face the enemy while simultaneously drawing her weapon, the Void Cutter, and positioning it defensively across her chest. Just as she completed this maneuver, an attack descended. A heavy iron axe came crashing down onto the Void Cutter she had braced against her chest, the immense force coursing through the blade, leaving her hands numb and nearly causing her to lose her grip. It was at this moment that Katie clearly discerned her assailant, a prison guard known as the Blue Gorilla from the 1st underground level, a creature with the strength to slay sea kings, explaining its formidable power. Congratulations, host. You have acquired rookie-level physique, level 9. As Katie marveled at the Blue Gorilla's overwhelming strength, the system's notification arrived belatedly, accompanied by a surge of powerful heat within her body. With a mere exertion, Katie realized her newfound strength had doubled compared to before. However, she found no joy in this enhancement, despite the significant boost. The title of Rookie inflicted a considerable blow to her pride. Roar! The Blue Gorilla, enraged by Katie's disregard, charged at her once more. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Tear Crescent Slash. A crescent-shaped blade of energy formed instantaneously, slicing through the air at incredible speed towards the oncoming foe. Naturally, the Blue Gorilla would not remain passive, swinging its iron axe, It aimed to cleave through Katie's blade of energy. Ha! That kid is doomed. How dare he attack the blue gorilla? Soon he'll be torn to shreds. In the adjacent cell, the voices of prisoners echoed with malicious glee, their envy and jealousy towards Katie palpable. Upon witnessing him being targeted by the blue gorilla, they could not help but unleash a torrent of scornful ridicule. However, what transpired next exceeded their wildest imaginations. The moment the iron axe met the sword, a crack appeared on the surface of the axe, nearly bisecting it in the next instant. A sharp sound resonated, and the axe shattered completely, yet the sword's momentum surged forward, undiminished, towards the blue gorilla. That a spray of scarlet blood erupted, and the blue gorilla's robust form collapsed with a thud. The outcome before them stunned all who bore witness. They could scarcely fathom that a mere youth, imprisoned like them in the lower dungeon, possessed the strength to single-handedly slay the blue gorilla. As a guardian of this level, the blue gorilla was endowed with overwhelming power, yet even so, he was felled in a single blow. None had anticipated such a result before the conflict began. Not only them, but even Katie herself was taken aback by her own prowess. She had merely whimsically combined the skills of tearing and the sword technique of crescent slash, curious to see the outcome, yet never expected such a remarkable effect that could instantly vanquish the blue gorilla. Great one, I beseech you, let me out of here, came the pleas from those quick to react, desperate to escape this hellish place. However, how could Katie possibly concern herself with them? She had heard their words clearly, their previous mockery now transformed into cries for salvation. Was it even conceivable? Turning, she hoisted a fallen guard from the ground, and with a graceful pivot, she departed, dismissing the clamoring crowd with a wave of her hand, leaving behind a cacophony of howls. In a dimly lit corner, she donned the guard's uniform, facilitating her movements significantly. At least she would no longer be besieged by pleas for rescue, and the risk of exposure diminished considerably. Soon, Katie traversed the entirety of the first underground level, yet the results were rather unsatisfactory. Merely acquiring two somewhat useful skills, basic swordsmanship level 7 and introductory sword skill cross/level 5. The former hardly qualified as a skill, more so a comprehension and application of swordsmanship. After all, the pirates confined here typically bore bounties ranging from 10 to 20 million berries, so a meager gain of this nature was acceptable within the realm of the four seas. Observing the relatively tranquil atmosphere of the first underground level, it was evident that Luffy must have already breached the second or third levels. Otherwise, it would not be so eerily quiet. It appears this level has little more to offer me. It is time to descend further. Recalling that Luffy and Buggy had reached the second underground level via passage in the center of the Crimson Hell, Katie realized she had no knowledge of its location. As the anime had provided no specific directions, however, she could rely on sound to locate the Crimson Hell. For the inmates there endured relentless agony from thorny tortures, their screams unmistakably loud. Moreover, Katie had already meandered through the first level, enabling her to deduce the approximate location of the Crimson Hell. Before long, a crimson forest materialized in her line of sight, the air thick with an inescapable stench of blood. This forest was no true woodland. Everything visible to the naked eye consisted of razor-sharp thorns, tearing apart all who ventured within this sight. Katie felt fortunate for her earlier choice of the moonstep skill. Otherwise, this challenge would have proven exceedingly difficult. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she hesitated no longer and took decisive action, her feet rapidly propelling her upward in a series of swift movements, successfully launching her into the air against the powerful backlash. The air sliced past her on either side, an exhilarating sensation that defied description. While Katie reveled in the thrill of flight, those below soon noticed her presence. However, the guard's uniform she wore obscured her identity, albeit only temporarily. The number of guards on this level was limited, and they were well acquainted. None had heard of anyone mastering the moonstep. Even if someone had, there was no reason to traverse the Crimson Hell in such a manner. Guards wore specific gear to enter the Crimson Hell, and her flight trajectory clearly pointed toward the escape route of a previous inmate, rendering her appearance suspicious. "Hey, you up there! Which section are you responsible for? Why are you here? Get down now." Upon hearing this, Katie realized she had been exposed, yet it mattered little now. She had spotted the dark entrance leading to the second underground level, IT this distance. The guards below lacked the capability to harm her, and thus she saw no reason to conceal her identity any longer. Fire! The guards below swiftly recognized the anomaly and issued a shooting command. Yet, despite the collective discharge of dozens of firearms and nearly 100 bullets, not a single shot found its mark. "Captain, this won't do. It's too far. Our bullets can't reach him." Faced with this outcome, the captain of the guards could only feel a sense of helplessness. It was evident that the adversary's strength surpassed their capabilities. Find out who that person is. Why are they wearing our guard uniforms? Is there a traitor among us? Or did someone steal a uniform to pose as one of us? The captain promptly reacted, determined to take action within his means. Chapter 6. The Return of Magellan. Meanwhile, after an extended descent, the elevator finally came to a halt, the doors opening to reveal a tense, oppressive atmosphere. Even Hancock, the Empress of the Seven Warlords, could not suppress her frown. The ambience was decidedly unsettling. Moreover, she was taken aback to discover that the common understanding of Impel Down had been flawed. It housed not only 5 levels of prison, but also a 6th IS that were Fire Fist aces. Although she had her suspicions, Hancock felt compelled to seek confirmation. "Indeed, he is just ahead, but I will take you there." With that, Magellan led the way, and as Hancock received confirmation, her concern for Luffy deepened. Ace's location was even more perilous than she had anticipated. Upon arrival, just as Hancock worried for Luffy, the advancing group unexpectedly halted. That IT was then that she noticed a peculiar cell adjacent to her, housing 2 prisoners. At a glance inside revealed the identities of the occupants. The young man with a bare torso and a shock of black hair was undoubtedly Luffy's brother, Fire Fist Ace. However, the presence of the other individual took Hancock by surprise. With his deep blue skin, robust physique, and prominent gills on his shoulders, the only person who matched such characteristics in her mind was Jinbei, the fishman, who held the same esteemed status as herself, being one of the 7 warlords. As Hancock assessed them, Jinbei and Ace scrutinized her in return, perplexed by her presence at that moment. Especially Jinbei, who felt an ominous sense rising within him. Did Hancock's arrival signify the involvement of the warlords in the conflict? If so, the pressure on their father would significantly increase. Furrowing his brow, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Your Highness Hancock, this is the Fire Fist Ace you wish to see. To be honest, I fail to understand what makes him worthy of your personal visit." Even now, Magellan remained baffled as to why Hancock expressed a desire to visit Impel Down to see Fire Fist Ace. Compared to the other warlords, her request seemed rather peculiar. "I merely wish to see the person who can incite such turmoil. Is there a problem?" No, none at all. Faced with her indifference, even Magellan, the mightiest man in Impel Down, found himself at a loss. He mused that the title of Empress was indeed not bestowed lightly. "Hey, that woman seems to be Empress Hancock. Is that for real? How could she be here? No, that person really looks like her. Hey, beautiful lady, come over here. I promise to treat you gently. Hancock, over here. Look this way." As the crowd recognized Hancock, the entire 6th underground level erupted into chaos. Despair gripped the hearts of every prisoner confined within. As they pondered what fate awaited them, in the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, Hancock's arrival ignited a spark of desire within them, even knowing it would incite Magellan's wrath. Silence. In response, Magellan would undoubtedly not let this matter slide, his furious voice reverberating throughout the 6th underground level. However, the impact was minimal. Rather than suppressing the prisoner's unrest, he found himself subjected to their scorn. "You pathetic Magellan, why don't you go squat in a corner? Couldn't he hold it in and soiled your pants? Huh. Pathetic Magellan, pathetic Magellan." The prisoner's taunts thoroughly enraged Magellan, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously, a familiar sign of his impending explosion of fury. Those who knew him instinctively recoiled, wary of approaching him at this moment. Disobedience. Ignoring orders. "As the warden of Impel Down, I possess the authority to execute you on the spot." As his words fell, Magellan was enveloped in a thick layer of purple, viscous liquid, which then formed multiple dragon-like heads that surged forth, targeting the most vociferous instigators. "No, please." The realization struck that the wretched Magellan was indeed furious. An atmosphere of panic swept over everyone. particularly those singled out by Magellan's venomous onslaught. Their hearts filled with despair as they cried out for his forgiveness, some even dropping to their knees in a desperate plea for mercy. Yet, at this juncture, there was no way Magellan would relent. The ferocity of the toxic dragon's assault intensified, and in an instant, it descended upon its targets. A chorus of anguished wails replaced the previous clamor, and the prisoners hastily distanced themselves from those afflicted by the toxic dragon. As a wielder of the venom fruit, every attack from Magellan was laced with potent toxicity. Any contact would result in certain death, and no one was foolish enough to linger near the danger. Amid the chaos, Hancock swiftly approached the cell, her lips parting as she silently conveyed a message to Ace that a thunderclap reverberated in Ace's mind, leaving him disoriented. The news brought by Hancock left him at a loss. Never anticipating that the reckless Luffy would dare to infiltrate Impel down to rescue him, but a tempest of regret, concern, fear, and even solace swirled within Ace's chest, rendering him uncertain of how to respond. Jinbe, standing beside Ace, quickly noticed the shift in his demeanor. The expression on his face was anything but normal. Though unaware of Hancock's precise words, he could not suppress his worry. "Very well, Lady Hancock, please proceed with whatever you must. I have already silenced them at that moment." Magellan concluded, quelling the prison riot, and turned to Hancock. To Magellan's surprise, Hancock simply turned and departed, showing no inclination to act further. "I have seen the person. Take me away from here. I cannot bear to remain in this dreadful place for another moment." She cast a questioning glance at Admiral Shichibukai, only to find the same bewilderment reflected in his eyes. Although perplexed by her sudden departure after traveling such a distance merely to observe, he understood that she was an esteemed guest of the Navy headquarters and had to be treated with utmost respect. After a brief hesitation, he acquiesced to Hancock's wishes and led her back to the upper levels, confident that Ace would not encounter any mishaps under his watchful. If that is the case, then let us return. The group moved swiftly, their time spent on the 6th level not exceeding half a minute. Yet within that fleeting span, Ace's heart, once plunged into despair, began to beat anew. What did Hancock tell you? Mr. Ace? Only after everyone had departed did Jinbe dare to inquire about the events that unfolded. My brother Luffy. He has come here to rescue me. Chapter 7. The Wrath of Magellan. How could this happen? Why was I not informed before matters escalated? Upon returning to the 4th level of the scorching hell, Magellan erupted in fury at those around him. In the brief time he had been absent, several escapees had emerged, and as of now, none had been apprehended. I guess it not, because you were too preoccupied with Hancock, neglecting the reports from your subordinates. The blame lies with you. Why do you not step aside and let me take the position of warden? What began as a quiet complaint escalated into a full-blown outburst, with Hanbani inadvertently voicing his thoughts aloud. Realizing the gravity of his statement, he glanced anxiously at Magellan. What did you say? It is all my fault. Without allowing Hanbani a chance to explain, Magellan delivered a fierce punch to his head. Issue my orders. The 2nd underground level is to be entrusted to Sarudes and the Blue Gorilla. All remaining forces in Impel down shall concentrate on the 4th level. Suddy, you will guard the passage to the 5th underground level with the prison guards. Hanbani, you will lead the remaining guards to secure the passage to the 3rd underground level. This time we must ensure that those straw hat brats remain on this level. Yes, Warden. As the others turned to execute their orders, Hanbani suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Warden, the guards on the 1st underground level have reported that, aside from the clown Buggy, another prisoner named Katie has also escaped. Strangely, he did not choose to flee outside, but instead descended deeper into the 2nd underground level. However, it is worth noting that this individual did not act in conjunction with the Straw Hat crew and has not been observed in contact with Ace. Moreover, he was dressed in guard attire, making his whereabouts currently unknown. Additionally, it was specifically noted in the report that he possesses mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, specifically the moonwalk. Hanbani relayed all pertinent information regarding Katie in one breath. How could a prisoner on the 1st underground level possibly master the Navy's 6 powers? What kind of inspection did you conduct prior to his incarceration? Why was such a prisoner not confined to the 3rd underground level? Facing Magellan's wrath, only Hanbani dared to speak up. W. Warden, this is not the fault of anyone. It is an intelligence oversight that Katie's current bounty is merely 100,000 berries. just barely meeting our minimum standards for confinement in Impel down. Who could have known that this fellow would conceal himself so deeply, only to be exposed now? Hambani's explanation instantly calmed Magellan's previously raging fury. The unknown was often the most terrifying, that Katie's modus operandi was evidently distinct from that of the Straw Hat crew. Patient and cautious, he resembled a venomous snake lurking in the underbrush, unassuming in appearance, yet possessing the most lethal threat. Notify Sarudes to remember to search for the fugitive Katie while quelling the uprising in the second underground level. Should he be discovered, inform me immediately. I shall personally send him to hell. Yes, at this moment, anyone with a modicum of sense could feel the palpable killing intent radiating from Magellan, and none dare to respond with anything less than utmost seriousness. Achoo! Achoo! Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? What a stroke of bad luck! Feeling the intense heat of the surrounding environment, Katie could no longer bear to remain there for even a second longer. Yet she found herself unable to leave due to an essential objective yet to be fulfilled. Half an hour prior, she had hastily ascended from the beast floor on the second level to the hunger floor on the third level, narrowly evading the traps set by Sarudes. However, despite exploring both levels thoroughly, she had not achieved her anticipated results, obtaining only 3 relatively useful skills: Mastery Level 3 in Swordsmanship, Mastery Level 5 in Martial Arts, and Mastery Level 7 in the sword technique known as Aurora/To be honest, these skills had significantly enhanced Katie's capabilities, especially considering her previous ignorance of the sword path. While she could not yet be considered a master swordsman, she now wielded a sword with a semblance of finesse. Nevertheless, such strength merely placed her among slightly stronger cannon fodder in the ongoing war, rendering her unqualified to influence the outcome of the battle, let alone complete the tasks assigned by the system at this juncture. What she most needed was to augment her physical strength. The rookie level 9 physique acquired from the Blue Gorilla was woefully inadequate for prolonged combat. When she traversed the Red Lotus Hell, using her Moon Step technique to reach the second level, she nearly exhausted herself. Thus, reinforcing her physicality had become a pressing concern. Address this. Katie recalled a unique creature residing within the castle, a half-human, half-beast creature known as the Guard Beast, which possessed extraordinarily robust physical attributes. According to the former warlord Crocodile, this Guard Beast was an awakened Zoan-type user with exceptional physical prowess. If she could attain a physique equal to its own, her shortcomings would be effectively nullified. Coincidentally, according to the unfolding narrative, one such Guard Beast named Minotaurus was located on the third level, currently incapacitated by Luffy. This fortuitous circumstance presented her with an opportunity to rectify her weaknesses before descending to the fourth level, where Luffy would inevitably confront Magellan. Should fortune smile upon her, and she avoid encountering Magellan, an enhanced physique would still prove beneficial. Guided by vague recollections, Katie finally approached the site where Luffy and Buggy had departed from the third level, a colossal ventilation shaft. Still bearing the marks left by their battle, her relief, she spotted her target at the end of her line of sight. A Guard Beast, unconscious amidst the rubble, its upper half resembling that of a bull while its lower half retained a human form. As she cautiously approached, her heart raced with trepidation, fearing the chaotic abilities she might inadvertently acquire from it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mystic-level physique, level 5. Prior to this moment, Katie had never anticipated that an electronic synthesized voice could sound so melodious. The sensation of having her wishes come to fruition was simply exquisite. This was a mystic-level physique, a direct leap over the rookie and yellow levels that a surge of warmth coursed through her body, far more potent than before. With a mere clench of her fist, she felt an overwhelming energy welling up, as if she could demolish a mountain with a single blow. However, just as Katie reveled in her newfound strength, a faint sound reached her ears in the next instant. Her attention was drawn back to the Minotaurus amidst the debris. Although she had yet to awaken her observation Hawkeye, she instinctively sensed a powerful life force gradually stirring, accompanied by a formidable hostility directed at her. The prospect of leaving undetected was no longer feasible. She had been locked on it at it, appeared that a battle was inevitable. Her calm demeanor transformed into fervor, as aside from that encounter with Hugo, She had only engaged in one true battle against the blue gorilla. However, that fight had concluded too swiftly for her to glean any meaningful experience. And now, she was poised to face a series of life-and-death confrontations. With the creature before her unwilling to grant passage, it was the perfect opportunity to hone her skills. Moo! In an instant, the Minotaurus rose to its feet, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Katie. Chapter 8. Confrontation with Minotaurus. The enraged Minotaurus exhibited no hesitation or doubt, launching a direct assault on Katie. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance from several meters away, its massive form casting a shadow that enveloped Katie entirely. The enormous spiked club in its right hand was raised high, propelled by a fierce gust of wind as it descended toward her. Yet in the face of the rapidly approaching spiked club, Katie merely smiled, drawing her weapon just before the club would have struck her. She intercepted Minotaurus's powerful blow, but the ground beneath them was far less fortunate. Cracking and splintering into dark fissures that extended several meters before finally ceasing, to Katie's satisfaction, she felt no discomfort despite the overwhelming force of the impact. Had it been in the past, Lewis would undoubtedly have refrained from such bravado, having already employed the 6 styles to evade. This newfound resilience was entirely attributed to the mystic-level physique she had acquired from Minotaurus. Now, it's my turn. Get lost. With this single strike, Katie gauged the disparity in strength between herself and her adversary, and she did not hold back. With a fierce roar, an immense power erupted from her, forcing Minotaurus to retreat. Cross-slash. In the span of a heartbeat, Katie unleashed 2 powerful slashes imbued with a rending effect. Sensing the threat, the frenzied Minotaurus instinctively chose to defend, positioning its iron club across its chest to absorb Katie's assault. With a resounding crash, the massive iron weapon shattered into fragments, leaving Minotaurus staring incredulously at the remaining piece of metal in its grasp, unable to comprehend how its longtime weapon had been so effortlessly destroyed. Did no one tell you not to lose focus in battle? In an instant, Minotaurus's body tensed, its fur bristling as it instinctively recoiled. The crescent-shaped arc of slashing energy zipped past, followed by a spray of crimson. The sharp pang of pain jolted Minotaurus awake, its gaze once again locking onto Katie, fully aware now that she possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of the intruder who had previously knocked it unconscious. Moo moo. Casting aside the broken club, Minotaurus fixed its fierce gaze on Katie, muscles coiling as if ready to explode. Its already formidable physique swelled further, resembling a mountainside of muscle, its blood-red eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. Faced with the full power of Minotaurus, Katie silently sheathed her weapon. Come, little bull, let us battle. Katie's provocation thoroughly enraged Minotaurus. Its hind hooves scraped against the ground as it prepared to charge. In the next moment, it vanished from sight. For the first time confronting such an opponent, Katie's eyes struggled to track Minotaurus's movements. Yet her body instinctively reacted, crouching low while raising her arms to shield her head, just as she completed her defenses. A massive shadow enveloped her as Minotaurus's fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck her arm. Despite her mystic-level physique, Katie was still propelled backward by the sheer might of the blow. The excruciating pain radiating from her arm nearly felt as though it might fracture her bones. Yet there was no time to lament her fate. A shadow darted toward her from the depths of the smoke, unmistakably Minotaurus. A momentary lapse in awareness had resulted in her being sent flying. And even though her opponent was a powerful guard beast, she could not afford to be lenient. Damn it, get away from me. Every muscle in her body surged with explosive energy, all her strength converging in an instant upon her right fist, causing the sleeves of her arms to burst apart into tattered shreds. In the following moment, the 2 vastly different fists collided with a resounding fury. The air, already turbulent, became a tempest of chaos, as sharp, violent currents swept through the surrounding space, leaving the solid ground marred with intricate spiderweb-like cracks. Yet this was merely the beginning. The 2 figures that had previously remained stationary vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. However, the explosion that followed attested that neither had truly departed, but were instead engaged in an even more intense struggle. The raging gusts resembled the tumultuous sea before storm, wantonly wreaking havoc on everything in their vicinity, walls, floors, and all that lay in between. Their silhouettes blurred into indistinct shadows, appearing in one moment, then reappearing dozens of meters away in the next, reduced to mere fleeting, nebulous forms. Feeling the exhilarating tingle from the impact, Katie found herself invigorated rather than fatigued or pained. Surrounded by the iron confines of the city, she had long felt wearied. Not just physically, but mentally as well. Perhaps it was the remnants of her primal instincts, or perhaps a childhood dream of martial prowess. In any case, at that moment, Katie's body felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Unable to suppress its fury, in stark contrast, the ferocity of her prowess took Minotaur completely by surprise. Though they appear to be evenly matched in their exchanges, he had not forgotten the formidable swordsmanship of his foe, which had effortlessly severed an iron mace with a single strike. Should such a blow land upon him, survival would be unlikely, and grievous injury would be inevitable. The notion that a swordsman who had willingly forsaken his weapon could engage him in combat barehanded was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, what truly confounded Minotaur was the evident improvement in Katie's abilities since the onset of their battle. Her prowess was not merely advancing in one dimension, but across all facets. Reflexes, offensive power, and bodily coordination that he felt a bizarre illusion that he had become a mere sparring partner for his adversary. How much do you truly underestimate me to lose focus yet again? If that is the case, I shall finish you with my next move. Katie's voice ignited a fierce rage within Minotaur. While he acknowledged her superiority, her audacious declaration that she would defeat him in a single blow was something he could not abide. Consumed by fury, he charged at Katie, eager to tear her asunder. "Come forth," she declared, standing her ground as she surged towards Minotaur's form. The two fists collided with the force of comets, resulting in a cataclysm of destruction beyond all that had preceded it. A smirk crept upon her lips, although her palms still throbbed with pain. Minotaur could not resist taunting her, standing resolutely despite the impact that had not felled him. 3, 2, 1 down. Chapter 9. Magellan strikes. Luffy captured the moment Katie's words fell. A powerful and peculiar force manifested abruptly. The scornful smirk that had frozen on Minotaur's face was replaced in an instant by an expression of agony, transforming his visage into something terrifying and grotesque. His upright form staggered backward, blood gushing from his right arm, countless wounds appearing as though his entire body had been pierced by an onslaught of sword energy, with bewildered eyes filled with disbelief. Minotaur succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Satisfied with Minotaur's crumpled form on the ground, Katie realized that this blow encompassed not only her full strength, but also her perfected tearing ability. The clash of power was merely superficial. Katie's true trump card lay in her hidden capacity for destruction, and the outcome had not disappointed her, as she had swiftly vanquished an opponent of equal physical prowess. Yet, gazing down at the fallen Minotaur, she pondered deeply, if even a comical character like Buggy possessed such formidable strength, what machinations might lurk behind the shadows of the true masterminds. This thought led her to conclude that her perception of the pirate world was merely a glimpse of its surface. The true nature of this realm was veiled in layers of fog. But I cannot dwell on such thoughts. Enhancing my own power is of utmost importance. What good is knowledge if one cannot wield strength? She peered down the ventilation shaft, sensing an unsettling aura closing in. Although she had yet to master the observation Hawkeye, it was clear that Luffy was currently facing off against Magellan. The fourth underground level posed significant dangers, where a moment's inattention could result in fatal consequences. But do not let me down. With a determined leap, Katie plunged into the ventilation duct, her feet gliding like moonlight as she descended to the fourth level. Though peril loomed, so too did unprecedented opportunity that if she could successfully infiltrate the sixth level, her strength would skyrocket to the level of a vice admiral with the assistance of the system. At that point, she would truly possess the capability to alter the course of the impending battle. While the final task reward remained unknown, Katie was confident it would be substantial. After all, merely infiltrating the sixth level promised 7 skill points and 50,000 exchange points. Thus, her power could be further amplified, ensuring her foothold upon the tumultuous seas. There was no reason not to proceed. Since you covet these hands, why not have them? Jet pistol, enveloped in a shroud of smoke emanating from her body. Her right fist shot forth with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, futile. Do you not yet comprehend? No one dares to touch my body, and you shall not either. Yet in the next moment, an excruciating pain rendered Magellan momentarily dazed. How could he have been struck by his opponent's fist? How dare they? Yet, upon witnessing the purple liquid upon her fist, he fell into silence, unable to recall the last time he had been so challenged. Through the eyes of the Straw Hat Boy, Magellan saw only a resolve emanating from the depths of his very soul. That I must admit, your determination exceeds my expectations. However, do you truly believe you can survive after being tainted by my venom? Everything you do is a futile struggle. You cannot save Ace, and you too shall remain here. As Magellan spoke, Luffy felt the insidious venom infiltrating his body, as if countless steel needles pierced his palms. The agony striking at the core of his being, compelling him to kneel. Curse it all. Return Ace to me. Even in torment, Luffy's thoughts were fixated solely on Ace's safety, entirely disregarding Magellan's words. Then you shall remain here. Toxic Dragon, a massive, purple, viscous dragon surged toward Luffy. Although shocked by Luffy's resolve, Magellan was acutely aware of his duty and would show no mercy. As the poisonous dragon approached, Luffy wished to evade, yet found himself powerless. The venom had already infiltrated his entire being, rendering escape impossible. In the next moment, Magellan's toxins enveloped Luffy entirely, the excruciating agony from the venom ravaging his nerves eliciting a primal scream. It felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his insides, the suffering penetrating to the very depths of his soul. Observing Luffy's state, Magellan realized that the Straw Hat Boy had reached his limit. You shall remain here to accompany your brother. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, just as he did, a trembling voice interrupted him. Return Ace to me. Turning back, he discovered the once prostrate Straw Hat Boy had somehow risen again, still trembling but refusing to fall. Frowning, Magellan had to concede that he had indeed underestimated his opponent's resilience. From the onset of their battle, Luffy had absorbed an overwhelming amount of toxins, enough to fell hundreds, yet the boy stood unexpectedly strong. You are courting death, Toxic Dragon. This time, Magellan unleashed 5 toxic dragons simultaneously toward Luffy. Third gear, Giant Pistol. Similarly, even though his body was utterly exhausted, it did not signify that Luffy would concede. His right fist swelled instantaneously, resembling that of a giant, and he swung it with great force towards Magellan. The two figures intersected and passed each other, and in the next moment, Luffy's body once again collapsed, ceasing all struggle and lying motionless on the ground. Observing the fallen Straw Hat Boy, Magellan remained silent for 2 seconds. Someone imprisoned the Straw Hat Boy in the 5th underground level, awaiting judgment. Yes, Director, as Magellan gazed at the now quiet 4th underground level. A wave of relief washed over him. He had finally captured the instigator, the Straw Hat Boy, and the remaining individuals no longer posed a significant threat. Report, Director, urgent news, just as Magellan had begun to relax. The voice of a subordinate echoed from afar. What is it now? Is this any way to behave? Director, the fugitive Kitty has breached the defenses of Lord Suddy and the guard beasts, and has entered the 5th underground level. What did you say? How is that possible? Despite knowing his subordinates would not deceive him regarding such matters, Magellan still found it hard to believe. The prowess of Suddy and the others was well known, and prior intelligence had indicated Kitty was on the 2nd underground level. How could he have reached here so swiftly and breached the defenses to arrive at the 5th level? Chapter 10. Battle with Suddy, 20 minutes earlier. This 4th underground level truly lives up to its name of the scorching lair. It is unbearably hot. Upon entering the 4th underground level, a wave of heat enveloped Kitty, making her feel as though she were being roasted alive. However, the remnants of purple liquid within her line of sight caused her immediate alarm. It was evident that Luffy had already engaged Magellan in battle. Her eyes darted about, and she hurriedly concealed herself to evade detection. Glancing around and referencing her vague memories, Kitty pinpointed the general direction leading to the 5th underground level, and then she sprinted towards it. although the prisoners confined in the 4th underground level could significantly enhance her abilities. Time was not on her side. Furthermore, as long as she could successfully infiltrate the 6th underground level, this minor setback would be negligible. The clash between Magellan and Luffy would not last long. Once their fight concluded, Magellan would regain control of the entire Impel Down, and it would only be a matter of time before she was captured again. This fleeting moment was the optimal opportunity to push forward. Gazing at the 4 figures blocking the passageway, Kitty tightened and then loosened her fists, repeatedly pointing 3 guard beasts accompanied by the chief warden, Suddy. Honestly, she did not feel entirely confident in her ability to defeat such a formidable lineup. However, the relentless passage of time left no room for hesitation. Life is all about acting. It's time to gamble. With that, she dashed towards Suddy in a panicked rush. Lord Suddy, no, this is bad. The fugitive, the clown Buggy, along with Mr. 2 from the former Baroque works, have freed a significant number of prisoners on this level. All the fugitives are now assaulting the passageway to the 3rd underground level, which Lord Hannibal is struggling to defend. What did you say? Where did they get the keys? As soon as the words left his mouth, Suddy realized that the fugitive known as Mr. 2 possessed the ability of the candle fruit, which allowed him to create keys out of thin air. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Suddy quickly organized a response. Koala, take those 2 to assist Lord Hannibal. I will handle things here. Hurry, with a roar of affirmation. Koala led the other 2 guard beasts, Rhino and Zebra, towards Hannibal's defense zone. Watching the guard beasts disappear from sight, Suddy let out a sigh of relief. With their assistance, Hannibal would likely be able to withstand the onslaught of the fugitives. However, as he observed the subordinate who had come to relay the news, Suddy sensed something amiss. His eyes fixated on Kitty, and he soon discerned the inconsistency. The uniform she wore belonged to the personnel of the 1st underground level. Yet there were no personnel from the 1st underground level present in the entire 4th underground level. Clearly, the individual before him was an imposter. What's this? Are you uncomfortable in the 1st underground level cell and would like to try residing here instead, Kitty? At that moment, Suddy's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Oh, how did you figure me out? With a raised eyebrow, Kitty was taken aback. She had not anticipated being exposed so quickly. She genuinely could not fathom where she had slipped up, wandering about in the attire of the 1st underground level while in the 4th underground level. Don't you think that's rather foolish? Ah, so that's what it was. I'll have to be more careful next time, Kitty remarked, slapping her forehead as she realized the error lay in her disguise. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Her objective had been achieved, successfully diverting the 3 guard beasts, making her next steps considerably simpler. How amusing. Do you really believe you will have another chance? Having fallen into my grasp, do you still think you can escape? Previously, we mistakenly confined you to the 1st underground level. This time, we shall ensure you are imprisoned in this scorching hell, allowing you to experience the torment of being consumed by flames. With a derisive smile, it was evident that Suddy, capable of commanding the guard beasts, was not to be underestimated. Yet Kitty was no longer the helpless insect she once was. If you wish to capture me and take me back, it will depend on whether you possess the capability. With a cold glare, she knew her time was limited. This battle must not only end in victory, but also be concluded with rapid decisiveness. Acquired master-level physical technique LV3. Just as Kitty was about to make her move, the system's electronic notification unexpectedly echoed within her mind. This sudden change left her momentarily stunned. Master-level physical technique. This was the 2nd ability she had attained at a master level, following Luffy, and she could not help but feel astonished. However, for Suddy, this was the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung the whip in his hand towards Kitty. With no time to revel in her newfound power, Kitty reminded herself of the formidable foe still present. The sound of air being sliced through suddenly filled her ears, and without a moment to hesitate, she swiftly sidestepped Suddy's strike. Humph, accept your fate. After missing his first strike, Suddy's anger flared, and he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, launching a 2nd and 3rd strike without pause in the blink of an eye. He had executed 10 strikes. The wind howled past her ears, and the world before her was filled with the shadows of the whip, It was undeniable that Suddy was the first to pose a genuine threat to her thus far. Had this level of assault occurred a few minutes earlier, she would have likely been forced to retreat to avoid the onslaught. However, now was different. Despite the barrage of attacks surrounding her, Kitty's eyes could clearly perceive each movement of her opponent, and her mind swiftly calculated both offensive and defensive maneuvers. She had not awakened the observation Haki. Rather, it was the master-level physical technique acquired from Suddy that granted her the ability to confront such a degree of aggression head-on. Haha! Now it's my turn. Dodging the enemy's attacks in rapid succession, Katie finally identified a gap in her opponent's defenses. In a flash, she executed the sixth technique, Shave, and appeared directly in front of Suddy. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, unleashing a cross-shaped slash that nearly grazed Suddy's body. In that instant, Suddy was overwhelmed by goosebumps, her mind flooded with a warning of imminent danger. She swung her whip defensively before retreating with fervor. It was only then that Suddy realized the true strength of this young man who had escaped from the first level of the underground prison. Not only had he mastered the moonwalk technique from the six powers, but he had also achieved a remarkable proficiency in Shave, surpassing even the skill level of a rear admiral in the Navy. His combat skills were equally formidable, rivaling those of pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. God knows how Suddy would react if she discovered that Katie's martial skills were derived from her own teachings. Chapter 11. The outburst of force, however, this was merely the beginning. With unwavering precision, Katie's cross-slash collided directly with a whip that Suddy had raised in defense. The tearing force concealed within the strike erupted instantaneously, shattering the whip in Suddy's grasp before continuing its relentless arc toward her body. In a moment of crisis, Suddy showcased the formidable power befitting her position as Chief Warden, narrowly evading the powerful slash that had nearly reached her. The sharp gleam of the blade brushed against her skin, and had it been off by even a centimeter, Suddy would have met a fatal end or sustained severe injuries. Glancing back at the large hole in the wall behind her, Suddy felt a cold sweat bead on her forehead. Had that blow truly struck her, she feared it would have been her demise. It was evident that this was no ordinary strike. Otherwise, it would not have so easily obliterated her whip, nor would it have possessed such residual force to devastate the wall behind her. What perplexed Suddy further was the multitude of attack marks left on the wall, totaling no fewer than 10, despite the fact that it had seemingly originated from a singular cross-slash. Coupling this with the sensation she felt when her whip was destroyed, Suddy furrowed her brow in confusion. Unable to comprehend how this could be, it was increasingly likely that this individual possessed some unknown special ability. At this moment, Katie bore no responsibility to elucidate her capabilities, for as the saying goes, seize the moment of weakness. Even though Suddy had successfully evaded her attack, she had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. With her weapon now obliterated, this was the perfect time for Katie to press her advantage. With rapid movements, Katie executed Shave repeatedly, her mastery of the technique surpassing Suddy's visual perception. Seizing an opportunity, Katie launched her attack, swinging her blade from behind to strike at her opponent. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Suddy found herself unable to react in time. That be why the moment she sensed the impending danger. Katie's attack was already upon her, the cold aura of the blade palpable against her skin. The blade descended and struck Suddy's shoulder. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not materialize. Instead, a sensation akin to striking iron met Katie's blade. Staring at the darkness beneath the blade, Katie's brow furrowed slightly. Armed Haki. This complicates matters. Now that the disparity was clear, Suddy should have surrendered. It would have been easier on her in the end. The panic she had felt earlier had vanished entirely, as the presence of armed Haki instilled a newfound confidence in Suddy Daha. The strength of armed Haki is contingent upon its wielder's prowess. If I am not mistaken, your mastery of it is still in its infancy. How many strikes can it truly withstand? Although the previous strike had yielded minimal effect, Katie noticed a distinct white mark on the area where her blade had made contact with Suddy's armed Haki. This will suffice to deal with you. Seemingly struck at her core by Katie's taunt, Suddy chose not to dwell on the matter any longer and opted to launch an offensive of her own. In that case, I shall show no mercy. Yes, Suddy charged towards her with remarkable speed. Katie smiled. The presence of armed Hawkeye exceeded her expectations, yet would serve as an ideal target for her unrestrained outburst. Shave, as the words left her lips, her form vanished from Suddy's line of sight once more. Just as Suddy opened her mouth to speak, a brilliant flash appeared at the corner of her eye. Moving faster than at any point before, without time to ponder why, Suddy hastily activated her armed Hawkeye in defense. Having completed her defensive maneuver, the sharp blade descended once more, its icy touch fleeting. Before she could even consider a counterattack, the enemy's figure had vanished again in that moment. The speed exhibited by Katie left Suddy utterly astounded. Though she was not particularly weak in speed, she found herself unable to keep pace with her opponent. Yet, even more shocking was the sheer force behind Katie's strikes. Despite the protection of armed Hawkeye, the area that had been struck still throbbed with pain, a sensation akin to being torn apart. Cold sweat trickled down Suddy's forehead as fear gripped her heart. Armed Hawkeye afforded her no sense of security. Instead, it heightened her anxiety and dread. She could scarcely fathom how to defend against slashes that penetrated even her armed Hawkeye. As Katie had pointed out, her mastery of armed Hawkeye had only awakened about a week ago, and it was far from sufficient for prolonged combat. Should her defense falter, she would truly be at a loss. Katie remained blissfully unaware of Suddy's turmoil, wholly absorbed in the exhilaration of her relentless assault. Her mastery of shave granted her unparalleled speed, while the swordsmanship technique, Aurora Slash, further enhanced her velocity. Unlike the Cross Slash and Half Moon Slash, Aurora Slash lacked the ability to unleash sword energy. Rather, it was a skill focused on rapid, dashing slashes. Initially, Katie had not thought much of it until inspiration struck, and she attempted to combine shave with Aurora Slash. The results surpassed her expectations, and the sensation of striking her opponent no longer felt invincible. Breaking through Suddy's armed Hawkeye now seemed merely a matter of time. Katie's form had completely vanished from view, with only the dazzling, flashing sword strikes remaining as evidence of her existence. The cross slashes, moonlight slashes, and aurora slashes, infused with tearing effects, rained down upon Suddy in rapid succession. In the span of mere seconds, every part of Suddy's body had been met with Katie's strikes. Crimson blood dripped slowly, creating exquisite and tragic blossoms of gore. Faced with such a barrage, Suddy could hardly tend to every wound. Forced to prioritize her vital areas and neglect the rest. Amidst the chaos, debris flew, and dust clouds billowed. In a matter of moments, Katie had unleashed nearly 100 strikes, and Suddy's form had vanished within the swirling haze. Leaving the surroundings in utter ruin, reduced to a battlefield wasteland, with one final slash, Katie halted her onslaught, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Although the fight had been brief, the exertion had been tremendous. During those fleeting moments, she had pushed herself beyond her limits, and had it not been for her current physical condition, she would not have been able to execute such a series of actions. A gust of warm air swept through, gradually dispersing the smoke, revealing a blurred figure that soon came into focus, a silhouette drenched in blood. The crimson fluid flowed like a stream, and even from a distance, Katie could detect the overwhelming scent of iron. Yet, even in such a grievous state, Suddy's chest rose and fell rhythmically, a clear indication that she still lived. Reflecting on her position as chief warden, Katie felt a mix of surprise and reluctant acceptance. After all, the beasts under her command were no ordinary foes, possessing extraordinary physical attributes. It was from them that she had gained her current capabilities, a fact that resonated deeply with her. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with the Scissor Man. Casting a glance at the pitifully wounded Suddy, Katie decisively turned to leave. She had already lost too much time, and she was unsure of Magellan's current situation. She needed to reach the 6th level of the underground as swiftly as possible. As Katie's figure began to fade into the distance, Suddy's heart swelled with anxiety and frustration. At this moment, there was no one left to impede him between the 5th and 6th levels of the underground. God only knew what kind of panic and destruction he would unleash upon descending. Determined to give chase, Suddy attempted to rise, but her body faltered, collapsing to the ground. The perilous circumstances had only worsened with this setback. Her eyelids felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. And in the next moment, her consciousness plunged into darkness, leaving her with nothing but regret. Before long, Magellan's figure appeared, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. "Where are the medics?" "Get them here now." Upon witnessing Suddy lying in a pool of blood, Magellan's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, and an aura of ferocity and boundless murderous intent erupted from him. Drops of purple venom fell uncontrollably, permeating the surrounding space. Observing this disconcerting sight of Magellan, everyone silently chose to remain mute, even as the toxic mist threatened to envelop them. They stood frozen in place. This moment, Magellan teetered on the brink of madness. And a single misstep could lead to everyone sharing the same fate, so they dared not utter a word. "Heal her. Poison passage." With this simple command, Magellan turned and departed, his raspy throat stifling an unfathomable rage. He swiftly glided through the channel formed by the venom, his speed surpassing even that of Katie. "Die, Katie!" Simultaneously, upon reaching the 5th underground level, a sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Katie, as if she were being watched by some terrifying entity, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Glancing back at the dark and profound corridor, a voice echoed in the depths of her mind. "Leave. Flee this place as swiftly as you can." The next instant, the chilling air of the 5th underground level jolted Katie from her reverie. And without a hint of hesitation, she took off running, pushing her speed to its utmost limit, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Even though this was merely an unfounded instinct, Katie chose to trust it, not pausing even to extract abilities from the inmates of the 5th underground level. Though no evidence could substantiate the impending danger, Katie dared not gamble. If there was no threat, so be it, but if something did occur, it would mean the end of her escape, for the sole individual capable of invoking such a feeling within her was none other than Magellan. Even though her strength had significantly increased compared to her initial state, she regrettably lacked the qualifications to confront Magellan head-on. Based on her estimations, she needed to master the color of armament hockey before attempting to engage him in combat. As she sprinted, the sights on either side blurred by as if played in reverse, and despite each individual here representing a potential treasure trove, Katie had no intention of pausing. Her singular purpose remained: to flee at all costs. "Katie, come out. The entirety of Impel Down is under my control. Where do you think you can escape to? Did you truly believe you could escape from me?" The terrifying roar reverberated throughout the 5th underground level, igniting a buzz among the previously silent inmates. Upon hearing that iconic voice, the subdued atmosphere of the 5th underground level transformed into a cacophony. Even amidst the frigid environment, the prisoners felt agitated. They were eager to discover who this Katie was that could provoke such ire from the typically composed Magellan. "Hey, do you have any idea who this Katie is? How could she possibly incite such resentment from that bastard Magellan? I haven't seen him lose his composure like this since I arrived." "Shh, keep your voice down. If he hears you, 10 lives wouldn't suffice to save you." Clearly, Magellan's notorious reputation had long been established among the inmates of Impel Down. And even at this moment, they dare not speak carelessly behind his back. "I heard from the guards that this Katie seems to be an escapee from the 1st underground level, though I don't know how she managed to escape. As for why Magellan is so furious, that's a mystery." Some inmates aware of the situation shared their knowledge, quickly surprising many, as the chaos initiated by Luffy had been suppressed by Magellan in the 4th underground level. The inmates here were oblivious to the events above and were astonished that someone had managed to escape. An escapee from the 1st underground level. Isn't that a rookie? Why would she flee downwards instead of upwards? Today's strange occurrences seemed to multiply. Having just received one unknown individual, another fool had now entered their midst. Yes, they spoke. Their gazes fell upon the straw-hatted boy, whose body was coated in the purple venom. Clearly, no one believed that a mere kid who had descended from the 1st underground level could escape from Magellan's grasp. In their eyes, it was merely a matter of time before Katie was captured. Not only the 1st underground level, but even the prisoners in the endless hell of the 6th underground level lacked the strength to evade him. In an instant, hair stood on end, adrenaline surged. Despite the considerable distance, Magellan's voice resonated clearly in her ears. She never anticipated his arrival would be so swift. She had barely traversed half of the 5th underground level at this pace. She would soon confront a frenzied Magellan at the entrance to the 6th underground level. This was undoubtedly terrible news for Katie. She currently lacked the strength to confront Magellan directly. If she could circle around the 6th underground level, she might gather enough resources to face him. What to do? What to do? What should I do? At that moment, Katie felt like a grasshopper on a hot skillet, frantically brainstorming escape plans. If you wish to avoid death, follow me. A voice suddenly interrupted Katie's thoughts. Instinctively, she turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a man exuding an eerie aura from head to toe. However, despite this, Katie hesitated not in following him into the unknown, for she recognized the man before her. Or rather, to be precise, a being of ambiguous gender. He was a member of the Revolutionary Army known as Lightning, a user of the scissor fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into scissors for attack. Originally a prisoner of the 5th underground level, he now found himself in the 5.5 level due to the Devil's Call, a unique level situated between the 5th and 6th underground levels. Completely out of the guard jurisdiction in Impel Down. Chapter 13. Ivankov's invitation following the Scissor Man in a frantic escape, they soon entered a vast expanse of greenery, a rarity in the perpetually frigid 5th underground level. However, upon witnessing this, Katie breathed a sigh of relief. If her memory served her correctly, the passage to the 5.5 level lay within, as Mr. 2 had encountered the Scissor Man here. Indeed, as Lewis had anticipated, the Scissor Man charged directly into the forest before making a series of turns and arriving at an inconspicuous spot. Bending down, he lifted a section of the ground, revealing a dark hole before them. Without needing any prompting, Katie leaped in, racing down the staircase. After running approximately a kilometer, a faint beam of light suddenly appeared at the end of the path, signaling that they were nearing their destination, the uncharted 5.5 level. Please, the Scissor Man, now behind her, beckoned Katie to enter. With no avenue left for retreat, Katie knew that the madman Magellan was likely waiting with a 40-meter sword for her to reveal herself. Unless she had lost her mind, there was no way she would venture out. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing herself, Katie finally stepped inside. The reputation of the Okama Queen was far too illustrious. Having never been to Thailand in her past life, Katie worried about emerging with unexpected features without proper preparation. Wow! 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 In an instant, Katie's eardrums nearly shattered under the cacophony, the raucous noise threatening to lift the ceiling off, leaving her head throbbing and her ears buzzing. Before she could adjust, a series of bright lights suddenly shone down upon her. Thankfully, her eyes were forged from 24K titanium alloy. Otherwise, she would have surely been blinded. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through, and a massive head appeared before her without warning, startling Katie to the point where she almost swung her blade at it. Looks like a cool boy has arrived today. What? Do you want to experience what it feels like to be a woman? As he spoke, his right finger suddenly expanded, glinting menacingly as it lunged toward Katie. With a jolt, though she was unsure why Ivankov had suddenly attacked her, her body instinctively reacted, drawing the broken sky blade from her waist to block Ivankov's sharp fingertip midair. What? Did you summon me just for this? She side-eyed the Scissor Man behind her. Although Ivankov was the ruler here, Katie preferred conversing with the relatively normal Scissor Man. All right, Ivankov, let's end the probing here. His arrival signifies he possesses considerable strength. Meanwhile, the previously raucous atmosphere gradually quieted, not only the music but also the previously frenetic crowd. A serene ambience descended, and everyone turned their gazes toward them, their eyes flitting back and forth across Katie. Mr. Katie, this way, please. The one speaking remains the Scissor Man, who, without waiting for Katie's response, turns and strides towards the other side, leading the way ahead. After casting a glance at the surroundings, Katie, despite the significant disparity between the scene before her and the narrative she had envisioned, adopts an attitude of acceptance, reasoning that since death awaits outside, it is better to observe their intentions. She notices that Ivankov has also followed closely behind her. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they enter a dimly lit room alongside the Scissor Man. Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? As soon as they settle down, Ivankov poses this question, entirely transformed in demeanor. Calm and composed, the earlier flamboyance seems to have been a mere illusion. This time, the Scissor Man opts to stand aside, evidently awaiting Ivankov's lead. The Revolutionary Army is indeed a name one cannot easily escape hearing. In truth, Katie feels no necessity to answer this inquiry, as the foremost enemy of the world government. The Revolutionary Army bears a reputation that is anything but ordinary. Would you consider joining us? We're the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov's straightforwardness catches Katie off guard. Is it truly wise to disclose such an identity so openly? Nevertheless, she is not entirely surprised. After all, being a traveler from another realm, she was already aware of the Scissor Man and Ivankov's affiliations. Their proposal is, in many ways, anticipated as her gaze scrutinizes the two before her. Katie suddenly realizes that her previous understanding of them may have been flawed. They are not merely here for pleasure, but are preparing for a prison break, while simultaneously gathering strength for the Revolutionary Army. In this light, her encounter with the Scissor Man seems far from coincidental. He must have been keeping an eye on her through the video snail, intervening at the most critical moment to save her and win her favor for the purpose of recruiting her into the Revolutionary Army. I am sorry, but I have no such intentions. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army feels too constraining for me. Shaking her head, Katie chooses to decline, despite being a guest under someone else's roof and receiving their kindness. She prefers to be a free-spirited pirate like Luffy. After all, freedom is the most precious and alluring treasure. With the aid of the system, she believes she will eventually become a being of equal or even greater power than Dragon himself, without the need to serve others. Upon hearing Katie's response, neither the Scissor Man nor Ivankov exhibits any notable change in expression, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Previously, most who rejected their offer had employed similar reasoning. They had long since prepared counterarguments for such rejections. That I understand your perspective, but isn't it more fitting for you to join us given your current predicament? After all, we share common enemies, Magellan and the world government. Only by joining the Revolutionary Army and becoming one of us can you earn the right to live here. That Ivankov's approach carries a slightly coercive undertone, but it is understandable. Resources here are limited, and they're not philanthropists, naturally only sheltering those aligned with them. That I'm sorry, but I do not intend to stay here for long. Once I evade Magellan's pursuit, I will leave. That I appreciate your offer, but I must decline. Katie stands firm on this point. While remaining here is indeed safe, it hinders her ability to grow stronger and fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, deviating from her original intentions. Seemingly sensing Katie's resoluteness, both the Scissor Man and Ivankov cannot help but furrow their brows lightly. If it were merely a refusal, it could be overlooked, but her intention to leave complicates matters. This prison has but one hiding place, and should they allow Katie to depart, should she fall into Magellan's hands, it would pose a tremendous threat to them, something they certainly do not wish to see. Isn't this place suitable? Why must you insist on leaving? Ivankov struggles to comprehend why Katie is determined to depart. Although they have encountered various reasons during their recruitment efforts, when others realized that joining the Revolutionary Army was the only way to remain here, all had chosen to compromise, because the times are about to change dramatically. The clash between Whitebeard and the Navy is an event not to be missed. Katie cannot articulate her reasons in detail, so she resorts to referencing the imminent Marine-Ford War as an explanation. Can you truly not stay? Ivankov's tone grows more forceful. That I'm sorry, but I really cannot. That it is regrettable, but for everyone's safety. You cannot leave here. This moment. A subtle yet palpable hostility emanates from Ivankov, as if prepared to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 14. Early release. Katie is acutely aware of the evident hostility directed at her, inwardly lamenting the predicament. The Scissor Man poses little threat, yet Ivankov is not so easily dealt with. After all, she has once stood beside Dragon. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome is uncertain. Moreover, barring any other options, Katie does not wish to engage in conflict with them. The Scissor Man did save her, and with a battlefield looming ahead, they are in a sense comrades. There is no need to clash and mar their camaraderie. Wait, we have no compelling reason to fight. Moreover, I wager that it won't be long before you reconsider your current decision and abandon this place to initiate a prison break. Therefore, my brief departure won't affect anything. However, the response she receives is a pair of incredulous eyes, clearly indicating that Ivankov does not believe her. Very well, Straw Hat Kid, you should know that his name is Monkey D. Luffy, hailing from the East Blue. the grandson of the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp, and also the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon. He infiltrated this place to rescue his brother, Fire Fist Ace, that a string of identity revelations regarding Luffy spills from Katie's lips. There is little choice. She must reveal Luffy's identity in advance, as she cannot fathom any other means to persuade them. Pausing momentarily, Katie's gaze lingers on Ivanov for some time before she diverts her eyes, then continues at a measured pace. Although I am unaware of your objectives here, are you truly prepared to ignore the peril facing your leader's son? Upon encountering Katie's challenge, Ivanov's hostility dissipates in an instant. Thunderous realizations echoing in her mind. The Straw Hat Kid is actually Dragon's son, which implies that his brother Ace must also be Dragon's son in this case. Dragon is bound to take action, especially since his biological son is facing execution. Thus, it seems she has no reason to remain here. Of course, this entire conclusion hinges on the veracity of Katie's claims. I have no reason to believe you. It is evident that Katie's mere word is insufficient to convince Ivanov. When Luffy arrives, you can ask him yourself. However, I must warn you, Luffy encountered Magellan on the 4th floor not long ago. You should already know the outcome. He is now imprisoned on the 5th floor. That if you intend to rescue him, you must act swiftly. Time waits for no one to this point. Katie feels a sense of calm. Having done all she could and provided the necessary explanations, the remainder is now in their hands. For now, she cannot leave, so she might as well take this opportunity to rest. She anticipates that the battles ahead will be exceptionally perilous, leaving little room for respite. Lightning, go save the young master. In stark contrast to Katie's composure, Ivanov is visibly agitated. She must choose to believe Katie's words, for if they hold any truth, it means both of Dragon's sons are in grave danger. And she cannot stand idly by. Even if it turns out to be false, the worst that could happen is that she expends some effort, certainly not a loss for her. I'm on it. Without a moment's delay, the Scissor Man hastily departs, the situation having far exceeded his expectations. All he can do now is ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Kid. Meanwhile, utilizing his fruit powers to disguise himself as Hannibal, Mr. Point 2 successfully reaches the 5th underground level and finds the unconscious Luffy. With the assistance of Mr. 3, the Candleman, they extract Luffy from his cell before beginning their search for Ivanov. Perhaps fate is smiling upon them, for Magellan has already left the 5th underground level to descend to the even deeper 6th level. Had their timing been any less fortuitous, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Katie, come here. With an enraged roar, Magellan once again descended to the 6th level underground. The return of Magellan astonished everyone to varying degrees, but what truly took them by surprise was his state. His fury was a rare sight. Each person was consumed by curiosity, eager to discover what had transpired. However, despite their curiosity, no one dared to speak disrespectfully. Those who had just hurled insults at him were still reeling from the terror he inspired. And the prisoners bore witness to his formidable presence, becoming markedly more subdued. Yet one individual stood apart. Is it true that without me, you cannot manage a mere prison? He taunted. Let me out. I can be of assistance. Casting a glance at the speaker, Magellan offered no response and proceeded to wander aimlessly through the 6th level, his piercing gaze scanning every possible hiding place. Point 1 circuit, 2 circuits, 3 circuits, after 3 rounds. Magellan had thoroughly searched the entire 6th level, yet there was no sign of Katie. It was evident that she was not on this level, but rather concealed in some unknown location, leaving Magellan perplexed. Despite his relentless pursuit, he had failed to uncover any potential hiding spots. In frustration, he pondered, should I abandon this? Am I even aware if anyone has been here? No one knows better than us prisoners. Clearly, you have been outwitted, Magellan contemplated. The voice echoed once more, devoid of any trace of fear. The situation outside seems quite chaotic. Are you truly not considering releasing me? Otherwise, if that individual returns after you depart, I shall be left powerless. Through the iron bars of the cell, Magellan gazed at the familiar figure inside. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Shiliew, you are no longer the chief warden you once were. You are merely an ordinary prisoner now, unqualified to negotiate with me. The individual conversing with Magellan was named Shiliew of the Rain. like Magellan, had previously held the title of Warden of Impel down. However, unlike Magellan, Shiliew had committed murder for sport, killing prisoners indiscriminately, which led to his capture by the righteous Magellan. I had almost forgotten. It was you who personally incarcerated me. Since that is the case, your affairs are no longer my concern. I shall wait here for you, for Ace to be rescued, for your dismissal, and for your imprisonment. Shiliew had abandoned his previous tone of pleading, becoming silent and uncommunicative. While Shiliew maintained his composure, Magellan was anything but calm. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Shiliew's words were indeed the truth. The uprising in the upper levels had yet to conclude, and among the escapees was an ability user capable of crafting keys at will. He needed to capture this individual swiftly. Otherwise, the rebellion would only escalate. His absence had already been prolonged. He must return immediately, yet he could not leave this matter unattended. I can release you, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. I can capture you once, and I can do so again. Reluctantly, Magellan recognized that releasing Shiliew was the only viable option, in light of the greater good. He had no choice but to comply. Clack, clack, the cell door swung open, and the handcuffs around Shiliew's wrists were removed. After a prolonged period, he breathed in the air of freedom once more. "Where's my sword?" The first words out of Shiliew's mouth upon his release were inquiries about his treasured blade. Thunderstorm. "Someone will bring it to you shortly. The guards on this level are now your responsibility. Remember my words. Do not attempt any tricks." Despite having made his decision, Magellan remained apprehensive, were it not for the dire circumstances. He would never have resorted to such measures. Before departing, he cast one final warning glance at Shiliew, the intent unmistakable. In response, Shiliew merely shrugged, offering no further comment. Chapter 15. The arrival of Luffy as Shiliew regained his freedom. The Scissor Man finally encountered his young master, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. However, at this moment, Luffy was in a noticeably dire state, his body marred by purple venom that had inflicted fatal injuries. With no time to hesitate, the Scissor Man sprang into action, hoisting the unconscious Mr. 2 over his shoulder while grasping the sled S rope with his other hand, and hurried toward the base. "Mr. Katie, are you truly telling the truth?" At this moment, Ivanov could no longer maintain his composure, having asked the same question countless times. "Once the Straw Hat Boy arrives, everything will be clear. Besides, you already have the answer in your heart. Why ask me?" In stark contrast to Ivanov's anxious state, Katie appeared completely relaxed, reclining with a glass of red wine, enjoying life to the fullest. As Katie had stated, although the Straw Hat Boy had yet to arrive, Ivanov indeed had an answer. She chose to trust Katie's words. They shared a common enemy. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Katie had no reason to deceive her. It was precisely because she believed in Katie's words that she felt such tension. It involved the biological son of Dragon, and quite suddenly, two of them at that. Who could foresee the extent of Dragon's potential madness if he were to lead the Revolutionary Army in a reckless attack on Marine headquarters? The Revolutionary Army's directives would irrevocably change. The world's very fabric would be altered. She must take action. Then what is your purpose? As far as I know, neither Ace nor Luffy had any ties to you before this. Why then do you choose to involve yourself? What benefit does this hold for you? Gradually regaining her composure, Ivanov once more fixed her gaze upon Katie. She realized that she could not discern the intentions of this young man before her. She knew neither his origin nor his objectives, that a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet he willingly concealed himself in the depths below, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate this place amid the chaos. Leaving one to wonder what his true motives were, to rescue, or something else altogether. My purpose? Katie raised an eyebrow at the question, finding it difficult to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. It is simple. This world has enjoyed too much tranquility for far too long. A tranquility so profound that it has allowed people to forget the taste of war and the scent of blood. Regardless of the outcome of this event, the existing world order will be altered, and the enticing cake that is the sea shall be redivided. How could I possibly allow such an opportunity to slip away? A disdainful smile graced his lips, his immense confidence radiating from him. Even if he was still some distance from being a top-tier powerhouse, Katie was confident he could rapidly evolve during this process. When the war concluded, he would undoubtedly emerge as a new monarch in this world. Staring in shock at the young man before her, Ivankov could hardly fathom that his answer was to contend with the 4-sea emperors of the New World. Had she been away from the sea for too long? Were the youth of today truly this reckless? Did they not understand their own limitations? Just as Ivankov prepared to mock Katie, a cacophony erupted from outside. Reacting instinctively, she dashed out the door, anxiously scanning the crowd. Ivankov, come quickly. The young master is on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing the scissorman's words, Ivankov's heart sank. She pushed past the obstructive onlookers and hurried to Luffy's side. However, the sight that greeted her nearly sent her into shock. The extensive patches of purple venom were far beyond her imagination. What kind of battle had he endured to end up like this? Inwardly cursing, she thought, that bastard Magellan dared to injure our young master like this. He truly has a death wish. Yet even more shocking was the fact that, in such a state, the Straw Hat Boy still retained consciousness. Please, please, save my comrade. Save him. In the next moment, a hoarse voice broke through the thoughts of all present. People were astonished to discover that the one speaking was none other than the Straw Hat Boy. On the verge of succumbing to the venom, even in this critical moment, he managed to remain conscious and was still concerned for his companion. Please, please, save him. Seeing that no one responded, Luffy opened his mouth once more to plead. Do not speak any longer. Rest assured, we will save him. Ivankov was the first to react, assuring Luffy while summoning medical personnel to attend to the situation. Luffy, do you still remember me? I am Katie. I need you to explicitly state your relationship with the revolutionary dragon. Otherwise, she will not allow me to leave, and I will have no way to rescue. See, Miss Luffy teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Katie rushed forward, knowing that if he lost consciousness, her chances would be dashed. Perhaps hearing Ace's name rekindled Luffy's fading gaze, and with great difficulty, he looked toward Katie. Ace, I am Dragon's son. Katie, I beg you to save Ace. Please, bring Ace back to me. Upon uttering the final word, Luffy could no longer maintain his composure. His head tilted, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. How about that? Now, do you believe what I have said? Shifting his gaze towards Ivankov, Katie realized that considerable time had already been squandered here, and she was unwilling to prolong the delay any further. This damned gentleness was strikingly reminiscent of his father. A subtle smile graced her lips. Although the other party had not provided a definitive response, it was evident that Ivankov had placed his faith in her. Thus, it was time for her to depart. The remainder was entrusted to them. Taking a deep breath, Katie prepared to set off. However, before she could take a step, she was halted by Ivankov's voice from behind. Wait a moment. Given that you are a friend of the young master, there is something I must inform you in advance. The former warden of Impel Down, Magellan, has just released Shiliew. Although Magellan has already departed, Shiliew remains on the 6th level below, seemingly poised to confront you. We are unaware of his precise location, but it is likely that he is lying in wait at the entrance of the passageway on the 6th level, if you wish to avoid an immediate encounter with Shiliew. Perhaps lightning can assist you to Ivankov spoke. His tone notably softened, clearly having placed complete trust in Katie. That could be troublesome. Taken aback by Ivankov's warning, Katie realized that her butterfly effect had inadvertently led to Shiliew's premature release. This news was of paramount importance. With her current strength, facing Shiliew head-on would yield less than a 20% chance of victory. Perhaps even less than 10. Shiliew was a true Vice Admiral level powerhouse. And it would be most prudent to avoid confrontation altogether, seeking instead to enhance her own abilities. After all, the 6th level housed prisoners with bounties exceeding 100 million that if granted sufficient time. Even should she eventually encounter Shiliew, she would not fear him. Lightning, I entrust the matter to you. Having conveyed everything, Ivankov hastily departed with Luffy. Very well. Please follow me. With that, he led Katie to another area, eventually stopping in a vast open space. Shortly, I will create a spiral slide leading directly to the 6th level AS for whether you will encounter Shiliew. That depends on your luck. Nodding, Katie had nothing to add. As long as she remained undetected, encountering Shiliew would pose no significant issue that if worse came to worst, she would fight back. As long as she wasn't defeated in a single blow, she would have a chance to turn the tide. Noting Katie's lack of objections, The Scissor Man immediately sprang into action, his hands transforming into two scissor blades as he began to cut away at the surroundings. Soon, the Scissor Man's figure vanished. Chapter 16. A brand new task system limitation. My assistant sends here. The rest is up to you. So please be cautious. As the final stone was cleaved by lightning scissors, the air flowed with a palpable energy, revealing the enigmatic 6th level of Impel down before Katie's eyes. Thank you for your help. I will take it from here, she declared, rising without a hint of hesitation. Yet, lightning remained momentarily frozen in place. In that fleeting instant, he had caught a glimpse of the fervor in Katie's eyes, but he struggled to articulate the brilliance of those eyes, bright and vivid, akin to glass beads shimmering in sunlight. But with a greenish HUE.IT was as though a person who had gone 3 days and nights without food had suddenly laid eyes on a roasted chicken. Lightning could not fathom why she possessed such a gaze when this was an infinite hell. Far from paradise, after casting one last look in Katie's direction, he silently wished her good fortune and turned to leave. The oppressive atmosphere here was becoming unbearable. Brutality, slaughter, bloodlust, despair, every conceivable negative emotion could be felt within these walls. Enough to drive a sane person to madness within mere days. Yet, none of this affected Katie in the slightest, though it did not imply that her mood remained unchanged. On the contrary, the moment she set foot on this level, her heart brimmed with exhilaration and even ecstasy, leaving no room for negative emotions whatsoever. The system's notification chime had not ceased since earlier, announcing the completion of her task and the successful addition of 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points to her account. Coupled with the rewards from her previous task, she now boasted a total of 8 skill points and 5,300 exchange points, a modest fortune indeed. However, Katie refrained from hastily utilizing these assets. Compared to the offerings within the system, the 6th level before her was far more enticing. After all, everything here came at no cost, absolutely free. Once she had thoroughly explored the entire 6th level, she could then employ her exchange points or skill points, maximizing her resources. Yet, not everything unfolded according to Katie's expectations. In the distant shadows, a pair of eyes glimmered with subtle light. Murmuring, the mouse has finally appeared. In the next instant, the figure vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. A wave of heat surged forth, and at that moment, Katie felt an unparalleled comfort. Each current of warmth represented a stronger and rarer ability, including the Hawkeye of armament and observation that only surfaced in the latter half of the Grand Line. In this brief moment, Katie sensed her strength ascending to an entirely new echelon, a feeling akin to rebirth. New task assigned. Please check your notifications. The update jolted Katie from her reverie, prompting her to hastily review the details. The sea was never a solitary endeavor. Companions, allies, and factions were all indispensable. Task description. The 6th level is home to countless formidable individuals. The host is required to establish ally relationships with at least 2 of them. Task reward: 100,000 exchange points and 11 skill points. Upon reading the task description, a figure materialized in Katie's mind: Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach, a cunning villain rivaling Chow Chow. Katie pondered whether she could emulate him, roaring in this place to incite chaos among the prisoners, allowing the strongest to emerge. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed, for she was not Blackbeard. Firstly, her strength had yet to reach a comparable level. Releasing the strongest might not guarantee their loyalty. Furthermore, those whom Blackbeard coveted were not of her interests. In this brief moment of contemplation, Katie identified more suitable candidates: 2 legendary powerhouses, the solitary and proud red-haired Shanks, and the Devil's offspring, Douglas Bullet. The former had triumphed over the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku in single combat, while the latter had stood shoulder to shoulder with the Pirate King Roger, prompting the Navy to issue a demon-slaying order solely due to his presence. Compared to these 2, those whom Blackbeard sought paled in comparison. The remaining challenge lay in locating and persuading them. While daunting, it was worth the endeavor. With this thought in mind, Katie pressed onward. She had yet to encounter them, suggesting they were likely imprisoned deeper within the levels. Confirming her objective, she commenced her swift pursuit in a singular direction. Unbeknownst to Katie, merely a minute after her departure, a figure emerged from her previous location. With scarlet eyes fixed on the path she had taken, Shiliew found himself unexpectedly enamored by the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game. Relishing the thought of striking at the opportune moment, just as she was on the verge of success. In truth, he had sensed Katie's presence from the instant she arrived, although they had not crossed paths directly. His observation Hawkeye had detected her in comparison to Magellan. Shiliew's dual Hawkeye was far more formidable. After all, the absence of fruit powers allowed him to focus entirely on honing his own strength. Yet, although he had identified Katie immediately, he refrained from eliminating her on the spot, choosing instead to silently follow in her wake. He was intrigued to discover the true intentions of this young woman. Certainly, it is also due to his unwavering self-confidence that he believes he can take Katie's life at any moment. However, what Shiliew does not know is that, thanks to the existence of the system, Katie's strength is constantly evolving and enhancing every single second. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Having been interrupted by the system's voice countless times, this time Katie truly needs to pause, for the individuals she has been searching for have been found. And astonishingly, they reside directly across from each other. This fortunate coincidence is owed to the system. Yet Katie harbors no intentions of expressing gratitude, as it has just revealed an unfriendly piece of information. The abilities she acquires from others are restricted to Master Level LV10, meaning that even if she encounters abilities beyond Master Level, she is unable to obtain them. Consequently, the abilities she has gained from Barrett and Ryder are merely Master Level LV10. Specifically the armament hockey and martial arts. Despite this, Katie finds no joy in her situation. Were she able to acquire abilities equivalent to theirs, she would dare to confront Magellan head-on, for Barrett's armament hockey is not to be underestimated. Capable of effortlessly defeating supernovas. Regarding this, Katie is left with no recourse but to accept her predicament. Chapter 17. The arrival of a strong foe. Hey, kid, do you know you are quite an eyesore standing there? Before Katie could grasp the reality before her, a deep voice resonated beside her. Little Barrett, your temper remains as volatile as ever after all these years. Following that, another voice chimed in, displaying an unusual calmness. Completely at odds with someone who has spent years in prison. Old man, do not presume that your prolonged stay here makes you the boss. Your era has long since passed. Just enjoy your twilight years in this prison. The two exchanged barbs, entirely disregarding Katie, who stood outside. Point one cannot deny that the feeling of being overlooked is quite unpleasant. Subsequently, before the eyes of everyone present, Katie slowly removed the uniform that belonged to the guards, revealing the inmate's striped attire underneath. In an instant, the atmosphere froze, all sounds and movements came to a halt. That moment, countless gazes converged upon Katie. Hey kid, let me out. I'll give you anything you want. Don't listen to him. Let me out first, or I'll twist your head off. There were both threats and pleas. However, the common goal was that they hoped Katie would release them, for this might be their last opportunity to escape this place before their lives came to an end. Leaving them understandably anxious. Shut up, all of you. Yet a roar silenced everyone, and with it a wild aura suddenly surged, rampaging through the confined space. One by one, the prisoners collapsed without warning, and those who remained conscious were fewer than half. Before the chaos subsided, another aura erupted, equally wild, rampant, and domineering. When all was said and done, only a few remained conscious, their spirits drained as if they had endured inhumane torment, suffering immensely. Experiencing all of this, Katie was undoubtedly astonished. So this is the power of Conqueror's Hawkeye, which in a mere instant caused hundreds, if not thousands, of pirates to lose consciousness. The reason she remained unharmed was not due to her strength, but because both parties had deliberately avoided her. Truly, the two are remarkable, the solitary red and the devil's heir. Sensing the immense power of the two beside her, Katie could not help but express her admiration. You know us. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Ryder appeared puzzled, for, to put it bluntly, his time imprisoned exceeded Ryder's age. There's no helping it. The deeds you two have accomplished are so astonishingly notorious that it's hard not to know. In response to Katie's praise, Ryder was not elated. Instead, he furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the arrival of this young man was no mere coincidence. Rather, it seemed that he had deliberately sought them out. Who are you? What do you want with us? After a moment of surprise, Ryder regained his composure. Wait, regardless of your motives, let me out first. I cannot endure even a second longer in here. Unlike Ryder, Barrett was solely fixated on escaping. Everything else was of no consequence to him, of course. I can let you go, but I require one condition in return. An alliance with me, agree, and you shall be freed. Refuse, and I shall forget this ever happened. Without the slightest pretense, Katie laid her intentions bare. Whether it was due to the audacity of Katie's proposal or some other reason, both Ryder and Barrett fell into a profound silence. Caught off guard, sensing the peculiar stillness that enveloped them, a foreboding premonition stirred within Katie's heart, as if she had overlooked something significant. An alliance with us? On what grounds do you propose such a thing? Although it was Barrett who responded, Ryder's demeanor mirrored his contempt, both filled with disdain. Ryder, the solitary red, possessed the terrifying strength to challenge the entire Whitebeard pirates on his own. Barrett, the devil's heir, had been betrayed by his most trusted allies, ultimately believing that only individual strength equates to true power. Had Katie proposed other conditions, even if they were stringent or challenging, they might have reluctantly acquiesced, but the notion of an alliance was simply untenable for them. They only acknowledged the strong and never considered the weak. Kid, focus on surviving first, and then we can discuss other matters. The unexpected response left Katie momentarily stunned, yet in the next instant, an icy chill suddenly descended upon her. Without hesitation, she rolled away from her original position that a mere 0.01 seconds later, a swift slash whizzed past, effortlessly slicing through the solid ground as if it were mere tofu. Gazing at the mirror-like surface beneath her feet, Katie broke out in a cold sweat. Had she been even slightly delayed, the cleaved surface would have included her own body that a vague silhouette emerged from the swirling dust, the voice preceding the figure. At this moment, having expended all your effort to infiltrate here, I initially presumed your target to be that kid named Ace, yet unexpectedly, it is these two old relics, Shiliew, if you wish to die. I shall oblige. In response to the provocations and insults from the newcomer, the already irritable Barrett retaliated without hesitation. Come out if you have the guts. Barrett's fury was of no concern to Shiliew. The impenetrable cell walls of the 6th level had been designed for such monstrosities, and having personally experienced it, Shiliew was keenly aware that as long as they remained trapped, even the mightiest abilities would be rendered useless. Curse you, you bastard! Kid, if you can defeat this scoundrel, I shall agree to your terms. Whether it was due to rage or some other emotion, Barrett outright proposed a condition for an alliance in an instant. Katie's gaze towards Shiliew shifted. His arrival had provided her with a breakthrough to persuade the two, and moreover, he brought with him a formidable swordsmanship skill, master level LV-10 boundary. Her eyes involuntarily glanced towards Ryder. The implication unmistakably clear. Survive first, then we can talk. However, the response she received was still not what she desired. Ryder's gaze towards her was fraught with evident distrust. In truth, it was not just Ryder who thought this way. Even the rage-blinded Barrett shared the same sentiment, as they sensed the disparity between them. Yet, is this truly the case? If one were to assert that the circumstances were indeed as such before encountering Barrett and Ryder, it might have held some truth. However, now, with the acquisition of 3 master-level abilities, the situation could not be so easily dismissed. She might indeed possess the strength to contend, and as of now, no one, including herself, fully understood her capabilities. As the impending battle loomed, Katie felt an equal measure of anticipation. Chapter 18. The clash with Shiliew, how intriguing, truly intriguing. It was both self-deprecating and ironic for Shiliew. He had never imagined a day when he would face a prisoner from the lower level with blades drawn, even if that prisoner possessed remarkable prowess. However, do not die too quickly, or I shall find myself quite bored. A smoke ring slowly ascended, and as the words left his lips, Shiliew's sword, Thunderstorm, was already unsheathed, its cold gleam reminiscent of flowing moonlight, striking towards Katie without warning that, is that all you've got? Confronted by the confident Shiliew. Katie's demeanor was nothing short of arrogant disdain, entirely dismissive of her opponent. With a swift motion of her right hand, she unleashed a wave of sword energy, and in the next moment, her figure vanished without a trace. A heartbeat later, Shiliew's form also completely disappeared. However, what transpired next left all the conscious prisoners present utterly astounded. In an instant, a powerful and razor-sharp sword energy permeated the surrounding space, tearing the solid ground apart with deep, gaping fissures. Simultaneously, the scene of the battle between Katie and Shiliew was successfully transmitted to the command room on the 4th underground level by a nearby phone bug, plunging the vast command room into profound silence. How could he be so formidable? Although they had not experienced it firsthand, the mere spectacle displayed on the screen was sufficient to illustrate Katie's prowess. She was battling none other than their former supreme commander, Shiliew, the unequivocal master of swordsmanship in this prison. They had never heard of anyone able to last even a round against him. Yet what they were witnessing before their eyes was a different tale. The young man named Katie was actually holding his own against Shiliew, but it was at this moment they realized how ludicrous their prior judgments had been. A prisoner who ought to be confined in the 6th underground level was instead held in the 1st. Director, aren't you going to take a look? As a swordsman himself, Han Bonny was acutely aware. The strength of both individuals had surpassed the realm in which others could casually intervene. Present. The only person in Impel down with the capability to intervene in this conflict was Magellan. Han Bonny's voice provided a focal point for the panicked crowd, and all eyes instinctively turned to Magellan. You need not worry. Shiliew is under my command, with the intention of capturing Katie. Only in doing so can I extricate myself to address the issues in the other levels. In response to Magellan's assertion, they could only remain silent, acknowledging that they shared substantial responsibility for the current predicament. Had they been able to ascertain Katie's strength and monitor him closely, the ensuing chaos might have been averted. Now, let us not linger. There is no immediate cause for concern regarding Katie. We must promptly address the issues in the other levels and swiftly apprehend the trio of Buggy the Clown, Mr. Point 2 and Mr. 3. Furthermore, why has the Straw Hat Brat, who was just imprisoned on the 5th level, gone missing again? In an instant, the previously calm Magellan erupted once more, and this time he was genuinely furious. Why could his subordinates not even manage a single prisoner? Time and again, prisoners had escaped right under his nose. When did Impel down become so inept, resembling someone else's garden, with easy access in and out? As the director, he could not tolerate this. Han Bonny, I entrust you with the suppression tasks of the upper 3 levels. I shall handle the other floors. Not let me down again, with that final admonition. Magellan turned to leave, for time was of the essence. Ace's execution time was drawing near, and before long, the Navy would dispatch personnel to carry out the transfer. Before that occurred, Impel down must return to its original state of order. Yes, Director, the group, naturally, dared not slack off. Even a usually unreliable Han Bonny wore a serious expression as he began to deploy the next course of action, while ensuring that personnel were stationed to monitor the battle on the 6th level, awaiting the final outcome. With a swift motion, Katie deflected a slash aimed at her. Before she could catch her breath, a more powerful strike followed closely behind. That moment, Katie had no time to counter. She could only force herself to spin in mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal assault. What? Is that all you've got? Having grasped the dynamics of the battle, Shiliew was in no hurry to eliminate Katie. Killing her would bring him no advantages, only disadvantages. Shiliew understood clearly that as long as Katie remained alive, his own freedom was assured. Until the opportune moment arose, it would be nearly impossible for Katie to meet her demise. Indeed, she might even leverage his strength to escape. This was merely the beginning. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up. Yet, despite Katie's verbal denial, she felt anything but at ease. Only by genuinely clashing with Shiliew did she grasp the extent of his strength. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, yet she felt her stamina rapidly depleting. Her right hand throbbed painfully from the shockwaves of his attacks, nearly causing her to lose grip on her weapon. Her innate physical prowess seemed utterly negligible before him, for Shiliew was dominating her in virtually every regard. Katie firmly believed that Shiliew currently possessed strength on par with a vice admiral. In her estimation, the master level represented a definitive boundary, a line separating the strong from the weak. The strength of a Navy headquarters rear admiral might align with that master level, while those who transcended it were the individuals standing at the pinnacle of the world, the admirals. Vice admirals, the 4 emperors, and their subordinates. Perhaps this was the intent behind the system, imposing a cap on ability levels at the master tier, to confine her within the realm of a Navy headquarters rear admiral strength. Yet, this was not what vexed Katie the most. In her quest to surpass the master level threshold, she had intended to utilize skill points to enhance her armament color level. However, the result was a glaring shortfall in skill points. The system indicated that breaking from master level LV10 to extraordinary level LV1 required a staggering 10 skill points, and it would take 100,000 exchange points to obtain a single skill point. Faced with such a vast disparity, Katie had no choice but to abandon her plans for leveling up. The total of her resources fell woefully short. Forcibly enhancing her ability level was evidently out of the question. However, this did not imply that she was entirely without recourse against Shiliew. Although Buggy's rending skill was merely at the proficient level, its rank did not wholly define its efficacy. Unlike previous battles, Katie had refrained from deploying her rending ability from the outset. She was waiting, biding her time for a moment that would allow her to strike decisively. Katie understood that Shiliew would not easily kill her. His release was merely temporary. Should she be captured, the next moment Magellan would surely act against her. Thus, at present, she was not nearly as vulnerable as she appeared. Rather, she felt quite secure. For the time being, Shiliew would not resort to lethal measures against her, affording her the chance to overcome him. Chapter 19. Shiliew's killing intent. Come, little brat, to help you comprehend the chasm between you and the world. I shall grant you 3 strikes. After a brief exchange, Shiliew believed he had sufficiently gauged Katie's capabilities that if they continued this reckless bout, it was likely that she would not endure for long. A prospect he was keen to avoid, or rather, he wished not to witness it so soon. Very well, in an instant of surprise, Katie regained her composure, not the least bit angered by Shiliew's mockery. This was precisely what she had anticipated, and thus, she saw no reason to refuse. In that moment, Katie too relaxed, as if she had forgotten that the adversary before her was the bloodthirsty and ruthless Shiliew. Even her aura seemed to retract to its utmost limits. Yet, the tranquility was abruptly shattered as a terrifying momentum surged forth, reaching an apex in an instant. The once glimmering silver blade was now entirely enveloped in an ominous black hue of armament color. The dark blade emanating a destructive aura that seemed capable of cleaving through anything. This is intriguing. In the face of Katie's transformation, Shiliew's demeanor remained unchanged, revealing no hint of concern. Cross/. 2 purple-black waves of sword energy were unleashed instantaneously, and bolstered by the armament color. This strike was far stronger than anything before. Nevertheless, Shiliew's expression remained as impassive as ever, showing no sign of tension, as though the one being attacked were not him. Thunderclap/. Another wave of sword energy was cleaved forth, directly confronting Katie's assault. The 2 energies collided mid-air, dissipating without a trace that Katie's initial strike had concluded without so much as a ripple. Before the dust could settle, a figure darted past with astonishing speed, so swift that even Shiliew struggled to keep pace. However, invisibility to the naked eye did not equate to a lack of capture. Katie's form was vividly present within Shiliew's observation, perhaps even clearer than what the eye could perceive. A trivial trick, how conceited. As he spoke, Shiliew positioned his sword horizontally before him. Having completed this maneuver, Katie's form swiftly materialized, their blades making precise contact. Despite successfully blocking Katie's attack, the defensive Shiliew was forced back. Losing control of his footing as he landed, Katie suddenly assumed a peculiar stance. It was this very posture that rendered the previously confident Shiliew momentarily stunned, gazing at Katie in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost, causing his movements to falter by beat. This fleeting moment, however, provided Katie with ample opportunity. With a swift motion, she unleashed a wave of sword energy that sliced perilously close to Shiliew's form. The dark armament color could not conceal its original brilliance. In that instant, the radiant sword energy became the sole beacon of light in this underground world. Boundary break, the radiance shimmered like water. Fleeting and ephemeral at this juncture, the 3 strikes concluded, and it was only until the final moment that Katie's assault finally struck Shiliew. The instantaneous eruption of Katie's power astonished everyone, compelling them to engage in a thought experiment. If they were in Shiliew's position, would they survive? The conclusion they reached forced them to reevaluate the young man before them. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. It was Shiliew, who lay incapacitated nearby, that left them utterly bewildered. Despite the outrageous intensity of Katie's outburst, they never anticipated that Shiliew would fall as a result. This was Shiliew, a being as formidable as a monster. How could he succumb so easily? They found it unacceptable. An inconceivable reality. Not only could others not come to terms with it, but even Katie herself struggled to accept this stark truth. Shiliew had been defeated by her. Although, in the final moments, Shiliew had exhibited a fleeting moment of distraction, allowing her attack to land. The ease with which this victory was claimed felt almost too effortless. She hadn't even had the chance to employ her rending skill at this moment. All eyes were drawn to Shiliew. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, and in that instant, every onlooker felt a chill coursing through their veins. What kind of eyes were these? They suppressed boundless madness and emanated an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, brutality, savagery, and ferocity. Even those seated in the underground fourth level, separated by a screen, were reduced to goosebumps by the terror evoked by Shiliew's gaze. Such eyes ought not to belong to a human face, but rather to a demon from the abyss. The overwhelming intent to kill sent tremors of fear even through the formidable prisoners of the 6th underground level. For Katie, who bore the brunt of Shiliew's murderous aura, the sensation was particularly acute and palpable. This pervasive killing intent felt almost tangible, penetrating her flesh and reaching deep into her soul, like a demon poised to feast upon its prey, spreading endless panic. Gripping her weapon tightly, the only solace Katie found came from the cold touch of the hilt. System, allocate all skill points to enhance the rending skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Katie decisively poured all her skill points into rending, and a familiar warmth enveloped her once again. The skill, previously at the proficient level of LV7, successfully evolved to the master level of LV1. Only at this moment did Katie's heart find a semblance of relief. Though it was merely a 4-tier upgrade, she firmly believed that the enhanced skill would be significantly more potent than before. Each major tier in the system represented a vast chasm of difference, and a master-level rending would undoubtedly become her trump card at this moment. The pressure exerted by Shiliew was overwhelming, and Katie sensed that if she did not find a way to elevate her strength, she would surely meet her demise. That be why mere coincidence. The proficient skill required 2 skill points for each level of advancement, and the 8 skill points she possessed were precisely sufficient, neither more nor less. How did you manage that? A deep, raspy voice escaped Shiliew's lips, laced with an undeniable authority. Although his words were somewhat vague, Katie understood precisely what he meant, why she was able to wield the same swordsmanship skills as he did. Because I am powerful enough, Katie replied with an air of certainty. In response to Katie's assertion, Shiliew naturally found it implausible. It was no longer merely a matter of strength. If Katie could freely replicate the abilities of others, it would be a harrowing event. Who knew how many of his capabilities she had appropriated from him? No one, regardless of their strength, wishes for their hard-earned abilities to be stolen by another. Such a thing was inherently impossible. Yet now, the improbable was unfolding before his very eyes, with his signature skill being usurped, leaving Shiliew both perplexed and deeply apprehensive, and one could ascertain just how many skills and abilities he possessed now. What was even more terrifying was not the present, but the future. The stronger he became, the stronger his adversaries would grow, and the abilities he acquired would only amplify. Shiliew could hardly fathom the extent of his potential growth. Chapter 20. A difficult choice. Gazing at the young man before him, Shiliew suddenly regretted his earlier decision. He should not have made an enemy of someone like this. However, the events had transpired, and regret was futile in the face of such a formidable opponent. There were only 2 courses of action. Either cultivate a positive relationship with him or eliminate him before he could rise to power, thus eradicating future threats. Clearly, at this moment, Shiliew had lost all avenues for negotiation. He had irrevocably offended Katie, and any hope of reconciliation was nearly impossible. His only choice was to eliminate her on the spot. With this thought, Shiliew's gaze hardened. radiating an unfathomable killing intent that sliced through Katie's skin like a razor's edge. "It seems I cannot spare you," he declared, before launching himself into a relentless assault. Unlike his prior swordplay, this was a frenzied onslaught, an unrestrained expression of his might. Faced with Shiliew in this wild state, Katie felt an overwhelming weight upon her. The series of collisions left her with no respite. The persistent pain radiating from her hands was a torment, each impact deepening the agony, and she could scarcely ascertain how much longer she could endure. When Shiliew became serious, his strength was undeniable. In a direct confrontation, Katie truly found herself outmatched. "Well, what do you think of that young man, little Barrett?" "Not much. Merely a slightly sturdier insect," Barrett replied, his disdain evident in his tone as he responded to Ryder's inquiry. "Oh, I beg to differ. From the beginning until now, though he has been at a disadvantage, he displays no signs of panic. Perhaps this young man could indeed bring about a miracle." "Humph. Merely an unrealistic fantasy. Miracles are always reserved for the prepared. If anyone could create them at will, this world would have no reason to exist as a realist." Barrett was steadfast in his belief in the tangible and the practical, never swayed by nebulous concepts. Whether or not a miracle can be created remains to be seen. After all, they had been together for decades. Ryder was well aware of Barrett's temperament. An amount of discussion would alter his perspective. "What's wrong? Can't handle it. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come on, keep it up." Katie was employing her master-level observation Hawkeye to its fullest, perceiving everything around her, the fluctuations in space, the trajectory of the sword energy. In Shiliew's movements, her armament Hawkeye was primed and ready, prepared to withstand Shiliew's attacks at any moment. The battlefield had expanded to encompass the entire 6th underground level, awaiting an error from Shiliew. Katie could do nothing but evade, simultaneously extracting abilities from the prisoner she encountered. Ding, burn fruit ability detected. Would you like to copy and extract? Ding, sand fruit ability detected. Would you like to copy and extract? The sudden voices echoing in her mind rendered Katie momentarily dazed, her eyes involuntarily drawn to the prisons flanking her. In the next instant, a young man with an exposed upper body came into view. His skin marred with shocking scars, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Port Gas D.Ace, the son of Roger, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luffy's sworn brother, and undoubtedly one of Katie's favorite characters from her past life. On the other side stood another figure. Though lacking Ace's renown, his strength was equally formidable. A user of the sand fruit, former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, a man who had once challenged Whitebeard in that moment. Katie faced an arduous choice. Both the burn fruit and the sand fruit were exceptionally powerful Logia-type abilities, rendering them nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, as without Hawkeye. One could inflict no damage upon Logia users. Previously, Katie had encountered other devil fruit abilities, but had chosen not to select them, as they were not what she desired. While the system could assist her in mitigating the drawbacks of possessing a devil fruit, it required an exorbitant number of exchange points, an expense far beyond her current means. Yet these two options before her were different. She would refuse neither, and reality was cruelly coincidental, forcing her to choose one while forsaking the other. What was even more distressing was the lack of time for hesitation. Should she leave this place, the system's abilities would vanish, and she would be unable to claim either option. System, I choose the burn fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Katie ultimately provided her answer. The reason for her selection of the magma fruit was that the exchange price for it within the system significantly surpassed that of the sand fruit, indeed by a considerable margin. Not only that, the price of the magma fruit exceeded that of the vast majority of Logia-type devil fruits, including the magma fruit wielded by Admiral Akainu. This choice stemmed entirely from Katie's trust in the system. Undoubtedly, since the system rendered such a judgment, there must be a rationale behind it. Although many believed that the magma fruit was inferior to the magma fruit, Katie held the conviction that this was merely because Ace had yet to fully develop the capabilities of the magma fruit. Fire, as the most primitive, ferocious, and direct form of energy, possessed destructive power of catastrophic proportions, with temperatures soaring into the thousands, making it one of the most terrifying entities even in the world of pirates. Even Kaido might not emerge unscathed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level LV-10 magma fruit abilities. The system's voice resonated in her mind, accompanied by a powerful warmth far exceeding what she had previously experienced. Simultaneously, Katie noticed that while she had also acquired master-level LV-10 abilities from Ace, the system did not issue any special reminders this time. This indicated that Ace's mastery of the fruit's abilities merely reached the pinnacle of master level, without further breakthroughs. This, in turn, underscored Katie's judgment that the true power of the magma fruit had yet to be fully revealed. Perhaps when she ascended to the next level, its true splendor would manifest. Once everything settled, Katie sensed an enigmatic transformation within her body, faintly aware of a unique and potent force lying dormant within her, ready to be unleashed at the slightest thought, suppressing the urge to experiment immediately. This unexpected boon could serve as another trump card against Shiliew, and if used appropriately, it might yield unforeseen results, thus must not be revealed lightly. Chapter 21. Victory Ace, the one fighting Shiliew. Could he possibly be your brother? Jinbei's eyes were fixed intently on Katie as she battled Shiliew, unable to fathom how anyone could breach this place to know, he is not my brother. Ace was well aware of Luffy's nature. That fool had no skill in swordsmanship and could not possibly wield haki. Had he come to be known as Katie, the name that had spread throughout the 6th level of the underworld thanks to Magellan, leaving everyone with a lasting impression, observing Katie at a disadvantage. Ace felt a surge of anxiety. Armed with haki, Katie's strength was evidently superior to Luffy's and even rivaled his own. Yet, despite possessing such prowess, she still found herself in a life-or-death crisis. What then was Luffy's current predicament? Even at this juncture, Ace remained concerned for Luffy's safety. Having such a brother was indeed a source of worry. He was foolish enough to risk his life to storm into Impel down to rescue him. On the other side, having acquired the abilities of the magma fruit, Katie's mindset shifted. She no longer needed to wait. She could leverage the Logia-type fruit's immunity to physical attacks to create opportunities. Everything occurring with Katie was unbeknownst to Shiliew, who was relentlessly attacking, desperately suppressing Katie's space for survival. It was not that Shiliew wished to prolong the battle. Rather, Katie's resistance had exceeded his expectations. Despite being continually forced back with each clash, she persisted, refusing to fall. Shiliew. The roar of fury echoed throughout the 6th level of the underworld, reminiscent of a lone wolf's final howl. Upon hearing this, many instinctively shook their heads and sighed, sensing the desperation in Katie's voice. Clearly, she was preparing to make one last stand. Though this outcome had long been anticipated, the reality of it unfolding still left people disheartened. Once again, the opportunity to escape slipped away, and who knew if another chance would ever come? Shiliew found himself contemplating similarly. Katie's endurance had already surpassed his expectations, as he had predicted she would have succumbed to his blade long ago. To have held on until now was remarkable enough. Continuing to do so would be illogical. Nevertheless, Shiliew remained vigilant, utilizing his observation haki to scrutinize every movement of Katie. The abilities this young woman possessed were too peculiar to be disregarded. The familiar motions re-emerged from Katie, and just by observing her initial stance, Shiliew understood her intentions. Without a doubt, she was preparing to execute her strongest skill, the severance. Did she really intend to employ the same technique once more? Hoping to defeat him with his own skill, did she truly believe that the same move would yield results a second time? Do not presume that everyone is as foolish as you. If that is the case, then allow me to show you what true severance is. As he spoke, Shiliew assumed an identical posture to Katie's, their subsequent movements synchronizing remarkably. If one were to overlook their physical differences, it would appear as though they were gazing into a mirror, with their distances rapidly closing. In this moment, Katie's eyes brimmed with determination, and all her remaining strength erupted at once as she unleashed her final strike. Severance, severance. As their silhouettes nearly overlapped, they finally unleashed their attacks. In an instant, a brilliance enveloped the center of the battlefield, radiating an aura of destruction comparable to a natural disaster within a radius of several hundred meters. The tumultuous sword energy wreaked havoc on everything around, and even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the overwhelming fluctuations, as if that attack's name sought to sever the world itself. All eyes were fixated on the center of the battlefield. Even though many had already formed their conjectures, The lack of first-hand experience left them with a sense of anticipation. What if Shiriew were to be defeated? Though this was merely a possibility, perhaps one in a million, there lingered a glimmer of hope. How? How is this possible? Who are you? Who are you? Before the crowd could discern the outcome of the battle, a voice filled with panic rang out, and to their astonishment, the voice belonged to Shiriew, not Katie. In an instant, the crowd became unsettled. It seemed that the improbable possibility had indeed materialized, for how else could Shiriew's voice be so frantic? With wide eyes, they strained to see what had transpired within the smoke. Even the previously dismissive Barrett could not help but look on. Could a miracle truly have occurred? Amidst everyone's gaze, a figure burst forth from the billowing smoke, racing away without pause, displaying a frantic demeanor akin to one who had encountered a ghost. That had to be Shiriew, without a doubt. Though they recognized the figure, disbelief clouded their minds. They could not fathom that Shiriew would react in such a manner. What had transpired in that brief moment that would cause such a drastic change in him, who had previously held the upper hand? The stark contrast left them struggling to accept. Furthermore, keen observers noted a nearly 1-meter-long wound on Shiriew's chest. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably, a wound that could surely prove fatal. Undoubtedly, the instigator of all this chaos was the young man named Katie. Yet they could not comprehend how Katie, who had been at a significant disadvantage, had managed to not only defeat Shiriew, but also frighten him to such an extent. As the crowd's attention remained fixated, the swirling dust gradually began to settle, revealing Katie once more. However, to everyone's disappointment, no matter how they scrutinized her, there was not a single clue to be gleaned. Her slightly refined features did not betray her identity as a pirate. Instead, she resembled the scion of a noble family. Her pallid complexion lent her an air of fragility, and she appeared no different from before, leaving the onlookers unable to fathom how this individual could have sent the deranged Shiriew fleeing. "Hey, Katie, hurry up and let me out. I can be your subordinate." However, while the onlookers were perplexed about the events that transpired, one thing was certain. Shiriew had been vanquished. This signified that, for the foreseeable future, no one could impede Katie. During this period, he was akin to a deity in this realm, the singular god. Whenever he desired, he could bestow upon anyone the freedom they yearned for. Upon realizing this, the crowd could not remain composed, making various pledges in hopes of garnering Katie's favor. Chapter 22. The formation of an alliance. Yet, amidst the tumult of the outside world, Katie stood still as a statue, unmoving. This stillness was not due to a lack of desire to act, but rather because his body was unwilling. Though the battle with Shiriew had concluded, Katie's physique was left significantly drained. His ultimate victory did not stem from the sheer force of his attacks, but rather from the capabilities bestowed by the Mera Nomi. The immunity of Logia-type fruits to physical assaults allowed Katie to evade Shiriew's strikes unscathed. Utilizing his Kinbunchika haki, he anticipated Shiriew's attack trajectory, transforming into an elemental form just before being struck, successfully dodging the blow. Conversely, Shiriew was momentarily disoriented by Katie's sudden transformation, leaving him unable to evade Katie's counterstrike, with the dual enhancements of his tearing and Busashoka haki. A fissure was torn through Shiriew's defenses, resulting in a grievous wound from Katie's razor-sharp sword aura. It was the stark realization of Katie's anomaly that prompted Shiriew's exclamation. Despite being aware of Katie's ability to acquire powers from others, he could scarcely fathom that this included the abilities conferred by devil fruits. This was an inconceivable notion for him. After all, devil fruits were treasures of the sea, each one a unique and rare gem. The fact that Katie could unrestrictedly obtain such powers, particularly a formidable Logia type, was almost surreal. Had it not been for the persistent pain in his chest reminding him of his injuries, he might have doubted the reality of the situation, questioning how such an extraordinary event could occur. Realizing the gravity of this revelation, Shiriew decisively chose to retreat. Setting aside his severe injuries, simply possessing the Mera Nomi made Katie an equal match, as the Logia abilities significantly mitigated Shiriew's offensive capacity. Were he in peak condition, he might have felt unperturbed, but under the current circumstances, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. I am Magellan. Is there something you need? Magellan, who was searching for the reason behind Luffy's disappearance on the 5th underground level, impatiently answered the Den Mushi. However, the news that reached him was so shocking it left him momentarily stunned, akin to a bomb detonating within his mind, rendering him unable to accept it. What did you say? Shiliew has been defeated. Despite his subordinates' repeated assurances, Magellan was reluctant to believe it. Although he harbored a disdain for Shiliew, he acknowledged his strength. The reason he was able to capture Shiliew was due to the geographical advantages of Impel Down. His abilities were particularly suited for confined spaces, allowing the effects of the Doku no Mi to reach their zenith. In Impel Down, in combat with him, anyone would be at a disadvantage, including Shiliew. If faced in the open, even if he could overpower Shiliew, capturing him would be impossible. If Shiliew chose to flee, there would be no means to restrain him. Yet now, Shiliew had been defeated, and by Katie, another swordsman. This was beyond his imagination. In an instant, Magellan's assessment of Katie shifted dramatically, elevating him to a status equal to his own. Without hesitation, Magellan vanished, heading straight for the 6th underground level. He was acutely aware that he had no time to waste. Any individual emerging from the 6th level would pose a significant threat, and in comparison, the reason behind Luffy's disappearance paled in significance. The 6th underground level was now in a state of chaos. Should Katie decide to act, no one would be able to stop him. Who knew what reckless actions he might undertake? Although his intentions for breaking free remained unclear. The 6th underground level was the ultimate boundary of Impel Down, and it was evident that his sights were set there. With this thought, a profoundly ominous premonition began to stir within Magellan's mind. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, Katie was finally able to move freely. Ignoring the pleas of the crowd, he made his way directly to the cell where Barrett and Ryder were imprisoned. Having triumphed over Shiliew, he felt he had now earned the right to engage them as equals. How about it? Am I now worthy of an alliance with you? Though he addressed both men, his gaze lingered predominantly on Barrett. Katie had not forgotten Barrett's earlier proclamation that he would ally with him upon his victory over Shiliew. Now that he had successfully defeated Shiliew, it was time for Barrett to honor his promise. Faced with Katie's inquiry, Barrett fell silent, his expression complex as he regarded Katie. His earlier statement had been made in a fit of frustration toward Shiliew, and he had never truly believed that Katie could defeat him. Ironically, the very result he had deemed impossible now lay before him. Powerless to refute this, he acknowledged that victory was victory, regardless of how it had been achieved. While he possessed the capacity for such magnanimity, he felt a sense of embarrassment at the prospect of simply acquiescing to Katie's request, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Katie, if Barrett does not agree, then I shall. After decades of confinement, I indeed require a friend to guide me. Otherwise, I might not even find my way home. As Katie awaited Barrett's response, Ryder unexpectedly gave a firm affirmation. Surprised, Katie gazed at Ryder in the cell, never anticipating that he would be the first to relent. Katie had initially planned for Barrett to yield first, then to persuade Ryder through coercion, yet the unfolding events defied his expectations. Not only was Katie taken aback by Ryder's unexpected compliance, but Barrett also exhibited an expression of astonishment. The once aloof and proud Ryder had chosen to propose an alliance. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Thoughts raced through Barrett's mind before his expression solidified with determination. Kid, I keep my word. Since you have bested Shiliew, I shall accept your proposal and ally with you. The moment Barrett spoke, the system's notification echoed in Katie's mind. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed in an instant. Katie was overwhelmed by a cascade of unexpected joys, never anticipating such a smooth progression, that he had braced himself for a lengthy discourse, and even prepared for rejection. Yet one by one, they had consented without requiring further persuasion. Excellent. In that case, we shall be allies from now on. I will release you immediately. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, the dark hue of Busashoka Haki enveloping it as he aimed at the adjacent cell. Crack! Crack! The restraints binding Barrett and Ryder shattered in that moment, freeing them from their confinement. Chapter 23. The consumption of the fruit. Ah, the sensation of freedom is truly delightful. Breathing in the air beyond the cell. Both Ryder and Barrett felt elated. After decades, they had finally escaped the shackles of imprisonment, a feeling beyond compare. Release me, and I too shall join your alliance. On the other side, upon witnessing Katie liberate Barrett and Ryder, the other prisoners could no longer remain composed, straining to capture Katie's attention. In response, both Ryder and Barrett merely observed quietly, having no intention of intervening. They were solitary figures, indifferent to the fates of the others, curious to see what Katie would do. They were intrigued by the young man's motives for coming to this place. If his sole aim was to augment his strength, he would have undoubtedly released more prisoners. However, based on their observations, it seemed Katie harbored no such intentions, leaving them puzzled. Apologies, everyone, but you're not my targets. Barrett, please clear the noise. It's too loud. Regarding destruction, Barrett never shies away in the next moment. A terrifying aura once again descended, more violent and rampant than before, akin to a hellish battleground, enveloping nearly half of the 6th underground level with Barrett at its center, instantly rendering the world around him eerily quiet. His gaze shifted to Katie, and it was only at this moment that a glimmer of acknowledgement flickered in Barrett's eyes. This time, he did not deliberately avoid Katie. He too was within the reach of his own conqueror's haki. At such close proximity, the pressure Katie experienced far surpassed that of others, yet he showed no signs of discomfort. Through this trial, Barrett had begrudgingly accepted Katie as an ally. Tyong, a youthful voice suddenly emerged, as a furry head popped out from Ryder's shoulder. This is my companion, Tyong, a Zoan-type mythical beast, the raccoon fruit. Of course, it is a raccoon itself, but has learned the language of humans. However, Ryder's words did not reach Katie's ears, as all his attention was focused on the hand of Tyong. In its grasp was a purple fruit adorned with black patterns. Without a doubt, it was a genuine devil fruit. This was Katie's first encounter with the real thing. Although he was now a devil fruit user himself, his abilities had been replicated by the system, and he had never before laid eyes on this treasure of the sea, if his guess was correct. This fruit was likely the bat fruit, another Zoan-type mythical beast. The possessor could enhance their state by consuming the blood of others, rendering them ageless and eternally youthful at their peak. It could be said that Ryder desperately needed this fruit. As someone from the same era as Whitebeard and Roger, his physical condition had undoubtedly declined over time. He was no longer in his prime, and this fruit could swiftly restore him to, or even surpass, his former glory. What astonished Katie was not merely the presence of the devil fruit, but the fact that a prisoner confined to the 6th underground level had been harboring one all along. Who would believe such a tale? No wonder Ryder could escape amidst the chaos created by Blackbeard. The fruit was likely the key to his escape, and even without Katie's assistance, Ryder could have managed it on his own. Under the watchful eyes of Katie and Barrett, Ryder consumed the entire devil fruit bite by bite, his calm expression revealing no hint of emotion. This taste is truly repulsive. Then why finish it all? A devil fruit is only meant to be consumed in a single bite. Are you a fool? In response to Ryder's assessment, Barrett was left speechless, never anticipating that the renowned lone wolf, the Red, would turn out to be such a slow-witted imbecile that in that moment, Barrett regretted forming an alliance with such a fool. But so what? No matter how awful it tastes, it is still food, just a tad inferior to the rations in Impel down. Nothing one cannot swallow. Faced with Ryder's retort, Barrett fell silent. As prisoners in Impel down, they could hardly expect decent nourishment, often subsisting on expired leftovers. In comparison, the devil fruit was at least fresh. So, what exactly is your aim? Katie? Changing the subject, Ryder directed his inquiry at Katie, still unclear about his true intentions. That it was hard to believe that he sought an alliance with him and Barrett for mere convenience. While the two possessed considerable strength, they were not invincible. Many others outside would be willing to ally with Katie, making his risky venture here seem unnecessary. Barrett shared this curiosity. From the moment Katie appeared, they had been observing him, yet could glean nothing of his intentions. Reluctantly, they had to ask him directly to aim. Katie did not respond immediately. His initial purpose had been simple, to keep Ace alive. However, with the system's involvement, his goals had gradually evolved, and now he was unsure of what he truly sought. Yet, this question did not perplex Katie for long. As a moment later, clarity emerged in his mind. You must have heard about the recent turmoil at sea. The Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of a full-scale war with the Navy. The sea is on the verge of chaos, and I intend to take part that if you two are willing. I would naturally hope for your assistance. Of course, if you prefer not to engage, that is also acceptable. First, tell us your plans. Without agreeing or refusing, they had somewhat anticipated Katie's response. The entire world was watching the impending clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. So Katie's desire to participate was hardly shocking. My plans are. He murmured lowly, sharing the gist of his intentions with the two. These are the specifics. The rest will depend on the circumstances. Once Katie finished speaking, Ryder and Barrett stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what had just been revealed. Everything Katie had said was profoundly shocking, shattering their preconceived notions of him. He was a reckless individual. Regardless of whether his plan succeeded or failed, the Navy's reputation would undoubtedly suffer greatly, with his life the price of failure. Yet, Katie's face bore no trace of fear, as if he had never contemplated the consequences of failure. Chapter 24. Magellan emerges. Ha ha ha. How interesting, truly interesting, to encounter such thrilling events right upon my arrival. Since I am here, I cannot miss out. Count me in your plans. Upon hearing Katie's words, Barrett's heart, dormant for decades, began to race once again, the heat of his blood surging dramatically, revealing the essence of the berserker within him. Since little Barrett has agreed, I cannot fall behind either. It has been too long since I last saw those old friends. It's high time I paid them a visit, lest this world forget me. Ryder was equally unwilling to lag behind. They were both warriors at heart, otherwise Barrett would not have single-handedly confronted the Navy's Demon Slayer order. Nor would Ryder have dared to challenge the former fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong. Faced with Katie's proposal, they had no reason to refuse. However, before Katie could celebrate, a rapidly moving target suddenly appeared within his observation range. The very aura emanating from it commanded attention. Katie. The voice arrived before its owner, a roar laced with boundless, murderous intent. Before anyone could alert him, Katie already recognized the voice's owner, Magellan, the current warden of Impel Down, and the user of the poison fruit. In the next instant, a terrifying presence descended, and before his eyes lay a sea of purple venom, corroding the very ground beneath into a series of pits. Calmly observing Magellan from a distance, Katie felt no need to flee as he had previously. Ryder and Barrett stood resolutely beside him. Either one of them would be more than a match for Magellan, let alone the two of them together. Furthermore, even without their presence, Katie felt confident in facing him. The most fearsome aspect of Magellan was his devil fruit ability. Stripped of that, he was merely a formidable force within the Navy. Until now, Katie had been unable to contend with him. Yet with the powers of the flame fruit now at his disposal, everything had changed. In the face of his formidable flames, Magellan's venom would be rendered ineffective. And, if necessary, Katie could utilize elemental transformation to immunize himself against the toxins. While he might not be able to defeat Magellan, he was certain he could evade capture. Hey, don't look at me like that. This is merely our first meeting. Don't make it seem like something's amiss. Faced with Katie's mockery, Magellan, already simmering with rage, found his fury intensifying to the point where he wished he could rend Katie asunder. However, his anger was tempered by reason. He was acutely aware of the two individuals standing beside her, one a crew member of the Pirate King, and the other a formidable legendary pirate, renowned alongside figures such as Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion. Upon catching sight of them, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew all too well the caliber of their strength, and it was apparent that they had allied with Katie. Taking them on single-handedly was a daunting prospect, if not outright impossible. Magellan understood his current mission, to stall the three before him. Defeating them seemed improbable, as even Katie alone could easily best Shiliew. The other two would undoubtedly prove even stronger. The Navy headquarters would soon dispatch personnel to retrieve Ace. If he could just hold out until then, combined with the Navy's might, there was a chance to subdue the trio before him. Yet, the next words spoken by Katie shattered all of Magellan's plans like fragile glass. Katie, you go ahead and do what you must. We shall handle things here. It's been years since I've had a good fight. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my muscles. N01 is permitted to leave. Without waiting for Katie to respond, Magellan launched his assault, unleashing torrents of purple venom that surged like monstrous waves toward the trio. He could not allow Katie to take any actions. The mere presence of the two before him was already a significant headache, and allowing them to unleash more monstrosities would likely turn Impel down upside down. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Rock shield. The moment Barrett uttered those words, the ground beneath him trembled as if animated, rising to form a barrier that absorbed all the poisonous liquid. Barrett, having consumed the combined devil fruit, stood unafraid of Magellan, utilizing the surrounding walls to shield against the venom's onslaught. Go on. There's no need for you to be here. All right, wait for my signal, and we will strike together. Nodding, Katie turned to depart. There was indeed no necessity for her to linger, as more pressing matters awaited her attention. Time was of the essence. After a few swift turns, Katie exited the combat zone. Despite Magellan's continued bellowing behind her, he could not breach the defenses erected by Barrett and Ryder. Having distanced herself from the battlefield, Katie made her way straight to the location where Ace was imprisoned. From the moment she allied with Barrett and Ryder, the system had issued her a new mission. The task was simple: rescue Ace. Though the mission comprised merely 4 words, the rewards were substantial: 300,000 exchange points and 20 skill points. That it could be said that this was the simplest task Katie had encountered thus far, devoid of any challenge. Yet the ramifications of its completion were monumental. As the central figure of the entire ordeal, Ace's existence held paramount importance. If she were to free him now, the Marineford War could very well reach its conclusion, as Ace's liberation would negate Whitebeard's need for further conflict. While such an outcome was acceptable, successfully completing the system's final task while rescuing both Ace and Whitebeard, it would, conversely, deprive her of a swift opportunity to enhance her own strength. The Marineford War, being the most grandiose battle in the pirate world, featured no weak participants. Every member of the Navy was a high-ranking officer, and among Whitebeard's crew, there was no shortage of formidable captains. Consequently, Katie conceived a plan that could be regarded as a win-win solution: to substitute herself for Ace at the Marine headquarters. Once this idea took root, it became impossible to suppress. Despite the significant risks associated with such a course of action, Katie felt it was far from impossible, with a substantial chance of success. Before long, she stood before the cell that housed Ace. Perhaps sensing the commotion, Ace lifted his gaze toward the outside just as Katie was assessing him from within. Their eyes met, each reflecting the other's image. Ace, do you wish to leave this place? Chapter 25. An agreement, a thunderclap resonated in Ace's mind. He could scarcely believe that Katie's opening words would be this: that he yearned to leave, desperately longing for freedom. Since the moment he stepped into this place, he had yearned for escape. However, this was not just any location. It was the world's most infamous prison, Impel Down. Even if his father were to come in person, it was no guarantee he could be rescued. In fact, Ace did not wish for his father to appear. The reason he was still alive was to lure his father out, and Ace did not want to put his father in danger because of his own predicament. Are you willing to rescue me? Ace did not realize that his voice trembled, as the surprise was too overwhelming for him to process. Prior to this, Ace had entertained thoughts of pleading with Katie, yet he had observed her dismissive attitude towards the pleas of others, causing him to abandon the notion. Who would have thought that just as he chose to give up, Katie would approach him instead? This unexpected turn of events left him astounded. I am willing to let you go, but you must agree to some conditions. In response to Katie's answer, Ace's initial excitement waned, replaced by a sense of calm. Indeed, one does not receive gifts from the heavens. A person with no ties to him would not simply come to his aid. If you intend to harm my father or the Whitebeard pirates, then there is no need to say anything further. I shall not agree to anything. In that instant, Ace instinctively regarded Katie as a potential threat to his father's position, rejecting him outright without even inquiring further. Mr. Ace, I've yet to specify what it is I want you to agree to. Why do you assume I would act against Whitebeard? Perhaps I am even your ally. Katie, feeling exasperated, found it disheartening that Ace would so readily dismiss him without any inquiry. Katie, what exactly do you want Ace to agree to? This time, it was Jinbei who spoke, having kept a vigilant eye on Katie since his arrival. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, it's quite simple. After I release him, he must not reveal his whereabouts or allow anyone to recognize him, for I will be taking his place here. What nonsense! Katie's nonchalant tone lacked any persuasive weight, leading both Ace and Jinbei to believe he was joking. I speak the truth. I am not jesting. His tone remained indifferent, yet his eyes were clear and sincere. Why? Why go to such lengths? Ace struggled to comprehend. He did not know this young man standing before him, and could not fathom why he would engage in such risky behavior. There was no necessity for it. Setting aside the challenge of impersonating him, the dangers he would face could be utterly despairing. What awaited him was not a gentle refuge, but rather public execution, because I promised Luffy that I would rescue you. Ace was momentarily taken aback. He never expected the reason to stem from Luffy. Hearing Luffy's name warmed his heart. That I.S. Luffy, all right. Despite his dire circumstances, Ace couldn't help but worry for Luffy till he is fine. Although he suffered a severe beating from Magellan, he has already found a way to detoxify and will awaken soon. Only upon hearing this did Ace feel a measure of relief. As long as Luffy was safe, that was what mattered. Then why not just release me directly? Wouldn't that resolve everything? Even so, Ace remained puzzled as to why Katie would choose to impersonate him when there were evidently safer alternatives. Because I want to witness the arrival of war. Why? What benefit does war bring you? The moment Katie finished speaking, Jinbei interjected with a question. Clearly, he could not comprehend Katie's reasoning, as war brought nothing but disaster and destruction. As a pirate, does one truly need a reason to instigate war? In the face of their inquiries, Katie provided an irrefutable rationale. At this juncture, he could only say this, for the existence of the system could never be revealed. However, this offhand rationale proved surprisingly effective. As a pirate, one did not require justification for waging war, much like how one does not need a reason for liking someone. You are exploiting my father, taking advantage of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Katie's explanation, the most vehement response came unexpectedly from Jinbei, the Sea Knight and one of the 7 warlords of the S.E.A. fishmen. He had witnessed far too much suffering wrought by war. It was precisely for this reason that he ardently opposed the impending conflict, which ultimately led to his capture by the Navy and confinement here. Thus, when he heard Katie's rationale, his reaction was the most intense. In contrast, Ace's response appeared markedly more composed. He recalled his own beginnings, when he feared neither heaven nor earth, even audaciously challenging Whitebeard. Thus he could empathize with Katie's perspective. Katie chuckled, amused by Jinbei's words. Utilizing? Jinbei, do you truly believe I am exploiting Whitebeard? Is that not the case? Jinbei felt a surge of anger at Katie's obliviousness. Very well. Allow me to pose a question that if not for me, would this war not have erupted? Before Jinbei could respond, Katie pressed on, do you genuinely think Ace would have survived without my intervention? Do you believe Whitebeard would have lived? I have heard a prophetess named Madame Charlie on Fishman Island. I doubt she has not foreseen what is to come. You should know the outcome better than I. Otherwise, you would not find yourself here. In comparison to Whitebeard, is my own situation not more perilous? Tell me, in what manner have I exploited Whitebeard? Jinbei, is he speaking the truth? Did that Madame Charlie truly foretell for father? What was the outcome? Speak quickly. Upon hearing Katie's words, Ace could no longer maintain his composure. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard, he had been ready to confront any situation. The one thing he could not abide was his family suffering because of him. Facing Ace's inquiry, Jinbei fell silent. He was uncertain how to answer, as the truth aligned with Katie's assertions, which was precisely why he vehemently opposed this war. Katie, whatever you ask of me, I will comply. I implore you. Grant me my freedom. That moment, Ace was consumed by an unquenchable fury. Jinbei's silence spoke volumes. He would never permit such a situation to unfold. In 01, not even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, nor the Navy headquarters could lay a hand on father. Resolute, Ace pleaded with Katie to release him. He yearned to fight and uphold the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates, his once dormant heart igniting once more. Chapter 26. The birth of the Fire Fist. With a slight smile, Katie, having anticipated Ace's agreement, felt a wave of relief wash over him once Ace nodded in affirmation. In that case, I grant you your freedom. With a swift motion, he severed all bonds that restrained Ace. Regardless, I thank you sincerely. Embracing the long-lost sensation of freedom, Ace expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Katie that a plume of flame began to rise from his fist. As he finally regained the ability to use his powers, free from the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, by the way, There's another matter I require your assistance with. Katie had not forgotten the trouble posed by Magellan. What is it? Speak freely. Having chosen to trust Katie, Ace did not hesitate to comply with his request. However, he added, could you also release Jinbei? He is concerned for father. Glancing at Jinbei, Ace could not help but advocate for him to Katie. Let us hold off for now. He cannot be released just yet, or my disguise may be uncovered. It would be best to wait until your brother arrives to rescue him. Very well, with Katie's response. Ace reluctantly acquiesced, but felt reassured by the prospect of his own freedom. Let us proceed. It is time to deal with the nuisance that is Magellan. With that, Katie led Ace away. However, the path Katie took back was entirely different from the one he had traversed to arrive. From a high vantage point, one would observe that Katie had comprehensively explored the entirety of the 6th underground level. When he returned to the battlefield's edge, the personal ability panel on the system interface had undergone a dramatic transformation. Both the Conquerors and the Observation Hawkeye had reached Master Level 10. In addition to several formidable skills acquired along the way, he had obtained Jinbei's Master Level Fishman Karate, the Hero's Spear from the giant Saint Juan Wolf, and the Frenzy skill from Bacchus Chode. All 3 skills had achieved Master Level 10. Furthermore, he had acquired a supplementary skill named Mechanical Engineering. The acquisition of these 3 skills compensated for Katie's shortcomings in close combat capabilities. As Jinbei's signature technique, the prowess of Fishman Karate was indisputable. The remaining 2 skills were equally formidable. The Hero's Spear could only be wielded by the mightiest warriors of the giant race and boasted unimaginable destructive power. The first to unleash this skill was a giant named Helding, who used it to send flying one of the Don Quixote family's ability users. Yet, what truly piqued Katie's interest was the last skill, Frenzy. According to the system's description, once activated, this skill would temporarily double one's power, albeit with significant drawbacks and a limited duration. Nevertheless, it was a rare life-saving skill. However, what troubled Katie was that most of these skills were derived from individuals who would later join the Blackbeard pirates, including Observation Hawkeye. Katie even entertained the notion of resolving matters with them here and now. Alas, time was not on his side, and he lacked confidence in swiftly dealing with them. Thus, he regrettably decided to let them go. Strike now. Finish him with a single blow. Refocusing his thoughts, Katie signaled the onset of his assault, the sharpness of his blade slicing through the air, the cold edge emanating a chilling glint. Boundary break. There was no mercy to be found. Katie unleashed his most potent swordsmanship skill. This moment, Magellan was far from the figure he had been when Katie departed. The venom enveloping his body was no longer the typical purple hue, but an eerie crimson red. Even the massive stone wall controlled by Barrett could not provide complete protection. Clearly, under the combined onslaught of Ryder and Barrett, Magellan felt the pressure mounting and had resorted to his ultimate state, the Titan of Poison. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. A sudden heat enveloped Ace, who had been standing nearby, completely engulfed by flames. The towering inferno drew the attention of all in an instant, the colossal fireball resembling the sun, radiating devastating heat. Ace, standing at the center of the flames, resembled a god of fire, ruling over all. The sudden turn of events was felt by the 3 combatants in an instant, before they could fully grasp Ace's arrival. Magellan found himself facing an unprecedented predicament. As Katie and Ace unleashed their power, Barrett and Ryder, engaged in direct combat, similarly erupted with destructive force, delivering 4 simultaneous attacks that left him nowhere to evade, forcing him to confront them head-on. Poison Domain. Crimson venom erupted violently, as Magellan summoned his abilities to their zenith, conjuring a sea of poison for defense. The extreme calm was followed by absolute chaos. Fire, venom, massive stones, and sword energy erupted upon contact, the shockwaves of the attacks engulfing the entire 6th underground level, even impacting the upper levels, causing the entire Impel down to tremble. Katie and his companions were propelled back by the force of the explosion. Time stretched endlessly before calmness returned, revealing a massive crater before them. Katie was unable to locate Magellan immediately. What now? Should we eliminate him on the spot? Barrett proposed, gazing at Magellan, who lay unconscious amidst the rubble. Let him live for now. We will need his identity later, and this place requires his presence. They exchanged glances, yet no one voiced dissent. They harbored little animosity toward Magellan. He was merely the warden here, not the one who had imprisoned them. Then we shall spare him, but he must experience the life of a prisoner. Despite deciding not to kill him, they could not simply leave him be. Barrett fetched a pair of sea-prism stone handcuffs to restrain him and further bound him with chains, clearly feeling a tinge of regret at not being able to dispose of Magellan. All right, Ace, this matter is settled. You are now completely free. Do as you wish, but remember our agreement. Do not reveal your identity, not even to Luffy. If you seek out Whitebeard, let him be the only one to know. Understood? Magellan has been subdued, and with that, there should be no issues advancing to the next stage. Ace is more than capable of departing. His gaze fixated intently on Katie, he found himself unable to regain his composure. This moment had been anticipated for far too long, and now that it had arrived, Ace discovered he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Observing Ace's silence, Katie could vaguely discern his thoughts. Ace, if you're uncertain about your next steps, I suggest you promptly return to the Whitebeard pirates. BY now. They should have reached these waters. Inform Whitebeard of the situation here. He is unaware of what has transpired. Relay my plans to him, enabling him to adjust the battle strategy in order to minimize casualties. Chapter 27. Target Mr. 2, are you not afraid we will abandon you? Ace was genuinely perplexed by Katie's unwavering trust. Throughout this ordeal, she had never doubted that he would leave her behind to flee. Of course not. I believe you are not that kind of person, and I have the same faith in Whitebeard. Gazing at the cheerful smile upon Katie's face, Ace found himself unable to counter her assertion. Take care. Then I must leave. With that, Ace lingered no longer and turned to depart. Neither Ryder nor Barrett intended to intervene in Katie's decision. This was her own matter, and they were merely allies, not partners, unfit to meddle. Let us be off. It is time to proceed to the next phase. Carrying the unconscious Magellan, the two followed Katie to their next destination. How could he be so powerful? Fortunately, we refrained from engaging earlier. Otherwise, the outcome might have been quite different. Through the video snail, Ivanov, situated on the 5th sublevel, witnessed the battle between Katie and Shiliew. Contrary to expectations of Katie's demise, she had not only survived, but had bizarrely triumphed over Shiliew. Even though time had elapsed, she could scarcely believe this reality. When Katie had arrived previously, she had not sensed any overwhelming aura from her. Indeed, we had even prepared for a hasty retreat, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. The astonishment of Scissors Man was equally palpable, having experienced the terror of the 6th sublevel. He understood well that ordinary individuals would not only struggle to fight there, but would find the very atmosphere suffocatingly despairing. I wonder how the situation stands now. Magellan should have arrived by now. Ivanov and Scissors Man were oblivious to the subsequent developments. Numerous video snails have been destroyed due to the clash between Katie and Shiliew, especially the final collision that reverberated throughout the entire 6th sublevel. Thus, neither Ivanov nor the control center of Impel Down knew what had transpired afterward. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, and before Ivanov could respond, the door swung open. Long time no see. Ivanov. The familiar voice, accompanied by a recognizable face, left Ivanov and Scissors Man momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Katie would appear, especially not at this moment when she ought to be on the 6th sublevel. However, their astonishment was merely the beginning, as figures began to emerge behind Katie. With each new arrival, Ivanov's eyes widened further until it seemed they might pop from their sockets. The illustrious Redfield, the Devil's offspring Barrett, and the mightiest man of Impel Down, Magellan. Each moniker was a chilling reminder of their formidable reputations that flooded Ivanov's mind. Having spent several years in Impel Down, she was aware of the legends confined within the 6th sublevel, and these two were undoubtedly among the most renowned. However, what shocked her even more was Magellan's fate. The man who instilled fear in every prisoner had been defeated and had now become a captive. What is this? Faced with such formidable individuals, Ivanov struggled to maintain her composure. Any one of them possessed the power to obliterate her and everyone else present. This was precisely why she only recruited prisoners from the 5th sublevel and above, though their strength was modest. They were at least manageable. Ivankov knew well that should these individuals escape, the entire world's landscape would shift dramatically, considering a third of the high-end combat forces had been mobilized to deal with one of them. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask for a person. Sensing Ivankov's tension, Katie hastily clarified, feeling helpless given the daunting presence of those accompanying her. Who do you seek? Upon hearing Katie's explanation, Ivankov felt no relief. Rather, her anxiety intensified. Aside from Luffy, she could scarcely fathom who else warranted such a personal visit. Rest assured, I am not seeking Luffy, but rather the individual who accompanied him. Could you kindly fetch him for me? Why, yes, of course. Ivankov comprehended precisely whom Katie referred to. Mr. Tude, while she held a great admiration for him, it was not enough to compel her to deny Katie's request that be by the way, remember to keep our visit confidential. No one else must learn of this, understood? She gestured towards Ivankov and Scissors Man, her meaning unmistakable. Not worry. I know what should and should not be disclosed. Despite her words, Ivankov's mind was clouded with confusion. The area surrounding her room was filled with people, and any attempt to enter would inevitably draw attention. Why, then, the insistence on secrecy? However, upon stepping outside her room, Ivankov finally grasped Katie's reasoning. Every single person surrounding the room lay unconscious on the ground. Such overwhelming conqueror's haki. Clearly, the ability to incapacitate everyone in an instant could only be attributed to conqueror's haki. Fortunately, all were merely unconscious and in no danger of losing their lives. Otherwise, her years of effort would have been rendered futile. Having personally experienced the enormity of Katie's power, Ivankov felt an increasing trepidation. Such strength was likely comparable to that of Dragon himself. And, oh wonder, she was a legendary pirate. What further piqued her curiosity was the relationship between these two and Katie. It was peculiar that two equally proud individuals could coexist peacefully, especially since their rapport with Katie seemed remarkably amicable. Ivankov even began to suspect Katie's true intentions. Was she rescuing them for some ulterior motive? Or did they share a past connection? After all, they belonged to entirely different eras and had never met before. Moreover, it seemed Katie and Luffy also shared a strong bond, leaving Ivankov to ponder Ace's current circumstances. All these enigmas were beyond her comprehension, and she had no means of discovering the truth. Go. Go. Before she could even spot Mr. Two, his voice echoed from afar. His fervent roars silenced Ivankov, as no one could rival his concern for Luffy. This bond transcended the very essence of life itself. Mr. Point 2, please pause for a moment. Someone wishes to see you. The reluctant, Ivankov interrupted Mr. Two's fervent cheers, unable to refuse Katie's request. I will not go anywhere. I must cheer for the Straw Hat right here. Unaware of the situation, Mr. Two resolutely denied Ivankov's request, valuing his life less than his loyalty in that moment. No, this individual must be seen. I will make arrangement for the event here. You must accompany me. With no time to waste, Ivankov swiftly lifted Mr. Two and instructed those still conscious to continue cheering for the Straw Hats. Despite this, Mr. Two's voice remained unwavering in its support. Chapter 28. Prepared and ready, go. Go, he repeated the word go for an eternity, yet the word oil remained absent. As Mr. Two entered the room, he was met with the sight of the unconscious Magellan sprawled on the floor. Caught off guard, he nearly succumbed to shock, only to realize that Magellan's condition was dire. He lay in a state of complete unconsciousness. Upon this revelation, Mr. Two fell silent, although he did not recognize the other three individuals present. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from them, indicating they were not to be trifled with. I am Katie. I wonder if you have heard of me from Luffy. S-O-U-R Katie. The Straw Hat told me about you. Did you come looking for me? Mr. Two had indeed heard of Katie from Luffy, who had described her as someone who escaped from the first sublevel. By all accounts, she should not possess such formidable strength. Casting a glance at Ivankov, who nodded in affirmation, Mr. Two's doubts were swiftly assuaged. Indeed, I am seeking you because I require your assistance. Katie candidly articulated her intentions. Since the moment she escaped from prison, over 10 hours had elapsed, leaving approximately 20 hours before the public execution was to take place. This meant that there was less than a day remaining. At this juncture, personnel from the Navy headquarters could arrive at any moment, and she had to prepare meticulously to ensure absolute success. Otherwise, if her identity were to be revealed, she would be swiftly dealt with. What is it that you require my assistance with? Mr. Two questioned, perplexed by the unexpected request. He doubted his ability to contribute to a problem that even they could not resolve. There is only one person who can assist with this matter, and that is you. I need your skills to disguise yourself as Magellan. Once again, her gaze fell upon Magellan, and Mr. Two could not fathom why Katie would want him to undertake such a task. Could you possibly enlighten me as to the reason? Despite Magellan being unconscious, impersonating him still carried significant risk, prompting Mr. Two to seek clarity. That I cannot provide you with the specific details, but what I can tell you is that Ace has already been rescued by me. A thunderous realization struck the minds of the group. The news was so sudden that they stood in stunned silence for a moment. You truly rescued the young master? But where is he? Although Ivan had his suspicions upon seeing the unconscious Magellan, hearing the confirmation from Katie left him utterly astonished. However, Katie's subsequent statement was even more astonishing. You are mistaken. The person I saved is not your young master, but rather the son of the Pirate King. What did you say? That individual is actually Roger's son. As Katie's words settled, Barrett's voice echoed in response. His gaze towards Katie was filled with complexity. Roger had been the most significant figure in his life. Although he did not agree with Roger's ultimate choices, he could not deny that the time spent alongside him had been joyous and fulfilling. Thus, upon learning that Ace was Roger's son, memories of the past flooded his mind. Indeed, Ace was Roger's son, having inherited his mother's surname and rejected the legacy of the father he had never met. Barrett cared little for the surname. His primary concern was whether Ace possessed Roger's bloodline. Was it Rayleigh who sent you? Upon learning of Ace's identity, Barrett assumed that Katie was acting on behalf of Rayleigh and the others. Even believing that Roger's crew was ready to intervene, that I'm afraid I do not know anyone by the name of Rayleigh. Frankly, Katie herself was puzzled by Rayleigh and the others' demeanor during the Marineford War. While her boss's son was on the verge of being killed, they remained unervingly calm, even more so than Whitebeard, leaving her bewildered as to their thoughts. That I understand now, it seems they are under surveillance. Although the statement was vague, Katie discerned its meaning and grasped the likely reason for Rayleigh and the others in action. That, as Barrett indicated, they were likely being monitored and unable to act. The decisions made during the Marineford War were not solely the Navy's, but also reflected the will of the world government, with the Navy merely confronting the Whitebeard pirates directly. However, this did not mean there were no other issues at play. The members of Roger's crew undoubtedly required supervision. Otherwise, if the disbanded Roger pirates were to reform as a result, it would be a severe miscalculation. Clearly, the Navy lacked the capacity to manage everything simultaneously, necessitating the involvement of other factions, such as the CP organization or even the elusive army. This realization led Katie to suddenly perceive that the world government was far more complex than she had previously imagined. Well, I will agree to assist with what you've requested. This moment, Mr. Two felt emboldened to speak up. Despite his shock, he did not believe that Katie was leading them to ruin. After all, she had already dealt with the troublesome Magellan, which suggested she might indeed have a viable plan. He stepped forward to touch Magellan's face, and in an instant, Mr. Two transformed, his body swelling like an inflated balloon until he bore an exact resemblance to Magellan. Without any movement, it was impossible for Katie to distinguish between the two. Chapter 29. Countdown. 19 hours remaining. Director. Are you all right? A group of guards anxiously observed Magellan. After Shiliew's defeat, Magellan had become their sole beacon of hope. The previous strange tremor had only heightened their anxiety, fearing that Magellan might also be in peril. The consequences of such an event would be unimaginable. After much deliberation, they decided to search for Magellan. And fortuitously, they spotted his familiar figure outside the cell where Ace was imprisoned, which somewhat assuaged their concerns. What could possibly happen to me? Katie has been defeated by me. Although I did not capture him, he has been tainted by my poison. Even if he survives, he cannot emerge to wreak havoc. In response to his subordinates' inquiries, Magellan replied with a veneer of calmness. Just now, the entire Impel down experienced an unusual tremor. Based on our assessment, the source of the disturbance seems to be from the 6th level. That we were genuinely worried for your safety, and since we couldn't reach you, we decided to come check on you. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. As they spoke, the guards scrutinized Magellan, finding no signs of injury, which only increased their admiration for him. He was indeed their director, even when facing formidable foes. He emerged victorious with ease. By the way, how long until personnel from the Navy headquarters arrive? Suddenly recalling something, Magellan inquired of his subordinates. It is currently noon. The Navy headquarters is expected to arrive by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, leaving us with 19 hours. They recalled every detail concerning Ace with utmost clarity, providing the most accurate answer without hesitation that I understand. You may return now to OB on the safe side. I will remain here until the last moment. Please convey to Han Bonnie that he is to handle any issues on the other floors. Should any problems arise, he can forget about ever sitting in my position. Yes, we will certainly relay your message. With that, they promptly turned to leave. They dared not defy Magellan's orders and saw no reason to question them. Too much had transpired recently, and any moment of negligence could lead to Ace's rescue. A responsibility none could bear. Watching his subordinates depart, Magellan exhaled deeply, intending to voice something, only to see Ace in the opposite cell shake his head. In an instant, Magellan's body tensed, and his sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby, he relaxed and addressed the inmate. Mr. Cady, how did I fare in my imitation? Quite well, even surpassing my expectations. The art of disguise is not solely mastered by Magellan. Within the confines of his cell, Ace 2 is not the genuine article, but rather a mere imitation crafted by Cady. Mr. Cady, your skills in subterfuge are truly remarkable. Were it not for my own fruitabilities, I would be astounded by your level of expertise. How have you achieved such a feat? Mr. 2 expresses profound admiration for Cady's disguise. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have been convinced that the Ace before him was indeed the real deal. As both appearance and voice were indistinguishable from the authentic Ace, the shock was not limited to him. All who beheld the illusion were equally taken aback, had they not been previously informed that Mr. 2 possessed the powers of a mimic fruit user. They might have been led to believe that Cady was the genuine Ace. Fortunately, this is a technique I painstakingly acquired, Asia's premier art of disguise. Cady casually conjured an excuse to veil her past. After all, what would a man of stature know of cosmetics? In truth, this was entirely the system's doing. It was a one-time transformation skill purchased with a sum of 100,000 points. In the moment that figure diminished, Cady felt a pang of regret, having lost a valuable skill point. Now, Cady has come to deeply appreciate the significance of skill points. Although she possesses 31, she is reluctant to expend even one. Even as several crucial skills hover on the brink of advancement, with just a few enhancements, she could effortlessly ascend to the viceroyal tier. The reasoning behind this restraint is not solely a matter of reluctance. It is also a preparation for the impending conflict. When the time comes, she intends to make targeted selections based on the enemy's characteristics, ensuring optimal efficacy. Mr. Cady, are you not concerned that I might expose your ruse? After a prolonged silence, Jinbei finally spoke, still grappling with the implications of Cady's actions. Expose? Jinbei, you may certainly try. As it stands, the entirety of Impel Down lies within my grasp. Should you reveal my true identity, the war may conclude prematurely, or it could persist. This is beyond my control. However, one thing I can assure you of, I am quite capable of ensuring your demise the very moment you finish your sentence. And Fishman Island shall experience unending turmoil because of you. The final 4 words were articulated slowly and deliberately, devoid of any hint of jest. You still possess the dignity of a formidable warrior? How can you strike against an unarmed, ordinary individual? Fury surged within Jinbei, his eyes ablaze with crimson threads of rage. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming impulse to eliminate Cady. Every individual has a sensitive point, a line that should not be crossed. For Jinbei, that line is Fishman Island, that he cannot permit anyone to harm it. Yet the island's very existence becomes his Achilles heel. If anyone were to wield control over its fate, he would find himself hesitant and indecisive. Undoubtedly, Cady possesses such power now. Jinbei is acutely aware of the connection between Cady and Barrett. Should the 3 unite against Fishman Island, even the Whitebeard pirates would be unable to guarantee its safety. The opportunity has been afforded to you. If you refuse to seize it, do not blame me. With that, Cady dismissed Jinbei, resolutely closing her eyes to rest. The battle with Shiliew had already drained much of her energy. But fortunately, she had replenished herself at Ivanov's. While her physical stamina had improved, her mental state was weary, as she had not had a moment of true respite since the breakout, remaining in a state of heightened tension. The sixth level descended once more into profound silence, the passage of time marked by an eerie stillness that enveloped the world. Yet, all were aware that this tranquil atmosphere was but a fade, the calm before the storm. Eyes converged upon Marine headquarters at Marineford, for it was evident that a cataclysmic clash capable of altering the world's dynamics was inevitable. However, who could have predicted that a time traveler would arrive just a day before the onset of war, potentially altering the preordained outcomes in unforeseen ways? Chapter 30. Visitors from headquarters. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the world's most notorious prison, Impel Down, welcomed its guests, with several naval vessels quietly docked at its gates. Concurrently, the previously serene sixth level buzzed with activity, as a multitude of guards led by Magellan gathered to fulfill Ace's final transfer task. At this moment, the collective mood of the guards was one of tension. Although it was merely a straightforward escort from the sixth level to the entrance, those fleeting minutes signified the onset of war, a reality they all understood was unavoidable. Intelligence indicated that the Whitebeard pirates had vanished from the Navy's surveillance weeks prior, and to this day, no one knew their whereabouts. Retrieve the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace. With Magellan's command, the operation commenced. The cell housing Ace swung open, and two guards approached him, each restraining an arm as they escorted him out. In the final moment before departing the cell, Ace glanced back at Jinbei, his eyes reflecting a profound, unspoken understanding. Ace's last gaze was etched into Jinbei's mind. Although no words were exchanged, he grasped Ace's meaning, or rather, Katie's message. Without a doubt, it served as a warning to him that, in that moment, Jinbei found himself in turmoil, uncertain of the path he should take. On one side stood his revered father, while on the other lay his birthplace. He was unwilling to forsake either. Time slipped away as Jinbei wrestled with his internal conflict, and before he could reach a decision, all figures had vanished from sight. "Forgive me, Father, I am truly sorry." He muttered these words repeatedly, burdened by a sense of guilt for the years of care and protection bestowed upon him by Whitebeard, his heart consumed with regret, lamenting his own lack of strength and courage. Meanwhile, upon learning of Ace's imminent transfer, Luffy could no longer contain his composure and charged out from the fifth level, heading straight for the sixth. Ivanov, aware of the impending chaos, swiftly rallied support to assist with the breakout. Observing the urgency of his young master, Ivanov yearned to reveal the truth, yet the vague yet palpable scrutiny around them reminded him of his precarious situation, compelling him to conceal the truth within his heart and remain silent. The course of events, which had deviated from its original trajectory, now seemed poised to revert to its initial state. As Luffy and his companions initiated the jailbreak, Magellan escorted Ace towards the exit, while Blackbeard, having been delayed, was now approaching from several nautical miles away. Setting aside the clandestine shifts in the narrative, the surface appearance remained unchanged in the office of Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters. Only 3 individuals occupied the spacious room. "Kuma, what on earth is happening? With your abilities, how could Straw Hat's brat possibly escape? Surely, you did not show him leniency." Upon receiving news of the uprising at Impel Down, Sengoku immediately summoned Kuma for questioning in response to Sengoku's inquiry. Kuma remained silent, simply sitting quietly in his chair without offering explanations or justifications. Just as I expected from my grandson. Splendid work? I brought some of the latest tea. Care for a taste? At that moment, the only person audacious enough to utter such words was none other than Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Veins bulging, Sengoku's silence was shattered as he erupted in fury. "Garp, how dare you speak? Were it not for your status as a hero, I would have had you arrested long ago. Just look at what your family has done." Sengoku's words were a furious roar, an outburst that showcased his typically composed demeanor shattered by sheer rage. This predicament is not one that I, an old man, can bear alone. Faced with Garp's tenacity, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. It was not as if he could truly apprehend Garp, for that was merely a threat. Setting aside their long-standing friendship, Garp's reputation within the Navy was such that if he were to be arrested, countless would plead for his release, including more than half of the vice admirals within headquarters. Damn it, hand over the tea. Sengoku snatched the tea bag from Garp's hand before returning to his seat to attend to his paperwork. Observing this exchange, Garp understood Sengoku's intent. With a light cough, he took his leave, and no sooner had Garp departed than Kuma followed suit. Once the two had exited, Sengoku, who had been engrossed in his work, paused and let out a deep sigh. How could he not understand Garp's thoughts? Ever since news of Ace had surfaced, Garp's face had been devoid of its usual smile, and in just a few short days, the lines on his face had deepened. He empathized with Garp, yet he could not allow that sympathy to sway him from his own sense of justice and duty. Thank you. Stepping out of the room, Kuma broke his silence and proactively expressed his gratitude to Garp, that he understood that Garp's arrival was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate attempt to assist him in extricating himself from his predicament. Never mind, you are doing this for my grandson. If anyone ought to be thankful, it is I who should thank you. However, permit me to offer a word of caution. Be vigilant. Sengoku is not easily deceived and may already harbor suspicions about you. No matter, I have already consented to the final transformation proposed by the doctor. Though Kuma's tone remained calm, Garp felt a tumult within. He comprehended the implications of the final transformation, which would entail the complete forfeiture of personal thought. You should never have agreed to this in the first place. Do not blame him. It was my own insistence. Faced with Kuma's forthrightness, Garp found himself at a loss for words, letting out a soft sigh. Each individual has their own choices. One may restrain another temporarily, yet cannot dictate their entire life. All one can do is offer respect and support. Very well, do as you wish. What more can I do? His words conveyed a deep sense of helplessness. This was true of Kuma, his son, grandson, and even the one he had adopted. None seemed inclined to heed his counsel. Dragging his weary body, Garp's silhouette gradually receded into the distance. A solitary figure that evoked tears. Creak, creak. The long-closed gates of Impel down slowly opened under the gaze of hundreds. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Katie felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Let us proceed with the transfer of the prisoner. Without further ado, Magellan conducted affairs with utmost professionalism. Understood. The Vice Admiral was equally stringent in his duties, as this matter was of paramount importance to them. There could be no room for error. Two guards escorted Ace towards the Navy, and as Ace fell under their control, the transfer was complete. The entire process transpired without incident. Katie offered no resistance, precisely as she had intended. Thus, the countdown to Ace's public execution officially commenced. Chapter 31. The Contradictory Garp. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, Ace's figure gradually faded from view, until he finally vanished upon the deck of the Navy's ship. Director, are we not returning? Having stood in place for quite some time, watching the Navy vessels disappear from sight without a command from Magellan, the guards could no longer contain their urge to speak. Ah, yes. All personnel, return to Impel down? Yes. Upon receiving Magellan's orders, the guard began to make their way back to Impel down in succession. The most critical task had been accomplished, yet did not signify an end to their duties. There remained several escaped prisoners yet to be captured, and it was far from time for rest. Feeling the keys quietly resting in her pocket, Katie experienced a slight relaxation. These were prepared specifically for her before departure. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance preventing her from unlocking her handcuffs, she would not have to await her demise passively. Although the plan for disguise had already been set in her mind, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as the moment approached. After all, she was about to confront individuals at the pinnacle of the world, Sengoku, Garp, each one without exception a formidable force. However, the arrow was already knocked, and retreat was no longer an option. She could only steel herself for what lay ahead. I must fight to enhance my strength. Katie could only reassure herself in this manner. In less than half an hour, Marine Headquarters Marineford loomed near. Even as an adversary, Katie could not help but acknowledge the island's grandeur. Towering mountains flanked both sides, while a robust defensive system protected the central entrance, an undeniable fortress, exceedingly difficult to breach. Yet this was merely the superficial manifestation of power. It was the assembly of formidable individuals stationed here that struck terror into the hearts of all criminals. It was precisely due to their presence that this place bore the title of a peaceful symbol in the era of great pirates. Unlike previous days, today Marineford was unusually bustling, with tens of thousands of Navy personnel assembled in the port, the atmosphere thick with tension and unease enveloping the entire bay, gazing at the neatly arranged ranks of thousands of Navy soldiers. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Katie's forehead. The sheer scale was enough to instill fear. Not a single weakling could be found among these tens of thousands. All were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and familiar with bloodshed, each possessing the strength of a commanding officer. To this sight, Katie felt a surge of relief for her earlier decision, thankful she had not faltered and had ventured down to the 6th underground level. Otherwise, in this war, she would have been reduced to mere cannon fodder. Before long, Katie was led to the execution platform. Observing the two figures standing on either side, her heart sank. On the right stood Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and on the left, Marine Hero Vice Admiral Carp. Even in their silent presence, they exerted an overwhelming pressure on Katie, causing her to doubt her transformation abilities. Had they, perhaps, discovered her true identity? However, when Katie met Carp's murky gaze, her racing heart began to calm. All she discerned in those eyes was reluctance and regret, clearly indicating that her identity had not been revealed. "Why are you still here?" Sengoku was the first to speak. His words not directed at Katie. "I'm simply sitting here." "Is that a problem?" Yet Carp's response was resolute, outright dismissing Sengoku's inquiry, his tone leaving no room for doubt, imbued with an unmistakable sense of potential violence. "Suit yourself." Sensing Carp's emotional turmoil, Sengoku recognized that he must not provoke him further. The consequences of such an action were unpredictable, and the entire situation could hinge upon Carp's whims, a scenario he did not wish to witness. Thus tacitly accepting Carp's presence. "Why? Why did you not heed my advice back then?" "Why? Why?" The repetition of why within a single sentence evoked sympathy from Katie, despite her lack of connection to the events. Carp's predicament was indeed disheartening that a hero of the Navy, yet his son was the world's most notorious criminal and leader of the Revolutionary Army. His grandson aspired to be the Pirate King, a member of the new generation of pirates during this era of chaos. Even the one he adopted was a pirate, and the captain of the formidable Whitebeard pirates, none of whom had developed according to his wishes. And none had spared him any peace of mind. "Grandfather." Just as the words left her lips, Katie realized her error. Ace had always referred to Carp as old man, never grandfather. Her momentary lapse in etiquette could very well reveal her identity. "What did you just call me?" Cursing her misfortune silently, Katie confirmed Carp's attention to her choice of address. And to her dismay, a surge of intense and restless energy emanated from Carp, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Of course I called you old man. What did you think it was?" As she spoke, Katie averted her gaze from Carp's eyes, her hands discreetly reaching in her pocket, poised for an escape. However, what awaited her was neither Carp's scrutiny nor his iron fist, but an enveloping silence. Time dragged on without Carp uttering a single word. Only the tumultuous energy surrounding him continued to wreak havoc. When Katie finally turned to face Carp, she was met with eyes glistening with unshed tears. His gaze filled with profound sorrow as tears swirled within his eyes. Though he fought to maintain composure, the tears could not be contained and began to flow freely, like a dam that had burst. Little did Katie know, Carp had long awaited that single utterance of grandfather. For Ace, Carp held an affection that rivaled that for Luffy, having long regarded him as his own grandson. Naturally, he yearned to hear Ace call him grandfather with his own lips. Yet Carp understood that Ace would never utter it so easily, for the shadow of Roger loomed large over him, causing him to shut himself off from familial ties. He craved family, but feared the repercussions, anxious about the harm that might befall others due to his existence. Just as she was on the verge of forgetting, that long-desired voice suddenly broke the silence, and in that moment, Carp felt that all his sacrifices were justified. However, as he became acutely aware of Ace's precarious situation, his gaze instinctively shifted towards the sea-stone handcuffs restraining Ace. The energy radiating from him grew, increasingly restless and unstable. "Carp, do not forget your duty." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sengoku quickly cautioned Carp, internally exasperated. It was indeed a case of fearing what one wished for. Hearing Sengoku's call, Carp's emotions somewhat stabilized, his turbulent energy gradually receding as he struggled to regain control. Chapter 32. Whitebeard emerges in the distance. The sun hung high in the sky, and as various preparations reached completion, the silence from Sengoku was palpable as he grasped the microphone beside him. Before we proceed, I must announce something to all of you. Porgastades, who is your father? The voice of Sengoku captivated the attention of all those present. However, they were perplexed as to why such a juvenile question would be posed at this moment. When the entire world was aware that Fire Fist Ace's father was Whitebeard, they could not comprehend the significance of such an inquiry. At this juncture, Katie chose silence, believing that speaking less would result in fewer mistakes. Moreover, as a death row inmate, it was only natural for her to indulge in a bit of temper before her demise. Nevertheless, Sengoku was not one to alter his original plans due to such trivialities. After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to articulate on your behalf. Porgastades, your mother's Porgastades, it is undeniable that she was a remarkable mother, for it is not within the capability of an ordinary person to endure 20 months of pregnancy. Your birth was a life she traded for her own point 20 years ago. You were born on an island in the South Seas. At that time, we were merely conducting investigations on all infants born or soon to be born, relying on scan intelligence from CP, yet we could never uncover the results we were seeking. Your mother shrouded the world in secrecy with her life. Who could have anticipated that her son would only be born a year and 3 months after her death?" As Sengoku reached this point, the astute among them began to deduce the connection. 20 years ago was indeed the year Pirate King Roger was executed. Did they share a bond? Fire Fist Ace, you cannot possibly be unaware of this. Your father is none other than Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King. When Sengoku uttered that name, an earthquake of realization rippled throughout the world. This revelation astonished them. Who would have thought that this man had left behind a bloodline, one that belonged to the Pirate King? For Katie, who had traversed into this world, it was hardly surprising. Any true fan of the scene knew that Ace was Roger's own. Conceal her expression. Katie lowered her head, rendering her features invisible to those around her. With the utterance of a single name, the entire bay fell into an absolute silence. It was only at this moment that they truly grasped the gravity of this war, not merely to draw out Whitebeard, but more crucially, to sever the bloodline of the Pirate King. Roger's existence posed a formidable threat to both the Navy and the world government. That era had only just concluded, and no one wished to witness the birth of another Pirate King. Although Ace may not necessarily ascend to that title, the potential remained significant. He had already garnered the backing of the strongest pirate crew, and his own formidable abilities, a user of the Mara no Mi, held immense promise. Coupled with the powerful bloodline of the Pirate King, no one could predict how far he might grow. This was a risk they could not afford to take. They could only choose to eliminate Ace before he matured. Extinguishing the danger in its infancy, everyone was reeling from the revelation of the Pirate King's bloodline. The sea itself began to change silently. The water level of the ocean gradually receded, and when the Navy recognized the anomaly, the sea had already lowered by more than a meter. What could this mean? Why had the ocean suddenly diminished so drastically? Realizing this change, Sengoku and Carp's expressions shifted to one of tension. This was certainly not a normal occurrence. Whitebeard had likely arrived. "Everyone, pay attention. The enemy is upon us." As Sengoku's words fell, several indistinct black dots appeared on the distant horizon. "The Whitebeard pirates have arrived." Someone shouted, and tens of thousands of Navy personnel gripped their weapons tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as an invisible pressure enveloped them. As time passed, they finally discerned the distant shapes. One ship after another emerged before the Navy's eyes, presenting themselves to the world that a fleet of over 40 pirate ships had assembled, numbering in the thousands. The target was confirmed: 44 vessels, all belonging to Whitebeard's fleet. Yet, there was no sight of the Moby Dick. Accurate intelligence soon followed. As Sengoku listened to his subordinate's report, a wave of unease swept over him, as if he had forgotten something crucial. The next moment, when he beheld the enormous bubble forming within the bay, he realized what he had overlooked. The enemy had surged forth from beneath the sea. Even his adversaries, Sengoku could not deny the brilliance of Whitebeard's maneuver. Launching from the ocean's depths directly into the bay not only shortened the distance, but also mitigated the potential damage from the ensuing battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact reverberated, causing the hearts of tens of thousands of Navy personnel to skip a beat. A sense of overwhelming oppression settling upon them, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. A figure emerged, a towering presence far surpassing those around him. Merely standing there, he exerted an invisible pressure that swept across Marineford. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had made his entrance. Ho ha ha! My dear son, are you unharmed? Just wait a moment. I shall come to your rescue. His boisterous voice echoed across the battlefield, and no one dared to dismiss his words as mere bravado. Instead, they grew increasingly tense. That man's reputation was truly formidable and awe-inspiring. Hearing Whitebeard's call, Katie felt a surge of displeasure. Logically, they should have already seen him, and thus he should have been aware of and consented to her plan. Yet he still addressed her in such a manner, making Katie feel as though he were taking advantage of her, and she found herself unable to refute it, only able to acquiesce. Bang, in full view of the crowd. Whitebeard placed his massive blade aside, slightly crouched, and extended his arms to their utmost limit. Two spheres of hazy light forming upon his fists, fissures appearing as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. In the midst of the Navy's bewilderment, the waters on either side began to boil, monstrous waves surging forth with a vengeance, soaring to heights of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. And this was merely the beginning. It was far from Whitebeard's limits. In the next instant, the towering waves exceeded 100 meters in height. Upon witnessing such colossal proportions, despair enveloped the hearts of tens of thousands of Navy personnel. For once those immense waves crashed down, survival would be an impossibility to Allah. But I cannot allow you to succeed. Ice Age. In this critical moment, the Admiral Aokiji could not simply stand idly by. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, his hands transforming into ice as he reached toward the colossal waves on either side. In an instant, the 100-meter-high waves froze, and thus, a crisis was averted thanks to Aokiji's intervention. Chapter 33. Oz emerges as a human cannon, two-pronged spear. After freezing the waves, Aokiji initiated his attack, sending two long spears of solid ice plummeting toward Whitebeard, their sharp tips radiating a chilling aura. You little brat, do not be so arrogant. With a mere tremor, the ice spears shattered into countless fragments, failing to touch Whitebeard's form. Moreover, the impact sent Aokiji himself crashing to pieces, scattering into a flurry of ice that rained down upon the sea. However, as the shards of ice made contact with the ocean's surface, they reformed into Aokiji's likeness, and the sea beneath him instantly froze, transforming the battlefield into a realm of frost. Thanks to Aokiji's masterpiece. The landing battle commenced, the sounds of cannon fire and cries of rage and agony intertwining, heralding the onset of a war that captivated the world. Having witnessed the entire exchange between Whitebeard and Aokiji, the last remnants of Katie's confidence were shattered into fragments. Whether it was the instantaneous rise of a 100-meter wave or the swift freezing of the entire ocean, these were feats far beyond her current capabilities. Furthermore, this was merely the collateral damage caused by their casual attacks. Who could fathom the destruction that would ensue if they unleashed their full powers? It was simply unimaginable that master-level conquerors Hawkeye detected from Carp. Would you like to extract? Earth-level physique detected from Sengoku. Would you like to extract? Just as Katie felt utterly powerless, the long-forgotten electronic prompt of the system finally chimed in. Extract. There was not a trace of hesitation. The present self was in desperate need of power and would certainly not refuse. A familiar warm current flowed gently through her body, and as everything faded away, Katie felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her, even giving rise to the illusion that she could shatter space with a single punch. Although she could not attempt it at that moment, Katie distinctly sensed her progress and growth. She was not surprised by the limitations of her physical prowess, having had prior experience. Nevertheless, she felt an immense enhancement compared to her previous Shin-level LV5 physique. The Earth-level LV10 was incomparably stronger. According to Katie's perception, the two were entirely different concepts. The frenzied surge of power she had acquired was leagues beyond what she had previously known. Just as Katie silently contemplated her newfound strength, the situation on the battlefield underwent a sudden change. The naval artillery positions, which had once held the advantage, were significantly devastated by an unexpected assault. The commander of the artillery, taken aback, observed the colossal Sea King lying defeated upon their position. Moments ago, they had been launching an offensive against the enemy, yet this Sea King had inexplicably crashed into them, not only disrupting their assault, but also destroying numerous cannons, essentially annihilating half of their position. G General, look at that. Following the direction pointed by his subordinate, the commander beheld an unforgettable sight, a giant towering several dozen meters high. Was this still a giant? How could it be so enormous? The Navy was not without its own giant warriors, as there were giants participating in the ongoing battle, but compared to this figure, the dozen-meter-tall giants seemed like infants in stature, the sheer height of this one redefining their understanding of giants. Ace, I've come to rescue you. The booming voice resonated like thunder, a furious roar that seemed capable of annihilating the entirety of Marineford. Little oars, rise up, show them your might. The arrival of oars rejuvenated the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. The troubles brought by the Navy's artillery positions had bottled up their frustrations, and now that little oars had arrived, they were determined not to let the Navy have it easy. With a furious roar, little oars sprang into action, casually grasping a Sea King several meters long from the depths of the ocean. Witnessing this scene, the naval commander finally understood how the Sea King had appeared, and what filled him with despair was the massive fishing net behind oars, which could only be described as the largest in the world. Meant for capturing Sea Kings, evidently containing dozens of colossal Sea Kings. Just one of those had nearly obliterated their position. He could hardly fathom the devastation that would ensue if little oars were allowed to rampage unchecked. Protect the position! Protect the position! With no time to ponder, the Sea King in little oars' grasp was already released, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc straight towards their artillery position. They could only expend every effort to defend their ground. Yet, the final outcome was one of despair. Despite their utmost attempts to thwart it, the massive Sea King, measuring over 10 meters, was not something they could easily stop. The cannon fire barely affected it, merely erupting in a few splashes of blood, yet failing to alter its impending descent. In the final moments, a blade of energy swiftly flew forth, flashing past the Sea King's body. The enormous creature was cleaved in two. However, while the sword energy had successfully severed the Sea King, it could not halt its downward trajectory. The ground trembled as the Sea King's massive form crashed down upon the artillery position, and the few remaining cannons were unable to escape destruction. Boom! 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 Realizing the threat posed by little oars, the remaining artillery turned their full firepower upon him, unleashing a barrage of shells as if they were worthless. However, not all shells could successfully traverse the 100-meter distance to strike little oars. Moreover, even if a few did manage to hit, they failed to inflict any significant harm. His formidable physique could withstand the onslaught of 100 cannonballs. A couple landing on him merely resulted in superficial wounds. Conversely, each of Little Oar's attacks was not so easily resisted. The destructive force of the Sea Kings, weighing dozens of tons, could only be faced by those with the strength of a vice admiral. Others stood no chance against it. All the vice admirals were currently engaged with their own foes, unable to extricate themselves. Consequently, Little Oars single-handedly subdued all of the Navy's artillery positions in contrast, the firepower of the Whitebeard pirates was liberated. Seizing the opportunity, every cannon aboard the 47 pirate ships began retaliating, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Navy in the bay, not only suppressing their offensive, but also pushing their lines forward significantly. As she observed Little Oars hurling Sea Kings in the distance, Katie finally confirmed that Ace had indeed met with Whitebeard and conveyed her plan to him. After all, the original narrative had depicted Little Oars as recklessly charging towards Ace, ultimately leading to his demise. The changes that transpired must have been a result of Whitebeard's adjustments. Since Ace had been rescued, efforts would be made to minimize losses. Ace was his son, and others were equally dear to him. He would not wish to witness their suffering. Chapter 34. Continuous strikes. Gazing at Ace on the execution platform, several thousand meters away, Whitebeard still found it hard to believe, even at this moment. Were the youngsters truly so bold now? Not only had they released several prisoners from the 6th level of Impel down, but one had also disguised himself as Ace to face execution under the world's scrutiny. One had to admit, although his plan was perilous, it did hold the potential for success. Just imagining the fury of Sengoku at that moment brought him joy. Shifting his gaze back, he looked towards the ship's cabin, a rare, gentle expression gracing his face. For him, no matter how the world transformed, as long as his family remained unharmed, that was sufficient. How terrifying it is that the giants can grow to such an extent. Following Akiji's intervention, Kizura finally made his move. The colossal figure of little oars reflected in his pupils. Though he spoke of fear, the chill emanating from him was undeniable. He vanished in a flash, reappearing in mid-air above the battlefield, radiating an intensely flickering light as powerful energy waves erupted from his being. Yada no Kagami, countless beams of energy, imbued with immense power, erupted simultaneously, targeting little oars, who was throwing sea kings in the distance. I won't let you have your way, Kizuru. A sudden blue figure appeared, intercepting all the beams mid-flight. This astonishing scene shocked countless onlookers. The one launching the attack was none other than Admiral Kizuru. And yet someone had managed to completely block his assault, and that someone was not Whitebeard. Instantly, all eyes turned to discover who possessed such formidable strength. Caw! A bird's cry suddenly resonated, and they realized that within the burst of energy, there was a strange creature that was half human, half bird. That was none other than Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A Navy officer exclaimed, "Yes, the 1st Division captain." Marco's reputation was second only to Whitebeard's. Even before Ace revealed his true identity, he could not compare. Thus, the spectators accepted the reality of Kizuru's attack being intercepted, for that individual was Marco. Now, it's my turn. The half-human, half-bird form instantly transformed into a colossal blue phoenix. Its wings flapping at astonishing speed as it charged towards Kizuru, in the blink of an eye. It arrived above Kizuru, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at his head. Though the assault was sudden, it did not pose a challenge for the battle-hardened Kizuru, who raised his arm to block the blow. Get lost. However, at the moment of impact, Marco suddenly exerted a second burst of power, instantly unleashing 120 of his strength, sending Kizuru flying far and crashing to the ground. If the previous scene was something the spectators could accept, the current spectacle was utterly inconceivable. The Admiral Kizuru had been kicked away by someone. Was this a joke? Regardless of the circumstances, the undeniable truth remains. Even if they cannot accept it, it does not alter the outcome. In the face of Marco's interception, Kizuru's assault on little oars can only culminate in failure. It is still far from the final battle. Both sides are merely testing their skills in a preliminary skirmish, and no genuine confrontation will ensue from this. Concurrently with Marco's maneuvers, the formidable Diamond Jozu is equally unwilling to lag behind. With great force, he strikes the icy surface, producing a colossal ice block over 50 meters in diameter. Astonishingly, he lifts it effortlessly with his bare hands, his incredible wrist strength surpassing even Marco's push against Kizuru. Creating a spectacle as an ordinary human raises a massive ice structure weighing several tons, a true marvel. Let us see how you will respond. Jozu hurls the ice mountain as if it were a cannonball toward the Navy. Faced with such a monumental assault, despair washes over tens of thousands of naval soldiers. No one can remain indifferent when confronted with a mountain. The magnitude of this attack exceeds even that of a vice admiral, rendering it utterly insurmountable for them. As the ice mountain descends, Akainu, who has been seated for quite some time, can no longer remain passive. His right hand transforms into searing magma, with viscous droplets incessantly dripping, quickly eroding the solid floor into numerous craters. Great eruption. His hand, emitting an aura of terrifying heat, expands to several meters as it swings, effortlessly piercing through the hardened ice as if it were mere tofu. In an instant, the immense ice mountain, vastly larger than any giant warrior, is completely melted away. However, Akainu's assault does not cease there. With a tremor, the remnants of the magma solidified on his hand explode into countless shards, hurtling toward the distant pirates. This is merely the beginning. More ferocious attacks are yet to follow. Meteor volcano, with a thunderous roar, enormous magma boulders, each several meters in diameter, soar into the sky, indiscriminately raining down upon the battlefield. The grand spectacle resembles a genuine volcanic eruption, with each magma stone bearing the essence of annihilation. Akainu's sudden outburst inflicts catastrophic losses upon the pirates and repels the Navy's advance. The advantage little oars had established dissipates in an instant, and the battle once again becomes a stalemate. At this point, apart from Carp and Sengoku, all high-level combatants from both the Navy and Whitebeard have engaged. The battlefield grows increasingly chaotic, shrouded in smoke and the cacophony of cannon fire. With roars intermingling with anguished cries, the brutal reality of war laid bare at this moment. Amidst the myriad of strange yet powerful abilities, Katie's heart races with insatiable desire. If she could replicate them all, her strength would be unparalleled, especially with Kizaru's light fruit, an essential ability for killing, looting, and escaping, possessing both overwhelming explosive power and unimaginable speed. It is precisely due to this fruit's capabilities that Kizaru is reputed for effortlessly dispatching opponents. Even the four emperors with remarkable ease that a new task has been assigned. Please pay attention, host. While Katie's mind wandered, the system's notification caught her attention. Upon confirming the new task had been issued, she hurriedly focused on the system interface in her mind. Since releasing Ace, it had been a long time since the system had updated its missions, which had left the power-hungry Katie in a state of anxious anticipation. Task introduction. The host has successfully participated in the Marineford War. Thus, this is a perfect opportunity to establish a reputation. Task requirement. Reveal your true identity before the conclusion of the war. Task reward. 1 million exchange points and 25 skill points. After verifying that she was not mistaken, Katie was ecstatic. The reward for completing the task amounted to 1 million points, enough to acquire genuinely valuable items. Chapter 35. Luffy descends. Katie had long coveted the treasures within the system's store. If not for her current balance of only 335,000 points, which was insufficient for her desires, she would have exchanged them long ago. After all, the items she sought began at 1 million, and cheaper alternatives offered little assistance, rendering them unnecessary for exchange. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had reached the scene, albeit in a rather precarious position atop a massive ice sheet 100 meters high. They arrived just as the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard struck, sending their ship soaring into the air. Before they could descend, the tsunami was entirely frozen by Aokiji, forcing their vessel to come to a halt at the summit. Jinbei, where are we? Luffy, preoccupied with saving Ace, had lost all capacity for rational thought. Luffy, come quick. Unlike Luffy, Jinbei understood the significance of the colossal ice block. There was no doubt that this was the ability of Admiral Aokiji, indicating they had arrived at Navy headquarters, as Jinbei had surmised. When they peered over the edge of the ice mountain, a grand-scale battle unfolded before their eyes, the vastness of which astounded them all. Jinbei, Ivanov, help me. Shatter this ice block, so we can slide down. While others were still reeling from the shock of the war, Luffy had devised a plan for descent, albeit a perilous one at all right, regardless of others' protests. The trio sprang into action, with Crocodile joining in as well. Together, they severed a corner of the ice mountain, and with the loss of support, the entire ship and its occupants plummeted downward. The drop of over 100 meters terrified everyone. With no protection to shield them, the unforgiving ice surface below promised fatal consequences. Luffy and his companion's entrance was undeniably spectacular, drawing the attention of all present. Thus, under the watchful gaze of everyone, Luffy and his crew fortuitously landed in the opening created by Jozu's earlier attack. Plunging into the this a Navy ambush. Both the Navy and pirates remained on high alert against the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar figures on the battlefield. Even a moment's carelessness could spell doom. Their escapees from Impel down, attack. The Navy was the first to react, recognizing Luffy and his crew, especially given their prisoner uniforms, which revealed their identities. Upon witnessing the Navy's response, the pirates felt a surge of confidence. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though the origins of this group remained unclear, They were now viewed as allies in the fight against the Navy. "Ace, where are you?" "Ace, Ace." At that moment, Luffy's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Ace, as he frantically searched for his brother's figure. Finally, after several fruitless attempts, he spotted that familiar silhouette. Despite the distance, Luffy instantly recognized it was Ace. In that instant, he felt as joyous as a fool. "Ace, I've finally found you." "Wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Luffy's shout reached Katie's ears, echoing across the battlefield and drawing the attention of many. "Carp, it's that brat's family again." Witnessing Luffy's audacity, Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration toward Carp. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was well known to Sengoku, not only due to Carp, but also because of Luffy's notorious deeds. He had not only breached CP9's headquarters at Enies Lobby, but also ignited the flag representing the world government and its allies, shattering the legend of Enies Lobby's impenetrability that had endured for 8 centuries. Following that, he had brazenly escaped from the Navy's bountiful hunting order, leaving the Navy's reputation in tatters. And as if that wasn't enough, he had audaciously assaulted a celestial dragon in broad daylight at Sabeti Archipelago. If breaching CP9 had merely embarrassed the Navy, openly attacking a celestial dragon had caused the world government to suffer disgrace as well. These 2 incidents prompted Sengoku to recognize Carp's unreliability once more, as he had inadvertently raised another troublemaker for the Navy. "Haha, my grandson truly lives up to the name." In response to the anger of the warring states, Carp chose to turn a blind eye, masking his embarrassment with a smile. However, his gaze drifted towards Ace, and for reasons unknown, Carp felt something was amiss. Today, Ace seemed unusually quiet, whether it was the appearance of Whitebeard or the arrival of Luffy. He exhibited no sign of reaction, merely bowing his head in silence. Despite his confusion, Carp did not dwell on it, feeling a sense of guilt for being unable to intervene and save him during a perilous moment, making him hesitant to voice any thoughts. Meanwhile, Jinbei, who had also arrived at the battlefield, immediately sought out Whitebeard. "Old man, I'm sorry, I—" Before Jinbei could finish his sentence, Whitebeard raised a hand to interrupt him. "There's no need for you to apologize. You have already done enough for me. Besides, that young lad has indeed helped us, so we cannot be stingy. Moreover, the Navy has become increasingly arrogant over these past 2 years, daring to extend their reach to me. If that is the case, we might as well seize this opportunity to strike back." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jinbei had no choice but to acquiesce. The situation had escalated to a point beyond his control. "Jinbei, what do you think of that fellow, Kaidi?" Faced with the old man's inquiry, Jinbei fell in a momentary silence. Although he had limited interactions with Kaidi, his impression was profound. After a moment of contemplation, he provided his assessment. Undeniably, he is a young man of considerable strength, charisma, and talent. He will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Yet he is also an ambitious individual. For some reason, he gives me an impression of obscurity, as if shrouded in a veil of mist, quite enigmatic. Jinbei earnestly expressed his views. Hey, it's rare for you to offer such high praise. You didn't say anything like this when Ace boarded the ship." Whitebeard was slightly taken aback by Jinbei's evaluation. Jinbei's insight was exceptional. Even when Ace first joined them, he had merely described him as possessing decent talent. A stark contrast to the praise he now bestowed upon Kaidi. That's different. Ace is evidently one of us, but he is not. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the man crouching on the execution platform beside Ace, his profound eyes concealing the turmoil within, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 36. The mysterious strongman, by the way, is that straw hat-wearing kid Ace's brother, Whitebeard, with a scrutinizing gaze. Look towards Luffy, who is charging at the forefront of the battlefield. Yes, old man, he is Ace's brother, T.O. Save Ace. This kid seemingly employed some means to infiltrate Impel down, nearly falling victim to that Magellan's poison. Oh, is that so? Then you must take good care of him. Do not let him perish. Yes, old man. Jinbei, in unwavering obedience to Whitebeard's command, dashed towards Luffy amidst the chaos of battle. However, shortly after Jinbei departed, Squard, the captain of the Whitey Bay pirates, approached. "What brings you here, Squard?" Whitebeard queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. According to the plan, Squard should have been on the front lines at this time. Old man, I have a question for you. Do you really consider us your sons? Squard's question caught Whitebeard off guard, and what astonished him even more was Squard's audacity to thrust a knife at him. Just as the blade was about to pierce Whitebeard's chest, a figure suddenly appeared, kicking Squard's weapon away. The events unfolding aboard the Moby Dick were truly beyond anyone's expectations, and one anticipated that one of Whitebeard's own crew would suddenly turn on him. Nor could they have foreseen the presence of such a formidable individual concealed near Whitebeard, whose explosive speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Bastard, what are you doing? Marco, fighting on the front lines, swiftly returned and delivered a powerful kick to Squard's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. He then positioned himself protectively beside Whitebeard, his eyes fixed nervously on the cloaked stranger. Not only Marco, but at that moment, Sengoku, Carp, and the 3 admirals of the Navy were also scrutinizing this unpredictable powerhouse, contemplating all possible scenarios, especially Akainu, whose gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Had it not been for this sudden appearance, he might have truly injured Whitebeard, and such an opportunity would not present itself again. Sengoku, meanwhile, was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. They had invested immense preparation for this war, dispatching nearly 10,000 investigators to compile the enemy list, even collaborating with the CP organization to monitor all potential participants. Yet, despite such thorough efforts, an unforeseen enemy had emerged, causing him considerable anxiety about what other surprises might await them. If that were the case, victory was uncertain. Do not be alarmed. He is not an enemy. You should return. The first statement was directed at Marco, while the second was aimed at the cloaked figure. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the cloaked man hesitated momentarily before reluctantly retreating below deck. Watching the figure depart, Marco suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he recognized him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. If the individual chose not to reveal his identity, there must be reasons for such discretion, and there were more pressing matters to address. Squard, do you even comprehend what you are doing? How dare you lay a hand on the old man? Do you wish to throw away your life? Growing increasingly furious, Marco prepared to strike once more. Marco! However, he was halted by Whitebeard's voice. His fist hung in the air, unable to descend. Marco possessed absolute loyalty to Whitebeard. No matter how furious he felt, he could not act against Whitebeard's will. Bastard. He struck the air in frustration before stepping aside to guard Whitebeard, his gaze towards Squard filled with icy disdain. Squard, how could I ever fail to regard you as my sons? Whitebeard expressed his bewilderment, unable to understand why Squard, who had always been obedient, would suddenly say such a thing. That it was evident that something had transpired. Why? Are you refusing to acknowledge your own actions? If it weren't for Akainu's revelation, I would still be in the dark. You clearly reach an agreement with the Navy to exterminate us in exchange for sparing Ace. Faced with Squard's accusation, Whitebeard fell silent, not because he had truly done so, but because he was astounded by his son's naivety. Under Squard's desperate gaze, Whitebeard reached out to embrace him gently, not applying any force, merely enveloping him in warmth. Suddenly feeling the warmth emanating from Whitebeard, Squard froze in place, unsure of how to respond. Foolish son, if you truly believe that, there is little I can do. After all, everyone has their own choices, and I cannot interfere. However, if someone dares to manipulate our bond, they must be prepared to face my wrath. With that, he released Squard, leaping from the Moby Dick, and due to Akainu's actions, Whitebeard chose not to remain a mere spectator. Thus, Whitebeard officially entered the fray. At this moment, even Squard, despite his foolishness, grasped the situation. Even though the old man had said nothing, his demeanor spoke volumes. He had evidently been deceived by that scoundrel, Akainu. I am sorry, old man. I'm so sorry. In a frenzy, Squard charged in the battlefield, filled with hatred for Akainu, but even more so for himself. Hating that he had believed Akainu's lies and had raised a blade against his own father, he unleashed all of his pent-up hatred upon the Navy before him, brandishing his long sword with reckless abandon, utterly disregarding his own safety as he fixated solely on vanquishing his adversary. The tide of battle shifted with the arrival of Whitebeard, as countless Navy soldiers surged toward him like a frenzied wave, recklessly launching attacks, even drawing the attention of the three admirals. However, the captains of Whitebeard's crew were no pushovers. The incoming Kizaru was once again intercepted by the 1st Division commander, Marco, while the 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu, thwarted Akiji. Only the admiral Akainu managed to break through the pirate encirclement and confront Whitebeard directly. Without a moment's hesitation, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Akainu's every strike erupting with volcanic intensity. Yet before Whitebeard, they amounted to little more than a trivial nuisance, in the presence of the power capable of obliterating the world. All magma could not approach within 10 meters of Whitebeard's formidable aura. The overwhelming force was such that even Akainu found it arduous to contend with. It was undeniable that Whitebeard's title as the world's strongest man was not merely a product of exaggeration. With Whitebeard's intervention, the pressure on Luffy and his allies at the forefront was significantly alleviated. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy swiftly closed the distance to the execution platform under the cover of the other captains of Whitebeard's crew. Chapter 37. Luffy's advance. The decisive battle erupted in an instant, as the three admirals mobilized simultaneously, shocking all present. Yet it was the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu that drew the most attention. The searing magma created an inferno reminiscent of the apocalypse, its intense heat palpable even from a kilometer away. However, in comparison, each of Whitebeard's strikes was astonishing, a perfect fusion of formidable abilities and immense strength. Successfully suppressing Akainu while the resulting shockwaves sent thousands of Navy soldiers flying, and even the legendary fortress of Marineford suffered continuous damage, it was clear that the power to destroy the world was not to be trifled with. Even an aged Whitebeard necessitated the might of peak-era admirals to withstand him. No one else would suffice. Age making you unsteady with your sword? Akainu taunted during the fray, seeking to provoke Whitebeard. For to him, the process mattered little as long as victory was attained. Yet, such trivial provocations were of no consequence to Whitebeard, who had endured countless battles over the years. He had witnessed every tactic conceivable and remained impervious to their effects. Akainu, you little brat, do you think you warrant my full strength? Save your magma for lighting candles, he declared, swinging his blade toward Akainu, the power of his fruit manifesting along the edge. Akainu, not daring to underestimate Whitebeard's assault, quickly focused his energy to defend against it. The ferocious force swept across the battlefield, rendering a 1,000-meter radius around the two a no-go zone, as none dared approach. Even a mere hint of their presence instilled a sense of despair. Observing the overwhelming combat prowess of the two, Caddy could not help but compare himself to them, concluding that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be fortunate to last half a minute against them. The instantaneous ferocity of their attacks was terrifying. While Whitebeard's ability was formidable, Akainu's magma fruit was no weakling either, boasting the highest explosive potential among nature-type abilities. He would not shy away from a direct confrontation. Among the three admirals, only Akainu possessed the capacity to face Whitebeard head-on. Akiji's output was evidently insufficient, and Kizaru, while potentially explosive, could not withstand a direct clash, had Kizaru been the one to engage Whitebeard. Marineford would likely be erased from the map within 10 minutes. In comparison, Caddy's flame fruit was lacking. Both in explosiveness and intensity, it paled in comparison. This moment, Caddy could only hope that upon enhancing his abilities, the flame fruit would unleash even greater power, or else he might as well exchange it for the sand fruit, which offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. He could even aspire to emulate Gaara from Naruto, becoming akin to a one-tail Shikaku, and in some aspects surpassing it. At least Shikaku could not elementalize or become immune to physical damage. Provided his physical attributes kept pace, he could emerge as a superior version of Shikaku. As Caddy regained his focus and observed Luffy's movements, he was astonished to see that Luffy was now less than a few hundred meters from the execution platform, with countless pirates desperately carving a path for him. Even the captains of Whitebeard's crew providing cover for his advance. In that moment, Luffy became the embodiment of hope for all, even for Whitebeard, who placed everything upon his shoulders. Lightning, it is time to showcase your power. All right. As Ivanov issued the command, the long-awaited scissors man sprang into action. Transforming his hands into scissors, he effortlessly sliced through the seemingly impenetrable ground, rendering it as pliable as fabric under his powers. He then tossed the softened earth onto the execution platform, creating the simplest and most convenient path for Luffy. Luffy, go. We've got this covered. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed upon Luffy's figure as the pirates fought valiantly against the frenzied navy, while the navy, in turn, relentlessly charged at the desperate pirates. Even the three admirals focused their attention on Luffy, with the other two turning to retreat, leaving Akainu alone. Stop. At this juncture, Jozo and Marco would not allow them to escape unchallenged. The outcome hinged on this moment, and they were determined to obstruct the two admirals' ascent. With no time for pleasantries, Luffy dashed up the makeshift slide toward Ace. Watching Luffy charge forward, Caddy instinctively glanced at the nearby Garp, recalling that he would surely intervene. However, he was met with a torrent of water, which Luffy dispatched with a single punch. Damn it. Why is everyone making things difficult for me? Then he charged toward Luffy. Grandpa, get out of the way. Don't block my path. Luffy shouted, hoping his grandfather would clear a route. Impossible. I'm a Marine Vice Admiral. The moment you decided to set sail, you should have been prepared to face me on the battlefield. If you wish to pass, you must do so over my dead body with that. He raised his iron fist and struck at Luffy. Garp's thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield, leaving all who heard it in shock. They were acutely aware of the nature of Garp and Luffy's relationship. He was his biological grandson. Who would have expected him to truly strike? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, Garp did indeed take action. Seeing the determination etched on Garp's face, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers shared a singular thought. This is it. Even Akiji and Kizu, who had initially intended to retreat, paused their actions, calmly observing Luffy without a hint of urgency. They understood all too well the strength of Garp's fists. Even in that moment, they did not believe themselves capable of challenging him. With Garp's involvement, victory seemed all but assured. Grandpa, I have to get through here today. In a moment where he would typically fear Garp, Luffy showed no signs of trepidation, instantly entering gear second and raising his fist to retaliate against Garp. Bang! In the next heartbeat, a figure was sent flying far away. How is this possible? Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were unable to accept the outcome before them. It was Garp, their trusted vice admiral, who had been knocked away. Witnessing this scene, Akiji and Kizu nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The water had been far too contrived. At least a few rounds of sparring would have sufficed to maintain appearances. Yet, one individual was angrier than all, and that was Sengoku, who nearly spat blood on the spot. How could that rascal Garp have staged such a farce before him? The old man who specialized in fist-fighting had been sent flying by a mere rookie. Was he mocking him? Could he not act with a touch more professionalism? Chapter 38. Whitebeard wounded, however. Regardless of how Sengoku and the others perceived the situation, Garp had indeed been sent flying, and now, lying amidst the ruins, he was indifferent to the opinions of others. Having broken through the final obstacle, Luffy finally ascended to the long-desired execution platform, holding the key crafted by Mr. 3, intent on unlocking Ace's shackles. Is it truly acceptable to disregard me? At that moment, an overwhelming aura, suffocating in its might, erupted from behind Caddy. Following Garp's actions, Sengoku, who had remained silent until now, finally made his move. Transforming into a colossal golden Buddha towering 10 meters high, he unleashed his full power without hesitation. Buddha's impact. The immense shadow completely engulfed Caddy and his companions in an instant, leaving no time for Luffy to free Caddy from his cuffs. The enemy's attack was already upon them, with no other choice. Luffy had to abandon his attempt to unlock the shackles. Rubber balloon. Taking a deep breath, Luffy's body rapidly expanded in an instant, transforming into a colossal rubber balloon with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Standing defiantly before Kizaru and bracing himself against Sengoku's strike, in that fleeting moment, Sengoku's formidable attack descended, and the overwhelming force sent Luffy spewing blood. Nevertheless, Luffy gritted his teeth, for he knew that if he relaxed his hold, he would lose this form, leaving Ace vulnerable to harm. He would never allow anyone to hurt Ace again, no matter who it was. Boom! Just as Luffy was on the verge of collapsing, the execution platform beneath Kizaru creaked and gave way, causing both Luffy and Kizaru to plummet to the ground, thus narrowly evading Sengoku's assault. Amidst the chaos, Luffy hurriedly positioned the key into the lock, and with a click, the handcuffs binding Kizaru were finally released. The long-lost surge of power awakened within him, and one could not help but marvel at the exquisite sensation of freedom. Luffy, I truly thank you this time. I never imagined I would need my younger brother to rescue me. Now, let me protect you as we escape. Although Luffy's actions were not for his own sake, Kizaru, perched atop the execution platform, was acutely aware of the myriad dangers Luffy had faced and the wounds he had endured. Even though she was not Ace, Kizaru was profoundly moved by Luffy's unwavering determination that a flame quietly ignited amidst the ruins, and as the pirates witnessed this scene, tears of exhilaration streamed down their faces. Finally, they had rescued Ace. Every sacrifice was worth it, and this battle had exacted a heavy toll, leaving countless souls fallen, never to rise again. Yet, those who had fallen wished only for one thing in their final moments, that someone could save Ace. All the pirates participating in this battle had come willingly, with no one coerced into joining. They all knew the perilous nature of this undertaking, yet they still came, for none wished to lose Ace's gentle spirit. Ace, at that moment, countless voices called out Ace's name, their excitement palpable. In the Ice Age, no longer able to concern himself with the enemy before him, Aokiji expanded his form, turning his back on the execution platform and rushing towards it. Even as Jozu braced himself, only to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Get lost! A single punch sent the Navy officer blocking his path flying. Without the constraints of sea stone, these officers lacking mastery over Haki were no different from weaklings before him. However, Jinbei, who had witnessed it all, was left in shock. What had he just seen? How could that person also wield flames? Clearly, Ace was the one with the Mera Nomi powers. How could there be a second? If he had not witnessed Ace's earlier departure from Impel Down, he would have believed that person to be Ace. Yet that individual was unmistakably Kizu. The events unfolding before him defied all logic. Regardless of whether Jinbei could accept it or not, the truth remained. The system's power surpassed everyone's imagination. Flame on! Towering flames erupted from Kizaru, surging forth to form a scorching wall of fire that decimated half of the enemy forces. In that moment, Luffy and Kizaru advanced in unison. Though they had never fought side by side before, with the perception granted by Kinbunchika Haki, Kizaru intuitively understood Luffy's next move, making it effortless to follow his lead. Double spear. As they traversed half the battlefield, a true obstacle finally emerged. A figure flickered within the icy mist, arriving before their attack could reach. Fire pillar. Just as the words were spoken, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, instantly melting the ice spears suspended in mid-air. Simultaneously, Kizaru's expression grew serious. The power to unleash such an attack could only belong to Aokiji among the world elite. Ha ha ha, but I can't let you leave. Fire Fist Ace. Even at this moment, Aokiji appeared as if he had just awakened from slumber. Kizaru often found himself curious about how this man managed to seem perpetually drowsy. If you truly possess strength, then I will acknowledge it. Words beyond necessity were mere frivolities. When brave souls meet on a narrow path, only the courageous prevailed. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. They would fight to the end. Violent Aokiji. Aokiji's right arm instantaneously transformed into elemental form, conjuring a colossal bird that froze everything in its path. Even the thin vapor of water in the air succumbed to the chilling fate. Crystallizing into tiny ice beads, Fire Fist, scorching flames erupted from Kizaru's right fist, swiftly manifesting into a sea of fire. In the next instant, the searing heat of fire collided with the frigid ice. There was neither thunderous roar nor tremor, only a silent devouring, with the flames consuming and melting the ice, while the ice relentlessly extinguished the flames. In that moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, a sudden change quietly transpired on the opposite side of the battlefield. The Whitebeard, who had been suppressing Akainu, suddenly clutched his chest in agony, dropping to one knee. At this critical juncture, Whitebeard's heart condition flared up. Seizing such an opportunity, Akainu charged forward at incredible speed, his fist elementalized in preparation. Judgment Dog. He aimed a punch at Whitebeard's abdomen. A terrifying force combined with a formidable devil fruit ability. Akainu's fist penetrated Whitebeard's body, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his abdomen. Whitebeard, you're truly aging. After striking, Akainu retreated. He understood that this level of injury would not kill Whitebeard. Remaining nearby would be not only unwise but perilous. As a dying beast is the most ferocious and savage. Chapter 39. 2 Ace's Old Man. Countless individuals felt their hearts ache at Whitebeard's injury, unable to accept the reality before them. Their proud father had been harmed. Akainu, get lost! A figure suddenly appeared, charging fearlessly at Akainu. Though the attack was sudden, it was not enough to catch Akainu off guard. Facing the unknown adversary, Akainu raised his fist to counter, confident in his strength. No matter who the opponent was, they could not disregard his punch. The assault erupted in the next moment, the shockwaves staggering as the once solid ice beneath them shattered in an instant, but neither party intended to pursue. It was a one-off clash. The unexpected third party positioned himself defensively before Whitebeard, vigilantly observing the surrounding navy, while Akainu glared darkly at the cloaked figure who had once again appeared to shield Whitebeard in a moment of peril. Who are you? Why do you repeatedly intervene to protect Whitebeard? Do you realize what that entails? In response to Akainu's inquiry, the cloaked figure offered but 7 words, because he is my father. Upon hearing this, Akainu's face darkened, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. They were unequivocally enemies. Nevertheless, one point puzzled him. When had the Whitebeard pirates acquired such a formidable ally? Though the previous strike had been executed hastily, Akainu had discerned the cloaked figure's strength, which exceeded that of typical powerful individuals, barely qualifying as a vice-admiral. Such a person should not have escaped his notice. Return. Your presence is unnecessary here. After a brief respite, Whitebeard had recovered and commanded the cloaked figure. Old man, Ace has already been rescued. According to our agreement, I can intervene now. However, this time the cloaked figure declined Whitebeard's order. Sensing the other's resolve, Whitebeard refrained from pressing further. While he allowed the figure to join the fray, he positioned him behind himself, preventing a direct confrontation with Akainu. It was precisely because of the current circumstances that they overlooked the fact that Ace was also a Maramara Nomi user. Gazing at Whitebeard's special treatment, Akainu found himself increasingly perplexed. Who was this person who shared such a close relationship with Whitebeard, rivaling even the other corps captains? Just a mere rat hiding in the shadows. Unable to uncover the cloaked figure's identity, Akainu's mood soured, leaving him with no choice but to express his resentment through scornful remarks. Ha ha ha. Akainu, does saying this serve any purpose? All it does is highlight your ineptitude. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Whitebeard once again clashed with Akainu. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure remained vigilant, assisting Whitebeard in fending off all other attacking Navy officers. Have you ever been kicked by light? However, just as the cloaked man was blocking the onslaught of the Navy, a rather lewd voice suddenly pierced his ear, and his peripheral vision caught sight of a dazzling flash. Be careful. At that moment, Marco's warning arrived a moment too late. Despite his utmost efforts to obstruct Kizaru, he still managed to slip away. After all, if Kizaru truly wished to depart, there were very few who could impede him. Without the need for Marco's reminder, the cloaked man was already covered in goosebumps the instant he heard Kizaru's voice. He was acutely aware that he was facing a formidable crisis when Kizaru's attack came. The cloaked man could only hastily cross his arms, enveloped in haki, to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, a figure was sent soaring, crashing into a heap of rubble. Damn it! An enraged roar emanated from the ruins. Anyone who had been suddenly kicked would certainly not be in good spirits. What on earth is happening? Yet the entire battlefield fell abruptly silent. All combatants ceased their actions, fixated on the individual and the debris, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The astonishment was not confined to Marineford. It echoed throughout the world, as all who witnessed this scene could scarcely believe their eyes, questioning whether they had somehow misperceived reality. How could there be a second Ace? At that moment, every gaze was drawn toward the two faces, separated by less than a kilometer. Identical features, identical physiques. Not even the Navy could discern who was who. And even the pirates who had lived alongside Ace for years were momentarily confounded, unable to distinguish between them based solely on appearance, that a gentle breeze swept by and a sudden chill grazed Ace's face. It was only now that the oblivious Ace realized that the cloak which had previously shrouded him had been blown away in the aftermath of the attack. In an instant, Ace's expression darkened considerably. "Who on earth are you?" At that moment, Akainu was truly enraged. The battle had progressed to this point, and Ace, who should have faced execution, not only remained alive, but had been rescued, if that were not enough. The sudden appearance of another Ace raised further questions. What had their efforts amounted to? However, Ace did not respond to Akainu's inquiries. He was still unsure whether Katie's plan had been fully realized. He pondered the implications of revealing his identity at this juncture. The brutal and chaotic war was momentarily halted by the emergence of the second Ace. There was no need to continue fighting until their identities were clarified. You must be the real Ace. Despite their identical appearances, the powers of their respective devil fruits were undeniable. Akiji noted that only the Ace before him wielded the power of flames, while the other Ace had yet to manifest any such ability. This signified that the Ace in front of him was indeed genuine, while the other was merely an imposter. The power of flames, is it? I believe I can do that too. Akiji could easily discern Ace's thoughts, and a flame similarly ignited in his hand. He had refrained from using it previously out of fear of exposing his identity. After all, how could he not possess such abilities? Faced with this predicament, Akiji fell silent, as did Akainu. Even as admirals of the Navy, they found themselves unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene before them. While external appearances could be easily altered, the uniqueness of a devil fruit ability was irreplaceable. They had never heard of a situation where two individuals with the same power existed simultaneously, leaving them at a loss as to how to explain the reality unfolding before them. So, are you eager to know my identity? Although this unexpected turn of events was outside his original plan, it did not hinder the unfolding of subsequent actions. After all, he had already distanced himself from the execution platform, and revealing his true identity was imperative to fulfilling the mission assigned by the system. Will you tell me? Upon hearing Katie's words, Akiji felt a stir within him, though he maintained a facade of calm. There's nothing stopping me from sharing. If you wish to know, I will tell you. Chapter 40. My name is Katie. Thus, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the Ace beside Akiji vanished, replaced by an entirely new visage. Still characterized by the wild, unruly black hair, this figure appeared astonishingly youthful, prompting spectators to question whether this young man had even reached the age of 20. His height was comparable to Ace's. Yet he was more slender, emanating an inexplicable aura. This sensation caused Mihawk, who stood not far away, to squint slightly. As the world's greatest swordsman, he recognized what it was. Undoubtedly, it belonged to one of his kind. This individual was unexpectedly a swordsman, and not a weak one at that. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Katie. In that moment, the name Katie was etched into the memories of countless individuals, as all information pertaining to him was swiftly organized and disseminated to those who sought it. Katie, why does that name sound so familiar? Unlike the others on the battlefield, Sengoku, though not entirely aware of the sudden appearance of this individual, felt a flicker of understanding in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily contacted the intelligence personnel beside him. Quick! Contact Impel down and inquire whether there is an inmate named Katie. If so, retrieve all related information. Glancing anxiously at the distant youth, Sengoku finally remembered where he had heard that name. Before Ace's execution, Impel down had sent him a dossier detailing all information regarding the escapees, and he had indeed seen Katie's name there. However, the note beside it merely indicated that he was a common inmate in the first underground level, which he had dismissed without much thought. Yet now, it was clear that he was far from an ordinary inmate. He was even more nefarious than those incarcerated in the 6th underground level. It was outrageous enough that he had inexplicably acquired the power of the flame fruit. But to audaciously impersonate Ace while under the world's scrutiny and then be rescued right under their noses was nothing short of a blatant affront. This public execution, meticulously orchestrated with immense effort, had been transformed into an unprecedented farce due to his meddling, revealing that they had been led by the enemy from the beginning. Marshal, We have confirmation from Impel down that this individual exists. Here is the information you requested. Before long, a subordinate returned, clutching a thick stack of documents. Grabbing all the materials, Sengoku quickly began to read. In an instant, his expression darkened ominously, aside from the opening line, which seemed somewhat normal. The remaining content was overwhelmingly unexpected, single-handedly infiltrated the 6th underground level, defeated Shiryu of the Rain, and freed the notorious inmate Fire Fist Ace, along with the Devil's descendant Barrett, and established some form of connection with Redfield. Even Magellan was knocked out by Katie and his companions and has yet to regain consciousness. Moreover, the report also mentioned another matter. Marshal D. Teach had similarly breached the 6th underground level not long ago and absconded with several significant inmates. His current whereabouts are unknown. In summary, the situation in Impel Down was even more chaotic than here. With prisoners escaping left and right and riots erupting everywhere, the absence of Magellan's control would make it difficult to quell the unrest in the short term. Damn it, damn it, damn it. After perusing all the documents, the usually composed Sengoku could no longer contain his anger, causing his nearby subordinates to fall silent, acutely aware of their superior's temper. The mention of a damn signified his genuine fury. It was a rare occurrence for him to utter it twice. The only other instance being during the Golden Lion's assault, which resulted in half of Impel Down's destruction. The mention of 3 dams was unprecedented and indicated just how furious he was, making it clear that they dared not interrupt him. What on earth is going on? Why the outburst? At this moment, only Garp dared to voice such a question. What? Are you uncomfortable just sitting in the ruins? Sengoku glared at Garp, who wore an expression of indifference. Had he intervened to stop the Straw Hat Kid earlier, none of this would have transpired. Even if he could not execute Ace, it would have been preferable to the current predicament. Should I intervene and capture that brat? Garp, aware of his own shortcomings, proactively offered to assist. Not for now. Take a look at this. Refusing Garp's suggestion, Sengoku handed him a document. This? How is this possible? Upon seeing the familiar faces in the document, Garp could not help but exclaim he was all too familiar with the 2 individuals, one of whom he had personally apprehended. There is nothing impossible about this. This is confirmed intelligence, though I am reluctant to believe it. Those 2 have indeed escaped and are likely hiding somewhere. If you take action, they may not remain idle. And should that happen, the outcome of this war could be truly uncertain. What do you propose we do? Evidently, engaging in intellectual endeavors is not suited for Garp. For the time being, I shall stabilize the situation, and I will seek reinforcements. With that, Sengoku quietly departed, unnoticed by anyone. Left behind was Garp, his brow furrowed. For he did not believe Sengoku could muster much assistance. The deployment of forces had been predetermined before the onset of battle, leaving no surplus of elite combatants. His gaze inevitably drifted towards the figure beside his grandson, an array of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. From a standpoint of allegiance, the 2 sides were adversaries, yet on a personal level, Garp could not deny a sense of gratitude within him. After all, no matter how selfless he might be, he truly did not wish to witness Ace's execution, yet the actions he took were undeniably reckless and perilous. This war had been irrevocably altered due to his singular influence, and the future of the world would similarly shift because of him, leading the course of events to deviate entirely from prior expectations. Katie, was it? I shall remember you. This is not the time for battle. One day, I will apprehend you. With that, Akiji vanished, racing towards the chaotic battlefield centered around Whitebeard. For in Akiji's heart, Ace held greater significance than Katie did, of course. This was a judgment made without the knowledge of the intelligence Sengoku possessed. Otherwise, his assessment might have been different. In that instant, the naval forces might, represented by the 3 admirals, clashed with the strongest trio of the Whitebeard pirates, creating a tumultuous melee that engulfed half the bay. Watching Akiji depart, Katie made no move to intervene, for his new opponent had also arrived. Even if he was not as formidable as Akiji, he was still a considerable threat. He bore an illustrious title, the world's greatest swordsman. Luffy, you should depart. I will handle things here. This moment, he lacked the energy to protect Luffy, and allowing him to leave was the wisest choice. Now, all of the Navy's elite forces have been intercepted by members of the Whitebeard crew. With the protection of figures like Ivanov and Jinbei, Luffy's safety amidst the chaos was assured. To be careful. Though Luffy harbored numerous questions, he understood the peril of the situation. The man known as Hawkeye was once more upon him. Remaining here would not only be unhelpful, but would render him a burden. So Luffy decisively opted to depart. However, he felt a profound sense of reluctance and discontent. Through this war, he had come to realize the existence of so many powerful individuals. The three admirals loomed before him like imposing mountains, while Whitebeard was as formidable as his grandfather. Even the young man named Katie, whom he had initially underestimated, now compelled Luffy to acknowledge his own inferiority by no small margin. In this moment, Luffy resolved that once this matter concluded, he would earnestly strive to enhance his strength. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Please check host. Yet before Katie could truly assess the situation, the notification resounded once more. Mission description. Only by battling true power can one uncover their shortcomings and expedite their growth. Mission requirement. Engage in combat with the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, for 10 minutes without defeat. Mission reward. 500,000 exchange points. 50 skill points. In times past, Katie would have been elated by the prospect of such substantial rewards. Yet now, he felt naught but tension and suppression. Dracul Mihawk, universally acknowledged as the greatest swordsman, was known to the world as Hawkeye due to his hawk-like piercing gaze. He was the master of the Supreme Blade, one of the 12 Supreme Blades, and could be likened to a deity among in Katie's memory. This individual had consistently employed but one attack, a simple basic strike. Whether slicing through bullets, ships, or even meteors, it was always the same uncomplicated strike, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to his overwhelming strength or the weakness of his adversaries. Each time, he appeared to wield his might with effortless ease, as though he had never truly engaged seriously. Although the task required merely 10 minutes, Katie felt no absolute confidence. You must also be a swordsman. Draw your sword. In that moment, Katie received an invitation to duel from the world's foremost swordsman, and it was to be a contest of swordsmanship. One could say that even in defeat, no one would deem him weak. Instead, they would regard Katie as formidable, simply for having garnered Hawkeye's recognition. After all, not everyone receives such an invitation from Hawkeye. Countless individuals yearn for the opportunity to spar with him, yet Hawkeye has little time to engage with each challenger. He only extends invitations to those he deems worthy. Quietly drawing his sword, the Void, Katie found himself unable to refuse this battle, nor did he wish to. Even if Hawkeye had not sought him out, Katie would have pursued him, for he must fulfill the system's mission. In that moment of tranquility and focus, Katie's spirit reached an unprecedented level of concentration. Facing this figure, he dared not hold back in the slightest. As Katie's attention was fixed on Hawkeye, the latter's gaze remained steadfast upon Katie's blade. From the moment Katie unsheathed the Void, Hawkeye's eyes had not strayed. For reasons unknown, he sensed a unique vitality emanating from it, an unprecedented discovery, a blade imbued with life. What this signified was beyond his comprehension. This feeling of curiosity was one he had not experienced in quite some time. And even his gaze towards Katie became serious. Perhaps this battle would unveil something extraordinary. Detected swordsmanship foundation at master level or above from Dracul Mihawk. Would you like to replicate and extract? Agree. A warm sensation surged within him, and before the battle commenced, Katie finally felt a modicum of confidence. The one thing he had lacked was now fortified. With this, all of his crucial abilities and skills had reached the pinnacle of the master level. Although he had yet to break through, thanks to the uniqueness of his abilities and the power of his fruit, he was now effectively comparable to an individual of Vice Admiral caliber. Prepare yourself. With Hawkeye's final admonition, the black blade Yuru was drawn in an instant, and a green slash surged forth towards Katie. Despite being merely a basic strike, he felt an overwhelming threat emanating from it. Even from a distance of several meters, his skin prickled with pain. Aurora slash. Faced with this strike, Katie did not fully exert herself to create a barrier. It was merely a casual blow from Mihawk. If she were to resort to her strongest skills for such an attack, she might as well surrender and not bother fighting further. In a flash of silvery light, The slicing blade collided directly with Mihawk's sword aura, unleashing all her strength at once. Ultimately, the green sword energy could not withstand the force and dissipated into countless specks of green light. Only upon genuine contact did Katie realize the true strength of what appeared to be an ordinary strike. Had it not been for a recent enhancement in physical prowess, she might not have been able to withstand it. In comparison, even Mihawk's casual blow possessed the power and explosiveness of Shiliew's full-on assault. After experiencing Mihawk's formidable strength, Katie no longer dared to remain stationary, waiting foolishly for his attack. She initiated her own offensive, aware that he could easily wear her down if she remained passive. She believed she could not withstand 100 such strikes, and if it came to that, lasting even 10 minutes would be a remarkable feat. She had no doubts about Mihawk's speed with his sword. With a resounding clash, the silvery force met the inky blackness of the night, and though neither combatant moved, the ice beneath them shattered instantaneously. The surrounding space erupted with countless fine, yet razor-sharp sword energies, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of howling winds in that moment. The prolonged conflict between tens of thousands of Navy personnel and pirates came to an abrupt halt, not due to a lack of desire to fight, but because they simply could not. The entire bay had been transformed into a battleground for the Duel of Eight, featuring the 3 admirals of the Navy alongside Mihawk, the strongest of the 7 warlords, pitted against the 3 most formidable members of the Whitebeard pirates and the fugitive Katie. Their battle had transcended the capacity for ordinary individuals to intervene. Even those who wished to assist found themselves powerless to do so, as no one dared to intrude upon their arena. Within this tumult, the clash between Katie and Mihawk became the focal point of public intrigue. As the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk had always drawn attention. And as the instigator of this chaos, Katie's sudden emergence piqued everyone's curiosity. They yearned to uncover the true strength and intentions of this man who had appeared so unexpectedly. Chapter 42. The unleashing of the void sword lights flickered, and sword energies danced through the air. Despite being merely 2 individuals wielding blades, the force they unleashed was no less formidable than that of distant powers. The solid ice beneath them felt as fragile as tofu, as the colliding sword energies ravaged everything in their vicinity, rendering the ice that could support hundreds of thousands into a pitiful state. Their battlefield had long since expanded beyond the ice surface. The sky had become the primary arena. Their figures had become so blurred that the naked eye could scarcely track their speed. Only the keen perception granted by Hawkeye allowed one to catch a glimpse of their movements. The standoff before them astonished many onlookers. While they were not surprised by Mihawk's prowess, the unexpected strength of Katie left them bewildered. Before the battle commenced, they had observed him wielding a sword. But few truly believed in the potency of his swordsmanship. Many assumed he would rely on his devil fruit abilities to contend with Mihawk, given the inherent advantages of a Logia-type fruit against swordsmen. Yet the reality before them forced them to concede that they had indeed underestimated this youth, who appeared to be no older than 20. Not only did he possess formidable devil fruit powers, but he also commanded respectable swordsmanship. They believed that if Katie could survive this war, he would undoubtedly grow to rival the Navy's admirals in the future, with a decisive slash at this moment in the battle. Mihawk found himself intrigued. Katie was the only opponent he had encountered in this conflict who compelled him to take things slightly more seriously. He unconsciously increased the intensity of his strikes. With a thunderous roar, a figure plummeted from the sky into the icy ruins below, shattering the previously balanced state of their confrontation. Observers' hearts began to settle at this sight. Finally, Katie had been brought to heel. Otherwise, they would have found it impossible to accept the reality that a youth yet to reach 20 could contend with the world's greatest swordsman. Cough, cough. It felt as if a heavy fog of impurities had built up within his chest, and only through relentless coughing could he find a semblance of relief. The wrist of his sword arm throbbed with pain, nearly devoid of sensation. Gazing at Mihawk suspended in the air, Katie's heart sank heavily. A mere minute had elapsed since the onset of their clash, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly falter within 10 minutes. His once invincible tearing technique proved utterly ineffective against Mihawk, leaving him battered by successive attacks. "What, is this how it ends?" A dismissive remark ignited Katie's competitive spirit. How could a man simply give up? This was merely the beginning. Do not presume victory With a furious roar, Katie leaped once more into the air, determined to engage Mihawk in combat again. However, a minute later, Katie's form crashed back onto the ice. Looking even worse than before, his body marred with crimson stains, the agony coursing through him brought a moment of clarity. Seizing this brief respite, he contemplated how to respond next. He was far from peak condition now, and if he persisted in this manner, he would undoubtedly fall within the next minute. System: deduct 10 skill points to elevate my swordsmanship fundamentals to extraordinary level 1. As the words left his mind, a torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness, akin to the enlightening sensation of a revelation. The shackles restraining his body shattered, and a door slowly opened before him. Katie felt as though he had glimpsed the true realm of swordsmen. This confirmed Katie's earlier suspicions. The extraordinary level was indeed the gateway to the world of the strong, though he had yet to experience it firsthand. He believed that the enhancement from the extraordinary swordsmanship fundamentals would be substantial. However, Katie's exchanges were far from over. System: expend 400,000 exchange points to acquire 4 skill points. Expend 50 skill points to elevate the void technique. In an instant, the skill points in his system account dwindled to 0, while his exchange points, having just reached the million threshold, plummeted back to a mere 100,000, with an excess of 300 being selectively disregarded. Unlike before, as he enhanced the void technique, he felt no significant change within his body, yet the blade in his hand had transformed. Although its appearance remained unchanged, it had forged a connection with him. While he could not precisely define this bond, he was certain of its existence. Apologies for the wait. Mihawk. At that moment, Katie brimmed with confidence. His weary body had been revitalized, and his gaze towards Mihawk was filled with unwavering combat spirit. "Do not disappoint me," Mihawk replied in an unflappable tone, though an observant I would discern a subtle shift. His center of gravity was marginally lower than usual. Though slight, this change bore significant meaning. He had adopted a defensive stance against Katie. Cross slash. A cross-shaped cut swiftly took form and shot towards Mihawk. Katie did not elevate the level of his cross slash, yet the power of this strike was markedly superior to its predecessors. Not merely a slight enhancement. This was the might of extraordinary swordsmanship fundamentals, granting Katie a new understanding and perception of swordsmanship. The disparity between the power of the same skill before and after was like night and day. This was the difference in realms. Even so, Mihawk casually waved his hand, effortlessly nullifying Katie's attack. In the next moment, Katie's figure magnified to the utmost in Mihawk's vision, and under the cover of the sword aura, he successfully closed the distance to Mihawk. With the void technique unleashed, he attacked from the most cunning angle, convinced that even Mihawk would be unable to counter in time. Indeed, as Katie had anticipated, Mihawk was unable to sheath his sword in time to defend himself. But that did not mean he was without recourse. With a clang, the silvery void slash met the hilt of Mihawk's black blade. However, Katie's assault did not conclude there. Initial release. The detached voice emerged from Katie's lips. Just as Mihawk began to ponder the meaning of those two words, a signal of impending danger surged forth, and only then did he notice the identical sword in Katie's left hand. With no time to delve into the reason behind it, Mihawk hastily withdrew, evading the descending attack. With such an advantage, Katie would not let the opportunity slip by. Wielding both blades, he attacked Mihawk simultaneously, exuding an aura far surpassing his previous state that, in an instant, the dual-wielding Katie successfully suppressed Mihawk. "Hey, Bista, is that kid really that strong?" From a distance, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing the clash between Katie and Mihawk, questioned Bista, who also bore the title of swordsman. "He is indeed formidable, and for some reason, his swordsmanship has surged dramatically in an instant. Otherwise, he would not have pushed Mihawk to this extent. However, this situation will not last long. Once Mihawk adapts to his attack patterns, the initiative will surely revert to Mihawk, for he is the world's strongest." Chapter 43. The unity of man and blade when Bista uttered this phrase. His tone was resolute, and, as a fellow swordsman, he could truly grasp the disparity between himself and Mihawk. They were simply not of the same realm. Yet, that was already formidable enough, for Mihawk was the man who had dueled with red-haired Shanks. And even Bista's father spoke of him in high regard. Although Bista held such views, they still acknowledged that Katie was remarkably strong, a sentiment that even Bista himself shared, for he knew that he might not perform better in his stead. This realization was not confined to the captain of the white team. Nearly every onlooker present shared this thought. They were compelled to concede that they had underestimated this sudden emergence of youth. Ah, another restless soul. How intriguing, truly captivating. Behind his sunglasses, Don Quixote da Flamingo gazed intently at Katie. Lost in contemplation, as Katie became one with his sword, he entered an unprecedented state of focus. The world around him faded, leaving only the sound of the blade slicing through the air and the enemy before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly transcended into the wondrous realm of the unity of man and blade. With his eyes slightly squinted, Mihawk's gaze shifted as he observed the transformation occurring within Katie. The changes were unmistakable, and he understood precisely what this state signified for a swordsman. The force he had intended to amplify instinctively began to withdraw. The unity of man and blade is a state that all swordsmen ardently yearn for. In this state, one's spirit is not merely highly concentrated. Thoughts become more agile, and self-awareness reaches unprecedented heights. Within this state, a swordsman can seamlessly integrate all their abilities. What once seemed incomprehensible or insurmountable becomes astonishingly simple, as if a thin veil has been pierced. Naturally, this state is exceedingly rare, often relying purely on fortune. One may never encounter it throughout an entire lifetime. Even I have only experienced it thrice, each time resulting in monumental growth. That moment, Mihawk's gaze toward Katie transformed into one of admiration. Initially, his challenge to Katie stemmed from curiosity. He wished to ascertain the prowess of this young man who had disrupted the Navy's strategies. From the very first exchange, Mihawk was taken aback. Though his expression remained impassive, his inner turmoil was palpable. This youth had already developed his own sword intent. The tearing effect inherent in his attacks was unmistakable to Mihawk. He found it incomprehensible that Katie, still in the realm of a budding swordsman, had grasped sword intent, as many great swordsmen had not yet achieved this understanding. Sword intent cannot be acquired solely through effort. It requires a trifecta of diligence, talent, and opportunity. That is an external manifestation of one's willpower, lacking a definitive method of learning, as each individual's will is unique, an understanding that cannot be articulated. Even the promising young man he had in mind was still far from comprehending sword intent. Yet soon, Mihawk realized he had jumped to conclusions too quickly. After witnessing Katie's uniqueness, Mihawk found himself eager to engage further, intensifying his attacks and knocking him down twice in succession, just as he believed Katie had reached his limit. The young swordsman's skills surged, breaking through the barrier that loomed over countless swordsmen, entering the realm of the great swordsman. Yet, this was not the end. During their next encounter, Mihawk was astonished to discover that, in addition to his tearing sword intent, Katie possessed a second form of sword intent. Spatial fluctuation. The moment he sensed it, Mihawk's instinct screamed impossibility. Possessing one form of sword intent was already a monumental challenge. Let alone two, particularly one related to space. Sword intent varies in strength, and anything associated with space is inherently potent. However, subsequent clashes confirmed Mihawk's perception. There was indeed an essence of spatial power within Katie's attacks. At that moment, Mihawk felt a twinge of envy toward Katie, who had reached such heights before turning 20 that age. He had just become a great swordsman, still distant from the understanding of sword intent. In comparison, he held no advantage over Katie whatsoever. Nevertheless, Mihawk recognized that while Katie's formidable sword intent endowed him with immense power, it also presented a daunting dilemma: conflict and contradiction. He struggled to wield both powers effectively. It was in that instant that Mihawk, too, entered the unity of man and blade. Although lacking a solid basis, he had a premonition that once Katie emerged from this state, he would resolve this dilemma and master both powers. Though merely a hunch, Mihawk's instincts had always been remarkably accurate. That moment, he could have chosen to disrupt Katie's focus, yet he refrained. This was not a matter of pride as a strong warrior or respect for an adversary. It was purely the desire to witness a true contest. Since the incident with red-haired Shanks, he had not encountered a worthy opponent. Standing atop the pinnacle, Mihawk had grown weary of solitude and longed for a challenger who could ignite his passion for battle. Zoro, whom he had met in the East Blue, held a glimmer of potential, but whether he could truly evolve into a rival remained uncertain. In contrast, Katie presented a far greater opportunity. Thus, rather than interrupting Katie's epiphany, Mihawk chose to act as a sparring partner, offering him opportunities to refine his skills, his unwavering confidence in his strength. This was the pride of being the world's strongest, despite the terrifying talent Katie exhibited. Mihawk firmly believed that even if Katie reached his level in the future, he would still emerge victorious. With a thunderous roar, for reasons unknown, Whitebeard and Akainu unleashed a tremendous attack, sending powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. As his gaze shifted, Mihawk reconnected with the external environment, his consciousness breaking free from that extraordinary state. He lamented the loss of that moment, but acknowledged that he had nonetheless resolved a significant issue. Though only a fleeting 15 minutes had passed, his strength had considerably increased. While he hadn't acquired any new skills, he had gained a better grasp of his existing abilities and had finally mastered the spatial powers bestowed by his blade's initial release. Thank you for your assistance. Although my awareness of the outside world had been minimal, I recognized Mihawk's actions. He had not interrupted me as an opponent, but had instead taken on the role of a sparring partner. This magnanimity earned Katie's respect, and no need for that. Now that you have awakened, allow me to witness just how far you have progressed, as you wish. Without rejecting Mihawk's invitation, Katie too wished to ascertain the strength of his current swordsmanship. Chapter 44. Mihawk's sword intent reassessing the blade in his hands. Katie pondered its initial release state, unable to suppress his curiosity about what its final release would entail. Surely it wouldn't transform into 3 swords. Forcing him to wield one in his mouth like Zoro to fully harness the power of his Zanpakuto, he must gradually unravel its states, progressing from initial to final release, and ultimately to the elusive hollowification state. This necessity for elevation accounts for the multitude of skill points required. However, Katie was uncertain whether he could achieve the final hollowification state. After all, not everyone in the Soul Reaper narrative possessed such an ability. Not even the majority of captain-level warriors. With these thoughts in mind, Katie paused, redirecting his focus to Mihawk. His sole objective now was to engage in a proper duel with Mihawk. Everything else was secondary. Here I come. As his consciousness expanded to encompass the 2 blades in his hands, Katie no longer viewed them merely as weapons. They had become extensions of his body, inseparable from his very being. He surged forward, attacking Mihawk with both blades, charging directly at the imposing Black Blade Knight without a hint of hesitation. With a resounding clash, to everyone's astonishment, Katie's seemingly unremarkable strike actually forced Mihawk to retreat a step. What in the world is happening? The onlookers found it incomprehensible. How had Mihawk become so weakened that a casual strike could drive him back? Not even Bista, one of the few great swordsmen present, could fathom this situation. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Katie. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be dismissed moments later. Impossible! Impossible! How could he possess such power at his age? What impossibility at that moment? The recently unfrozen jaws heard Bista's murmurs and could not help but inquire. Thanks to Katie's intervention, Squard's attack was thwarted by Ace, sparing Whitebeard from true harm. In his battle with Akiji, Jaws also managed to avoid being frozen due to distraction. Unlike the plot's depiction, though he ultimately succumbed to Akiji's Ice Age, he retained his severed arm. Sword intent. I can only conceive of this one possibility, but even though Bista did not articulate his subsequent thoughts, Jaws was acutely aware of his implication. Undoubtedly, he doubted Katie's mastery of sword intent, as even the great swordsman Bista had yet to achieve it himself. There is nothing impossible. Bista, that little brat, cannot be judged by conventional standards. Sooner or later, he will surpass us, and even now, he may not be weaker than us. Though I am not a swordsman and lack comprehension of the intricacies of sword intent, it may not be unattainable for Katie. Jaws spoke these words with conviction. He genuinely believed them. However, unbeknownst to him, there was one individual on the battlefield who was more astonished than anyone else: Buggy the Clown. The moment Katie commenced his duel with Mihawk, he sensed the tearing power within Katie's attacks. In that instant, Buggy's body bristled with goosebumps, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, his gaze fixed on Katie with a chilling intensity. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mr. 3, standing beside him, clearly felt the shift in Buggy's demeanor and could not help but ask. Nothing, Dad. I was just contemplating whether resolving the issue with that guy, Katie, would bring us fame. That brat has completely overshadowed me. You truly have courage to entertain thoughts of confronting that fellow, if you wish to proceed. Go ahead, but do not drag me into it. Mr. 3 could no longer tolerate Buggy's nonsense and stormed off in anger. Oh, come now. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart with that. He chased after Mr. 3, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Perceiving the distinctly different powers emanating from Katie's two blades, Mihawk could not help but nod in affirmation. Since one sword could not effectively wield two types of sword intent, he would separate them, one sword for each intent, thus perfectly resolving the dilemma. However, while this solution sounded simple, its execution was fraught with challenges that, at the very least, one needed the ability to multitask. Otherwise, it would remain unachievable. Additionally, one must possess exceptional control. Otherwise, the effectiveness would significantly diminish. Just these two requirements pose considerable difficulties, yet for Katie at present, it seemed hardly an insurmountable task. A slight smile graced his lips. His initial conjecture proved correct. Katie would indeed make for a formidable opponent, though he still fell slightly short at this moment. Shifting his gaze, Mihawk became serious, a powerful aura emanating from him, extending to the black blade, Euro, in his hand. In an instant, Mihawk's entire presence transformed, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity akin to that of an emperor. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, Mihawk's attack descended from above. As the blade approached, Katie suddenly felt an illusion that this strike could cleave the heavens and sever all. An overwhelming fear surged from deep within, rendering him as insignificant as an ant before this onslaught. Even with all his might, he felt utterly powerless. With a muffled groan, a drop of blood spilled from Katie's lips. In an attempt to dispel his fear, he bit through his tongue, the sharp pain replacing the terror in his heart. Even in the face of a lethal assault, Katie could not help but exclaim that biting his tongue truly hurt. His body surged with power, pushing the tearing and spatial fluctuations to their zenith, delivering his most potent strike. A resounding bang echoed forth, drowning out all sounds across the battlefield, an immensely powerful wave radiating outward, felt even beyond the confines of Marineford. The previously frozen bay could no longer withstand the pressure and ultimately collapsed. The battlefield was engulfed by a tempest of sword energy, shattering clouds hundreds of meters high. Even the Navy personnel, hiding in trenches far away, trembled in fear, the sharp sensation incessantly pricking their skin. The battles between the three admirals and the white team were abruptly halted. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the two figures at the center of the battlefield. This astonishing scene defied their expectations. The clash of two swordsmen had reached a level capable of devastating the heavens. Reshaping their worldview for a duel between top swordsmen was a rare occurrence. Indeed, Jaws, your assertion holds true. This time, Bista distinctly sensed the sword intent erupting on the battlefield. Three distinct types. Point one was undoubtedly Mihawk's, meaning the remaining two belonged to Katie. This time, Bista felt no surprise, as he had become accustomed to it. Chapter 45. Mihawk's Sword Technique, World Severance. Before anyone could witness the final outcome, Katie's voice resonated from the ruins. As expected of Mihawk, though it was merely a voice, the emotion embedded within Katie's words was unmistakable. It was clear he was prepared to stake everything on this final strike. The victor of the preceding clash was evidently Mihawk, a result that did not surprise the onlookers. For the title of the world's strongest was not easily earned, the tremendous aura surged upward, dispelling the lingering chaotic energy, allowing those anticipating the outcome to finally discern the scene within. The seemingly unremarkable Mihawk remained unchanged, his expression devoid of any turmoil. In stark contrast, Katie fared much worse. The massive wound, nearly half a meter long, extended from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining not only his body, but also the ice beneath him a brilliant crimson. Though his appearance was obscured, the intensity radiating from him conveyed sheer madness. akin to a beast's final struggle in the throes of death. Akiji, Kizaru, cover me for a moment. While unspoken, both understood Akainu's intent. He was undoubtedly preparing to ambush the weakened Katie. Though he personally disapproved of Akainu's tactics, he felt little sympathy for an enemy who had brought the Navy much disgrace. Thus, Akiji reluctantly agreed to Akainu's course of action. "Are you not going to intervene?" Whitebeard inquired softly, glancing toward the shadows nearby. "Our relationship is merely that of allies, not partners, so there is no imperative to intervene. Everyone encounters peril at times, if one cannot overcome it. It simply implies they lack the requisite qualifications. You should be well aware of the consequences of his actions and how the Navy or the world government will respond." A detached voice floated on the wind, heard only by Whitebeard. "Haha, as expected, you remain the same as ever, the aloof Crimson. Rather than concern yourself with that little brat, you should contemplate your own predicament in this current scenario. Even you cannot hope to escape unscathed. Do you truly believe the Navy will allow you to slip away so easily?" In response to the aloof Crimson's skepticism, Whitebeard offered no retort, his gaze distant, seemingly lost in thought. Then, addressing Marco and the others beside him, he stated, "You all, regardless of the outcome, must go support that little brat, understood?" Although the two individuals were reluctant to act, Whitebeard would not remain indifferent, for he owed that little brat a significant debt of gratitude. "Understood." "Old man." No one declined, for they possessed no grounds for refusal. Were it not for Katie's intervention, it would be Ace standing beside them in battle against Mihawk at this very moment, despite their lack of understanding regarding many matters. It was undeniable that the other party had aided them, and thus they could not stand idly by. Meanwhile, Katie's gathering of power was complete, strength, spirit, and will converged into a singular point, with one strike. He wagered everything on this final blow. After this, he would possess no surplus energy. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Katie moved, stepping forward with his right foot. His right hand gripped the blade. Slicing through the air, the silvery blade glimmered under the sun's reflection, dazzling to behold. Slash! As the command was uttered, the blade stilled, and a massive sword aura, spanning dozens of meters, formed instantly, hurtling toward Mihawk with a sharpness that could be felt even through a screen. Yet Katie's actions did not cease there. Shifting his weight forward, his previously lagging foot swiftly caught up, and with renewed momentum, he stepped forward once more, wielding his other blade. The brilliant blade sliced through the air, completing a semicircle, mere moments away from forming the second strike. At this very moment, a transformation transpired. Katie's figure vanished entirely, a complete and utter disappearance. Her silhouette no longer visible, nor was her presence detectable. Even the sword energy that was on the verge of completion dissipated alongside her. In an instant, a long-forgotten warning signal surged within Eagle Eye's heart, before he could catch sight of Katie. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a tearing sensation piercing through his skin, even through his clothing. Although he could not see her, Eagle Eye was acutely aware that Katie and the impending sword energy were right behind him. Fully cognizant of her intentions, two waves of sword energy erupted in succession, flanking him from both sides. He had to concede that he had underestimated this young individual, while he had long recognized that Katie's sword intent involved spatial elements. He had not anticipated that she had attained such profound capabilities. Yet reality compelled him to reassess the extent of Katie's extraordinary talent. Her sword techniques not only incorporated the fluctuations of human space, but also mastery over the formidable ability of spatial movement. Faced with this onslaught, Eagle Eye found himself in a predicament, as both attacks bore down upon him simultaneously. There was no avenue for evasion. He could only brace himself for impact. The sheer force of the sword energy rendered any hope of diffusing the crisis futile. It was not only Eagle Eye who was astonished. Everyone present, witnessing this moment, was rendered speechless, for they too could not fathom how Katie had achieved such a feat, although the distance and the abruptness of the event dulled their perceptions. Not everyone possessed the capability to reach such heights. "Akainu, perhaps it's time for me to take action," the typically reticent Kizaru remarked. Breaking his silence upon witnessing Katie's explosion of power, he sensed danger emanating from her. Albeit just a hint, Yet he felt compelled to intervene. Never mind, I shall handle it. Your Haki is insufficiently potent that if you fail to deliver a lethal blow and she manages to evade, we would face considerable trouble. Akainu did not acquiesce to Kizaru's suggestion, determined to ensure a decisive strike. Very well, but do be precise. Do not miss your target. Seeing Akainu's unwavering resolve, Kizaru could only relent, albeit with a note of caution. Yamato, at that moment, Eagle Eye employed a sword technique he had not utilized in quite some time. The motion of his hand appeared no different from usual, devoid of any peculiarities, just before the frontal assault reached him. Eagle Eye deftly unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, the attack from behind arrived simultaneously, poised to strike him at that juncture. Even he could not muster the time necessary to execute a second wave of sword energy. Katie's eyes were fixed intently on Eagle Eye, scrutinizing his every move. Despite his apparent predicament, she believed wholeheartedly that he would not falter. Then, she witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The blade he wielded did not retract, but instead trembled slightly, erupting once more with a wave of sword energy, effortlessly neutralizing her meticulously crafted lethal strike. Chapter 46. Akainu's ambush, the rampaging sword energy once again enveloped the entire battleground, the already shattered ice surface enduring further devastation. The epicenter of the explosion revealed a vibrant blue sea below as the resilient ice shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Katie found herself in dire straits amidst the chaos. The initial release of her power could no longer be sustained, leaving her with only one blade to shield against the onslaught of sword energy. The prior explosion had thoroughly exhausted her remaining strength, particularly the spatial transfers. Given her current physical condition, even in peak form, she could only execute a handful of them. This implied that her newly acquired physical prowess was insufficient to meet her combat demands, indicating yet another financial outlay would be necessary. However, her immediate priority was not this, but rather the urgent need to recuperate. System, exchange for a Senza bean. Seizing a brief moment, Katie expended 500,000 exchange points to procure a Senza bean from the system, a product from the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at the pea in her palm, she would never have believed it could instantly restore her injuries and stamina had it not been a gift from the system. Without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth, crunchy and tasting of pickled vegetables. Having fought to such an extent against Eagle Eye, she had not anticipated this outcome. Initially, her sole aim had been to endure for 10 minutes to complete the task assigned by the system. Little did she realize the twists and turns that would lead her to this moment. Though the battle had not lasted particularly long, it had exceeded 20 minutes, with the time spent grasping sword techniques surpassing 10 minutes. The ensuing combat was purely her challenge to Eagle Eye. The instant she swallowed the Senza bean, a surge of warmth coursed through her body, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring. The myriad wounds on her body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, all injuries, including the severe half-meter-long gash on her chest, had vanished without a trace. Even her pallor, once drained from blood loss, now radiated with a healthy glow. Had it not been for the residual crimson blood staining her, Katie might have doubted whether she had ever been wounded. Having confirmed her complete recovery, Katie's focus shifted back to Eagle Eye. Through the course of their battle, she had gained a clear understanding of the disparity between their powers. Not far from her, he remained pristine and unaffected. Her attacks had yet to leave any mark on him. If it were a mere contest of swordsmanship, she was still far from his level, for throughout the encounter, Eagle Eye had been holding back, never unleashing his full potential. Only during the last two strikes had he revealed a mere fraction of his true might, justifying his title as the world's greatest swordsman. However, had it been a genuine life and death struggle, she knew she would not solely rely on sword techniques to contend with him. With the addition of her fruit abilities, she would certainly not find herself in such a precarious position. Unbeknownst to Katie, the recent events had left an indelible shock on certain observers. "Captain, if I am not mistaken, did Eagle Eye just employ a sword technique?" Someone queried their captain aboard a vessel not far from Marineford. "Indeed, I never expected that young one could push him to such an extent. It has been years since I witnessed him wield a sword technique." While others might be oblivious, those who had battled Eagle Eye for years understood the significance of this moment. The reason his sword was regarded as an unparalleled blade was not merely due to its sharpness, but rather the immense assistance it provided to its wielder, enhancing the strength of their sword energy. This was also why sightings of Eagle Eye employing sword techniques were so rare. His ordinary attacks sufficed. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly rubbed the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist, an enigmatic gleam flickering in his eyes. "What? Are you regretting your earlier decision?" Observing his captain's contemplative demeanor, those nearby were well aware of his thoughts. Although this question had been posed countless times before, they could not resist bringing it up once more. "I made the decision myself. Regret is not applicable, especially since that young one is progressively influencing the world, living up to my expectations. And what do you think of this young Katie?" The conversation shifted back to her. Gazing at the youthful and unfamiliar visage on the screen, even he found himself at a loss for words momentarily. A formidable newcomer, but it is still too early to say. If he can survive the Navy's retaliation after this, we shall see. The new generation is indeed audacious, daring to toy with the Navy. I wonder how Sengoku and Akainu are feeling right now. Clearly, they understood the implications of the current situation for the Navy, that Katie's interference had rendered their meticulous preparations futile, a reality no one could easily accept. Retaliation was an inevitability so, "Captain, shall we alter our plans?" Katie's appearance had not been part of their original strategy, and it was not too late to change course. Forget it. It's too late to alter anything now, as you say. They had no intentions of questioning their captain's decisions. As all pirates shied away from Marineford, one pirate ship boldly approached, the iconic Red Wolf head emblem signifying its affiliation with the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Everything transpiring at the Marine headquarters was destined to astonish the entire world. The tumultuous sword energy gradually began to subside. Just as the onlookers strained their eyes to discern the outcome, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ice Age, Eight-Forked Serpent Jewel, the observing Akiji and Kizu suddenly launched an unanticipated assault on the Whitebeard pirates, magnifying their powers instantly. The ice surface, previously shattered by sword energy, was refrozen in an instant. The sky was similarly affected as countless yellow beams filled the space, each radiating a sense of annihilation. Damn it. Fire Fist. However, the response from Whitebeard's side was swift and decisive. Each individual immediately began to take action, including Whitebeard himself, who quickly unleashed his fruit ability, clearing half the battlefield in an instant. Yet there was one person who acted even faster than all of them, and that was Admiral Akainu. Before anyone could react, he had already appeared above Katie, his elementalized magma fist aimed squarely at her head, poised to strike down. The change did not go unnoticed, and everyone was astonished by Akainu's audacity. No one expected him to be so resolute, especially in a surprise attack before the eyes of the entire world. Chapter 47. Fierce battle with Akainu. Katie's sudden appearance disrupted the Navy's execution of Ace, causing them to lose face before the world. So it was no surprise that everyone anticipated a retaliatory action from the Navy. However, they did not expect Akainu to act so soon and in such a stealthy manner. That little brat is in for a world of trouble. Those present were all formidable fighters and could easily discern Katie's physical condition. They did not believe he could escape Akainu's lethal blow in his weakened state. As Hawkeye prepared to intervene, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Katie, and his blade slowly descended, his expression contemplative as he regarded her. Boom! A strike akin to a volcanic eruption engulfed the spot where Katie once stood, transforming a radius of 100 meters into a molten wasteland. Akainu showed no mercy. This was a full-force assault. Despite Akainu's direct involvement, many still found it hard to believe that Katie could be so easily dispatched, especially given the profound impact she had made previously. Akainu, you truly are a dog. Before anyone could see the outcome beneath the lava, that familiar voice echoed in their ears. All gazes turned toward the source of the sound, and they beheld the young, familiar visage standing 100 meters away. She really didn't die. Though it had been anticipated, the reality was still shocking, and even more astonishing was Katie's condition, despite being drenched in blood and appearing utterly tragic. The aura she exuded was far from diminished. How did her wounds heal? Some keen observers suddenly noticed that the massive wound on Katie's chest had inexplicably vanished. leaving not even a scar. Could it be that Katie had some connection to Kaido at that moment? This was the only possibility they could conceive. After all, their names were quite similar, and the entire world knew of Kaido's terrifying physical prowess. The ability to recover from such severe injuries in such a short time made them unable to dismiss this notion. No, it shouldn't be. Everyone knows that Whitebeard and Kaido have never had a good relationship. Before the war broke out, Kaido even intended to intercept Whitebeard, only to be stopped by Shanks. Who knows what would have transpired otherwise? Evidently, this explanation was not very tenable, and it was quickly dismissed by others without the need for verification. However, people did not delve too deeply into this matter. Instead, they were more concerned with the impending clash between Katie and Akainu, pondering whether a confrontation would ensue. What did you say? At that moment, Akainu had also regained his composure, his expression dark as he glared at Katie not far away, his murderous intent palpable. I have never heard such a request before, but since you wish to hear it, I shall say it once more. Akainu, you are indeed a dog. The final words were pronounced slowly, each syllable deliberate, ensuring that everyone could hear clearly, though they did not fully comprehend the meaning behind Katie's words. It was evident even to the dullest minds that this was far from compliment. Thus, Akainu's fury ignited. Are you seeking death? His magma-fueled fist was raised once more, poised to strike Katie in the face of Akainu's furious assault. Katie chose not to evade. Instead, she compressed the flames around her hands to their utmost limit, immediately enveloping her fists in a layer of armament hockey, presenting a striking hue of dark red. Katie sought to understand the extent of the disparity between herself and Akainu, questioning where her fruit ability fell short in comparison to his. Moreover, there was another crucial factor at play: fulfilling the task set forth by the system. Just as Akainu launched his surprise attack, the corresponding task had already been updated. Task description: as a pirate, reputation is paramount. Only by defeating universally recognized strong foes can one swiftly gain the acknowledgement of the world. Task requirement: defeat Akainu. Task reward: 15 million exchange points, 100 skill points. Though the task requirements were succinctly stated in just 4 words, they imposed immense pressure on Katie. Each admiral of the Navy stood as a pinnacle of strength in the world, and the challenge of overcoming them was no small feat. Nevertheless, Katie did not complain. Despite Akainu's formidable prowess, she had long desired a battle with him. In fact, she had a premonition that encounters with Akainu, whether this time or in the future, would be plentiful. Flames and magma clashed, and at that moment, the temperature of the entire bay battlefield surged dramatically. Neither party made a conscious effort to elevate the heat, but the residual force of their attacks was sufficient to melt the ice that had once been a sturdy platform. Initially, the two engaged in close-quarters combat, but as time passed, the icy battlefield could no longer support their physical exertions, and the sky once again became their arena. In this moment, both fighters no longer needed to restrain their powers. Their fruit abilities erupted in full force, the orange flames enveloping Katie's form, bestowing upon her the majesty of a flame sovereign commanding all fire. With the power of the Mera no Mi, Katie could soar freely through the skies. Unlike magma, flames lacked a definitive form, merely existing as pure energy, allowing her to easily escape the Earth's gravitational pull. On the other hand, Akainu was even more terrifying. His arms had transformed into searing crimson magma, emanating a heat so intense that the space around him appeared slightly distorted. Red Dog, come and fight. Despite facing an adversary renowned as the Navy's supreme combatant, Katie felt no trace of fear. Instead, her spirit was ablaze with an insatiable desire for battle. She craved a fierce and exhilarating confrontation. Determined to vindicate the flames, believing that even mere magma dared to flaunt its prowess before fire. Flame burst. The immense thrust propelled Katie to an extraordinary speed, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing before divine fire. Shirenui, with mere meters separating them. A massive spear of flame rapidly took shape in Katie's hand, which she hurled with all her might toward a great fire. In response to Katie's assault, Akainu met it head-on, having no reason to retreat. Even if he had one, in the next moment, flames and magma erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The flame spear was instantly shattered. while Akainu's magma fist fared little better. Losing half its mass, Akainu's strike not only utilized her fruit ability, but also concealed a tearing technique, though its effect paled in comparison to swordsmanship. It was nonetheless sufficient to inflict damage on Akainu. The sky rained fire as the battle between the two intensified, the once blue heavens now replaced with a crimson hue, reminiscent not of a sunset's glow, but of blood, an ominous shade that enveloped Marineford, rendering it a hellish landscape besieged by flames and magma. At this juncture, techniques were no longer of consequence. The outcome was determined solely by their inherent capabilities, the development of their powers, and the accumulation of combat experience. Chapter 47. Surge in Power. Dad, what should we do? Do we intervene or not? The sudden eruption of battle between Katie and Akainu left Marco and the others, who had been preparing to provide assistance, utterly bewildered and no need. If that little brat truly wished to escape, she wouldn't have chosen to duel Akainu. Let us observe quietly. I have a feeling that what comes next will be quite interesting. By this point, Whitebeard had finally grasped the essence of Katie's character. She was audacious and bold, yet possessed a meticulous mind. Each of her moves appeared fraught with danger, yet the outcomes always seemed to favor her. Once or twice, it might be attributed to luck, but after numerous instances, it could no longer be simply explained away. Undoubtedly, this young woman was concealing some form of power yet to be revealed. A power that granted her the courage to stand against Akainu. Dad, you should tend to your injuries. In contrast to the clash between Katie and Akainu, Marco was more concerned for Whitebeard's well-being. Observing the grave wound inflicted upon Whitebeard's chest by Akainu, Marco could not suppress his worry. He was all too aware of his father's physical condition. Though Whitebeard's face betrayed nothing, his body was undoubtedly suffering. What? Do you truly think I am old? This minor wound is hardly enough to kill me, you foolish child. Yet he resolutely dismissed Marco's counsel. Though a sense of unease lingered, he found himself powerless to act. A profound crisis suddenly gripped his heart. The ongoing war had unveiled an abundance of formidable adversaries. His father had once proclaimed that the conclusion of this conflict would herald a new era. And as the leader of the world's foremost pirate crew, they would undoubtedly become the focal point of countless eyes. Challenges would only multiply, yet his father's health was deteriorating with each passing day. Marco, having made up his mind, vowed to return and diligently hone his skills to enhance his strength. They could no longer allow their father to bear the brunt of everything alone. It was time for them, as his sons, to step forth and shield him from the storm. In contrast to Marco's thoughts, Ace found himself captivated by the fierce battles raging in the sky. Possessing a similar ability, he understood better than anyone the immense pressure Kitty faced in this confrontation. During his previous battle with Akiji, he had sensed the terrifying might radiating from Akainu. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Ace was acutely aware that with his current fruit abilities, facing Akainu would only lead to his defeat. The world regarded the magma fruit as a superior version of the flame fruit, and even he had harbored that belief before encountering his father. However, his father had imparted a different wisdom to him. Fire, as the most pure and primordial form of energy, inherently embodies certain rules of the world and possesses unimaginable power. Once developed to a certain degree, it could stand unafraid even against magma, or perhaps ignited. Yet he had never grasped the profound state his father described. Gazing at the figures battling in the sky, Ace couldn't help but wonder if Kitty could achieve such heights. Cough, cough! The pain coursing through his body forced Kitty into sharp breaths, the searing agony making him acutely aware of the gap between him and Akainu. Even with a master-level fruit ability, he found himself unable to withstand Akainu's assaults. Each of Akainu's bursts of power rivaled that of a volcanic eruption. Unlike fire, magma possesses a solid form, its strength far surpassing that of flames, compounded by Akainu's superior mastery of Hawkeye, with a fruit ability already capable of tremendous bursts of power combined with formidable Hawkeye. Every clash sent a jolt of pain through Kitty's wrist. A mere flame dares to confront me. Having established an absolute advantage, Akainu mockingly taunted Kitty, not merely to disrupt his composure, but to ignite his competitive spirit, preventing him from fleeing. They were not far from Whitebeard. If Kitty were determined to escape, Akainu could not be certain he could stop him. Undoubtedly, Kitty's speed had left a lasting impression on Akainu. And using provocation was the only strategy he could conceive to keep him here. With a dismissive chuckle, Kitty ignored Akainu's jibes. Little did Akainu know that Kitty had no intention of fleeing. After completing his previous task, he now possessed immense wealth, allowing him to elevate his strength to unprecedented heights in an instant. System: spend 10 skill points to enhance my hockey level. Spend 10 skill points to enhance my observation hockey level. Spend 10 skill points to enhance my martial arts level. After a brief silence, Kitty continued, spend 10 skill points to elevate my fruit level. Spend 3 million exchange points to acquire the skill Heavenly Fire Transformation. As Kitty's voice fell, the shackles binding his body began to shatter one by one. In that moment, Kitty stepped into a new realm, the world of the strong, a mere flame. Akainu, how pitifully ignorant you are, since it has come to this. Let me show you how a mere flame can vanquish your proud, worthless magma. Kitty's declaration resonated across the battlefield, yet no one mocked his audacity. Instead, their gazes turned contemplative, eager to witness what impossible feats Kitty might conjure. Great flame ring. Circling around Kitty, flames materialized from thin air and rapidly expanded, engulfing an area of hundreds of meters in mere moments. A roaring inferno radiating unimaginable heat. Fire, arise! A powerful shout echoed, and amidst the crowd's confusion, a sudden exclamation broke through. Look, what is that? The crowd followed the direction of his pointing finger, witnessing an astonishing sight. All the flames burning on the war-torn ground simultaneously soared into the air, converging towards Kitty in the sky. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, a breathtaking display of power. The battlefield lacked many things, but flames were in abundance. All flames within a radius of thousands of meters surged towards Kitty as if on a sacred pilgrimage. And in that moment, Kitty truly resembled a god of fire descending from the heavens. Watching the unfolding scene with cold indifference, Akainu made no move to intervene. Though the display appeared formidable, he assessed that the true power unleashed would pose no threat to him. It was merely an illusion of strength. Akainu resolved to defeat Kitty decisively when he believed himself at his strongest, for only then could he restore the Navy's dignity. The last flicker of flame merged into the gathering mass. A second sun appeared in the sky, a flame sphere exceeding 100 meters in diameter, overshadowing even the true sun above. Wisps of steam continuously rose from the ocean's surface, the terrifying heat vaporizing the sea itself. Is this the Flame Emperor? This scene may have seemed unfamiliar to others, but for Marco, it was all too familiar. He had witnessed Ace unleash it several times before. No, this is different, though I cannot discern his intentions. I sense this is not the Flame Emperor. What is he up to? Initially, one might assume Kitty was gathering all the flames to form a colossal fireball as an assault on Akainu. Yet the reality appeared otherwise. The fireball remained stationary, showing no sign of imminent action. Had it not been for the lingering aura of Kitty within, onlookers might have suspected he had fled. It's so hot. Why is it so hot? Yet, an unintended remark sparked a realization among the assembled strong. They fell silent, each one intently focusing. Heat. Why was it so hot? Undoubtedly, the cause lay with Kitty. Only the colossal fireball in the sky could evoke such sensations. As the powerful beings extended their observation hockey towards the fireball, they discovered something astonishing. The temperature at the surface of the fireball was surging at a staggering rate, the outer flames surpassing 3,000 degrees Celsius, with even higher temperatures lurking within. Moreover, the fireball size was gradually diminishing. Upon this revelation, the observers felt a sense of relief. They surmised that Kitty was compressing energy, for everyone knew that more refined energy resulted in greater explosive power. Thus, they naturally assumed Kitty had such intentions. Yet unbeknownst to them, Kitty's true plan diverged entirely. Realizing this, their gazes shifted from Kitty to Akainu, and for a moment, Akainu became the focal point of scrutiny. Without a doubt, now was the optimal moment to strike. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril. Curiosity piqued, they wondered how Akainu would respond. Would he, as before, attempt a surprise attack in front of the world once more? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Akainu's expression darkened. Had it not been for the need to avenge the Navy's humiliation, he would have acted long ago. With his temperament, how could he wait until now? Even a sneak attack would suffice. As long as he succeeded, the method mattered little. Justice had always been written by the victors. The vanquished were rendered inconsequential. Thus, the war abruptly halted, all eyes fixed upon Kitty, awaiting the culmination of his impending attack. The once massive fireball rapidly shrank before their gaze, diminishing from a diameter of 100 meters to 50, then 30, all within less than half a minute. Now, it remained merely 10 meters wide. Staring in astonishment at the infinitely shrinking fireball, no one had anticipated that Kitty possessed the capability to compress it to such an extent. Flames were synonymous with fury. The most difficult to tame. Faced with such an assault, despite the multitude of powerful figures present, few could guarantee their ability to endure such a strike, for the energy contained within was immense. Even Akainu now harbored a twinge of regret. The situation had escalated to a level he could no longer overlook. Yet at a certain moment, a strange flicker darted within the orange fireball, its speed so swift that many failed to catch the fleeting glimpse. However, it did not escape Ace aboard the Moby Dick, fixated on the fireball. Despite his uncertainty about what had flashed past, his body instinctively reacted. At that instant, an urge surged within him, as though something was striving to erupt from within. Yet invisible shackles restrained him. Gazing intently at the fireball, Ace sensed that what he could not achieve, Kitty might have already accomplished. What was that? As the first ray of light and shadow vanished, the second, third, and fourth soon followed, culminating in a complete transformation of the fireball's hue. The outer layer remained a dazzling orange-yellow, yet the inner core appeared somber and dim, barely discernible. Akainu, act swiftly, while others speculated about the peculiar lights. The distant Akiji suddenly urged Akainu to take action. Like the others, Akiji was uncertain of the phenomenon, but he instinctively sensed an imminent danger emanating from within. His powers, being the antithesis of flames, made his perception particularly acute. The force concealed within the orange fireball was undoubtedly extraordinary. Almost simultaneously with Akiji's command, Akainu's figure vanished, setting aside the formidable energy hidden within the fireball. The mere existence of a fireball compressed to a diameter of 10 meters posed a significant threat to him, and Akainu had long harbored intentions to strike. Moreover, with Akiji's warning, despite their usual discord, he never deceived himself in the face of true peril. Thus, Akainu resolutely chose to act. The molten fist descended from the heavens, striking the fireball, while Akainu's body, save for his head, transformed into an elemental state to mitigate the immense energy within the fireball from inflicting harm. But a thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, shocking everyone present. When they regained their senses, they discovered that the once hovering orange fireball had inexplicably vanished, and the anticipated energy explosion had not occurred. However, the two figures locked in a standoff in the sky left them speechless in astonishment. Facing Akainu's full-force assault, Katakuri not only withstood it head-on, but remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Yet this was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly left them astounded was Katakuri's method of defense. The hand that intercepted Akainu bore no enhancement of haki, merely a swirling mass of azure flames. This, in an instant, all were once again taken aback by Katakuri, who moments ago had appeared to be at a severe disadvantage, now launched a counterattack with breathtaking swiftness, catching them unawares. Gazing somberly at the figure enveloped in azure flames, Doflamingo's face displayed an unprecedented gravity, a stark contrast to his demeanor when Katakuri had previously compressed his flames to their utmost limits. Having mastered his devil fruit abilities, Doflamingo possessed a deeper understanding of such powers than most, fully aware of the implications behind Katakuri's flames. They signified either an awakening of his powers or that he was on the brink of such a transformation. In any case, he was no longer comparable to the previous orange flames. Ace, pay close attention to every detail from here on. It is crucial for you that it was not only Doflamingo who recognized the change within Katakuri. Whitebeard understood as well, urging Ace to observe intently. Yes, Dad, that in truth, even without Whitebeard's prompt, Ace would have been keenly observant of everything transpiring with Katakuri. The transformation represented the very state he had long yearned for yet never grasped, a chance he would not let slip by. His fists clenched tightly, for although he was unsure of the origin of Katakuri's fiery abilities, he was certain they were connected to him. as the techniques employed mirrored his own. This indicated that Katakuri had possessed his powers for no more than a day, yet had achieved what Ace had failed to accomplish over several years. Ace felt a deep-seated resentment, resentful of his own weakness, of his insufficient efforts, for otherwise he would not have been bested by that scoundrel Teach. Nor would he have caused Whitebeard injury. Chapter 50. Suppressing Akainu. Why the silence? Akainu. Don't worry, a far greater surprise awaits. Just be careful not to perish. Observing Akainu's expression of disbelief, Katakuri savored the moment. Having been ambushed repeatedly, he was finally seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Fool, just because your flames have changed color does not render you invincible. You are but a mere jester. Provoked by Katakuri's taunts, Akainu retaliated with a punch that forced Katakuri back to ha. If that is the case, I shall make your demise unmistakably clear. Heaven's fire transformation. With a fierce shout, Katakuri's aura surged dramatically, and the azure flames shot skyward, their scale imposing enough to obscure the sun, radiating heat far surpassing that of the orange flames, a different echelon entirely. How is this possible? He has no limits. In mere moments, Katakuri's presence escalated to a terrifying magnitude, surpassing nearly all present, approaching the level of a marine admiral. The onlookers struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Initially, Katakuri had seemed an up-and-coming talent, and after his duel with Mihawk, he had risen to stand on equal footing with them. Now, feeling that suffocating aura, it was evident that Katakuri had grown into a being they could only revere from afar, all within the span of this battle, leaving them speechless. This fellow has concealed his depths remarkably well. I cannot fathom whether this is his true strength. In contrast to Katakuri's continuous ascension, they found it easier to believe he had always possessed such power. After all, the path of the strong is rarely traversed lightly. No one could elevate themselves to such heights in such a brief period. Otherwise, effort would be rendered unnecessary. Yet, this rule may apply to others, but it did not encompass Katakuri, who possessed a system. The very existence of the system transcended the rules, rendering all conventional wisdom moot. Akainu, prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Katakuri launched himself into the fray, wielding flames that were no longer merely a change in color. The azure flames now burned at temperatures nearly 2,000 degrees Celsius higher, exceeding a terrifying 5,000 degrees, and the explosive energy surged several-fold. Under the augmentation of heaven's fire transformation, both the flames' temperature and the energy they contained increased once more, reaching a saturation point, seemingly encountering the next bottleneck. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Katakuri was invigorated by this realization, for it indicated that the powers of the flame fruit still held potential for development. The azure flames now posed no fear to Akainu's magma, suggesting that the next tier of flames could indeed reverse the pressure on Akainu. Just the thought filled Katakuri with exhilaration, even prompting the idea of converting all his exchange points into skill points to elevate the level of his flame fruit abilities. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, opting to retain his exchange points, as it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Let us see how long you can maintain this state. Up close, Akainu sensed that Katakuri's current strength was not his true power, but rather a force forcibly augmented by some unknown means, one that surely could not endure for long. And yet, even if it lasts but a minute, it is more than sufficient to claim your life. Katakuri did not deny this. There was no need to fire fist. A furious shout erupted as azure flames surged from his fist. Though the technique bore resemblance to before, the power infused within was worlds apart. This time, Akainu could not counter with his usual composure. Great eruption. The torrent of magma erupted violently, surging toward Katakuri's fire fist. Before the eyes of countless spectators, the intensely high-temperature flames collided with the explosively spewing magma. How is this possible? The incredulity in Akainu's voice echoed far and wide. He could not accept the scene before him. His previously unstoppable great eruption was unable to breach Katakuri's flames, while this alone might have been bearable. The reality was even more staggering. The azure flames rapidly spread, entirely engulfing his attack, and continued unabated toward him. Canine bite red lotus. His magma-formed arm morphed into a canine head, lunging at the oncoming azure flames. At last, Katakuri's fire fist was vanquished, yet Akainu's expression revealed no relief. Instead, he appeared gravely concerned. To fend off an opponent's single attack required him to strike twice, and during their recent close-range clash. The azure flames had singed him, an occurrence he found difficult to accept. Although his magma fruit did not wield flames, it still possessed an exceedingly high temperature, having been developed over years to reach 4,000 degrees Celsius. Previously, he could easily withstand flame attacks, yet now, he found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, the echoes of advice from figure of his youth resurfaced in Akainu's mind. The magma fruit, renowned as the premier explosive ability among natural-type devil fruits, hinged primarily on its instantaneous output. Everything else paled in comparison. It was not until this very moment that Akainu truly grasped the essence of that sage's counsel. Undoubtedly, numerous fruits surpassed him in temperature, and in this respect, he found himself at a disadvantage. What he ought to pursue was the utmost explosion and maximum output, delivering the highest damage in a fleeting moment. Alas, he had not adhered completely to that wise guidance. Although he had devoted much of his energy to explosive power, he had failed to achieve the pinnacle, resulting in his current subjugation by this accursed flame. Damn it, how infuriating! It was unclear whether he was cursing Kitty or himself, or perhaps both. In any case, Akainu felt a twinge of regret for disregarding that sage's advice. Kitty, oblivious to Akainu's thoughts and disinclined to ponder them, focused solely on swiftly overcoming him. Despite her casual words, she recognized that Akainu was not an easy opponent to defeat. After all, even when pressed to the ground in anger by Whitebeard for an extended period, Akainu had not perished. Kitty did not believe her attacks could surpass Whitebeard's might. Moreover, she was uncertain how long the enhancement from the Sky Fire 3 mysteries could last. Should she lose that amplification, she would not only forfeit all advantages, but also find herself in a disadvantageous position, as this method of enhancement came with its own repercussions. Chapter 51. The final strike. Surely, the Navy's leadership must be out of their minds. How could such a formidable individual be valued at a mere 1 million berries? At that moment, snippets of information regarding Kitty began to surface, and when people learned of that paltry 7-digit bounty, they were left astounded. This individual, who could contend with Mihawk and set Akainu ablaze, was worth only 1 million berries. It was undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke they had heard in a year. Perhaps he had concealed his true strength too well. Otherwise, the Navy would not have made such a monumental blunder. Most people chose to believe that Kitty had hidden her capabilities, for otherwise, everything would seem too bizarre and absurd. Meanwhile, on an island in the Sabaody archipelago, a figure stood. Is this the backup you arranged? Silver's Rayleight. Although the old man before them was so unremarkable that he could easily be lost in a crowd, Bogart dared not underestimate him, for his name was Silver's Rayleight, the strongest first mate of the Pirate King. Roger. Having experienced that era, Bogart knew all too well the terrifying power that this seemingly harmless elder would unleash in anger. It was precisely because of this that he, as an old adversary, had been assigned here, exempt from participating in that epic-defining battle. Surely, you are aware of our arrangements. Haven't you been monitoring our every move over the years? Why question me? Anticipating Rayleigh's response, Bogart refrained from pressing further. As Rayleigh stated, the former crew members of the Pirate King had always been under the watchful eye of the Navy or CP organizations. If anything were amiss, they would have known long ago. Unfortunately, these individuals possessed frightening power. Even after the dissolution of the world government, they could not be allowed to act freely. Thankfully, they had maintained a semblance of order, living quietly for decades. However, due to the target of this execution being the bloodline of the Pirate King, they had become unstable factors outside the battlefield, prompting the dispatch of Bogart and others to monitor them, just in case. Yet, even with their foresight and surveillance of all former crew members of the Pirate King, the development of the battle exceeded their expectations. The sudden emergence of Kitty disrupted all their pre-battle arrangements, leaving Bogart perplexed. Where did this individual come from? How could someone with such power remain so deeply hidden? It was simply beyond comprehension. Divine Fire, Shiranui. Under Kitty's command, azure flames rapidly gathered and compressed, forming a multitude of flaming spears that floated in midair. Unlike before, the enhancement of her fruit, combined with the augmentation from the sky fire 3 mysteries, allowed her to manipulate more attacks simultaneously. In the next instant, a dozen flaming spears, trailing azure flames, surged toward Akainu, painting the entire sky in shades of blue and green. Even the onlookers, aware that they were not the targets, felt a chill of fear race down their spines. Meteor volcano, huge lava boulders shot into the sky, colliding with the flaming spears, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that even destabilized the surrounding space. Sensing the aura of destruction emanating from the sky, both pirates and Navy personnel felt fortunate that this battle was taking place in the air rather than on solid ground. The island beneath them could hardly sustain their conflict. Should it collapse, they would be unable to escape the clutches of death. Akainu, you old dog, your punches are truly feeble. Is this all a Marine admiral can muster? With a tone of disdain and a contemptuous expression, Kitty returned all the suffering she had endured back to Akainu, relishing the sight of his face twisted in rage, wishing he could tear her apart, yet feeling utterly powerless. The satisfaction of such a slap in the face was exhilarating. Damn it, don't think I don't know your situation. Your strength is already diminished compared to the beginning that in this state. You can't hold out for long, can you? Akainu retorted defiantly. Diminished? You must be mistaken. Let me remind you. Do not perish just yet. Without giving Akainu a chance to retort, Kitty once more struck him with the undeniable truth. Her previously waning aura surged back to its zenith in an instant, then soared beyond it. How is this possible? At that moment, even Akainu could not help but exclaim in disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how one individual could repeatedly forcefully enhance their strength. If that were the case, could she single-handedly challenge the entire world? There is nothing impossible in this world. You simply lack the strength to understand. Do you not, rookie? What did you say? The term rookie ignited a fury within Akainu, already teetering on the edge of rage. After decades of battles, his name was known throughout the world. Even Whitebeard had never spoken to him in such a manner. To be ridiculed by a mere youth not yet 20 was utterly intolerable. Underworld dog. In an instant, Akainu's reason was consumed by rage, and disregarding his physical state, he charged forward. Sun blaze, he unleashed a torrent of flames to counter Akainu's molten giant fist. Do you not yet understand? You are no longer my match. Having been outmaneuvered by Kizaru and outmatched by Akiji, there was no doubt that Akainu had exerted the greatest effort in this entire conflict, thanks to his careful planning. Whitebeard had not been betrayed by his foolish son before the battle, meaning Akainu faced the full might of Whitebeard at his peak, capable of single-handedly challenging Kaido of the beasts. The pressure he bore was beyond anyone's imagination, as he confronted a power capable of obliterating the world. Even before engaging in battle with Kitty, Akainu was not at his prime. After fighting for such an extended period, his condition had deteriorated significantly. In contrast, Kitty was thriving, not only maintaining her strength but experiencing a dual enhancement. Although this state was fleeting, it provided a substantial boost. The Sky Fire 3 mysteries, which had accompanied her throughout the battle, enhanced her flames remarkably, while the Berserk skill elevated Kitty's physical prowess to unprecedented heights. Combined, Kitty felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as though she could challenge anyone. Damn it, if it weren't for your reckless abuse of power, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You are nothing but parasites of this world. In response to Akainu's roar, Kitty fell into silence before retorting, Ultimately, who is the parasite is not for you to decide. The Navy is not necessarily just, nor are pirates inherently evil. At least the place with the highest number of slaves is what you call the Holy Land, Mariewa, not some pirate's base. Having reached this point, Kitty ceased her banter, gathering her strength as azure flames swirled around her. Akainu, let me forewarn you. This is my final strike. I shall see if you can withstand it. Chapter 52. Akainu's defeat in an instant. Her aura escalated to its utmost limit, and the flames behind her began to condense, gathering entirely in her right fist. Observing the flames encircling Kitty's fist, Akainu sensed an overwhelming danger. He felt that even at his peak, he might struggle to withstand this onslaught. Let alone in his current diminished state, he simply did not know how to confront this strike. However, Akainu was acutely aware of one thing. He could not retreat. This duel was being broadcast to the entire world. Should he, as a Marine admiral, flee without a fight, the Navy's prestige would suffer a significant blow, impacting the morale of the soldiers on the battlefield, and rendering the outcome of the ensuing war even more unpredictable. Bring it on. I will take it all. At this moment, Akainu gathered the last vestiges of his strength in his right hand. As molten lava surged forth like a volcano on the verge of eruption, that hero's spear, Cerberus, the two figures darted past with such swiftness that bystanders could hardly perceive their movements in the next instant. An explosion of dazzling brilliance erupted at the point of their clash, rendering the distant sun a mere flicker in comparison. Retreat, withdraw from the entire bay battle, and seek cover, while others gazed upwards. Awaiting the outcome of the aerial confrontation, Carp, standing on the execution platform, suddenly issued a command, his expression marked by palpable alarm. Retreat, quickly! In this moment, although many soldiers were bewildered, they obediently chose to withdraw, for they witnessed the high-ranking admirals, who had stood resolutely at the forefront, turn and flee without a backward glance at Carp's command. If the admirals were retreating, the other soldiers naturally lacked the courage to remain. Tens of thousands of Navy personnel surged backward like receding tides, seeking the safety of their fortified positions. That a similar scene unfolded within the Whitebeard pirates. Retreat! Retreat! All hands aboard the ships. Leave this place at once. Due to the clash between Kaido and Akainu, the once impenetrable ice sealing the sea had vanished, allowing the vessels to navigate freely in an instant. The battlefield, originally teeming with over 100,000 warriors, became eerily desolate, the pace of evacuation astonishingly swift. Carp, don't worry. I'm here. Akiji, I leave this to you for now. Carp said solemnly, glancing at the approaching Akiji. Carp, are you really going to? Akiji's gaze sharpened. He focused intently on Carp, acutely aware that it had been quite some time since he had witnessed Carp in action. Even the perpetually indifferent Kizaru couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, recalling all too well the taste of Carp's fist from his own past. In any case, I entrust this to you. However, Carp did not directly answer Akiji's inquiry, not out of intent to conceal, but rather because he himself had yet to decide whether to intervene as a member of the Navy. He certainly bore a duty to act. Yet the adversary was, after all, the savior of Ace. Carp found it difficult to betray such a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, the two combatants had yet to reveal themselves, and he was uncertain whether his hasty involvement might trigger a second war. To this day, Sengoku had not returned, and they were not in a position of advantage. A resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of the creation of a world, and then the onlookers witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The sky above, once familiar, transformed entirely. The blue expanse and white clouds vanished without a trace, replaced by a stark division of the heavens into two distinct hues, a tranquil azure and a tumultuous crimson. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that the azure dominated the landscape. Nevertheless, no one had the heart to admire this rare phenomenon. It felt more akin to a hellish inferno. Flames descended from the sky, incinerating everything in their path, and even the boundless ocean below could not quell the searing heat. The crashing molten rock fell into the sea, creating a tumult akin to boiling water. Witnessing this scene, a singular phrase involuntarily surfaced in the minds of the spectators: heavenly conflagration and ocean boiling. The Ice Age, a tremendous shockwave. At this moment, Akiji and Whitebeard could no longer remain passive. The Navy's positions could not withstand the reverberations of the explosive force. As pirate ships adrift in the ocean were propelled far away, nearly capsizing, the four formidable powers unleashed their might, and the entire bay underwent a radical transformation, with all remnants of the previous scene vanishing without a trace. Get out! A thunderous roar shattered the air, and the world before them shifted once more, as a surge of azure flames suddenly surged into the crimson lava. This unexpected influx of azure appeared to herald a turning point. The previously balanced confrontation shifted dramatically as the azure flames surged forward, gradually forcing the crimson lava to retreat. As the saying goes, one step back leads to a cascade of retreat, and the breach had already been opened. The azure flames advanced relentlessly, consuming the crimson lava with increasing speed, reducing the area of molten rock by half in mere moments. "Get lost!" With a furious shout, Kaido shattered the remaining lava, sending a figure hurtling into the ruins. The conflagration rapidly receded, and when all was said and done, only one silhouette remained against the sky. With an excessively youthful visage and untamed black hair, there was no doubt that this individual was Kaido. The ultimate victor was none other than Kaido. In this moment, Kaido's visage was transmitted across the globe in myriad forms. Even decades later, anyone recalling this image would be filled with profound emotion. Grateful to have witnessed the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse. N01 anticipated this outcome before the conflict began, especially considering the formidable reputation of Admiral Akainu, whose name alone struck fear into the hearts of countless pirates. The number of pirates he had personally vanquished surely reached into the hundreds of thousands, his renown having spread to the farthest corners of the world. Yet, this very individual was defeated, and by one who had yet to reach the age of 20. In this moment, countless individuals fell silent, unsure of how to react to this astonishing result. Alas, it was a pity that Akainu was no longer at his peak. Observing this, Rayleigh shook his head with a sigh, feeling a sense of regret for Akainu. "Have you also learned to speak with such sarcasm? Deep down, you must be quite pleased," Bogart remarked, fully aware that Rayleigh was not truly lamenting Akainu's fate. Though it was indeed true that Akainu was no longer in his prime, the age disparity between the two was significant. Akainu had held the advantage. If they had been of the same age, Akainu might have suffered an even more devastating defeat. Haha, once this affair concludes, the Navy is bound to face a difficult time ahead. And no longer concealing his true emotions, Rayleigh laughed openly, though his gaze directed at Kaido sparkled with an inscrutable light. Chapter 53. Carp takes action. Fixating on the spot where Akainu had fallen, Kaido, despite having triumphed over him, found himself unable to pursue and eliminate him immediately. His recent strike had drained him significantly, leaving him struggling to recover from the aftermath of the battle. Even so, the consequences of forcibly enhancing his strength soon followed, his muscles aching acutely, and even his mind felt muddled and uncomfortable. System: exchange for a magical being. The rewards for defeating Akainu had already been credited, and as Kaido beheld the impressive sum of exchange points, excitement surged within him. With these points, he could further elevate his strength. And he could hardly fathom how much he might grow. He quickly exchanged for a being just in case. Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. The flame lance materialized once more in Kaido's hand. There was no need for mercy against Akainu. They were enemies by nature, and to show leniency would be an act of cruelty toward oneself. Although he had just decisively defeated Akainu, the latter had not been in his peak condition at the time. Otherwise, the outcome could have been very different. Moreover, Kaido had employed two seemingly cheat-like abilities, the Heavenly Fire Transformation and Berserk, without which victory would have been improbable. The flame lance took shape rapidly and shot toward the location where Akainu had fallen. Admiral Akainu, spotting Kaido's action, the distant Navy shouted in a panic, calling out Akainu's name in hopes of rousing him from his slumber. Despite Akainu's lack of affability, he remained a respected figure among the admirals, and they were unwilling to witness him fall victim to a pirate's hand. At this critical juncture, a figure soared forth, lacking any flashy devil fruit abilities or remarkable martial skills, relying solely on sheer physical prowess. With a resounding crash, he broke the sound barrier in an instant, traversing a kilometer in the blink of an eye, and then delivered a punch that shattered Kaido's flame lance through the haze of flames. Kaido discerned the newcomer's appearance, silver-gray hair and a weathered visage. Though the newcomer had already entered old age, the aura he exuded was no less formidable than that of anyone present, perhaps even surpassing them. "But I cannot allow you to kill it will before my eyes." The deep, resonant voice bore no trace of warmth, yet it emanated an undeniable authority that was impossible to resist. Thud, thud. In that moment, Katie felt an unprecedented pressure. Merely receiving a glance from him triggered instinctive danger signals within her, compelling her to retrieve the celestial beings from her system space, clutching them tightly in her hand. At the slightest hint of peril, she would not hesitate to consume them. Without a doubt, The newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Garp, the naval hero. Although his rank was merely that of a vice admiral, he enjoyed privileges that even a marshal could not claim. Flexible working hours, self-determined holidays, and a personal fleet of several hundred following him. And no admiral would dare to match such a display. And even with his son being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, none would dare to challenge him. All these privileges stem from his unparalleled combat prowess and indelible contributions that he had vanquished the legendary Rocks pirates, who had once dared to challenge the world's highest throne. And during the Roger era, he had relentlessly pursued Roger, participating in the final capture of the Pirate King, among countless other feats. Was it worth it? You have contributed so much to the Navy, yet has it ever considered your feelings? They have shown no intention of sparing Ace, solely because he carries the bloodline of the Pirate King. But who has ever contemplated whether Ace truly wished to inherit Roger's legacy? When did he ever have the opportunity to choose? And why is he named Port Gasti Ace rather than GOLD? Ace, surely you must know better than anyone. Moreover, this person you aim to protect once contemplated killing Luffy. Is such a person truly worthy of your salvation? In response to Katie's relentless questioning, Garp fell silent. His once clear eyes now clouded. His gaze drifted toward Ace, who stood beside Whitebeard in the distance. Claimed Garp felt no disappointment in the Navy would be a falsehood. However, his responsibilities prevented him from acting upon personal sentiments. Garp had always felt he owed Ace a great deal. There can be no such thing as absolute perfection in this world. I do not regret joining the Navy, at least in my eyes. It is the most just organization. Clearly, Garp would not abandon decades of conviction merely based on Katie's words. The most just? I beg to differ. The Navy is subordinate to the world government, which was established by the Celestial Dragons. Thus, your so-called justice serves primarily to protect their interests. The entire world knows what the Celestial Dragons have done, yet you dare to claim righteousness while cleaning up their mess. Katie harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Celestial Dragons, believing their existence to be less worthy than that of a PIGD. You truly think I am afraid to strike? Garp's indignation flared as Katie's words undermined his convictions, his gaze turning dangerously fierce. No, it is not that you are afraid to act, but that you are unable to do so in the face of Garp's threat. A bewildered smile graced Katie's face, and in the next moment, a similarly powerful aura suddenly manifested before gradually dissipating. Though fleeting, its presence rendered many, especially the Navy, collectively silent, as they realized this aura emanated from the Moby Dick, indicating the presence of another formidable adversary within the enemy ranks. In stark contrast, their own high-end combat power was severely lacking. Only 2 of the 3 admirals remained combat-ready, leaving Garp as the sole protector. The moment the aura appeared, Garp's gaze shifted from Katie to the distant Moby Dick. Although the figure of the newcomer was obscured, Garp was well aware of who it was. Without a doubt, it was the aloof, red-haired Shanks. Damn it, this is your doing. The thought of this further fueled Garp's fury. All because of Katie before him. Haha, thank you for the compliment. As a return favor, I'll leave Akainu's life to you. With that, Katie began to withdraw. Since Garp had decided to rescue Akainu, it was clear she could not kill him. Though regrettable, it was unavoidable. Nevertheless, Katie was confident that she could triumph should they encounter one another again. As Garp watched Katie depart until his figure vanished completely, he found himself unable to act. He understood that the current strength of the Navy was insufficient, and with a sigh, he acknowledged that the situation had long since spiraled beyond his control, turning back to extricate Akainu from the debris. Garp's brow furrowed upon seeing the extensive burns covering his body. That it was no easy feat to burn Akainu, and Garp felt a twinge of regret for having allowed Katie to escape so easily. Chapter 54. The appearance of Teach Katie. Is it? Can you now reveal your intentions to me? It was only at this moment that Katie stood in close proximity to Edward Newgate, the man hailed as the strongest in the world. Even in his severely injured state, he exuded immense pressure, his mere presence creating an atmosphere that felt regal. My intentions are quite simple. I wish for neither you nor Ace to perish at this juncture. Katie showed no inclination to conceal her motives. Whether in terms of the ultimate mission or her feelings as a fan of the sea, this had indeed been her objective all along. Oh, Do you truly believe I will meet my end here? Though Katie's words carried a hint of provocation, Whitebeard paid them no heed. Isn't the wound on your chest the best evidence? Then I thank you. This time Whitebeard did not refute her. There is no need. Saving you is beneficial for me, as well that at the very least, when I venture into the new world, having one of the four emperors as my ally rather than my enemy is advantageous. Speaking these unsettling words in a calm tone caused the surrounding powerful figures to gasp in astonishment. The audacity of this young man, not yet 20, to contemplate challenging the four emperors was beyond comprehension. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. His past achievements spoke volumes. Although his current strength might not suffice, the future was unpredictable. Old man, let us retreat. Ace has been rescued. There is no need for further conflict. Marco interjected, noting that their objectives had been achieved at this point in the battle. Even now, the Navy had yet to disentangle itself from the repercussions of the clash between Katie and Akainu, making retreat an effortless decision, devoid of concerns regarding naval pursuit. More importantly, Marco sensed something strange about the situation. He too had felt the sudden burst of Shanks's aura, and he had not even realized when such a powerful figure had boarded the ship. Thankfully, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, Marco remained wary of this unseen powerhouse. Although not an enemy, he certainly could not be considered a friend, or else why had they not acted sooner? Indeed, it is time to depart. Relay the order for a full retreat. Just as the word retreat was about to leave his lips, Marco found himself unable to utter it, for Whitebeard's gaze fell upon a familiar, yet strange visage. "Ha ha! Old man, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I've only just arrived. I isn't ashamed not to catch up? My dear old man. Teach, how dare you show your face before me? Have you a death wish?" At the instant Teach appeared, Whitebeard's demeanor transformed entirely, radiating an aura of unbridled rage, his veins bulging. This was no mere anger. It was fury incarnate. Not just himself, but the entire Whitebeard pirates, numbering in the tens of thousands, shared this volatile state that, if looks could kill, Teach would have faced countless deaths in that moment. Ha ha! Old man, do you think I'm still the same Teach from back then? Are you still the same you? You are mistaken. From this day forth, I am Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard. Teach's voice echoed across the battlefield and resonated throughout the world via the snail phone. People stood frozen, unable to comprehend the transformation of what seemed to be an imminent conclusion into a dramatic upheaval, as he boldly challenged Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates before the eyes of the entire world. Simultaneously, the numerous followers who had accompanied him made their presence known. What is happening? Why are there so many fugitives? What transpired in Impel Down? Where is Magellan, Katrina Tipton, San Juan Wolf, Bartolomeo Pizarro, and Blackbeard? They could not fathom how these notorious criminals, who ought to remain eternally imprisoned within Impel Down, had managed to escape. In truth, it was quite normal for people to be unaware of this fact. In order to avert unnecessary panic, the Wano country had long since ordered the suppression of any news regarding Impel Down, leaving the outside world oblivious to the profound changes occurring within. Teach, you remain as arrogant as ever, truly believing that the power of a single fruit could render you invincible in this world. You have no idea of the true power that this fruit possesses. In the face of Whitebeard's skepticism, Teach let out a maniacal laugh, wisps of dark energy swirling around his hand in a most sinister manner. At this moment, Teach's gaze suddenly shifted, darting towards Katie, who stood beside Whitebeard, his previously unrestrained grin somewhat subdued. "Katie, is it? What do you say? Would you consider joining us? You must be aware that we are cut from the same cloth," Teach insinuated. After casting a glance at Shiliew of the Rain, Katie's voice emerged slowly to, "I apologize, but I find no pleasure in associating with treacherous betrayers. It is beneath me," without a hint of hesitation. Katie outright rejected him. "Indeed, Mr. Katie speaks the truth. Teach, you despicable traitor. How could you betray the kindness that old Dad once bestowed upon you? Traitor, traitor." In that moment, Katie earned the unanimous support of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, expressing sentiments that had long been suppressed within their hearts, and the catharsis was exhilarating. Observing the sudden darkness that enveloped Teach's expression, Katie realized she had caught his unwavering attention, yet she harbored no regrets for her actions. If one were to encapsulate Teach's character in a single term, it would undoubtedly be that of a cunning villain, that he was not a trustworthy ally. Having betrayed once, he would surely do so again. Even in slumber, one must keep an eye open in his presence, lest one meet an untimely demise without forewarning. Furthermore, there was no necessity for her to ally with him, with the existence of her system. What could she possibly lack, let alone serve as a subordinate? Such notions were utterly delusional. No, they were thoughts best left unconsidered. Gazing intently at Katie's figure, Teach clenched and unclenched his right hand. Recalling the moment he first heard from Shiliew that this individual could replicate others' abilities, not limited to just devil fruits, his initial reaction had been disbelief. If even his own dark fruit could not accomplish such feats, how could another? However, upon learning of the events that transpired at Marineford, he no longer questioned Shiliew's claims. At that moment, he resolved that this individual must either be harnessed for his own gain or utterly eradicated. Now, it seemed that the latter was the only viable option left. Chapter 55. Your father is still your father, and narrowing his eyes, Teach's murderous intent was palpable, yet Katie remained unperturbed. The primary reason Ace had fallen to him was due to a lack of information. Any shortcomings in strength were secondary. The dark fruit's overwhelming restraint on other fruit users was glaringly apparent. Anyone caught off guard would inevitably suffer. However, as a traveler from another world, she would not fall prey to such a disadvantage. Moreover, the conditions for activating the dark fruit were fraught with limitations. To render an enemy's abilities temporarily inert, direct contact was essential. And while the dark fruit was indeed a Logia type, it did not grant immunity to physical harm, but rather absorbed it, resulting in a commensurate increase in pain. With her current swordsmanship, she could effectively utilize her initial release state to engage in combat, bolstered by her armament hockey, making her entirely unafraid. Teach, you seek your own demise. With a furious roar, Whitebeard charged at Teach, unable to ignore Teach's provocation. Even without it, he would have intervened, as a father must enforce familial discipline when a son strays from the path. Come on, old dad, let me show you just how strong I've become. Teach's gaze was ablaze with fervor. To outsiders, this appeared as an eagerness for battle, yet Katie perceived it differently. Such sentiments may indeed exist, but they were overshadowed by an insatiable desire, nay greed, for Whitebeard's fruit abilities. Having followed Whitebeard for over a decade, he was acutely aware of the formidable powers the Tremor fruit possessed, and thus he felt an intense envy. Even if he lacked absolute confidence in his current endeavor, old dad, take him down. Eliminate this traitor. Witnessing Whitebeard take the initiative, the members of the crew naturally rallied in support. However, two among them wore expressions of concern. One was Marco, and the other was Ace, who had battled Teach firsthand. Marco was not worried that Whitebeard would falter. Rather, he was apprehensive about his father's injuries, which, while not life-threatening, were not something to be taken lightly. In contrast, Ace was genuinely troubled. Having faced Teach himself, he understood the full extent of the threat posed by Teach's abilities. Marco, I advise you to follow along, even if you do not engage. You can remain close to assist in case of unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Katie's words, Marco paused momentarily before coming to a realization. All captains, follow me. At Marco's command, the remaining 11 division captains hastened to the battlefield. They were all harboring pent-up frustration. Even if they could not personally vanquish the traitor, they were determined to protect their father and perhaps eliminate those scoundrels accompanying Teach. The situation shifted abruptly. What had begun as a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines transformed into a duel between two pirate crews. The Marine headquarters effectively became a mere backdrop, having no intention of intervening, as a victory for either side would be advantageous for them. Had Blackbeard not stormed into Impel down, they might have intervened to deal with Whitebeard together. However, now the Marines merely wished for both sides to sustain grievous injuries. A tremendous shockwave, empowered by his fruit abilities, Whitebeard hurled a punch towards Teach, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Dark water. To everyone's astonishment, Teach made no effort to evade Whitebeard's assault. Instead, he swung his right hand in a counterattack. his fist enveloped in eerie black energy. The outcome was shocking, defying belief. The anticipated explosive clash did not materialize. Under the incredulous gazes of onlookers, the abilities emanating from Whitebeard's fist vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What in the world just happened? They could not comprehend the unfolding spectacle. How could Whitebeard's powers simply evaporate? Despite this, Whitebeard's onslaught did not cease. Another punch was launched at Teach, who remained steadfast in his previous stance, his right hand clenched into a fist. The clash of black and white occurred once more. This time, countless eyes widened in anticipation, eager to discern the method behind Teach's unprecedented feat, or rather, the workings of his fruit powers. Yet, the final outcome left them disheartened. They could not ascertain why Whitebeard's abilities had vanished. It was merely a fleeting touch against Teach's fist that rendered them null, leading them to attribute everything to the peculiarities of Teach's fruit. In that moment, the gaze of every fruit user present shifted towards Teach. Undoubtedly, they sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. His abilities posed a significant counter to all other users. While they believed such power must bear limitations, they remained blissfully ignorant of its specifics. Thus, they watched the battle with renewed intensity, eager to witness how this strongest man in the world would navigate the confrontation. Old Dad, do you not find this rather humiliating? You are truly aging. It is time to relinquish your position. As Teach continued to deflect Whitebeard's attacks with increasing ease, he began to feel a sense of invincibility. Forgetting that Whitebeard was not simply renowned as the strongest man in the world for his formidable fruit powers, but also for his masterful swordsmanship. After several fruitless attempts, Whitebeard's approach suddenly changed. The Bicento once gripped in his hand was cast high into the air, followed by a powerful punch directed at Teach. That it is futile. Do you not understand? It is all in vain at this moment. Teach was still reveling in his ability to match Whitebeard's strength, entirely oblivious to the shift in his opponent's tactics. Yet another attack was thwarted. The descending Bicento loomed above him, grasping the hilt of the falling blade. Whitebeard swiftly repositioned himself, the trajectory of his strike becoming increasingly indistinct. In an instant, Teach finally reacted, but it was too late. The blade glimmered ominously. Whitebeard showed no mercy as the Bicento descended, cleaving into Teach's chest, blood erupting forth in a torrential spray. Ouch! 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 The strike delivered by Whitebeard was infused with the power of Hawkeye, and the damage was readily apparent. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's assault did not cease. This blow not only succeeded in wounding Teach, but also disrupted his offensive. Exposing his vulnerabilities with a resounding crash, Whitebeard's blade deftly pinned one of Teach's hands down, while his foot forcefully pressed upon the other. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. The seemingly feeble Whitebeard once again demonstrated his sovereign prowess to all present. Truly, he is a legendary being of monstrous caliber, possessing unparalleled strength and an astonishing combat awareness. Doflamingo voiced the collective sentiment of the onlookers as they pondered how they might escape Teach's abilities. Whitebeard not only found a solution, but also swiftly subdued him, rendering the disparity indisputable. Chapter 56. Whitebeard's Severed Arm. Teach, do you have anything to say? At this moment, Whitebeard's voice was hoarse yet resonant. In an instant, Teach's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Having been by Whitebeard's side for over 2 decades, he was all too familiar with his temper, and it was evident that he was now consumed by fury. Father, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. Forgive my momentary lapse in judgment. Under the looming threat of death, Teach completely abandoned his dignity, pleading for Whitebeard's pardon, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance and bravado. Yet, Whitebeard remained unmoved, his large hand grasping Teach's head as the power of his devil fruit began to accumulate ominously. Witnessing this scene, Teach trembled, a manifestation of sheer terror. At such close quarters, should an attack ensue, his chances of survival would be non-existent. His head would be obliterated. Father, I am your son. Just as the impending attack was about to erupt, Teach's desperate cry caused Whitebeard to freeze momentarily, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Father, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please, for the sake of our 20 years together, forgive me this one transgression, will you? Did you not also forgive Squard's offense? The warmth in Teach's repeated address of father was palpable. Had it not been for the witnesses present, one might have been deceived by Teach's masquerade, calling him a good son. Father, you cannot let him go. Not far away, Marco, realizing the shift in Whitebeard's demeanor, urgently cautioned him. Despite Teach having been Whitebeard's son for over 2 decades, his initial intentions were far from pure, especially considering he had murdered the captain of the 4th Division, who was also a son of Whitebeard. His actions were unforgivable. Marco's voice jolted Whitebeard from his moment of indecision, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. The halted attack ignited anew, a palpable aura of murderous intent surging forth. Bastard attack! Eliminate this old fool. Knowing that pleas for mercy would yield no fruit, Teach resolved to go all out, rallying his subordinates to assault Whitebeard. Onward! Intercept them! Marco would not stand idly by. He and the other captains surged forward to thwart Teach's men. Sword punishment, shatter. Just as Katie believed that Blackbeard was on the brink of annihilation, the situation took yet another twist. A brilliant flash of sword light descended in the blink of an eye. Its speed surpassing comprehension. What had been an immeasurable distance was suddenly mere inches from Whitebeard at that moment. None could react. They were blinded by a dazzling brilliance, only to be met with a shocking crimson hue. Blindingly bright. Father! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Ace beheld the severed arms soaring into the sky. Whitebeard's right hand. Instinctively, he rushed toward Whitebeard, only to be restrained by a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Katie, release me, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With rage coursing through his veins, Ace was on the brink of losing control, yet Katie showed no signs of yielding. Consider this. All that Whitebeard has done. He did for whom? If you rush in now, you risk falling back under enemy control, rendering all of his efforts futile. My dear nephew, we will handle everything. Before Ace could fully comprehend, another voice chimed in, leaving him bewildered by the sudden emergence of an uncle. Turning to glance, he saw 2 figures. One, an immensely robust man, smiled warmly at him. As Ace assessed the stranger, Barrett scrutinized Ace in return, momentarily lost in thought. He bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he once knew. Hey, Barrett, there will be time for that later. Let's focus on the matter at hand, shall we? The other figure interjected, breaking the trance between them as he surged ahead. Wait for me. With those parting words, Barrett followed suit. Lastly, giving Ace a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Katie leaped away, leaving Ace in a daze. Sengoku's prowess is truly remarkable. He managed to summon this individual. Impressive indeed. Although the arrival of this figure had yet to be fully revealed, Rayleigh was all too aware of who it was. The caliber of sword strikes produced could only stem from himself or the bald mastermind orchestrating it all. This time, Bogart remained silent. The appearance of this figure had exceeded even his expectations, and the manner of arrival left him with a furrowed brow. He could hardly fathom that someone of such stature would resort to ambush tactics. In that moment, Bogart felt a wave of relief for his past decision. Thankfully, he had chosen to follow Rear Admiral Karp, allowing him the luxury of time and the freedom to pursue his own desires. Old bald dog, you still love your ambushes as you did in the past. Why don't you bring along those 4 old fossils? The voice arrived before the figure did, and Barrett wasted no time in hurling insults. Once you emerge, you ought to appreciate the value of freedom. Otherwise, we can easily have you locked away. His tone was filled with authority. Yet Barrett was not one to be intimidated and retorted, If you have the guts, try it, you featherless, bald donkey. Only at this moment did the figure reveal himself. Not just one, but 3. Who are those 2? Upon recognizing the newcomers, this question lingered in the minds of nearly everyone present. They realized they only recognized Sengoku, and to their astonishment, the former Marine Admiral was positioned at the rear. Among the crowd, few could identify the 2 individuals, nearly causing some to faint from shock. The one more robust than Sengoku was named Steelbone Kong, the former Marine Admiral and current Commander-in-Chief of the world government's 3 military branches. As for the other, who wielded a blade, let me tell you, he is one of the few individuals with the highest authority in the world, holding the fates of countless lives within his grasp. However, Their astonishment was far from over, as the speaker continued. Do you see the two standing beside Katie? The elder one is named Barol Ricklandfield. During Steelbone Kong's tenure, they once clashed in battle, with him emerging victorious. The other is Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Pirate King Roger's crew, and he was the third strongest aboard Roger's ship. The Navy once issued a demon-slaying order solely to capture him. After hearing these introductions, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. They could never have imagined that the battle between Whitebeard and the Marines would escalate to this magnitude, with so many prominent figures emerging simultaneously. Yet, unbeknownst to them, another significant player was about to make an entrance. Chapter 57. The mightiest face fruit thanks to the surprise attack from the newcomers, Teach, who had been under the oppressive weight of Whitebeard, managed to escape the clutches of death. Retreating to a distance to observe quietly, he had yet to emerge from the shadow cast by Whitebeard, gazing at the bald swordsman standing alongside Sengoku. Katie felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. It was impossible not to. The extent of this individual's strength was one matter, but merely their status could instill fear in the hearts of many. The wielders of the highest authority in the world, members of the 5 elders, who reigned above the Marine Admiral and the 3 military commanders, had altered the fates of countless individuals and nations through their decrees. Katie could scarcely fathom how her existence, much like a butterfly's wings, had led to such upheaval in the course of the Marineford War, bringing the 5 elders themselves into the fray. Meanwhile, Marine officers of considerable rank, still capable of fighting, arrived under the leadership of Akiji and Kizu. With only 100 meters separating both sides, this distance was inconsequential to them. The air felt as if it were filled with lead. Suffocatingly heavy, what had once been powerful vice admirals were reduced to mere shadows amidst the plethora of peak-level warriors present. All hands, heed my command, deploy the entire force. At this moment, countless gazes were fixated upon Sengoku, the former fleet admiral. Although he may not be the strongest presence among those gathered, the issuance of this command heralded the impending eruption of the most monumental battle in half a century. If the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters had significantly influenced the course of history, then this forthcoming confrontation had the potential to decisively shape the very fabric of the era. Should the pirates emerge victorious, the Navy would be left reeling, and the world government's grip on the seas would plummet to an all-time low, allowing the pirates to gain complete dominion over the oceans. Conversely, if the Navy were to triumph, the tables would turn dramatically. The Navy's prestige would soar to unprecedented heights, ushering in an era of unimaginable growth, making future maritime governance and pirate apprehension significantly simpler. Just as the flames of war were on the verge of igniting, a sudden wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving the space between the two factions and accompanied by the emergence of an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the impending war was brought to a halt. Gentlemen, might I request your indulgence? Let this conflict cease here. The words belonged to none other than red-haired Shanks. The onlookers were once again left in shock. They had never anticipated that events could escalate to such a level, leaving them to wonder if a world war was on the horizon. With 2 of the 4 emperors present, they questioned whether the spectacle would ever reach a conclusion, their hearts unable to withstand such tumult. What brings you here, Shanks? Sengoku was far from welcoming towards the sudden appearance of the red-haired pirate. After all, Whitebeard had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Akainu, losing even his right arm, and now he was operating at less than half his usual strength. While Akainu too had been incapacitated, he had summoned 2 formidable allies, and with the presence of Garp, Akiji, and Kizu, they still held a distinct advantage in terms of high-level combat power. Thus Sengoku had resolved to initiate hostilities, yet all of these advantages evaporated with Shanks' arrival. That I am here to put an end to this battle. Both sides have sacrificed far too much at this point. How many lives have already been lost? Shouldn't we cease hostilities? At that moment, as Shanks uttered these words, the gravity of the losses suffered in this war dawned on the people. Comrades, allies, dear friends, an overwhelming stench of blood hung thick in the azure. Yes, as soon as Shanks finished speaking, Sengoku's instincts kicked in, and he sensed an ominous shift. He keenly felt the morale of the tens of thousands of Navy soldiers behind him plummet dramatically. It could be said that if he were to forcefully proceed with the battle, his chances of success originally at 8 out of 10, had now dwindled to 7 or even SIX, as the saying goes. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. Morale, though intangible, could indeed sway the outcome of a conflict, sometimes even serving as a decisive factor. Damn it! Sengoku cursed, frustration boiling over once again. If that is the case, then let us withdraw. Just as Sengoku grappled with uncertainty, someone stepped forward to issue commands, brandishing their weapon before departing without a moment's hesitation, leaving only their silhouette behind, showing no regard for Sengoku's feelings. Simply because they were a member of the Gorosei. The only gesture before departing was a fleeting glance cast at Shanks, eyes glinting with an unusual light. Sengoku, let us retreat. The situation had clearly slipped beyond their control. Steelbone, Kong stepped forward to offer consolation to Sengoku, fully understanding his frustration. Yet the course of events had transcended the influence of any single individual. Withdraw, retreat. Sengoku uttered the words, not even fully comprehending how he had spoken them. He only knew that those two syllables had drained him of all his strength. As the architect and commander of this conflict, he yearned for victory more than anyone else. This was not merely a matter of personal glory. It laid the groundwork for the Navy's advance into the New World and would have marked a fulfilling conclusion to his career. Yet now, all of that had vanished in a thin air. Whitebeard's lineage as the Pirate King remained unbroken. And he still lived, rendering any semblance of a significant achievement utterly meaningless. Moreover, the appearance of Kaido had subjected the Navy to immense humiliation. He had failed. He knew he had failed in this moment. Sengoku understood the weight of his failure. Not only had he failed to secure a glorious conclusion, but he had also left behind a monumental blemish. With this thought, Sengoku's gaze involuntarily turned towards Kaido. Filled with curiosity about the sudden emergence of this young man and the astonishing power that enabled him to achieve what seemed impossible. However, with that glance, he witnessed an unbelievable scene unfold, as Kaido stuffed something into Whitebeard's mouth. Then a miracle occurred. The gravely injured Whitebeard's aura stabilized in an instant. Moreover, the horrific injuries inflicted by Akainu began to visibly heal at an extraordinary rate. New flesh rapidly filling in the gaps where it had been torn away, and the wound from his severed right arm stopped bleeding and began to scab over in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard's condition returned to its peak. Had it not been for his missing arm, he would have appeared no different than when he first arrived. What is happening here? Not only Sengoku, but even Whitebeard himself was left in a state of bewilderment. Hastily examining his body, for some substances could drain one's life force. After a thorough inspection, Whitebeard felt a profound sense of relief, noticing no signs of depletion. Indeed, the lingering pains that had once plagued him had significantly diminished. Aside from the discomfort of his absent right arm, he felt remarkably well. "Father, how do you feel?" Like Whitebeard, Marco was equally concerned about any potential adverse effects of what Kaido had provided, despite lacking any reason to suspect harm. The situation was simply too surreal. Recoveries of such magnitude from injuries of that severity typically required months of recuperation, yet it had all transpired in the blink of an eye, triggering his worries. "Rest assured, I feel fantastic. In fact, I haven't felt this good in ages." Whitebeard reassured Marco, casting him a comforting glance, signaling that there was no cause for alarm. Sengoku, witnessing the transformation in Whitebeard, suddenly felt grateful that the war had not erupted. Otherwise, the instantaneous recovery of Whitebeard would have posed a significant threat to him. Moreover, he still had no idea what Kaido had administered to Whitebeard, how many of such substances existed. If there were only 1 or 2, it might be manageable, but if there were 3 or more, the mere consumption could deplete his forces entirely. Realizing this, Sengoku's gaze towards Kaido grew increasingly profound, his mind conjuring plans for the Navy's next phase of development, striving to capture Kaido at all costs. "Mr. Kaido, I cannot thank you enough that if you would not mind, may I extend an invitation for you to stay aboard the Moby Dick for a couple of days?" After confirming that Whitebeard was in good health, Marco turned to Kaido with gratitude shimmering in his eyes. His primary concern had always been his father's well-being, and now that it was resolved, he felt immense appreciation for Kaido. The invitation was not limited to Kaido alone. Both Barrett and Rayleigh also received similar offers, which they graciously accepted. "Very well, I shall comply." For Kaido, aside from accompanying Whitebeard, he had no clear direction, as he was unfamiliar with this world. Wandering aimlessly could lead him straight into a trap at Marioa. The other two, likely in a similar predicament, had spent decades imprisoned in Impel Down, and were in dire need of a place to reacquaint themselves with a world. As A4 Emperor, Whitebeard could provide everything they required. Leaving no grounds for refusal that moment, the red-haired pirates approached. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shanks." Kaido hesitated, taken aback that Shanks would seek him out first, but quickly regained composure and extended his hand to shake Shanks's. "Greetings, I am Kaido." The moment their hands met, Kaido felt an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him, akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. While throughout the entire exchange, Shanks remained perfectly still. Humph, with a slight exhalation. Kaido unleashed a formidable presence, standing firm against the pressure exerted by Shanks without yielding an inch. Ha! Splendid. Indeed, you are a promising youth. With individuals like you, our generation can finally retire. Shanks's hearty laughter dissipated the tension, rendering the earlier encounter a mere illusion. "You are going to crush me with praise," Kaido replied, astonished by Shanks's high regard for him. While he shared the sentiment, he felt compelled to remain humble. "Then let us take our leave." This statement was directed at Whitebeard. Indeed, it is time to depart. Thus, under the gaze of tens of thousands of naval personnel and the world at large, the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates slowly departed from the Navy headquarters, exuding the demeanor of victors. Throughout the entire process, no one attempted to obstruct them as they watched the ships gradually vanish from the screen. Despite the Navy headquarters regaining its tranquility, the onlookers were each consumed by a tumult of emotions. Most had not anticipated this outcome. Prior to the battle, the overwhelming majority believed that victory would belong to the Navy. Although Whitebeard was renowned as the strongest man, he was undeniably aging and no longer in his prime. The division commanders, with the exception of Marco, were hardly a match for the Navy's 3 admirals, indicating a significant disparity in high-level combat power. Yet, under such circumstances, the Whitebeard pirates had still triumphed, leaving many astounded. They pondered how the Navy would retaliate against Kaido. Gazing at the bounty notice in their hands, they unanimously considered this question, for it was evident that a substantial portion of the Navy's defeat could be attributed to Kaido. If they were to place themselves in Sengoku's position, they would undoubtedly not let this individual slip away easily. Both his personal strength and the impact he had on the Navy were sufficient reasons to resolve to eradicate him completely. As for Kaido, he remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, as he was currently in a state of bewilderment the moment the Moby Dick sailed beyond the confines of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The system presented him with 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the main quest, assisting Whitebeard in securing victory in the Marineford War. Quest evaluation: successfully rescued Port Gasti. Ace successfully saved Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, though at the cost of losing an arm, and defeated the Navy's highest combat power, Admiral Akainu. Quest completion level: S-. Quest rewards: 50 million exchange points, 150 skill points, and 1 A-grade dimensional task summoning card." Just as Kaido was about to inquire about the nature of the final reward, the system's notification chimed once more upon detecting a significant increase in the host's strength. The system required an update to provide better service, with an estimated downtime of 24 hours. "Please be patient, host. System. No matter how Kaido called out, the system offered no response. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Kaido might have doubted whether this was all merely a dream. Finally, he could rest. Realizing that the system could no longer be awakened, an overwhelming drowsiness suddenly overtook him. Despite possessing immense strength, he could not resist the weight of his eyelids. A second later, Kaido succumbed to slumber. He was utterly exhausted. Although he had taken some breaks during the 30-plus hours, his mind had remained tightly wound, never daring to relax even slightly. While physical fatigue could be mitigated with senza beans, the exhaustion of his spirit was insurmountable, and he could only endure until he could no longer hold out. At least the situation had concluded favorably. He felt as if he were dancing on a tightrope, where even the slightest error could lead to irrevocable consequences. That "Mr. Kaido, may I inquire about your flame fruit?" Ace's words trailed off as he noticed Kaido sprawled in a corner, deep in sleep, leaving the remainder of his question unvoiced. He instructed others not to disturb Katie and turned to leave. Although Ace was eager to learn everything about the flame fruit, it was evident that this was not the right time for inquiries. Despite being younger than himself, Ace held a deep respect for Katie, recognizing that his father had endured far worse injuries to depart so easily. Chapter 59, Whitebeard's Invitation. Ah, what a refreshing slumber. When Katie finally opened his eyes once more, he felt invigorated, as if reborn. "Katie, you're awake." Before Katie could grasp how long he had slept, someone approached him for a greeting. "Yes, how long was I asleep?" "You must have been utterly exhausted, sleeping for over 10 hours from yesterday afternoon until noon today, that I need to hurry and inform Dad that the banquet can commence." With that, the unidentified member of the Whitebeard crew hurried away, leaving Katie behind. However, he was not alone. Other members of the Whitebeard crew had gathered around him. "Katie, you have no idea. Dad postponed the banquet just for you, stating that it would commence when you awoke. But none of us complained. It was only right. If it weren't for you, we might have been left in that Navy headquarters forever." "Thank you, Katie." Cheers of gratitude echoed throughout the Moby Dick, reverberating across the entire ship. "Ha ha ha. Now that my young friend Katie has awakened, let us commence the banquet." A resounding voice followed, igniting the spirits of the Whitebeard pirates and their fleet of pirate ships, transforming the surrounding waters into a lively spectacle. Prepared food and drinks were swiftly arranged on the tables, and the speed astounded Katie, as it seemed that feasting was a universal passion among pirates, with no one willing to decline such merriment. At last, Katie navigated through the throngs of people to find Whitebeard. He saw Whitebeard surrounded by dozens of individuals seated at an enormous table, where only captains or those with bounties exceeding 100 million could claim a seat. Even the long-absent Luffy was among them, though he appeared somewhat displeased for reasons unknown. Barrett and Tide were also present, seated closely beside Whitebeard. "Katie, sit here." Before Katie could find his designated seat, Ace gestured for him from a short distance away, indicating an empty spot next to him, with Barrett seated in between them. Katie wasn't well acquainted with these dynamics, yet he could discern Whitebeard's regard for him and didn't overthink it, proceeding to take a seat. "I raise my glass to you, young Katie. This victory owes much to you. I shan't elaborate further, as it is all contained within this drink." With that, Whitebeard lifted his specially crafted 3-meter-high liquor bottle and downed it in one go. "Cheers to Katie!" Before Katie could utter a word, everyone around him raised their glasses, their gazes filled with heartfelt gratitude. Feeling the fervent stares directed at him, Katie found himself unable to articulate the pleasantries that had been on the tip of his tongue. He lifted a bowl of liquor, gestured to the crowd, and then tilted his head back to drink. Good. This simple action earned him the approval of all, for in the world of boisterous pirates, a bowl of liquor was worth more than lengthy expressions of thanks that Katie's toast seemed to signal the official commencement of the banquet, as cheers, drinking contests, and boasts erupted, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled revelry. "Katie, what are your plans moving forward?" After a few rounds of drinks, Whitebeard suddenly shifted the topic to Katie, garnering the interest of many present, who turned to look at him expectantly. "I don't have any specific plans. I just intend to explore a bit." Katie did not deliberately conceal anything. The truth was he had yet to formulate a clear direction for himself. Having been transported into this world without warning, he still found it difficult to fully come to terms with his circumstances and had yet to devise a plan for the future. However, upon hearing his response, Whitebeard's eyes brightened. In that case, how about considering joining us?" The atmosphere fell silent. Although the banquet continued elsewhere, everyone at this table suddenly fixed their gazes on Katie, clearly hoping he would accept the invitation to "I apologize, but while I haven't made any specific plans yet, I do wish to explore. I'm not currently considering joining any crew." Despite the unexpected nature of Whitebeard's invitation, Katie declined, not out of disdain for the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, he held a fondness for this crew, or he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to save them. His refusal stemmed solely from his uncertainty about how he wished to integrate himself into this world. He did not intend to join or establish a pirate crew until he made a decision. "That is perfectly fine. You can roam the seas under my banner without it becoming a constraint for you." Clearly, Whitebeard was not ready to concede so easily. This experience had made Whitebeard acutely aware of the dangers ahead. He could no longer deny that he was aging. Even a punk like Akainu had managed to hinder him, and now he had lost his right arm, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Yet among his sons, only Marco was truly capable. The others, even Ace, still had much to learn. With a new era approaching, Whitebeard found himself increasingly concerned. Thus, Katie naturally became a target for Whitebeard's recruitment, leading to the unfolding of the current scene. Katie, as long as you are willing to come aboard, I can easily designate you as the captain of the 1st Division. Beside him, Marco made an astonishing declaration, startling those around him, who exchanged bewildered glances and found themselves at a loss. While they wholeheartedly welcomed the idea of inviting Katie to join them, they were somewhat taken aback by the prospect of her taking Marco's place. After all, they had grown accustomed to Marco occupying that position, and a sudden change made them feel rather uncomfortable. Even Katie herself was taken aback by Marco's words. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates held a position of esteemed authority, second only to a select few. Even Ace paled in comparison to in fact, at times, this status proved more advantageous than that of the warlords of the sea. Marco, your words are quite overwhelming, even if you are willing. The brothers may not agree. This position is yours and yours alone. I genuinely admire the Whitebeard Pirates. Before I arrived, we were all strangers, but now we are like family. The resistance to her joining was not born from a desire for prestige, but rather from Katie's own uncertainty about her aspirations and identity. I sincerely apologize, but until I discover my own goals, I cannot join any pirate crew or establish one of my own. Forgive me for being so selfish. Upon hearing Katie's heartfelt sentiments, Marco recognized their underlying significance and decided against further persuasion. Chapter 60. Answers for Ace, however. Despite her inability to join, Katie expressed, I wouldn't mind having more uncles. This unexpected remark left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. What was the purpose of wanting more uncles? Surely, they couldn't expect their father to assume that role. But wait, how could it be impossible? It was entirely plausible, especially since Katie had initiated the suggestion. The implication was unmistakable. It was a clear intent to strengthen their bond. Haha, how about I become your uncle? While others might not have contemplated it, Whitebeard certainly did. Then, with great respect, I shall accept that title, Uncle Newgate. With a faint smile, Katie readily agreed. All right. A booming voice captured everyone's attention, and Whitebeard continued. Let us raise our glasses to welcome Katie into our family. Despite the familial ties formed, Whitebeard's words indicated that Katie was not regarded as an outsider. The previously subdued atmosphere surged once more, invigorated by this news. Although Katie did not officially agree to join, this was anticipated. Given her strength, there was no need for her to affiliate with anyone. She could effortlessly establish her own pirate crew, which would undoubtedly rival the strongest beneath the 4 emperors. Yet now, with Katie recognizing Whitebeard as an uncle, it signified more than a mere title. It represented a mutual alliance, a commitment to support and care for one another. Having such a formidable ally was undoubtedly advantageous. Katie, my dear captain, I toast to you. In an instant, Katie became the focal point of everyone's attention. As she watched the long line of people approaching her for drinks, a wave of apprehension washed over Katie. They intended to drown her in alcohol. Nevertheless, she did not shy away. With Whitebeard as her steadfast ally, she recognized the benefits this relationship would bring, and she welcomed each drink with open arms. After several rounds, Katie felt the world spinning before her eyes. Katie, your drinking capacity seems lacking. How could that be? There's no way I can't hold my liquor. Though her speech had become slurred, Katie adamantly refused to admit defeat. Fire. Ignite. In the next moment, Katie was engulfed in azure flames that danced around her. Subsequently, tendrils of vapor, infused with the scent of alcohol, rose gently. Once the flames subsided, Katie's complexion returned to normal, revealing no trace of intoxication. How does that feel? Are you afraid? Utilizing the flame's intense heat, Katie swiftly decomposed the residual alcohol in her system. Faced with her provocation, the proud members of the Whitebeard Pirates could not concede. While they may not match her strength, they were resolute in their drinking prowess. 2 to 3 hours later, when Katie finally expelled the last remnants of alcohol from her body using her flames, Every person who had sought her out for drinks had succumbed to drunken slumber. Ace, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Noticing Ace, who had several times hesitated to speak, Katie anticipated his inquiry. I'm certain I consumed the flame fruit, but why do you possess the same abilities as I? Katie inwardly acknowledged the inevitability of Ace's question, that if someone else suddenly acquired the unique power she had always held, she too would have inquired about it. Katie noticed that not only Ace but all those still awake were gazing at her, clearly intrigued by her capabilities. Even Whitebeard, Rayleight, and Barrett cast curious glances. Despite their maturity, the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Katie had surpassed their understanding, and thus they desired to uncover the mystery behind her abilities. Fortunately, Katie had prepared her answer in advance and felt unfazed. I am a user of the replication fruit, which allows me to replicate others' abilities at a certain cost. As for the nature of that cost, I prefer to keep it private. Given the existence of the system and her identity as a traveler, she could not disclose those details, so she attributed everything to the wondrous devil fruit. The replication fruit? What a peculiar and formidable power! After hearing Katie's explanation, others might not fully believe her, but they acknowledged the strength of such a capability. The randomness of devil fruits was so vast that many lamented not acquiring the powers they desired or deemed suitable. This replication ability seemed to fulfill that desire perfectly. Some even speculated about the potential of replicating multiple abilities simultaneously. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of miraculous, of course. They instinctively felt that such a scenario was unlikely, as it was only fair to leave some opportunities for others. What about that azure flame? Is it a result of the fruit awakening, or something else? Without delving into the details of the replication fruit, Ace posed another question he was eager to explore. Having personally experienced the war on the summit, Ace understood how much the Whitebeard pirates would have suffered without Katie's assistance. Thus, he bore no ill will towards her possessing the same powers as he. I can't say for certain if it's an awakening of my abilities, but it certainly represents a deeper level of development. The two primary factors that influence the power of flames are temperature and range. Katie paused briefly before continuing. You should already be aware that temperature is the essence of fire. Only by mastering higher temperatures can the flame's explosive force and potency grow. In contrast, while Akainu can also control temperature with his magma fruit, his range is limited to a maximum of 5,000 or 6,000 degrees. However, flames are different. If developed to their fullest extent, they could easily exceed 10,000 degrees. I sense that your flames have also reached a critical threshold. Reflect upon this carefully. It should not pose a challenge for you. As for range, it pertains to how much flame you can control. That if there comes a day when you can command all the flames in the world, even if their temperature is moderate, that would be sufficient to obliterate everything. Of course, this requires an exceptionally powerful body to support it. Even Kaido would struggle. After absorbing all of Katie's insights, Ace fell silent. It was as if a window had opened before him, half ajar, and with just a slight push, the other half could swing open. Ace had a premonition that it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Thank you. I believe I know what I must do. Not all. We are all family here. No need for formalities. All right, let us continue the feast. We can discuss everything else after the banquet. Observing Ace's newfound enlightenment, Whitebeard felt a surge of joy. Once he achieved his breakthrough, he would become a formidable force on his own. Even when the day came when he could no longer wield a sword, he would remain unthreatened. Chapter 61. Drunken Luffy enough? I know many of you aspire to become the Pirate King, but let me tell you, the one who ultimately claims that title will be me. A sudden outburst rang out, the voice youthful yet resolute, emanating an unwavering conviction from the depths of the speaker's heart. The air fell eerily silent. The distant birds ceased their chirping, and the nearby sea became tranquil. The entire Moby Dick was enveloped in an absolute stillness. Even those who had fallen asleep mid-drink paused in unison, maintaining an unexpected silence. Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down. Seated beside Luffy, Ace was nearly terrified into silence upon hearing his words, hastily rising to pull the inebriated Luffy away. Ace, don't stop me. I must tell them all that, despite my current inability to defeat you, one day I shall surpass every one of you and become the freest pirate king upon the seas. Luffy, undeterred by Ace's attempts to dissuade him, fervently proclaimed his convictions. leaving Ace flustered and at a loss. The entire world yearns to become the Pirate King, and among those seated at this table, several possess unfathomable strength. Luffy's declaration could easily offend powerful figures, and if memory serves, he's indeed the grandson of that guy, Garp. Observing Luffy, who was now inebriated, Ryder, who had remained silent for quite some time, was the first to speak. "What's this? Are you still holding a grudge against Garp for imprisoning you and Impel down? Surely, you wouldn't take your resentment out on such an inexperienced lad." Ryder was well aware of the animosity between himself and Garp. In the past, Ryder had charged in the Navy headquarters to challenge the then Fleet Admiral, Steel Bone Kong, to prove his strength. That monumental battle drew significant attention, and Ryder ultimately triumphed by a narrow margin. However, he had exhausted himself in the process, leading to his easy defeat at the hands of Garp, who subsequently imprisoned him and impelled down for decades. Only regaining his freedom due to Katie's intervention, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment towards Garp. "You underestimate me. The feud between Garp and me is merely our affair, and I wouldn't vent my anger on a mere child who has yet to grow a beard. However, I must admit, I am quite curious about what sins that scoundrel Garp committed. Neither his son nor grandson joined the Navy, and instead, they have become its enemies." "Ha!" Ryder chuckled at this irony, relishing the thought even more than defeating Garp himself. Yet, Luffy's drunken ramblings resumed. "Damn it. Just because I am not strong enough, not yet a pirate worthy of Shanks' recognition, I don't even have the right to meet him." Upon hearing this, those around him were genuinely taken aback. They never imagined that Ace's younger brother would have such a remarkable lineage. His grandfather was the heroic Vice Admiral Garp, and he shared a complicated relationship with Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, Ace was his brother, and their father was the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army. Upon reflection, it became evident that he was connected to some of the most formidable forces in the world. It was no wonder he remained unharmed even after assaulting the Celestial Dragons, which prompted the Admiral Kizaru to intervene. However, what occupied Katie's mind more than Luffy's identity was his unexpected resolve. She had already been aware of the Monkey family's connections, which were formidable in their own right, but Luffy's determination truly astonished her. Back when they had met Shanks at the Navy headquarters, she had been so focused on Shanks that she hadn't noticed Luffy was missing. It was only now that she realized he had felt unworthy to face Shanks, hiding away in shame. If the situation were reversed, Katie wondered if she could possess such a mindset. Given this perspective, it seemed that Luffy's potential to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea was not solely due to the protagonist's aura, but rather his own relentless efforts. "I am destined to become the Pirate King." With one final shout, Luffy succumbed to slumber. The gathered individuals bore no ill will towards the drunken youth. Instead, they regarded him with admiration. In the first half of the Grand Line, such proclamations would be met with mockery and derision. However, in the latter half, the New World, one could not survive without the unwavering belief in becoming the Pirate King. As Barrett had stated, this ocean is a battleground, and all who dwell upon it must possess formidable strength to survive. Otherwise, they would not only be unable to live, but would even lack the right to die. The prevailing law here is simply the survival of the fittest. Compassion holds no value. Shortly thereafter, the banquet concluded. Despite the victory in battle, it was not yet time to relax fully. The Navy's retaliatory strikes could arrive at any moment, and pirate ambushes were equally a threat. Thus, it was essential to maintain a sufficient number of combat-ready personnel. While Katie idly strolled after the festivities, the familiar voice of the system echoed in her mind. System update complete. I will now introduce the changes. First, when a host copies another's ability, the previous restriction of master-level limits can be surpassed, with the deduction of corresponding exchange points based on the level of the copied skill. Second, the price of the item, the Senza Bean, has been adjusted from 500,000 exchange points to 10 million. The system spoke in a calm tone, conveying information that nearly pushed Katie to the brink of rage. System, do you have a sister? If so, please send my regards. After reviewing the updated content, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The first change was somewhat beneficial, allowing for greater convenience, as master-level skills were becoming inadequate for her current needs. The removal of the limitation on copied abilities would save her the trouble of spending skill points to enhance them later. Yet, the second change was utterly bewildering, an increase in the price of the sins of beings by a staggering 20-fold. From 500,000 to 10 million felt like a personal affront. I apologize, but I do not have a sister. Furthermore, I hope the host understands that my actions are in accordance with the rules. Otherwise, I could have elevated you to the strongest person in the entire pirate world in a matter of seconds. The world is always fair. The reason you can obtain power from me is that, in the process of completing my tasks, I also acquire what I desired. Do you think I would grant you power without a reason? The increase in the price of the sins of beings is due to your rapid growth in strength. Without such limitations, it would not be compliant with the regulations. Chapter 62. Whitebeard's advice. Faced with the system's response, Katie fell into deep contemplation. Even before the system announced the update, she had anticipated that it might make changes that would affect her. And she had even considered the possibility of an increase in the sins of beings price, although she had not expected it to be so drastic. However, upon hearing the system's explanation, her attention shifted away from the price of the beans to the rules it mentioned. The true nature of the system remained an enigma, akin to a deity existing beyond the confines of rules, possessing unimaginable abilities, seemingly capable of anything. Yet, it appeared that it too must adhere to certain constraints. She simply could not fathom who or what could impose such limitations upon the system. That I accept the new price for the sins of beings, but could you enlighten me on what you have gained from me? Or rather, what benefits do I provide you by completing these tasks? Unable to alter the system's decisions, Katie sought to negotiate. The system did not respond immediately to her inquiry, but just as she was about to give up, its voice finally resonated. The world you inhabit is known as the pirate world. It follows its own trajectory. However, from the moment you arrived, this world has begun to change, and, as you complete my tasks, these changes become increasingly evident and rapid. What I require is precisely this transformation. For now, this is all I can disclose. When your strength is sufficient, I will reveal more, allowing you to understand the true secrets and rules of this world and its time-space. In short, I need your strength, and thus, within the bounds of the rules, I will do my utmost to enhance your abilities, for only then can I achieve what I desire through your hands. With that, the system's voice faded, leaving Katie standing in place, dazed for quite some time. Though the system's explanation was vague, it filled her mind with countless thoughts, as if a new world had opened before her, overturning her previous worldview. Never mind. I won't dwell on it any longer. I must focus on enhancing my strength, for knowing everything means little if I lack the power to act. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Katie reminded herself that strength remained her utmost priority. System, how many exchange points and skill points do I currently possess? After several battles, Katie had lost track of her wealth. The host currently possesses 67,450,000 exchange points, along with 260 skill points. Listening to that string of numbers, Katie felt that her previous efforts and adventures had not been in vain. She had finally reaped the rewards. This wealth was sufficient to elevate her strength to an entirely new height. By the way, what is that A-rank dimensional character summoning card? At that moment, Katie suddenly recalled that within the rewards for completing the main quest, there existed an item of which she was yet unaware of its uses that, as the name suggests, it was intended for summoning formidable beings from other dimensions, which, like humans, vary in strength. Worlds such as Akainu Ga Kill, One Punch Man, and My Hero Academia fall into the A-class category. This summoning card could call forth powerful figures from these anime realms. However, 2 points warranted caution. First, the summoned entities would be random. They might be incredibly strong or, conversely, utterly weak. Second, these summoned characters possess their own independent personalities and cannot be guaranteed to heed the host commands. Use it with prudence. After hearing the system's explanation, Katie could only describe this item in 2 words. Useless, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. IT relied heavily on luck. Should she summon a weakling due to bad fortune, it would be of no use at all. Even if her luck were exceptionally good and she summoned a character of great prowess, there remained the possibility they might not follow her directives. What if she summoned Saitama and, upon finding her displeasing, decided to deliver a punch? That would be quite the predicament. Shifting her gaze deeper, Katie preferred to cultivate powers that she could truly control. Since she had yet to replicate Whitebeard's abilities, she resolved to test her luck. Why is Katie back again? At that moment, The banquet had only just concluded, and Marco was still lingering beside Whitebeard, surprised by her swift return, regarding her with curiosity that I've encountered some issues and was hoping to consult Uncle for some advice. Katie stated nonchalantly, presenting her prepared excuse, which in truth was not entirely untrue. She genuinely had matters to seek Whitebeard's counsel on. What is it? Intrigued by Katie's words, Whitebeard was keen to listen. Katie had always exhibited such exceptional talent that one could easily assume there was nothing beyond her capability. To suddenly hear that she faced uncertainty piqued his curiosity to its like this. I possess numerous abilities, swordsmanship, hockey, and various fruit powers, among others that I am unsure whether I should focus on perfecting one to its utmost potential or strive to enhance all of them simultaneously. Observing Katie's troubled expression, Marco felt a surge of irritation. He had never encountered someone so insufferably vexed by an abundance of abilities. How could one lament having too many skills when others struggled with singular capabilities? Unlike Marco, Whitebeard pondered seriously, his gaze directed at Katie laden with significance. Under Whitebeard's scrutiny, Katie felt as though he could see through her very soul. This indeed poses a dilemma. Allow me to contemplate. My suggestion would be the latter. Enhance all abilities concurrently. While this may slow your growth rate, once you elevate each ability to its zenith, you shall possess no vulnerabilities. Of course, this is merely my opinion. Whitebeard swiftly provided his answer, sparing Katie a prolonged wait. Thank you, Uncle. I now know how to proceed. Please, rest well. I shan't intrude any further, gazing at Katie's retreating silhouette for an extended period until she vanished entirely. Whitebeard withdrew his attention. Marco, do you understand? Encountering a person like Katie is both your fortune and misfortune. The fortune lies in witnessing the dawn of a new era, while the misfortune is that you shall inevitably become mere background to this epic, or rather, the backdrop to Katie herself, for she shines so luminously that all else pales in comparison, much like the solitary sun in the heavens. Surely not. Once Ace develops his fruit further, he be on par with Katie? It cannot be as exaggerated as you suggest. Marco struggled to grasp why Whitebeard held Katie in such high regard, equating her to the future pirate king. Just wait. Soon you shall witness the world transform because of her. Chapter 63. The System's Proposal System. You mustn't deceive me. Even if the die is cast and regret is futile, Katie felt a wave of anxiety. After all, that amounted to tens of millions of exchange points. And she was loath to expend such a sum all at once. Rest assured, host. As I've stated, I shall endeavor to amplify your strength within the confines of the rules, the combination of spatial fluctuations. Rending and vibration could indeed evolve into the formidable skill known as annihilation. However, it also necessitated elevating the other two abilities to an extraordinary level. Otherwise, the disparity in power would hinder control during practice. It is essential to note that the cost of annihilation exceeds that of the other three by over tenfold. Once the host comprehends the variations involved, it shall be a guaranteed profit. If only I could synthesize them directly. Yet now I must train myself. I have no idea when I will grasp it. Although the system's assertions were factual for someone like Katie, who had grown accustomed to acquiring abilities directly, the sudden requirement for practice felt somewhat burdensome. This predicament arose entirely from Katie's venture to seek her fortune with Whitebeard, but on this occasion, her luck proved exceptionally fortuitous, even excessively so, as not only did she select Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, but she also unwittingly chose Marco's Bird fruit. In that instant, Katie believed she had been favored by the heavens. However, the harsh realities of the situation soon shattered that illusion. Merely eliminating the conflict between the two devil fruits cost a staggering 10 million exchange points. But the added benefit was that she would no longer need to fear the threats posed by seawater or sea prism stone. Furthermore, since both fruit abilities surpassed the master level, acquiring either would necessitate additional exchange points. Calculating the expenses, opting for just one ability would set her back 20 million, and that was with the stipulation of lowering the level of the Tremor fruit, considering Whitebeard's exceptional development of fruit abilities, which had already transcended the extraordinary realm. Yet, if it merely ended there, it might have been acceptable. Combining both would result in 40 million, a sum she could still manage. However, the crux of the issue lay in the system informing her that to merge a third fruit ability, eliminating the conflict alone would require 30 million. As for the reasoning, she was too weary to inquire. Undoubtedly, it was another restriction of the rules. Thus, merely copying the two fruit abilities would consume her 50 million exchange points. A notion Katie found difficult to accept, leading her to ultimately decide to fuse only one. However, upon making this decision, a new dilemma arose. She was uncertain which one to select. The Tremor fruits might needed no elaboration. Yet Marco's Bird fruit was equally formidable, its mythical phoenix form granting the user near immunity to all harm. Even the attacks of Admiral Kizaru could be completely evaded. She wrestled with her confusion. The system offered its counsel, suggesting that she exchange for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. The rationale provided was the previously mentioned potential to form a new ability, annihilation, through the combination of vibration, rending, and spatial fluctuations. Whether rending or vibration merely alters the external form of an object, a slightly more advanced spatial fluctuation only marginally impacts the internal structure. However, annihilation fundamentally eradicates all matter. System, I wish to enhance my physical attributes. Do you have any recommendations? Having chosen to place her trust in the system, Katie decided to delegate all inquiries to it. Her current Earth-level physique was evidently lagging behind her burgeoning strength. Improvement was imperative, or she would find herself unable to wield her capabilities effectively. While she could utilize skill points for enhancement, Katie sought a superior option that I recommend that the host exchange for a drop of Ancestor Dragon's blood. It will directly elevate your physical condition to the pinnacle of the king level. Although it may be pricier than using skill points, the benefits are far greater, though it was but a single drop. It would enable the host to awaken the Ancestor Dragon bloodline, albeit impure, but would represent a qualitative transformation. The progenitor of the dragon race, the Ancestor Dragon could traverse the cosmic dimensions merely through physical strength, possessing overwhelming power capable of annihilating worlds. More importantly, once the Ancestor Dragon bloodline had been awakened, the host's physical attributes would continue to grow, alleviating any concerns regarding physical durability. How does the Ancestor Dragon compare to Kaido? While the system's descriptions of the Ancestor Dragon are formidable, I still lack a clear understanding. Kaido is not worthy of comparison with the Ancestor Dragon. He is but a mere caterpillar, inferior even to the fleas upon the Ancestor Dragon's back. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the system's pronouncement, Katie's initial instinct was to doubt it. While it was true that Zulong might indeed be formidable, Kaido was no slouch either. Surviving a free fall from a sky island thousands of meters high was no small feat, which spoke volumes of his physical resilience. Gazing at the Zulong's source blood valued at 30 million exchange points, Katie nearly ground her teeth in frustration. This was not merely a slight overpricing. A body of Earth-level constitution was equivalent to that of a master, while a king-level physique was comparable to the extraordinary. Elevating extraordinary abilities by a single level required merely 20 skill points, totaling less than 20 million, which meant the price was effectively inflated by half. Nonetheless, she ultimately decided to purchase it, for as the saying goes, trust those you choose to trust, doubt those you choose to doubt. Since she had chosen to believe, there was no reason for skepticism. However, she decided against immediate use, as she was still aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, and any unforeseen commotion would render explanations difficult. System, expend 150 skill points to elevate the rending skill to extraordinary level 1. And spend 4 million exchange points to acquire 40 skill points. Then similarly enhance the spatial disturbance to extraordinary level 1. In an instant, her 260 skill points diminished to 0. And her previously substantial exchange points of over 60 million dwindled to 13,450,000, but yet Katie felt no regret. Resources were meant to augment strength. Otherwise, what purpose did they serve? Following her encounter with Mihawk, the spatial disturbance, which had been obtained through the initial release, had risen to the same level as rending, both now at Master Level 1 after paying 150 skill points. Both skills ascended to extraordinary level 1 with everything she sought now secured. Katie believed that upon merging with the Zulong source blood, she would be able to confront Akainu directly, even during his peak, and emerge victorious. As she gazed out at the vast, undulating sea, An overwhelming sense of elation washed over her. Tomorrow, she would depart from the Whitebeard pirates, embarking on her own adventure, although she had never sailed alone upon the ocean. Her heart brimmed not with anxiety, but with exhilaration. Filled with anticipation for the imminent adventure and the unknown, she wondered what sorts of people and events awaited her. Perhaps it was simply the nature of boys to crave adventure. Chapter 64. The Navy's emergency meeting. As he observed the numerous vacant seats on either side of the table, Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow within. The Navy had suffered tremendous losses in this battle. Among the officers ranked brigadier and above, dozens had perished, and the lower ranks numbered in the tens of thousands. "What is the situation with Akiji and Akainu?" Sengoku inquired, glancing at the empty seat beside Akiji. "Rest assured, Fleet Admiral, his injuries are not severe. He is primarily fatigued and physically exhausted, and he should recover in no time," came the reassuring response. Hearing that Akainu's injuries were not critical, Sengoku breathed a slight sigh of relief. This was a small consolation amidst a sea of bad news, for at least they had not lost high-end combat power. Had Akainu been incapacitated for a month or two, the Navy's subsequent situation would have been dire. The purpose of this emergency meeting was twofold. First, to devise a plan for capturing Katie. Second, to outline the general strategic direction moving forward. With every statement, Sengoku's tone intensified, culminating in a resolute and unyielding declaration. Notably, the operation to apprehend Katie was prioritized above all else. This was not merely a matter of ranking. It signified that the issue of Katie was deemed more pressing than the Navy's future deployments. From that moment onward, Katie's name had undoubtedly secured a place on Sengoku's kill list. However, those present understood Sengoku's sentiments. The war, which had initially boasted an over 80% probability of victory, had been turned into a devastating defeat due to Katie's unexpected emergence, bringing immense disgrace upon the Navy. Even the most laid-back among them, such as Akiji, could not maintain a cheerful demeanor under such circumstances. "Shichibukai, play the video footage from Impel down," Sengoku commanded. Yes, the prepared screen gradually illuminated, prompting murmurs of anticipation among the attendees, who were acutely aware that Sengoku would not squander time frivolously under such circumstances. Furthermore, they noted that this footage originated from Impel Down, the very location where Katie's escapades had begun, fueling their suspicion that it concealed some undisclosed secret. As the playback commenced, the chilling and foreboding environment of Impel Down filled the screen. The scene shifted, revealing a golden-haired beauty unknown to the audience, flanked by 3 beast wardens, behind whom lay a dark and ominous passageway. Although no introduction was provided, the attendees surmised that it led to the lower levels of the prison. However, this was not their primary concern. They were eager to ascertain Katie's whereabouts. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a familiar visage appeared on the large screen, albeit clad in the prison guard's uniform of Impel Down. Upon witnessing this, despite knowing the events had already transpired, the audience could not suppress their concern. Katie was too cunning, possessing such formidable strength while masquerading as one of them to deceive the guards. The subsequent footage unfolded as expected, showcasing Katie successfully tricking the 3 beast wardens using her disguise. However, the revelation that the golden-haired beauty recognized Katie's true identity exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Yet, they deemed this revelation inconsequential. After all, apart from Magellan, no one within Impel Down could halt Katie's advance. Nevertheless, the ensuing minutes of footage completely upended their assumptions. The Katie who had battled Mihawk and Akainu was momentarily stymied by an unknown golden-haired woman for several minutes. While the outcome remained unchanged, the process was far more intriguing than the result itself. What in the world is going on? They struggled to comprehend the reality being presented, for if this was indeed true, what had they witnessed moments ago? Alas, no one was there to address their inquiries. Silence enveloped the entire conference room, with all eyes fixated on the figure on the screen. Moments later, the imagery shifted, the background now darker and more oppressive. Even though they were merely viewing a recorded video rather than experiencing it firsthand, the chilling atmosphere was palpable. Yet this was merely a backdrop. What truly captured their attention were the 2 figures on screen. Or rather, Katie alone, as the other was only scrutinized due to her opponent's identity. An intense battle loomed imminent, And compared to the previous encounter, this conflict was evidently on a higher plane. Fortunately, all present were formidable individuals, and thus they were not easily intimidated. Still, their brows furrowed in concern, for they recognized the figure battling Katie. Shiliew, the former head jailer of Impel Down, whose strength was commendable, perhaps surpassing many in attendance. Yet, even so, it was hard to believe he could suppress Katie, especially knowing she had withstood over 20 minutes against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and had even caused him considerable trouble. That Shiliew's swordsmanship was indeed impressive, but it paled in comparison to Mihawk's, as they were not even on the same level. Minutes later, as Katie unleashed her final strike, the video came to an end. However, the expansive conference room was engulfed in silence. The expressions of all present mirroring one another, grave, perplexed, and bewildered, they could not fathom what had transpired over the past 30-odd hours, why the disparity was so vast. Were it not for their own eyes, they would have doubted that the same individual was responsible for both performances. Fleet Admiral, you must know something. Please enlighten us, urged an impatient Vice Admiral, unable to comprehend the rationale behind the events, fully aware that Sengoku must possess information they lacked, or he would not have shown them this footage. First and foremost, I can assure you that the Katie in the video is indeed the same Katie you have encountered, Sengoku began, based on our deductions and some critical intelligence acquired from Blackbeard. While we cannot ascertain the veracity of this information, its credibility is quite high. We have arrived at two possible conclusions. First, Katie has consistently concealed her true strength. Second, Katie possesses a terrifying ability to replicate others' powers, including devil fruit abilities, swordsmanship, and haki. How is that even possible? The room erupted in disbelief. Sengoku's assertion was both shocking and implausible. The notion of replicating abilities seemed like a plot straight out of a novel. How could it be a reality? Nonetheless, the gravity of Sengoku's expression left no room for doubt. He was utterly serious. How can this be? Even so, they still found it hard to believe that such a capability could exist in the world. It was simply too bizarre. Chapter 65, The Awakening of the Red Dog. There is nothing impossible. Otherwise, how do you think Katie acquired the powers of the Flame fruit? This time, it was not Sengoku who spoke, but Sarudes, her words piercing the heart of the matter and leaving others with no room for rebuttal. The incredible events that transpired around Katie were so numerous that they had forgotten she possessed the same fruit abilities as Ace for reasons unknown. With Sarudes' reminder, they suddenly felt that Fleet Admiral Sengoku's assertions were not entirely implausible. Indeed, they seemed quite likely. Even his motives for appearing became rationalized, simply to obtain the abilities of others. The number of powerful participants in this battle was vast. If he truly possessed such capabilities, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. However, as they accepted this reality, a new question arose. If Katie could indeed replicate others' abilities, how many different powers had he copied, and to what extent had his strength reached? Reflecting on the abilities exhibited during this battle, the naval commanders felt a chill run down their spines. They dared not continue to imagine, for if that were the case, they had no idea how to contend with him. The situation was not as dire as they presumed. Although they were unaware of how Katie acquired others' powers, it was certain that there were limitations. Otherwise, Marineford would long have ceased to exist. Observing the anxiety of his subordinates, Sengoku felt compelled to offer reassurance. At this moment, the morale of the troops must not be shaken. Admiral, what should we do? Having been by Sengoku's side for over a decade, Aokiji naturally understood Sengoku's intentions and immediately helped to shift the topic. Bestowing a subtle, approving glance upon Aokiji, Sengoku continued, "The best way to resolve a threat is to eradicate it while it is still in its infancy." A bone-chilling aura erupted from Sengoku, a stark manifestation of his murderous intent directed at Katie. Despite their expectations, when Sengoku issued such a command, those present were still taken aback. If it had been Akainu giving the order, they would not have been surprised. However, now it was Sengoku, not Akainu. Everyone knew that Sengoku was not a man prone to slaughter. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so ruthless, even when Barrett had massacred countless individuals. Sengoku had refrained from executing him on the spot. They could hardly recall a time when Sengoku had issued such a command out of course. Katie's displayed talents and abilities warranted such treatment. This operation would not only involve our Navy. The CP organization would likewise cooperate. Katie's whereabouts would be their responsibility while we arranged the combat personnel. Sengoku's sharp gaze captivated everyone's attention. What followed was bound to be far from simple. Akainu served as an exemplar. Even now, he lay bedridden, and no one knew the true extent of Katie's strength. If the dispatched combat personnel were insufficiently powerful, it would merely be offering themselves as fodder. At the very least, they needed to be of admiral caliber or vice admiral strength, and those possessing such power numbered fewer than 10 throughout the entire Navy. Over half of them had fixed duties and could not be spared, which almost certainly narrowed it down. Kizaru, upon discovering Katie's whereabouts, regardless of what you were engaged in, cease all activities immediately and race to the battlefield. Eliminate Katie. Capture is unnecessary. Understood. Kizaru had anticipated this outcome and was mentally prepared. Observing Kizaru's serious demeanor, many were astonished, unable to comprehend why the usually languid Kizaru was so proactive today, even omitting his customary complaints. However, just when everyone thought it had concluded, Sengoku's voice resonated once more. Akiji, you were tasked similarly to Kizaru. Upon receiving news of Katie, mobilize immediately and ensure you work in tandem with Kizaru to subdue Katie. Momentarily taken aback, Akiji had believed he was free from involvement, but it seemed he had overthought it. Nonetheless, he recognized the gravity of the situation and rose to comply. Wait, I request to take the field. The tightly closed conference room doors suddenly swung open. Interrupting Akiji's words, Akainu, what brings you here? Have your injuries healed? Akiji was taken aback to see Akainu enter at that moment. It was merely a superficial wound. There is no need for concern. Admiral, I request to replace Akiji on the battlefield. Sengoku hesitated upon seeing Akainu's appearance. He was all too aware of Akainu's intentions, that he sought to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was superior to Katie, that his magma fruit was more formidable than the flame fruit. Being defeated by Katie in front of the entire world was a humiliation for the prideful Akainu, and the best way to erase that disgrace was undoubtedly to vanquish the enemy, to wash away his defeat with their blood. Akainu, your condition is not suitable. The objective of this operation is to eliminate Katie, not for you to seek revenge. I cannot approve your request. Admiral, I will not act impulsively, and I have absolute confidence in my ability to eliminate Katie. As Akainu spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him, his body partially elementalized, as if a monstrous force capable of annihilating the world resided within the searing magma. If previously Akainu resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, now he felt like a volcano that had already exploded, exuding an air of destruction. Akainu, what do you mean? Do you think I'm inadequate? Initially indifferent, Akiji felt his competitive spirit ignited by Akainu's words, a chilling aura flaring within him. Despite sensing the difference in Akainu, he chose to stand against him. The intense and tumultuous energies emanating from the two even caused the seated vice admirals to feel a chill. Enough! All of you, rein it in. Do you think this is a duel arena? If anyone is itching for a fight, let me know. I will gladly engage. In the next moment, Garp's voice thundered, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Sensing Garp's fury, Akiji was the first to back down, followed closely by Akainu, who calmed himself, though his eyes remained resolute, showing no signs of yielding. Just because you awakened your fruit's powers, you think yourself invincible? Had you heeded Zephyr's advice earlier, I wouldn't have had to come to your rescue. While others might hesitate to confront Akainu due to his position, Garp showed no such restraint, deliberately striking at Akainu's sore spot. Faced with Garp's reprimand, though Akainu's face flushed crimson, he refrained from retorting, for he had no grounds to argue. Garp's words were the truth, and he regretted not following Zephyr's guidance. The battle with Katie had made Akainu realize the awakening of the magma fruit had come as both a curse and a blessing. Feeling the surge of power within him, his first thought was to seek revenge on Katie. Chapter 66. The Bounty of 1 billion. Thus, upon hearing that Sengoku was convening an emergency meeting of the Navy, Akainu rushed over without a second thought. Even though he did not participate, he could surmise the meeting's purpose, a deployment against Katie. And so, this scene unfolded. Sengoku, it's rare for Akainu to be so proactive. Let him replace Akiji. However, he suddenly halted, his sharp gaze fixed upon Akainu. The upcoming conscription tasks will be assigned to Aokiji. Akainu, you have no objections, I presume? A sudden realization struck Akainu, his previously resolute demeanor faltering upon hearing Garp's words. The Navy's impending conscription was a pre-established plan before the war broke out. All details had been arranged, with only the assignment of a leader yet to be decided. Now, only Akainu and Aokiji remained in contention. If Akainu insisted on dueling Katie, the conscription responsibilities would naturally fall to Aokiji. Initially surprised that Garp would speak on Akainu's behalf, Sengoku and Aokiji now understood Garp's intentions, choosing to remain silent as they awaited Akainu's decision. Forget it. Let Aokiji handle it. Your hesitation is unacceptable. Observing Akainu's indecision, Garp made the choice for him without delay. Indeed, Akainu, you should take charge of the upcoming conscription. It would be a good opportunity for you to recuperate and gather your thoughts. Aokiji will avenge you. Sengoku further fueled the fire with his words. No, I will go. I must personally defeat Katie. The conscription can be entrusted to Aokiji. Sengoku's statement sent Akainu into a frenzy. This command was a kill order, implying that if all went according to plan, this battle would be Katie's last. If he missed this opportunity, he would never encounter him again. How could Akainu remain calm? Without a moment's thought, he relinquished the role of leader to Aokiji. Are you certain? Remember, this is a military order. There is no room for reversal. Observing the visibly agitated Akainu, Sengoku hastily added, at this moment, should he agree, he would find it impossible to retract his decision later. As military orders are no trifling matter, I am certain. This time, Akainu's acquiescence was resolute. He was not oblivious to Sengoku and Garp's intentions. However, he felt compelled to act in accordance with their wishes. The existence of Kaidi had become a haunting specter for him. If he could not vanquish this adversary himself, he risked encountering formidable obstacles in the future. He preferred to concede on certain matters rather than allow any threat to his own strength. Akainu, Kizaru, heed my orders. At that moment, Sengoku's expression was grave and earnest. Your subordinates are here. Faced with military commands, the two dared not exhibit any negligence. From this day forth, the task of eliminating Kaidi is entrusted to the both of you. The instant we receive word from CP, you must mobilize without delay. Do you understand? Understood. Marshal, should we also issue a bounty notice for Kaidi? Just as everyone assumed the matter regarding Kaidi had reached its conclusion, a nearby vice admiral suddenly broached the subject of the bounty, plunging the room into silence. Once more, IT is necessary, and it must be swift. Only then can we lower their guard. After a brief pause, Sengoku provided an answer and turned to Saru. What do you deem an appropriate bounty for Kaidi? In this regard, Saru was the authority. No one present could rival her understanding of pirates, even if she was a woman. 1 billion, that although it may seem somewhat low, considering he is a newcomer, this figure is quite fitting. When Saru casually mentioned the sum of 1 billion, attention gripped the hearts of those present, causing them to overlook her remark about it being a bit low. They understood the significance of a bounty. It represented not merely a number, but also the degree of danger posed by an individual, as well as their relative strength. Within the Navy, there existed an unwritten rule regarding bounties. 1 billion was the demarcation line between the strong and the weak. Any criminal with a bounty exceeding 1 billion was a target of interest for the admirals. Among the countless criminals in the world, only about 20 had bounties surpassing 1 billion, each of whom was a figure of considerable notoriety. However, starting from today, another individual would join the ranks of those infamous figures, a young man named Kaidi. Though it remained uncertain whether he could survive the impending capture, at least from this moment forth, Kaidi possessed the capital to look down upon the world. Very well, let us proceed as Thru suggests, and set the bounty at 1 billion. Expedite its creation and announcement. Yes, Marshal. The response came from the same Vice Admiral as before. AS for the matter concerning Kaidi. We shall leave it here for now, that we will now begin to formulate the Navy's strategic direction moving forward. Thus, the primary objective of the temporary meeting was accomplished, and the focus of the crowd momentarily shifted away from Kaidi. The failure of this war lies primarily with me. I failed to make adequate arrangements. Once the large-scale conscription is concluded, I will resign in disgrace. However, until that time, I remain the Fleet Admiral, and I do not wish for anyone to become lax or perfunctory in these final moments. A piercing gaze swept over every individual present. Those who met Sengoku's eyes felt a shiver in their hearts. Intimidated by his formidable presence, he was aware that these individuals were already privy to his impending departure. A fact Sengoku did not mind, but he hoped that it would not lead to any relaxation or lackadaisical attitudes among them. But of course, this did not apply to Garp, who, even during Sengoku's tenure, showed no deference, acting entirely according to his whims. Quite the ruffian, yet his contributions and prowess were undeniable. Rest assured, Marshal, none of us would dream of allowing you to leave in disgrace, especially at this crucial juncture. Someone promptly expressed their sentiments, which were heartfelt rather than mere flattery. Sengoku had served in the Navy for decades, and the vast majority of those present had witnessed his ascent firsthand. They harbored a unique, unspoken bond with him, and neither in public nor private would they allow Sengoku to suffer humiliation at this moment. Rather, they would double their efforts to ensure he could navigate this time with ease. Feeling the warmth of their support, Sengoku's heart swelled, though he did not outwardly display it. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. The forthcoming arrangements will primarily focus on 2 points. The first is the upcoming large-scale conscription. A new era is on the horizon, and our Navy must bolster its strength. This conscription will encompass the entire world, and all departments must ensure their responsibilities are met without fail. The second matter pertains to the escaped prisoners from Impel Down and the potential uprisings that may erupt at sea. The defeat against the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly lead to a surge in the number of pirates, compounded by the escape of veteran pirates, creating a chaotic environment at this juncture. As guardians of justice, we must rise to safeguard the peace of the oceans. Specific tasks will be communicated later, but suffice it to say, there is much work ahead. Chapter 67. Parting very well. Let us adjourn this temporary meeting, that if there are no further matters, you may disperse. After a brief moment, the vast conference room was left with only 4 individuals: Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Admiral Akiji. Thank you for your support. Gazing at the 3 before him, Akiji expressed his genuine gratitude that he was acutely aware of the significance of being appointed as the head of this conscription effort, as it meant gaining early access to a plethora of talent entering the Navy. Although merely a step ahead, if leveraged wisely, it could yield substantial goodwill. Additionally, given his inherent prestige surpassing that of Akainu, it would likely result in a greater number of supporters within the Navy, thus enhancing his chances of securing the position of Fleet Admiral. In response to Akiji's appreciation, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, fully cognizant of Akiji's intentions. Akiji, understand that I am not assisting you, but rather the Navy. In comparison to Akainu, you exhibit a steadier demeanor and a more composed temperament. The Navy is currently at a critical juncture of rapid development, allowing no room for error. Thus, you are more suited for this role, which is why I support you. However, you must also recognize that Akainu possesses his own merits. He is more decisive than you, and in certain respects, his contributions surpass yours. Sengoku emphasized specific words to draw Akiji's attention. While you have our backing, Akainu has the support of those above. Until the final outcome is revealed, none can predict how things will unfold. Now, more than ever, you must remain vigilant. Do you understand? I understand. Marshal, Akiji took Sengoku's admonition to heart, not allowing the impending transition to diminish the weight of his words. Marshal, I have a question that I hope is appropriate to ask. Speak freely that I wish to know the Navy's, or rather the world government's, current stance on Blackbeard and the Blackbeard pirates. Others may have overlooked it, but Akiji had noticed that during Sengoku's speculation about Kaidi's abilities, he had mentioned Blackbeard's name. This was unusual. Sengoku, while merciful, did not tolerate criminals, leaving Akiji perplexed as to what had transpired. In response to Akiji's inquiry, Sengoku's expression shifted to one of discomfort. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. The 5 elders have ordered that Blackbeard retains his position as a warlord of the sea, so he remains aligned with us. Why? Akiji was taken aback. Blackbeard had violated regulations by launching an attack on Impel Down, providing ample justification for revoking his status as a warlord. Akiji could scarcely believe the higher-up's decision regarding Blackbeard. He found it exceedingly difficult to accept this outcome. There are two reasons. First, the five elders believe they can utilize Blackbeard to counterbalance Whitebeard. Second, due to the presence of Shiliew among Blackbeard's crew, we can accurately assess Kaidi's capabilities, but just as Akiji prepared to voice further objections, Sengoku raised a hand to interrupt him. Akiji, I can explain this to you this time. And perhaps the next, but ultimately I will not always be here. What will you do when the time comes? Approach the five elders for an explanation. Sengoku's two questions left Akiji in silence, at a loss for words. This is precisely where you fall short of Akainu. You are a soldier, not a scholar, and should focus on action rather than inquiry. To safeguard justice, we must sometimes tolerate evil. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Your time is limited. I hope you will be adequately prepared when the moment arrives. If there is nothing further, you may return. There are still many unresolved issues regarding the large-scale conscription. Yes, Marshal. Despite having more to say, Akiji had been dismissed by Sengoku, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Sengoku, don't you think that was a bit excessive? Akiji is concerned about the Navy, and there is nothing wrong with that. As Carp watched his favorite disciple being belittled, he could not help but rise in defense of Akiji. You scoundrel! How dare you speak so? Do you have any idea how many times I've been chastised by the five elders because of you? Akiji's current state is merely a reflection of your teachings. If you possess any true skill, train him to be as formidable as yourself, and the position of Fleet Admiral shall undoubtedly be his. Kua, Akiji is not a product of my training. He is simply who he is. Besides, he's already a vice admiral in the Navy. What more do you wish from me? That level is not easily surpassed. And you are still stuck where you are, Sengoku replied, completely unfazed by the exchange, even throwing a jab at Carp. Observing the commotion between the two, Crane shook her head in resignation. They had been bickering for decades without weariness. Yet she had not realized that listening to their quarrels for all those years had not bothered her in the slightest. Captain Katie, must you depart so soon? Ace implored, as he watched everything being prepared for her imminent departure. With your prowess, you could easily traverse the new world alongside us. The first half of the Grand Line poses no challenge for you. Having made up her mind to leave, Katie felt a mix of reluctance and resolve. She had sparred with Ace several times over the past few days, each bout ending in defeat for him. Yet, Ace sensed that the barrier between them was gradually thinning, and a breakthrough seemed imminent. Furthermore, they had become close drinking companions, sharing a bond akin to that of long-lost friends. Thus, Ace felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of Katie's departure. Ace, I too am leaving. Why do you not try to keep me here? Katie declared, but before she could say more, Luffy, who was accompanying her, interjected with indignation. Who would want to keep you? All you do is cause trouble. He retorted, I'm angry now, Ace. Just wait until we meet again. I will surely surpass you, Luffy exclaimed, turning his back on Ace in a huff. Though the new world was filled with excitement, there remained many intriguing experiences in the first half that would leave a lingering sense of regret if left unexplored. Wait for me, everyone. In no more than 2 years, I shall venture into the new world to find you. And when that time comes, I will treat you all to drinks, Katie called out, resolute in her decision to leave. Understanding that remaining with the Whitebeard pirates would hinder her growth, today's departure was merely a prelude to a more promising reunion tomorrow, and thus she felt no sorrow. Kid, remember to be wary of the Navy's retribution. You are my only little nephew, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you, Whitebeard said, not obstructing Katie's departure, for he knew it was futile to do so. Yet, the glimmer of tears in his eyes betrayed the calm facade he presented. Don't worry, old man. The one capable of taking my life has yet to be born, Ace replied, waving farewell to the Whitebeard pirates as Katie's small boat drifted away. Luffy, goodbye. Remember to take care of yourself. As the moment of parting drew near, the obstinate Ace could not help but remind Luffy to be cautious. Yet Luffy remained resolutely turned away, seemingly genuinely upset. However, standing beside Luffy, Katie could clearly see his shoulders trembling. A telltale sign of his suppressed tears, she understood that Luffy was crying, reluctant to part from Ace. Yet he had to leave. He longed to turn back and bid Ace farewell, but feared revealing his vulnerable side. He was afraid that seeing Ace would sap him of the courage to depart. Hey, Luffy, Ace and the others can no longer see us. Are you truly not going to say goodbye? Katie asked. And almost as her words faded, Luffy turned to face her. I will take care of myself. You remember to take care of yourself, too. His voice, laden with emotion, echoed across the distance, reaching Ace's ears even from several nautical miles away. Goodbye, Luffy. Hurry and strengthen yourself. I will be waiting for you in the new world. While Ace could discern the emotion in Luffy's voice, he understood that he could not say much more or urge him a halt. For it was an unspoken agreement between men. They could only support each other silently from behind. All right, Ace, your brother clearly is not one to meet a premature end. With Shank's endorsement, you need not worry about him. Instead, you should be more concerned about yourself. Why do you say that? Ace was momentarily taken aback by Whitebeard's unexpected words. This incident with your capture has some of my responsibility as well. I've been too lenient with you all, believing I had ample time for your growth. Now, I see my error. I can no longer afford to relax my training. Upon our return, I will rigorously train each and every one of you. A smile played upon Whitebeard's lips, but to Ace and the others, the once warm and genial expression now seemed ominous, sending shivers down their spines. Cuckoo, old man, I'm going to grab a newspaper. Ace stammered, desperately seeking an escape from Whitebeard's piercing gaze as a flock of newsbirds flew overhead. Whitebeard, however, did not intervene. He too was curious to see how the news would portray the conflict between himself and the Navy. 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 10 billion. KD's bounty has astonishingly reached 10 billion. Ace's exclamation reverberated throughout the Moby Dick, instantly capturing everyone's attention as they gathered around him to verify the claim. Old man, look, it really is 10 billion. Not a single coin more or less. Marco chimed in, handing Whitebeard another copy. Gwaha, has the Navy become so impoverished that they can only offer this paltry sum? Whitebeard scoffed, glancing at Katie's new bounty notice with disdain. Indeed, the Navy has certainly undervalued her. In my opinion, it should be at least 15 billion. Marco concurred, recognizing that Katie had defeated Akainu in a direct confrontation. A feat not easily achieved, even if Akainu was not at his peak then. Old man, train me right now. I want to become stronger. Remarkably, the previously reluctant Ace now actively sought Whitebeard's rigorous training. Having initially been shocked by Katie's exorbitant bounty, Ace's disbelief quickly morphed into determination that a thick stack of newspapers in his hands was filled with almost half its content dedicated to Katie. Heralding him as the escapee from Impel down, the young man who altered the course of the Marineford War, the man who defeated a Marine admiral, and the epitome of the worst generation. Not only that, but one article even bestowed upon Katie the title of God of Fire, while Ace found himself mentioned only for comparison, not knowing the authoress' intentions in belittling him to elevate Katie, even suggesting that only Katie deserved the bloodline of the Pirate King. Though Ace recognized this as the malicious intent of others, it still left him feeling unsettled. He did not care whether he bore the bloodline of the Pirate King. Yet, with a stubborn spirit, Ace was unwilling to fall behind. Since he shared the same fruit ability as Katie, he told himself that he could achieve what she had done up he prepared. My training can be deadly. Whitebeard mused silently, observing the unwavering determination ignited in Ace's eyes that he chose not to voice his thoughts, allowing Ace to realize the gap and endure some hardship. Come at me. I'm not afraid. Brother Katakuri, did you see today's news? There's a fascinating individual mentioned, and even Mama has taken notice, pondering whether to arrange a marriage between that sister and him, Bruley remarked excitedly, long before Bruley arrived. Katakuri had sensed her presence, but made no indication. However, upon hearing her final words, a flicker of emotion briefly crossed his composed demeanor before he swiftly concealed it, ensuring Bruley remained unaware that I am aware. The individual in question is named Katie, correct? He stated, lifting the newspaper in his hand. Indeed, you truly know everything, Brother Katakuri, she admired, gazing at the man whose mouth was concealed by a scarf. Yet, deep within her eyes lay an unnoticeable sorrow. For this man had sacrificed so much for their siblings, particularly in recent years, even more than Mama had. However, his bounty is not as high as yours, so I still believe you are more formidable. She added, Though she had heard tales of Katie's extraordinary feats, Bruley naturally regarded Katakuri as the strongest. Katakuri did not respond to Bruley's praise. Instead, his sharp gaze gazed into the distance. Since Ace's capture, he had been closely monitoring the developments that it could be said that he was the one in the Big Mom Pirates who understood Katie the best and, knowing the depths of his talent, he harbored uncertainty about whether he could defeat him in a direct confrontation. However, there is no need for concern at present, for the Navy will undoubtedly intervene. Bubray, you should return for now. I will conduct another inspection. With that, he departed, and Carter clearly understood that a new era was on the horizon. As a member of the 4 Emperor's Pirate crew, they were certainly targets for various factions. He was keen to observe who among them would dare to reach into this territory. Bastard! How dare he intervene to rescue that scoundrel, Whitebeard? Someone, seize this brat named Katie. I wish to see if he truly possesses such strength. The overwhelming aura was recklessly unleashed, and even though that person was their captain, none dared to breathe freely, for the name that loomed over them was Kaido. Captain, the Navy will likely not stand idly by regarding Katie. If we proceed now, we may very well clash with them. Perhaps we should reconsider, as that person is surely doomed to die. Bastard, are you suggesting I fear the Navy? In that moment, the one who had spoken felt as though he had stepped into the depths of hell, wishing he could slap himself twice. Captain, I did not mean it that way. Yet what awaited him was not forgiveness, but an overwhelming iron hammer. The next moment, his figure vanished into the horizon, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Let him live for now. Chapter 69. First encounter with Rayleigh. Why have you been following me? Luffy's eyes displayed a hint of wariness as he regarded Katie, who had been trailing him. Don't be so heartless, Luffy. After all, we are comrades who broke out of prison together. Besides, I know you are seeking Rayleigh, and I have matters to discuss with his wife, so why not go together? Luffy was taken aback. How did you know I was looking for Rayleigh? And since when did Rayleigh get married? If you wish to know, why not ask Rayleigh directly? Without clarifying Luffy's confusion, they soon approached Island No. 13, where Shaki resided. This was the first stop of his journey, the Sabeti Archipelago. The reason for leaving the Whitebeard pirates alongside Luffy was to find Shaki. Although he had yet to decide how he wished to live in the world of pirates, it did not hinder him from seeking companions. After all, drifting alone across the ocean could be quite lonely, and he despised solitude. With a creaking sound, the door of the tavern, titled Shako Ai's Scamming Bar, slowly swung open. Inside the bright and spacious room were merely 2 individuals, a beautiful woman with short black hair and an elderly man draped in a white cloak, his hair as white as snow. A beer for me, please. Originally not fond of alcohol, Katie had developed a penchant for drinking after spending a few days with Whitebeard's crew. Since he was at a bar, he felt compelled to indulge. Young man, if I were you, I wouldn't drink the beer here. The elderly man spoke with an implied warning. Why? Is it poisoned? With that, Katie downed the drink in one go. Another round, please. Watching Katie drink with fervor, Luffy opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. The beer here is exorbitantly priced. If one cannot pay, a beating is almost guaranteed. Young man, did you not see the sign on the door? This is a scamming establishment. Seemingly genuinely concerned that Katie might be deceived, the elderly man issued another warning, while the bartender, a beautiful woman, continued to pour drinks as if she hadn't heard the old man. Haha, I know, but what does it matter? I have no money anyway, so I can't afford to pay anywhere to go. This time, the old man was left speechless, feeling awkward as he looked at Katie, surprised at his unexpected honesty. Well, young man, if you drink without paying, you might have to stay here and work off your debt. You'd better think carefully about that. Upon hearing that Katie had no money, the bartender not only did not appear displeased, but instead smiled warmly at him, completely unconcerned about how much he had consumed. I would love to accompany you, sister, but it seems there is no spare room here. Your drinks have likely been consumed by this old gentleman. He glanced pointedly at the old man, that if nothing unexpected occurs, he might have to follow you for a lifetime. I wouldn't want to be an unnecessary third wheel, as that would be rather bothersome. Cough, cough, cough. Before Katie could finish his sentence, the elderly man erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly expelling the alcohol he had just swallowed. Boy, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man hurriedly denied it. Sister, look, He freeloads every day, yet refuses to admit it. You should enforce family discipline and make him kneel on a washboard. With a burst of laughter, Shaki could no longer contain herself. She never imagined Katie would dare to say such a thing. It was worth noting that the old man who freeloaded daily was none other than Silver's Rayleight, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the Dark King. Shaki did not believe that Katie failed to recognize this man's identity. Both were merely playing a game of charades. Who would have thought that a criminal with a bounty of 1 billion would possess such wit? Seeing this, Rayleigh no longer concealed his identity and pointed out Katie's status. But rather than being angered by Katie's insolence, a faint smile graced his lips. 0.1 billion. Me, do I truly have a bounty of 1 billion? Suddenly hearing Rayleigh's words, Katie was taken aback. Astonished that he was unaware of such news, as fate would have it, Katie had just departed from Whitebeard's crew when the bounty announcement arrived via the newsbird. However, by that time, he was already away and had not seen it. You didn't know? Shaki was also impressed by Katie's late realization. What has happened to the newcomers nowadays? They all seem rather naive, yet manage to survive just fine. Here, this is the bounty announcement that has just been released. Moreover, Luffy, your bounty has also changed. It has increased from 300 million to 400 million. That she handed Luffy a copy as well. Seeing that Katie's bounty was a whole 0 more than his own, Luffy fell into a contemplative silence. His bounty had risen by 100 million, which should have been a cause for celebration. Yet upon witnessing Katie's astonishing figure, he felt no joy. This peer, merely a year older than him, had already left him far behind. For the first time, Luffy felt pressure from someone of his own age. The photo was well taken. A casual remark. What? Are you only concerned about the photo? Do you not realize that many are now watching your head? Shaki was astonished by Katie's assessment. 1 billion berries seemed less significant to him than a well-captured photograph. Haha. Whether they value my head or not is beyond my control. I cannot dictate their thoughts. All I can ensure is that my head remains mine, regardless of my unwillingness to part with it. His calm demeanor conveyed unwavering confidence, the latent aura of dominance causing both Rayleigh and Shaki to glance at him in surprise. Young man, you haven't come here merely to exchange trivialities, have you? Shaki's expression turned serious. She did not believe that someone like Katie would be so dull. Indeed, I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with, sister. Without beating around the bush, Katie stated his purpose for the visit. What is it? Shaki was curious about what this suddenly rising young man would ask of her. I am in need of crew members, so I would like to hear your opinions on whether anyone in the first half of the Grand Line could become my companions. Seeing Katie's earnest demeanor, Shaki was puzzled. Why not go directly to the New World to seek companions? You must know that there are not many who can match your strength in the first half. Not many, so there are some then. Upon hearing Shaki's unexpected information, Katie's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating that there were indeed candidates. Momentarily taken aback, she did not expect Katie to be so perceptive, catching her words' underlying meaning. However, she chose not to elaborate further, curious about why Katie would not venture to the New World. Was he concerned about something, or, I'll go to the New World but not just yet? As for why I seek companions in the first half, it is simply a personal whim without any special reason behind it. Chapter 70. Shaki's kindness I see. Repeating Katie's response in her mind. Shaki did not agree immediately. After a moment, she finally spoke. Very well, there are indeed a few suitable candidates here, but what will you offer in exchange for this information? You must understand that it is not so easily gathered. You are aware of my circumstances. Beyond this head of mine, I have no money to speak of. However, I cannot hand over this head just yet. Therefore, if you have anyone you wish to eliminate or matters you cannot handle personally, I can assist you in resolving them as my payment. How does that sound? At this moment, Katie had come to understand the adage that a single penny can't thwart even a hero. And it was indeed a disheartening realization that there's no need for that. I possess a far superior and more convenient method, though I cannot ascertain your willingness. As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Katie, as if admiring a piece of exquisite craftsmanship. What method? If there exists a more advantageous approach, Katie would naturally be inclined to consider it in the realm of intelligence exchange as a purveyor of information. I find value in intriguing and significant data far more than in mere currency. You must understand, the entire world is currently focused on you, and any information pertaining to you is akin to gold. What do you say? Shall we exchange information? I shall provide you with the answers you seek, in return for a question of my own. Xiaoqi subtly coaxed Katie into acquiescence. In this manner, she truly resembled an information broker. I have no inquiries. Feel free to ask. After a moment's hesitation, Katie agreed, aware that this might reveal certain elements. Yet as long as the system remained undisclosed, she perceived no issue. You exhibit remarkable courage. She couldn't help but commend Katie. There are whispers within the Navy that your ability is to replicate. You can duplicate both devil fruit powers and non-fruit abilities. My question is, how accurate is this information? Faced with Xiaoqi's query, Katie was momentarily taken aback, not out of shock regarding the Navy's intel. This she had anticipated, knowing her performance in Impel Down would inevitably be scrutinized. Once that information reached Sengoku, or Tsu, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deduce her potential for replication. Rather, she was more astonished by Xiaoqi's demeanor. This was not merely a question. It was an implicit warning to her. Xiaoqi, originally known as Shikoku, had once been a pirate, but she had retired from that life over 40 years ago, having been relentlessly pursued by Luffy's grandfather. Garp. The author, Oda, has not disclosed much about her background, yet avid fans have formed plausible hypotheses. They surmise that Xiaoqi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and following the downfall of Rocks, a crew comprising 3 of the 4 emperors disbanded, prompting Xiaoqi to exit the piratical world and shift her focus to underground intelligence operations. This speculation is not unfounded, as 2 compelling reasons support it. Firstly, both Xiaoqi's departure from piracy and the defeat of Rocks occurred 4 decades ago, coinciding at the same temporal juncture. Secondly, not everyone is worthy of Garp's attention, suggesting that Xiaoqi's identity is anything but ordinary. If this holds true, while her personal strength may remain uncertain, the sheer power of her intelligence network is unimaginable. This indicates that Xiaoqi need not explicitly affirm her possession of replication abilities. It is evident that the Navy has already discerned her capabilities, serving as a cautionary signal. Thank you. It appears that Mr. Rayleigh has indeed married a remarkable woman, just as he had resumed sipping his drink. Rayleigh erupted in laughter once more. Kid, I suspect you are up to no good, and I have gathered sufficient evidence. How shall we resolve this? He glared fiercely at Katie, who wore a mischievous grin. Feeling utterly vexed, here he was, merely attempting to enjoy a quiet drink, only to be incessantly provoked by Katie. Who had he angered? Oh, so Aunt Xiaoqi is actually Master Rayleigh's wife? Why didn't you inform me? I've been calling her the wrong name all this time, Luffy exclaimed, igniting Rayleigh's ire. Let's go, Luffy. It seems you require some rigorous training. Oh, splendid. Finally, I can train. I can hardly wait. Luffy had long anticipated this opportunity, eager to enhance his strength. Luffy, I shall refer to you as the bravest man. While Luffy may not have perceived it, Katie noticed the unmistakable smirk adorning Rayleigh's face as he departed Dada. Just as expected. The very next moment brought forth a wretched wail, reminiscent of unspeakable torture. Indeed, Mr. Rayleigh has not diminished in his vigor over the years. Sensing the nature of Luffy's torment, Katie couldn't help but reflect. It's all your fault. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at Katie. Share with me your expectations for a companion, and I shall see if I can find someone who meets your criteria. With a playful tone, Katie teased Xiaoqi before addressing the matter at hand. Expectations? Mine are not lofty. Only 3 points. Strength must not be lacking, they cannot be a killer, and lastly, they must not have a history of betrayal. Katie pondered for a moment, unable to conjure a 4th requirement. An intriguing set of criteria. You do not appear to be merely selecting pirates. Observing Katie differently, Xiaoqi remained silent as she turned to rummage through the liquor cabinet. Here you are. This is what you seek. 3 individuals in total. Curious, Katie accepted the documents Xiaoqi presented and began to peruse them. To her surprise, none of the 3 individuals listed were known to her. They were entirely unfamiliar faces who had never graced the narrative. Upon realizing this, Katie's brow furrowed slightly, as it became evident that the world of pirates was far more complex than she had initially presumed. I truly appreciate this. Should anything arise in the future, please do inform me, and I shall come without delay. She left behind a din-din mushy as she spoke. You need not be so formal. This is Rayleigh's gratitude towards you, that he felt profound guilt for being unable to reach Ace during his peril, and this is but a small attempt to alleviate his remorse. This is not entirely his fault. Those of us who once followed Roger have long been under constant surveillance by the world government, devoid of any privacy. How could he possibly have intervened? At this juncture, Xiaqi's voice grew somber. She was all too aware of Rayleigh's anguish following Ace's capture. She had witnessed his desperate attempts to break free, even risking a confrontation with the Navy. He had genuinely exerted himself to the utmost. Such a stubborn old man, stubborn yet endearing. Xiaqi did not dispute Katie's assessment. Rayleigh was indeed a man of unwavering determination. Chapter 71. The initial battle with Rayleigh. Well then, I shall take my leave. Remaining here for too long may invite trouble. Having gathered the information she sought, Katie prepared to depart, mindful of Whitebeard's warning that the Navy's gaze was ever upon her. Very well. I shall not detain you. Just remember to exercise caution. Xiaqi understood the precariousness of Katie's situation and would not foolishly attempt to keep her. Luffy, it appears I must also bid you farewell. Take care of yourself. As she glanced at Luffy, who lay slumped on the ground, Katie offered a farewell before making her exit. However, she was halted by Rayleigh, who was sharpening his blade nearby. Care for a spar? Surprised, Katie had not anticipated him to issue a challenge at this moment. Her heart raced unexpectedly. She couldn't deny that the notion intrigued her. Rayleigh, are you not aware of his predicament? He cannot remain here for too long. Before Katie could respond, Xiaqi, who had followed closely behind, interjected, "It will not take long. Merely a few exchanges. The Navy will not arrive so swiftly." Ignoring Xiaqi's counsel, Rayleigh's gaze remained earnest as he regarded Katie. In that case, it would be impolite to decline. Not heeding Xiaqi's warning either, Katie accepted Rayleigh's challenge. She was eager to ascertain just how formidable the right-hand man of the Pirate King truly was, and how far she stood from his prowess. With a rustle, a leaf drifted down, and in an instant, the two figures standing still vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Luffy gazed bewilderedly at the spot where they had stood, astonished up in the sky. Xiaqi, who was also observing, couldn't resist pointing out, this. Luffy looked up, but before he could catch sight of them, the turbulent air pressure forced him to stagger backward. How can they be this strong? Unlike the events of the Marineford War, this was Luffy's first close encounter with Katie's strength, and he was profoundly shaken. The sheer force of their battle's aftermath left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. His fists clenched tightly. Never had he yearned for strength as intensely as he did at that moment. Feeling the power coursing through the blade, it was clear that Rayleigh, even with age, retained his formidable prowess as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Do you truly underestimate this old man? I need not rely on my devil-fruit abilities to contend with you. With a single strike, Rayleigh pushed Katie back, his voice laced with challenge as he regarded her provocatively. Very well. Then let me oblige you. A sudden blaze of azure flames enveloped Katie, swirling around her entire being and even encasing her hands, which unleashed a fierce energy, propelling her to a new zenith of power. Unlike the merciful demeanor of Hawkeye, Rayleigh showed no such leniency, or rather, he did not exhibit the same restraint. Despite having honed his swordsmanship since the war on the top, he found himself under the oppressive pressure of Rayleigh's prowess. Although Katie refrained from employing sword intent, Rayleigh likewise abstained. It was evident that, as a figure standing at the pinnacle of strength, he undoubtedly possessed sword intent, yet both combatants were consciously tempering their actions to avoid escalating the situation further. The concept of sword intent had been imparted to her by the captain of the 5th Division, Haki Bista, whose explanations had led her to a profound misunderstanding that she was too apathetic to rectify, instead opting to misinterpret it as two abilities, tearing and spatial fluctuation. The searing heat and razor-sharp sword energy were relentlessly hurled at Rayleigh by Katie, even against the might of the Dark King, managed to reclaim her earlier disadvantage. Fire Fist, the billowing flames, imbued with the essence of destruction, surged toward Rayleigh. However, before they could reach him, he unleashed a heavenly slash, cleaving the flames asunder with a single stroke. Enough! Cease at once. If you do not leave now, you shall find it impossible to depart later. Just as both warriors prepared to strike again, Shachi's voice rang out from below. Upon hearing Shachi's words, Katie finally grasped the magnitude of the commotion they had caused. The entirety of Island Number 13 had been reduced to a battlefield, with throngs of spectators gathered in the distance, pointing and whispering. Without a doubt, her whereabouts had been compromised. Rayleigh, let us battle again when next we meet. With that, Katie sheathed her sword and departed, acutely aware that Kizaru's speed was nothing to underestimate. She could find herself cornered in an instant if she lingered too long. Watching Katie's retreating figure, Rayleigh made no attempt to pursue her, nor did he respond. What? Must we fight before you are satisfied? Shachi remarked with a hint of irritation at Rayleigh's inaction. Ha! Worry not. It is unlikely we shall cross paths again in the coming years. Before I take my leave, however, I must ascertain something. His gaze, imbued with depth, lingered on the direction Katie had vanished. And the outcome of your inquiry? I know not. Ha! Rayleigh feigned ignorance, much to Shachi's annoyance. Humph, if you are unaware. Then be gone. She tossed a bundle at Rayleigh, urging him to take his leave. Farewell, Shachi. With that, he turned, carrying the incapacitated Luffy as he gradually faded into the distance. Although the Navy's target was not them, discovery would undoubtedly spell trouble, especially given Kizaru's previous rampage at Sabaody Archipelago. Half a minute later, a dreadful battle had transpired here. Could anyone enlighten me as to Katie's whereabouts? A golden-clad figure adorned with a white cape and a rather disreputable voice materialized. None other than Admiral Borsellino. Kizaru, Admiral, Katie departed merely half a minute ago, a Navy soldier promptly reported. Half a minute, you say? Do you know which direction she took? The soldier pointed, but before he could finish, Kizaru had vanished from sight. His speed leaving the onlookers in awe. Truly, he was the fastest man in the world. Unbeknownst to them, had Kizaru overheard such praise, he would have surely granted the speaker a light-speed kick point 5 minutes later. A small red dot appeared in the distant sky, and before the crowd could discern its nature, it had already descended to the ground, causing a sudden spike in temperature. Where is Katie? Without preamble, the newcomer bellowed, searching for her. Admiral Akainu. As the crowd recognized the figure, the atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Admiral Akainu. Katie headed that way. Admiral Kizaru has already pursued her, a soldier stammered, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of two admirals. Just as Akainu prepared to chase after her, a flash of yellow light coalesced beside him, transforming into Kizaru's form. No need. I pursued her nearly 100 nautical miles in that direction. But there is no trace of her. It seems she is aware of our pursuit. Chapter 72. The movements of Blackbeard, damn it. What are you all doing? You can't even keep track of one person. Akainu's fury erupted, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Calm down, Sakazuki. If she truly wished to escape, these ordinary soldiers could not contain her. Next time, ensure that capable officers are assigned to this task. With that, he vanished in a flash of light, his departure as swift as his arrival. Damn it. Damn it. Even now, wisps of azure flames flickered in the vicinity, a stark reminder of Akainu's impotent rage, with a thunderous roar. Akin to a clap of thunder, an earthquake shook Island Number 13. However, the violent tremors receded as quickly as they had come. When calm returned, the onlookers were left astonished to find that Akainu had vanished, leaving behind a scorched landscape that had been entirely consumed by molten lava, a veritable hell on Earth. Gulping nervously, the crowd could hardly fathom the extent of destruction wrought by Akainu's casual display of power. It was unfathomable to imagine the catastrophic consequences should he unleash his full might. The very heavens could be rent asunder. How could such a formidable figure as Akainu have been bested by Katie? Yet, more pressing was the curiosity surrounding the strength of the woman who had triumphed over him. Little did they know how enraged Akainu would be upon hearing such musings, amidst the chatter of the onlookers. Another figure descended silently, unnoticed, standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield. What a nuisance. It appears she has truly departed, necessitating another round of search. It was Kizaru. Having returned, his dim gaze swept over the remnants of the scene, only to depart in disappointment. Clearly, this was Kizaru's calculated return. Had Katie shown herself at that moment, she would have found no escape from his watchful eye. Alas, she remained elusive, rendering Kizaru's efforts futile. Moments later, A figure leaped down from the lush canopy of a tree. Good thing I've read plenty of spy novels. Otherwise, you might have caught me, because it was none other than Katie. After concluding her duel with Rayleight, she had initially intended to leave. However, an irresistible urge to observe the Navy's response to her presence arose within her mind. Thus, instead of departing, she returned to her previous position, finding a tree to conceal herself, keenly witnessing the appearances of both Kizaru and Akainu. While Kizaru's arrival did not surprise her, Akainu's presence left her genuinely astonished. The Navy was currently under immense pressure. The defeat at the War on the Top had severely diminished their authority, and the emergence of a new wave of pirates had reached unprecedented levels, inciting chaos everywhere. In such a scenario, even 10 admirals would be insufficient, yet Sengoku had dispatched 2 to handle her, an indication of her significance. Observing the molten terrain left in Akainu's wake, Katie furrowed her brow. What had transpired in that fleeting moment was imperceptible to others, but Katie understood all too well in a fit of rage before departing. Akainu had unleashed a fraction of his fruit's power, akin to a mere flex of his fingers, resulting in the devastation that now lay before her. Had his fruit awakened? It was no wonder he had been so eager to pursue her. Katie, who had previously battled Akainu, recognized that he had reached a level of strength previously unseen. Although the specifics of his transformation eluded her, it was undeniable that he had grown more formidable. It seemed I too must elevate my capabilities. With a final glance toward the direction in which Akainu and Kizaru had departed, Katie's figure gradually melded into the crowd. The simultaneous emergence of Kizaru and Akainu had instilled a sense of pressure within her. Facing a fully capable admiral was already daunting enough, and now it felt as though she had unwittingly signed up for a 2-for-1 deal. Here in the Palace of Dressrosa. Welcome. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Teach, the haughty voice echoed through the palace hall, yet none dared to challenge its source, for it belonged to none other than the king, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Doflamingo, I never anticipated that you held such an identity. It is truly remarkable. The preservation of Blackbeard's status as one of the 7 warlords is not solely attributable to his own strength. Doflamingo has also been exerting influence from the shadows. The identity of a fallen celestial dragon can be quite advantageous at times. Who would have thought that at this juncture, as a new era is on the brink of unfolding, Blackbeard Teach would actually meet with the night demon Doflamingo? An identity that should have been discarded is hardly worthy of note. The smile that once adorned his face gradually faded, clearly indicating Doflamingo's aversion to discussing his identity. So, what is your answer? Is it an agreement or a refusal? The light-hearted atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced by a palpable tension, with the faint sound of swords being drawn audible in the air. Ha. No need to be so tense. I never said I disagreed, Blackbeard remarked with a raised eyebrow, eliciting a faint smile from Doflamingo. In that case, I shall take it as your consent, my ally. Blackbeard did not contest this title. Unbeknownst to many, the Underground Emperor, the Night Demon, had formed an alliance with Blackbeard, marking the first time in history that 2 of the 7 warlords had united. Little did they know that such events were occurring across the globe. As anyone with even a modicum of intellect could sense that the world order was on the verge of transformation. Perhaps today, or perhaps tomorrow, a single catalyst could ignite the change. For those with power and ambition, this represented a monumental opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to soar to unprecedented heights. Conversely, for the mediocre, this would herald the darkest, most chaotic and tumultuous era, with a vast world offering no refuge. Young master, why ally with Blackbeard instead of Katie? Who was clearly the stronger option? Doflamingo's subordinate could not help but inquire after Blackbeard's departure. They had felt a disconcerting sensation of being targeted during their engagement with Blackbeard. Upon mentioning Katie's name, Doflamingo's expression shifted noticeably, memories of his battle with Akainu flooding his mind. That individual's survival was uncertain, and he was not particularly amenable to negotiation. Chapter 73. The consumption of the ancestor dragon's source blood on an unnamed deserted island. Host, are you prepared? Consuming the ancestor dragon's source blood may be somewhat painful. Come on, I'm the man who defeated Akainu. How could I be bested by a little pain? Ridiculous. Ignoring the system's well-meaning warning, Katie was resolute. He could hardly lose to a mere drop of blood. Then please open your mouth. Anticipating Katie's reaction, the system refrained from further elaboration. Following the system's directive, Katie opened his mouth, only to have a drop of golden blood materialize unexpectedly, promptly falling into his mouth before he could even examine it. Not bad. A bit sweet, he remarked about the sensation on his taste buds. Surprised that Katie could provide feedback, the system remained silent. In the next moment, while still savoring the taste of the source blood, Katie suddenly emitted a series of anguished screams, his body collapsing to the ground as he writhed in agony, the sudden onslaught of pain causing him to lose control. System, you bastard! Is this what you call a little pain? Is this what you mean by a bit of pain? I hate you. With barely a moment to utter that exclamation, Katie's speech faculties became entirely incapacitated, leaving him unable to articulate a coherent thought. Rest assured, host, while this process may be somewhat painful, it poses no threat to your life. This is entirely due to your body's insufficient resilience. The source blood needs to completely overhaul your body, shattering the old and reconstructing anew. Naturally, this process entails some discomfort, but it results in a qualitative transformation. Once it concludes, you will attain a semi-draconic form, truly a remarkable bargain. After hearing the system's explanation, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to strangle it. Shouldn't such matters have been disclosed in advance? What use is it to tell me now? This is clearly consumer deception. Give me a phone. I want to report this. As the ancestor dragon's source blood entered his mouth, Katie felt as though he had swallowed a bomb rather than blood, which detonated within him with a loud bang. And at that moment, he believed he was being torn to pieces, convinced he was on the brink of death. However, the subsequent pain served to remind Katie that he was indeed still alive, albeit in excruciating discomfort. Yet he found little solace in this fact. Instead, he was driven to despair by the unbearable agony, a pain beyond imagination. The energy released from a single minuscule drop of ancestor dragon's source blood was nothing short of catastrophic. Although Katie could not observe his own condition, he sensed that in that instant, he had become grotesquely bloated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The omnipresent energy rampaged through his body, assailing every part of him. Muscles and skin were shredded, blood gushing forth like an unrestrained faucet, and in mere seconds, the ground around Katie was soaked in crimson, forming a scarlet stream that flowed away. Bones were not spared either. The riotous energy spread throughout his skeletal structure, launching an assault that neither bones nor marrow could evade, producing a sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at him, an unbearable itch. Katie began to question why humans only possessed 2 arms. This was hardly sufficient. His entire body itched, and he had no idea where to scratch. However, compared to the torment inflicted on his internal organs, these woes paled in comparison. Although he could not perform introspection to ascertain the chaos within. The blood flowing from his mouth clearly indicated the presence of internal fragments. In that moment, Katie truly questioned whether the system was aiding him or sabotaging him. To be spitting out internal organs was an exaggeration. Perhaps it would be better to simply kill him and then resurrect him. More efficient and swifter. Katie's continued existence amidst all this turmoil was equally due to the ancestor dragon's source blood. While the rampant energy ravaged his body, it simultaneously repaired and enhanced it. The cells that split and reformed became stronger and more vibrant, the regrown bones more resilient, and although his muscles appeared unchanged, they now contained several times the strength of before. His skin, seemingly unaltered, had grown tighter and more elastic. Yet, Katie's situation showed no signs of improvement. Newly formed cells and muscles were immediately torn apart by the ferocious energy, plunging him into an endless cycle of agony. Katie had always believed that death was the most painful and terrifying experience, but now he had gained a fresh perspective. The most tormenting ordeal was neither death nor a gradual decline into suffering, but rather the simultaneous infliction of pain while attempting to restore him, keeping him perpetually teetering on the brink of death. In his suffering, Katie was oblivious to the transformation taking place within him. Shimmering scales of golden light began to erupt from his body at a certain moment. Initially no larger than a sesame seed, they quickly expanded to the size of a small palm. Diamond-shaped scales linking together to envelop Katie entirely. Simultaneously, Katie's body, long past the age of development, began a second maturation. His height, originally 1.8 meters, surged past 2 meters in an instant, continuing to rise until it reached 3 meters before finally halting. After what felt like an eternity, Katie suddenly felt his vision sharpen, the blurred world gradually coming into focus, and his control over his body is slowly returning. The pain began to ebb until, at last, he regained complete mastery over himself. With a roar, Katie involuntarily let out a bellow, only to realize with alarm that it had morphed into a beastly growl that a sense of foreboding washed over him as he looked down at his hands. The sight nearly sent him into a panic. What were those golden scales adorning his hands? And when he glimpsed the golden tail swaying behind him, he felt as though he might lose his mind. What on earth is happening? System, come out. Do not fret, host. This is what I meant by semi-draconic form. But you didn't tell me it would look like this. How am I supposed to find my sister or pursue romance now? At that moment, Katie had arrived at the seashore, catching sight of his current appearance. His face, save for his eyes, was entirely covered in scales, rendering him unrecognizable as a human. Host, take a moment to feel. This is merely a state, and you can revert to your original form. Chapter 74. The might of a single punch. Upon hearing the system's words, Katie's emotions finally began to stabilize, and she attempted to calm herself and quietly reflect. As Katie regained her composure, the golden scales gradually retracted until they vanished completely, and her towering 3-meter height diminished steadily, ultimately resting at 2 meters, falling short of her original height of 1 meter 80. Katie paid little mind to this alteration. On Earth in her previous life, a height of 2 meters might have been considered unusual, but in this world of pirates, it was merely average. System, might I request an explanation? Although her appearance had reverted, Katie was unwilling to forget the excruciating ordeal she had just endured. Indeed, the pain was so intense that it would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. The agony was nothing short of harrowing, truly indescribable. Rest assured, it was not my intention to withhold information from you. I feared that upon learning the truth, you might relinquish your resolve. However, it is over now. I assent to it. Moreover, take a look around you to these words. Katie paused, perplexed by the system's implication. Nonetheless, she turned her gaze from herself to her surroundings, only to be met with a scene that left her utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to her, a multitude of various beasts had gathered around her, including fearsome carnivorous giants and gentle herbivores. Strangely, these natural adversaries, who would typically engage in battle upon sighting one another, were now coexisting peacefully and amicably. What bewildered Katie further was that these animals were bowing their heads and lowering their bodies in her direction. Are they worshipping me? Katie ventured uncertainly. Indeed, this is the formidable power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. The ancestral dragon stands at the apex of the biological hierarchy. There exists no other being in this world that can compare. Though these creatures may not comprehend the nature of your lineage, they instinctively sense the authority of your bloodline and thus honor you accordingly. Furthermore, your physical attributes have ascended to king level LV10, and not just any king level LV10, possessing the ancestral dragon bloodline. Your strength, speed, and resilience surpass those of others at the same rank. Once you enter the semi-dragon state, your physical capabilities will break through to the next tier, Imperial level. Very well, I forgive you. However, I expect you to inform me in advance next time. After all, we are partners, are we not? Katie was acutely aware of the magnitude of her transformation, as the system had previously indicated that this was a fundamental change. Yet, surprisingly, the system did not respond this time. And Katie dismissed it, assuming it was simply disinterested in her. Unbeknownst to her, her casual remark had plunged the system into a deep reminiscence. Katie was not the first individual it had encountered, but she was the first to regard it as a partner. Previously, others had merely viewed it as a useful tool, or at best, maintained a cooperative relationship. Consequently, the system found itself at a loss for how to respond to Katie's words. Feeling rather flustered, boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted as an unknown pirate ship inexplicably launched an attack on Katie. Narrowing her eyes, Katie, who had just endured an inhumane ordeal, even though she had forgiven the system, was still seething with anger. Quite the contrary, She was filled with rage. Bring it on, with a sudden forceful stomp, her feet pushed against the ground and propelled by an overwhelming reaction force. She launched herself forward like a human cannonball, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed that startled even her. Just moments ago, she had exerted only half her strength, yet she had achieved a velocity akin to her previous near-maximum output. This was merely the result of her physical prowess. If she were to incorporate her fruit abilities, she believed her speed could triple. Thus, in an ironic twist, her intention to leap twice and land directly on the enemy's deck led to her inadvertently soaring straight to the bow of the ship, nearly tumbling headfirst into the fray. However, just as Katie prepared to alter her trajectory, a voice suddenly rang out, compelling her to abandon her original plan and instead hasten towards the pirate ship with even greater speed. "Charge! Ram that naked man! How dare he flirt with my woman? The fool!" In that moment, Katie realized she was completely unclothed. Her garments had long since vanished after the torturous ordeal she had just endured. Although she accepted the label of naked man, she could not abide the accusation that she had flirted with the woman in question, for it tarnished her reputation. Gathering her strength, Katie sought to ascertain the extent of her newfound physical capabilities and discover her limits. With a resounding crash, a massive explosion reverberated, and the serene sea erupted into a towering water column several dozen meters wide, instantly boiling the ocean and causing the pirate ship that had previously floated there to vanish without a trace. The turmoil continued for a full 10 minutes before subsiding, and when the surface of the sea returned to tranquility, the pirate ship that had dared to attack Katie finally re-emerged. Yet, it bore no resemblance to its former self. All that remained was the rear half of the vessel, the front section entirely obliterated. Had it not been for the debris floating on the water, one might have mistaken it for a derelict hulk. Who is he? How could he be so powerful? The sunken pirates remained in the water, stunned, still unable to comprehend whom they had provoked. Just a male model. How could he be this strong? A voice suddenly broke the silence, capturing everyone's attention as they turned to the heavily made-up woman beside the captain. "What? You know him?" The captain had not anticipated that this seemingly useless woman would possess knowledge of their adversary's identity. But she had indeed caught a glimpse of him through her telescope, so it was possible she recognized him. "Captain, you know him too? He's that person who's been making headlines in the newspapers lately. No wonder he's always in the news. His physique is remarkable, and he's got quite the endowment," the woman remarked, her tone laced with admiration. However, a sense of foreboding flickered in the captain's mind as he hastily produced the bounty notice for Katie, which he kept on hand, and presented it to the woman. "Is this the person?" "Yes, that's him. But what does the 10 billion berry mean? Is that the price for one night? That's exorbitant. I could work my entire life and never earn that much." The woman exclaimed enviously, "I'll be damned. This is Katie, a criminal with a bounty of 10 billion. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork?" Chapter 75. Summoning Esdeath, Katie remained oblivious to the events that transpired in her absence and had little inclination to learn about them. After all, they were merely a swarm of insignificant ants, and dedicating any more time to them would be a waste. Gazing at the now-vanished solitary island, the chill against her skin constantly reminded her of her current state of undress. "System, do you have any clothing that can expand and contract freely? I need a set. Exchange successful. 50,000 exchange points deducted. Please check your inventory." Before she could even select her garments, the points had already been deducted. "What kind of clothing costs 50,000 exchange points? Have you gone mad, system?" Now, she was left with a mere 1,340,000 points. Despite her complaints, her hands moved swiftly as soon as the system's voice faded. The clothing materialized in her grasp. After trying on a few times, she eagerly donned it. This material is quite impressive. Unlike ordinary clothing, this outfit provided no sense of constraint. Wearing it felt almost as if she were clad in nothing at all. Extraordinarily comfortable. This is crafted from nanograde material. Not only does it possess the ability to resize, but it is also highly resistant to temperature fluctuations that I practically gave it to you for 50,000. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may return it to That's not happening. It's mine now. Having tested it thoroughly, Katie quickly grasped the advantages of the ensemble. All other features paled in comparison to how perfectly it accentuated her physique. Thanks to the enhancement from the ancestral dragon bloodline, Katie's physical appearance was nothing short of stunning. Her body proportions had achieved the ideal golden ratio. While she appeared somewhat slender, the hint of muscular definition at her neckline was not to be underestimated. Her physique was intrinsic, yet the clothing was extrinsic. Katie could not quite categorize this outfit, as it embodied both the formal elegance of a suit and the casual comfort of leisure wear. She felt confident that she could wear it to any occasion. Truly versatile. Nevertheless, Katie did not linger on her attire for long, her gaze shifting towards a unique card within her storage space. System, I wish to use the A-Class Mission Exemption Summoning card. Are you certain? The system was somewhat taken aback by Katie's abrupt decision that I am certain. This decision did not arise from a mere whim, but rather was made after thorough contemplation. The simultaneous appearance of Akainu and Kizaru instilled a profound sense of pressure within her, as Katie was acutely aware that she currently lacked the strength to confront the two highest combatants of the Navy. She recognized the necessity of allies. Although Shaki had provided her with 3 potential candidates, she could not guarantee she would be able to persuade any of them. Thus, despite the inherent risks of exposure, Katie resolutely decided to employ the summoning card. At the very least, there was a 50% chance of success. Furthermore, should fortune favor her, and she successfully summoned a top-tier warrior who was also persuaded to become her ally, the rewards would be immense. Not only would she gain a companion, but she would also inadvertently complete a new task. Long before she joined the Whitebeard pirates, the system had already issued a new main quest. Task 1. Remain with the Whitebeard pirates and assist Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. Task 2. As a powerful individual. Why should one bow before others? Why not establish one's own faction and conquer the world? Faced with this choice, Katie did not hesitate for long and decisively opted for Task 2. The notion of submitting to others was indeed distasteful to her. Given the opportunity and strength, why not take a bold leap and carve out her own dominion? Additionally, there was another reason. Whitebeard had no intention of becoming the Pirate King, just as one cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep. Katie did not believe she could convince Whitebeard, who was disinterested in the title, to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. That it is worth noting that for decades after Roger's demise, Whitebeard was universally acknowledged as the strongest man in the world. At that time, he possessed the strength and resources to claim the title of Pirate King. However, he chose not to do so. Thus, Katie naturally rejected Task 1. Simultaneously. After accepting Task 1, the system presented another task. Task Introduction. To establish a faction, one must have personnel. Please recruit talent as soon as possible. Task Requirement. Find a companion whose strength rivals that of a Navy Admiral. Task Reward. 20 million exchange points and 100 skill points. That it was evident that the system was more concerned with the process than the outcome. Otherwise, simply announcing her name would garner few refusals, rendering the task far too simplistic. Essentially a gift. The A-level dimensional character summoning card has been used. The dimensional portal is now opening, and the summoning task is being randomly selected. At this moment, Katie remained in a state of heightened tension, for only the heavens knew what sort of entity the system would summon for her. Should it be the bald-headed Saitama, she would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. The summoning target has been determined. Her identity is General Esdeath of the Empire of Akainu. The portal has been constructed, and the character has descended. The instant the system's voice trailed off, a black hole abruptly materialized before Katie, and moments later, a figure fully emerged before her. Clad in a pristine white military uniform that impeccably accentuated her physique, her azure hair billowed in the breeze, illuminated by the sunlight in such a way that it left Katie momentarily awestruck. Wanna die? A chilling aura suddenly enveloped her, and Katie realized her indiscretion. Throughout the encounter, her gaze had not strayed from the woman's form, which was indeed somewhat impolite. However, it was unavoidable, as she was utterly captivated by the character of Esdeath. If given the chance, Katie would even wish to traverse into the world of Akainu. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to strike down that scoundrel named Tatsumi at the first opportunity. How dare he pursue her goddess? Truly an affront to life itself. My apologies. I'm simply rendered speechless by your beauty. Katie hurriedly offered her apologies, wishing not to leave a poor impression on the goddess. Stunned for a moment, Esdeath had not anticipated such a bold response. Her reputation had spread throughout the Empire, and no one had ever bestowed such direct praise upon her. Faced with such unreserved admiration, Esdeath found herself momentarily at a loss. She could not help but reassess the young man before her, suddenly perceiving that he possessed a certain handsomeness. As a male, he bore skin that even she envied, yet he lacked any semblance of femininity. Moreover, the battle-hardened Esdeath could instantly discern the extraordinary power concealed within Katie's seemingly frail body, what appeared to be a delicate frame harbored unimaginable strength, akin to a slumbering dragon that, upon awakening, would astonish all. I was summoned by you, was I not? Where is this place? Who are you? Chapter 76. Esdeath's conditions. I am Katie, and I regret to inform you that this is the pirate world, not the empire you are familiar with. In fact, you have departed from your original world. What did you say? It was evident that Esdeath did not believe Katie's words, regarding them with an expression that suggested disbelief. Observing Esdeath's demeanor, Katie felt a wave of helplessness. Who could readily accept the notion of traversing worlds? Even she had struggled to acclimate upon her own arrival. I am not deceiving you, if you doubt my words. Feel free to attack me and see for yourself. With that, she spread her arms wide, presenting herself in a posture of complete vulnerability. How amusing. If you perish, do not blame me. Observing Katie's confident demeanor, Esdeath was beginning to believe her. The Empire's Taigu, while powerful and peculiar, could not ignore her attacks. Nevertheless, despite her belief in Katie's words, Esdeath had no intention of foregoing her assault. She was determined to uncover what abilities this individual possessed. Slash! The long sword at her waist was unsheathed in an instant, and an ice blade coalesced out of thin air with such speed that it left Katie momentarily stunned. Her extraordinary observation Hawkeye had not even detected its presence before it materialized. However, despite her astonishment, she stood her ground and did not evade. Whoosh! The sharp ice blade sliced through Katie's form, cleaving her in two without spilling a single drop of blood. How could this be? Esdeath was utterly incredulous, staring blankly at the bisected Katie. That person had transformed into flames. Her attack had failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. What do you think? If I recall correctly, while the Empire's Taigu is formidable, it does not possess such power, does it? To further convince Esdeath, Katie transformed every part of her body, save for her head, into flames, swirling around Esdeath in vibrant tendrils. Since that is the case, what purpose did you summon me for? Esdeath accepted the reality of her translocation, yet she could not fathom Katie's intent in summoning her. I need you. Upon uttering those words, Katie nervously gazed at Esdeath, intending to convey that she required her strength. Yet for reasons unknown, the words morphed into a simple statement of need, omitting the term strength entirely. The absence of those two words altered the entire meaning. It was akin to a confession of affection. Esdeath stood there, momentarily stunned, as a blush crept across her flawless features, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Despite her unyielding reputation on the battlefield, she had never experienced romance, nor had anyone declared their feelings to her. Confronted with Katie's unexpected confession, Esdeath recalled her father's word from childhood. Esdeath, remember, when seeking a man, ensure he is stronger than you. Otherwise, what right does he have to be your man? That saying had become one of her few cherished memories of her father, thought to be unachievable until this moment, when she encountered Katie. To conquer me, you must first defeat me. Otherwise, what right do you have? With a sweeping motion of her sword, a formidable aura erupted from Esdeath. Her blade aimed squarely at Katie. In that case, I shall give it my all. Fear not, for in the interest of fairness, while I will wield flames, my body shall not transform into flames. That moment, Katie's fighting spirits surged. Never before had she yearned for victory as intensely as she did now. This battle was one she must win at all costs. Chapter 77. The Song of Ice and Fire. The azure flames surged forth rapidly. At that moment, Katie was akin to a deity of fire. However, if Katie was the god of flames, Esdeath was the goddess of ice and snow from the far north. Spikes of ice materialized from nowhere, sharp enough that even from 100 meters away, Katie could feel their piercing chill, raising goosebumps upon her skin. In the next instant, the innocent deserted island chosen by Katie erupted with two terrifying auras. Torrents of fire soaring into the sky as if attempting to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, incinerating everything beneath the blazing inferno. Nothing could survive in such extreme heat. Yet, even as Katie unleashed her full power, the azure flames could only encompass half of the island. The other half was dominated by the cerulean ice, impervious to the flames' encroachment, observing the balanced standoff between fire and ice. Katie nodded in approval. Truly, Esdeath was the youngest and most powerful general in the Empire's history, her mastery of ice rivaling that of the Navy Admiral Aokiji. Unlike Aokiji, Esdeath's control over ice was more structural. Compared to him, her ice was considerably harder, though slightly inferior in temperature. The advantage lay in her higher explosive potential and stronger offensive capabilities, while the drawback was a more limited effective range. Fire Fist! In that moment, Katie completely relinquished any notion of cherishing the frail. An endless inferno coalesced within her right fist, manifesting into a towering flame with a diameter of several dozen meters. Surging forth with overwhelming might toward Esdeath, unquenchable even by the boundless ice domain. Release! A flash of brilliance erupted as two blades pierced the air, entwined in flames, transforming into a colossal sword of fire. Her body propelled forward in pursuit of Esdeath. This instant, Katie was all in. The ice goddess sighed. As her voice echoed, the ground erupted with ice spikes reaching heights of hundreds of meters, rendering the fiery assault before them akin to a mere infant being effortlessly pierced, simultaneously neutralizing Katie's attack, while launching an offensive against her. Boundary break. In a flicker, her form darted forward with no intention of retreat. Her blade crashing against the oncoming ice spikes, the gathered energy erupted in an instant, a blinding sword light brighter than the sun flashing through, the steel-like ice giant shards shattering as they were cleaved in two. A grave expression crossed Katie's eyes as she regarded Esdeath. What she had initially perceived as mere command over flames was now revealed to encompass exceptional swordsmanship. The long-dormant fervor within her heart surged anew at the display of Katie's extraordinary prowess. Come, let us engage in a true battle. The blade at her waist was drawn, and with a mere gesture, a barrage of ice blades shot forth, raining down upon Katie like a tempest of icy shards. Then, I shall comply. With a flicker of thought, flames coalesced into a shield before her, and in an instant, she surged across the 100-meter distance to confront Esdeath, delivering a downward strike with her blade. The clash resounded with a clang as their blades met. Katie's strike intercepted. Prepare yourself. Drawing upon her formidable physical strength, Katie relentlessly pressed down with her sword, bending Esdeath's form and forcing her to kneel upon one knee. With a swift retreat, Katie observed the slightly panting Esdeath, a pang of regret filling her heart. Just when she was on the verge of overpowering her opponent, several sharp, icy needles appeared before her. Their minuscule size belied their lethal sharpness that, in the absence of elemental transformation, a direct hit would surely pierce through her with two transparent wounds. Though it was a pity, she had no choice but to relinquish the imminent victory. Without pause, Katie launched yet another assault. Her swordsmanship pushed to its zenith, harmonizing with the forces of tearing, vibration, spatial distortion, and her fruit abilities, maintaining the maximum output at all times. Faced with Katie's multifaceted onslaught, Esdeath could only muster all her strength to conjure ice to counter Katie's attacks. Despite her singular ability, Esdeath's remarkable combat experience and innate talent allowed her to hold her ground, even retaliating against Katie. The ice, under her command, morphed into various shapes and attacks, adeptly neutralizing Katie's strikes at minimal cost. The battle had unexpectedly reached a stalemate, with the flames in Katie's possession displaying their ferocious and untamed nature. A barrage of fiery blades converging upon Esdeath, creating a veritable sea of fire. Unlike at the outset, Esdeath no longer merely braced for impact. She constructed a slowly ascending slope that directed the majority of the flames skyward, leaving only a trivial amount that failed to inflict harm. As Katie unleashed her full might, the tide began to shift. The flames began to advance, albeit at a sluggish pace initially, but soon their momentum quickened, indicating Katie's growing advantage in this contest. Feeling the boundless power surging within her, Katie couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the ancestral dragon blood worth 30 million exchange points. Its effects were undeniably formidable. In the past, she would not have been capable of sustaining such intense output for this duration. Truly, the body is the foundation of revolution, a truth that remains timeless. With her current physical prowess, she could endure the assault equivalent to the celestial warfare fire transformation combined with her berserk state, and she hadn't even tapped in her half-dragon form. Once fully unleashed, Katie was confident that even against an awakened Akainu, she would prevail. Half an hour later, the battlefield's dynamics had become starkly evident. Esdeath's icy domain was entirely encircled by flames, leaving only a final 100 meters of refuge. Observing the unwavering and defiant gaze of Esdeath amidst the encroaching flames, Katie abandoned her attempts to persuade her to surrender. To battle alongside her until the very end was the utmost respect she could offer. Be cautious. A warning heralded the commencement of Katie's final offensive. The flames, nearly enveloping the entire island, swiftly converged into a sphere, and when all was said and done, a cerulean sun emerged behind Katie, with temperatures soaring to 5,000 or 6,000 degrees, turning the ground beneath into molten rock. In this moment, the island was devoid of any life save for Katie and Esdeath, a veritable inferno. Emperor of Flames, Katie resolved to conclude this confrontation with her most potent skilled AT this instant. Even the battle-hardened Esdeath, who had never known defeat, was taken aback by the spectacle before her. The searing fireball, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer, seemed insurmountable, even in her prime. She found herself baffled by how this man, named Katie, managed such feats, appearing utterly tireless in this relentless struggle. Even so, she could not perceive any diminishment in his strength. He was nothing short of a monstrosity, yet Esdeath was not one to concede easily. She still possessed a final gambit, although uncertain of its efficacy. However, she would never relinquish her resolve without first attempting it. Go! With a command, the artificial sun, under Katie's control, began to descend upon Esdeath as the intense heat approached. Esdeath's body involuntarily trembled, an instinctive response to the peak of tension. Such an assault was impossible to face lightly, but more than that, she felt exhilaration and thrill in the presence of a formidable adversary. As a battle enthusiast, Esdeath never feared an opponent's strength. Conversely, she dreaded encountering a foe too weak to provide her with a proper challenge if she had to choose a manner of demise. She wished to one day fight with all her might and perish like a true warrior on the battlefield. As the sun-like fireball drew near, Esdeath stood frozen, neither evading nor defending, as if ready to submit. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had she not witnessed the Red Emperor's blade, she might have believed this was her surrender. Yet, knowing the depths of Esdeath's terrifying abilities, her heart raced anew, preparing for the inevitable. The flames descended, and the remaining 100 meters of ice evaporated in an instant. Even Esdeath herself suffering damage from the inferno, her garments singed to varying degrees. Mocha Patmo, just as she was on the brink of being engulfed by the flames. Esdeath, who had remained quiet until now, finally sprang into action. Her previously subdued aura surging to its zenith, a tempest erupted from her center, rapidly spreading across the battlefield. In the next moment, the world fell silent. The air ceased to flow. The Emperor's attack paused mid-flight. Even Katie herself halted. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button, suspended in this moment. However, within this stillness, Esdeath suddenly expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, a prize for her frozen domain. She was no longer at her peak, and freezing Katie and the Emperor's assault was no trivial task. Her body could not withstand the backlash, but thankfully, everything had come to a conclusion. Gazing at the frozen Katie, a faint smile graced Esdeath's pale face. She had triumphed in this battle. With a gentle lift of her hand, her sword rested against Katie's neck. Yet, in the next instant, Esdeath's smile vanished, the empty sensation from the blade causing her to recoil in shock. The figure she had aimed to strike was merely an afterimage. The true Katie had vanished. Her attack had proven ineffective. Simultaneously, the frozen world reached its end, and everything returned to its former state. Katie's form reappeared in an instant, and the overwhelming heat descended once more. As she beheld the flames so near, Esdeath relinquished her sword. The previous assault having drained her remaining strength, leaving her unable to counter the impending onslaught. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her back, an arm encircling her waist, and that familiar voice resonated in her ear. "I am sorry. It's all my fault for insisting on determining a victor, causing you to be injured like this." Esdeath turned, and there stood the previously vanished Katie. A blush crept across her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she found Katie incredibly handsome at that moment. Being held by him, rather than feeling repulsed, she surprisingly enjoyed the sensation, reminiscent of her youth when her father would cradle her in his arms. Yet somehow more stirring. Go. As Katie's command fell, the massive fireball that had been suspended before Esther soared into the sky in an instant, hurtling towards the distant sea with astonishing speed, with a resounding explosion. The Inferno Emperor detonated, and a mushroom cloud ascended, causing the entire sea to boil in an instant, waves reaching heights beyond 100 meters, one crest towering over another. A hurricane swept in, engulfing thousands of miles of ocean, including the desolate island where Katie and Esther's found themselves. Yet, within Katie's embrace, Esther's remained blissfully unaware of the turbulence and chaos surrounding them. Neither the fierce winds nor the torrential rains could breach the 5-meter sanctuary enveloping Katie. She was a haven, a refuge solely for Esther's. Esther's. Katie's arms seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment, and even as all turmoil dissipated, she found herself reluctant to part from this comforting embrace. This sensation was one Esther's had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. Only the embrace of her father during her childhood bore any resemblance to this, though it was not entirely the same. While it brought her peace, it also stirred an unsettling unease within her. Esther's had once believed she could face everything alone, needing no one to rely upon, yet it appeared this conviction was not entirely correct. She simply lacked a figure upon whom to lean. Feeling the warmth radiating from Katie, Esther's nestled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. Unbeknownst to her, Katie's predicament was even more awkward, due to their height difference. Esther's had to gaze up at Katie, while Katie found herself looking down, acutely aware of Esther's breath. To make matters worse, the significant depletion of Esther's energy rendered her complexion slightly pale, yet the indomitable spirit ingrained in her character added a stubborn glint to her expression, a juxtaposition that stirred an insatiable yearning within Katie. However, compared to this last detail, everything else paled in significance. The intense heat from the Inferno Emperor's assault had stripped away half of Esther's clothing, and the sight before Katie was simply overwhelming. Thus, Katie surrendered to her desires. Gradually lowering her head, she leaned in to press her lips softly against Esther's, moving with utmost caution, uncertain of Esther's feelings. Should she resist or display any reluctance, Katie would immediately halt. Contrary to Katie's expectations, Esther's did not reject her advances. As Katie felt the warmth and texture of Esther's lips, she ignited with a passion never before experienced. The coolness intertwined with a hint of sweetness. A soft touch that ensnared her completely, rendering her unable to extricate herself. With her blood surging, Katie could no longer contain the tumult within, her eyes turning crimson, transforming her into a beast that I will take responsibility for you. The last vestige of Katie's rationality permitted her to utter these 7 words. Another battle erupted, more fierce and spectacular than the last. Chapter 79. Arrival at the City of 7 Waters. That I apologize, but without an appointment, you cannot meet him or iceberg. There truly no way to make an exception. A faint tremor escaped from Katie, so delicate that it was beyond the comprehension of the ordinary gatekeeper, who quivered in uncertainty. Parker, let them in. The gatekeeper gazed in astonishment at the man who suddenly appeared behind him. With him present, these individuals would surely not dare to act out of line. Unbeknownst to him, Bari, perceived by the gatekeeper as a pillar of strength, was internally in a state of panic. Having experienced the battle at Judicial Island, he had seen his fair share of formidable individuals. However, the aura emanating from the man in the cap just moments ago instilled an overwhelming terror within him, one that transcended any previous encounters. Even the victorious Luffy, who had triumphed over Lucci, paled in comparison. Thus, he promptly instructed the gatekeeper to allow Katie entry, recognizing that such a figure could not be restrained, even if they amassed all the armed forces on the island. That a wise choice. As Katie approached Bari, she gently lifted the brim of her cap, revealing her visage solely to him. With a click, it was as if thunder had struck. In that moment, an endless chill enveloped Bari, leaving him in disbelief at what he beheld. How could this person possibly be here? Bari-san. Noticing Bari's sudden stupor, the gatekeeper couldn't help but remind him, his gaze filled with curiosity as he observed the pair who had just entered. Eager to unravel the mystery behind Bari's unusual demeanor, you are to keep everything regarding these two strictly confidential. Not a word shall escape your lips. Understood? Suddenly recalling something, Bari turned to Parker, the gatekeeper. With urgency. Why yes. The gatekeeper was startled by Bari's sudden seriousness. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation, knowing well what to say and what to conceal as it directly impacted his livelihood. However, he indeed had no information about the two, only noting their strikingly unique attire, which bore an uncanny resemblance. Unbeknownst to him, that attire had cost Katie a staggering 400,000 exchange points, painstakingly selected, for reasons unknown, following Katie's sincere interaction with Esther's. The system had begun to complicate matters for her, as evidenced by the 7 incorrect outfits she had received before finally obtaining the correct one on the 8th attempt, resulting in an unnecessary expenditure of 35,000 exchange points. After admonishing his subordinates, Bari dared not linger any longer, hastily catching up with Katie, who was leading the way. "Sir, this way, please." "President, we have esteemed guests." Although they had arrived at Iceberg's office, Bari first knocked and announced their presence before ushering Katie inside. Choosing to overlook Bari's little maneuver, Katie recognized that their experiences with CP9 had instilled a sense of caution in them. Yet, in the presence of true strength, how much would such tactics matter? Uncertain of the esteemed guest's purpose, perhaps due to Bari's warning, Iceberg's expression grew grave, prompting Bari to stand quietly beside him. "Hello, Mayor Iceberg." As she spoke, Katie removed her cap. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath escaped Iceberg. Despite having anticipated this moment, he couldn't help but be astonished at Katie's appearance, his mind momentarily blank. He had never imagined that Katie would visit him here. Merely contemplating her actions filled him with dread. The prison break at Impel down, the chaos at Marine headquarters, the defeat of Akainu. Each of these events was enough to shake the world, and yet all had transpired at the hands of this exceedingly young individual. A truly astonishing feat. Mayor Iceberg, there's no need for concern. After all, I'm a friend of Luffy's, and I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. My purpose is quite simple. I merely wish to inquire about a certain individual. Upon hearing Katie refer to herself as a friend of Luffy's, Iceberg felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. His impression of Luffy was profound, especially since his disciple Frankie was now a member of Luffy's crew. However, Katie's subsequent words plunged Iceberg back into panic, an ominous premonition suddenly rising within him. Could it be that there's a misunderstanding, Lord Katie? How could I possibly know your friend? Observing Iceberg's hurried denial, Katie smiled. This was a classic case of revealing too much. Without even posing a question, Iceberg was already busy refusing, his demeanor indicating everything. Does Mayor Iceberg not wish to hear who I am searching for? Before Iceberg could respond, Katie provided a name. Fisher Tiger, you must know of him. In an instant, Iceberg's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at Katie with unease. Witnessing this transformation, Bari stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Iceberg. Although he was unaware of the significance of the name Katie had just uttered, he could clearly sense Iceberg's tension and reluctance, making it impossible for him to remain idle. Even if the adversary was beyond his capacity to confront, I truly have no knowledge of the individual you mentioned, Mr. Katie. Please forgive me at this moment. Iceberg faced the pressure emanating from Katie, his body trembling in honesty while his words remained steadfast in denial. Observing Iceberg's resolve, Katie felt a twinge of frustration. She merely wished to meet Fisher Tiger. Yet here she was entangled in such complications. Sensing Katie's growing impatience, Esther's, who had remained silent, suddenly stirred. In an instant, the room's temperature plummeted to a chilling -10 degrees, and before Iceberg and Bari could react, they found themselves encased in countless ice spikes, some piercing their skin. Speak quickly of that person's whereabouts, or I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Astonishingly, the adversary, Esdeath, has always exhibited a notable lack of patience. Those who fall into her grasp either capitulate immediately or are subjected to a harrowing execution in the dungeons before they relent. The piercing chill and unabashed murderous intent enveloped him. The Ice Mountain succumbed entirely to despair, neglecting to ponder how the opponent possessed the ability to wield ice. Yet, even in the face of death's imminent threat, Ice Mountain remained resolute, unwilling to relent. Enough, Esdeath declared. If Mr. Ice Mountain refuses to assist, we shall devise our own means. I am confident that if we were to annihilate half the inhabitants of this island, that individual would come forth to meet us. Let us proceed. With that, she turned to leave. However, Ice Mountain was incensed. He harbored no doubt regarding Katie's capability to execute such a plan. If she so desired, not a single soul would remain alive on the island. Lady Katie, how can you act in such a manner? They are innocent civilians. Because of you, they are no longer innocent, Katie retorted, leaving her final words hanging in the air. Just before Katie could open the door, it swung open of its own accord. What's the big deal? It is a privilege for this esteemed individual to take notice of us. Ice Mountain, you may arrange for them to meet. Chapter 80. Abandoned Dock No. 1 Kokoro, what brings you here? Ice Mountain exclaimed, astonished by the arrival of Kokoro. Despite her words, he hesitated, the incident involving Frankie compelling him to protect his junior disciple at all costs. You fool! How could you become so dim-witted? Do you truly believe that if you do not inform this esteemed individual, she will be unable to locate little Tyong? Furthermore, do you not recall little Tylong's lifelong ambition? Though I may be aged, my eyesight remains sharp. If anyone in this world can help him realize his dream, it is undoubtedly her. You wish to see your youngest disciple remain confined in that dark place, forever bound to a ship that cannot set sail? Kokoro's words struck Ice Mountain like a heavy hammer, plunging him into silence. I apologize. I was mistaken. Lady Katie, please follow me. I shall lead you to Tyong. Observing Ice Mountain's revitalization, Katie's gaze flickered momentarily, as Kokoro's words appeared to have sparked an epiphany within him, markedly improving his previous state of mind. Regarding Fisher Tylong's identity as Ice Mountain's disciple, Katie was entirely unfazed. All pertinent information, aside from his current whereabouts, had been revealed in the intelligence provided by Shachi. The report indicated that Tylong's last known appearance was indeed in this very city of Shanshui, prompting Katie's specific visit. Fisher Tyong, a male of the Fishman tribe, is the youngest disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom. Due to his unique status, his existence has been meticulously concealed from outsiders, chiefly because he has an extraordinary elder brother. Fisher Tiger. 13 years ago, that fierce fishman single-handedly ascended the Red Earth continent, liberating countless slaves. It is precisely for this reason that Fisher Tyong has had to obscure his movements. Unlike Tiger, Tyong, while inheriting formidable combat prowess, harbors a preference for shipbuilding, thus seeking Tom's tutelage to craft the world's most powerful warship for his brother. Unfortunately, before Tyong could fulfill his aspiration, news of Tiger's death reached him first. Years later, when Tom departed once more, Tylong's desires had shifted. All right, I shall take my leave now. It was clear that the ensuing events were not suitable for Barry's involvement, and without waiting for Ice Mountain's reminder, he prepared to exit. Wait a moment, Ice Mountain called out. You should join us. Your assistance will be required. Very well, Barry consented after a brief pause. Thus, the five of them quietly departed from the Carrera Company, making their way to Dock Number 1 on the island, the premier dock managed by the company, from which countless vessels set sail for the vast ocean at every moment. Barry, lead us to the abandoned site. Upon arriving at Dock Number 1, Ice Mountain issued the command to Barry, who, as the foreman, was the most qualified to guide them. Understood. Despite his myriad of questions, Barry chose to remain discreet, opting for action over inquiry. Navigating a series of turns, they soon arrived at the entrance to the so-called abandoned site. Ice Mountain stepped forward, producing a key that only he possessed, observing the door before him with curiosity. Barry, who had worked here for nearly a decade, found it perplexing that he did not possess such a key. Typically, he merely left and used items outside, and the following day, someone would come to organize them. A notion that felt oddly unsettling. Chapter 81. Tylong's wish. What met their eyes was not the anticipated chaos, but rather an unexpectedly tidy and orderly space, with various components and equipment meticulously categorized, ranging from tiny nuts and bolts to large motors and ship frames. Even more astonishing was the sheer size of the abandoned site, where the distant roar of waves crashing against the shore could be faintly heard. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed in the air, drawing them closer. Filled with curiosity about the individual they were about to encounter, Katie was intrigued. The Fishman tribe boasts a history of immense glory. Approximately a millennium ago, they wielded dominion over both sea and land, with Fishman Island reigning supreme above the waves as unchallenged sovereigns. However, for reasons unknown, one day the island suddenly sank beneath the waves, and the entire Fishman tribe faded from public consciousness, allowing humanity to emerge as the new dominant force. Intriguingly, adult fishmen possess strength tenfold that of adult humans, granting them a remarkable advantage. Yet, the disheartening reality is that, for nearly a millennium, no exceptionally powerful figures from the Fishman tribe have emerged. Even the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, despite possessing some strength, pales in comparison to true peak powerhouses. The fate of the legendary tiger was equally surprising. He was gravely injured by a naval major and his men, leaving one to wonder how he managed to ascend the Red Earth continent and rescue so many slaves from the celestial dragons. It is difficult to discern where their purported tenfold strength lies. They appear to be weaker than humans by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, one piece of intelligence from Shachi piqued Katie's interest. It stated that Fisher Tylong had demonstrated a unique power, enabling him to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while still a minor. This intrigued Katie, as it suggested that the secrets of the Fishman tribe might be unveiled through Tylong. After rounding the final corner, the five finally beheld the source of the striking sounds. The enormous figure before them was awe-inspiring. Even seated, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, his crimson skin unmistakably marking him as non-human. "Little Tylong, cease your tinkering and come here. I have a friend to introduce you to." Kokoro's voice rang out. "Kokoro, Ice Mountain, you all have arrived?" Upon hearing Kokoro's voice, Tylong promptly set aside his work, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals behind Ice Mountain. When his eyes fell upon Katie, his pupils noticeably contracted. "Tylong, have you seen the newspaper I sent you a few days ago? This is the individual featured on the front page, the ever-changing Katie." The outcome of the recent war had left countless individuals astounded, and Katie's exceptional performance had etched her name into the memories of many. The moniker the ever-changing had inexplicably gained popularity, quickly becoming a household name. Tylong did not deny this. The moment he laid eyes on Katie, he recognized her identity, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, eager to uncover the secrets behind her remarkable feats. Similarly, as Tylong's eyes rested upon Katie, she could not help but feel a strange sensation. Outwardly, he appeared unassuming, yet her instincts urged her to acknowledge that he was anything but ordinary, as though a fearsome beast lay dormant within him. Katie chose to trust this intuition. Ever since her body had been enhanced by the blood of the ancestor dragon, her sixth sense had grown increasingly acute, sometimes surpassing even her mastery of observation hockey. "Greetings, I am Katie, and I would like to invite you to join my crew as we set sail." Katie wasted no time in stating her purpose. The directness of her request caught everyone off guard. Although they had anticipated that Katie's intentions were directed at Tylong, the moment she articulated it, astonishment swept over them. After all, this was an invitation from Katie, whom many believed would become the 5th emperor of the seas, even rumored to potentially usurp one of the existing 4 emperors. If Katie were to publicly recruit crew members, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, as countless individuals would aspire to join her ranks. "Oh, what makes you think I would leave with you?" Tylong questioned, his curiosity piqued by Katie's confidence. "Because of strength that I have heard from the venerable Koko that you seem to possess a wish that you long to fulfill." And she further mentioned that perhaps I'm the only one in this world who can assist you. Though I remain unaware of the specifics of your desire, I firmly believe Koko's words hold truth. I am capable of aiding you in its realization. A.S. Katie spoke these words. Her conviction was unwavering, and her formidable confidence seemed to radiate, inspiring those around her. In their eyes, Katie's presence instantly soared to remarkable heights. As if there were nothing beyond her reach. What if I were to declare that my wish is to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the celestial dragons? Do you still think you can manage that? In response to Katie's unshakable confidence, Tyrone posed the most challenging of inquiries, his gaze fixed intently upon her, eager to gauge her reaction. Overthrowing the reign of the celestial dragons. What was I expecting? Such a desire is exceedingly common to AS for myself. Although I have yet to determine my future path, I harbor no objections to dismantling the celestial dragon's dominance, nor do I doubt my ability to do so. A deathly silence enveloped the desolate sight. Tyrone's aspiration was already sufficiently daunting, and uttering such sentiments in a public arena could be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, when juxtaposed with Katie's declarations, Tyrone's ambition paled in comparison. To challenge the rule of the celestial dragons. How many across the globe would dare to utter such bold proclamations? Even the 4 emperors reigning over the New World might not have the audacity to speak so freely. What astonished Tyrone even more was that Katie's eyes held no trace of hesitation as she spoke. She genuinely believed in her ability to achieve it. The onlookers, particularly the Ice Mountain crew, were equally taken aback. While they acknowledged Coco's confidence in Katie's strength, they merely assumed there was a sliver of possibility. None anticipated Katie's overwhelming self-assurance. Ice Mountain and Coco remained relatively composed, understanding that Tyrone's wish was merely surprising due to Katie's confidence. However, for Barry, the impact was nothing short of monumental. It is important to recognize that the world government, under the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons, boasts over 170 allied nations, with countless subordinate departments. Its influence is nothing short of terrifying. Even the Revolutionary Army operates from the shadows, striving to avoid open conflict. Katie's words indeed struck a significant chord. You don't genuinely believe that defeating Akainu renders you invincible, do you? I absolutely detest braggarts. In an instant, Tyrone's previously amiable demeanor evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of dread that emanated from him, casting a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Shall we engage in a friendly competition? Chapter 82. Asters takes action. Oh-ho. Let us test our mettle. Tyrone, naturally, would not decline Katie's challenge. Indeed, this was his aim, to ignite Katie's desire for battle. This location hardly seems suitable as a battleground, does it? Observing the orderly arrangement of various tools and components around them, Katie inquired. Certainly, our battlefield shall be at sea. With that, Tyrone took the lead, stepping ahead. However, just after a couple steps, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. I wish to fight. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Asters, who had been silently standing beside Katie. It was only at this moment that they truly noticed the woman who had remained quiet thus far, although she had previously displayed her prowess in Ice Mountain's office. The suddenness of the event had not drawn much attention from Ice Mountain or Barry. Yet now, Aster's declaration prompted deep contemplation. They could not fathom how she possessed the ability to manipulate ice, a power synonymous with a Navy Admiral Akiji. However, given Katie's precedent, they were willing to overlook their confusion and begrudgingly accept it. I do not engage in combat with women. Tyrone, having never witnessed Aster's capabilities, promptly declined, his disdain unmistakable. In his view, while Aster's might possess some power, she would never be his match. After all, in this world, strength is equated with reputation, and he had never heard of her, leading him to underestimate her. However, upon hearing Tyrone's words, Ice Mountain felt a pang of apprehension. Aster's had a notorious temper. She would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and even now, he bore the lingering pain of several wounds. Tyrone, this individual, before Ice Mountain could finish, Aster's had already made her move. Aster's laughed, yet her laughter was laced with an ominous intent. Something's amiss. In the next moment, Tyrone sensed an impending danger and shouted in alarm, attempting to evade, but he was a moment too slow. Countless sharp ice spikes suddenly surrounded him. Boom! The close-range assault erupted, causing the very ground to tremble, and the surrounding space filled with icy mist. Tyrone, Ice Mountain watched anxiously, his heart heavy with worry. "Oh, not fret. Young Tyrone is not so easily defeated by such a trivial attack." In contrast, the elder Coco observed calmly, showing no signs of alarm. "Fascinating, truly fascinating. She wields the same power as Akiji. Katie, this is your doing, is it not?" Tyrone instinctively attributed everything to Katie. Who knows? Katie neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. "Asters, let me take this battle. It is the captain's duty to demonstrate strength. Lest there be no respect." "Very well." With Katie's insistence, Asters reluctantly acquiesced, stepping aside and falling silent. "Follow me." With that, Katie began to lead the way. T understood the implication behind her words, but chose not to elaborate. After all, true strength is proven in action. As they proceeded through the abandoned site, the briny sea breeze began to waft gently, and the roar of the ocean grew deafening. In no time, the vast sea came into view. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky above, Katie felt a sense of satisfaction. This way, their movements would not be easily detected. "Hurry, let us resolve this swiftly. I cannot linger here for too long. I hope your strength is half as commendable as your boasts." Chapter 83. The fishermen, unable to enter the water, ripples spread across the surface as the once calm sea beneath the moonlight succumbed to turmoil and unrest. "Come forth, let me witness the strength of the one who has vanquished Akainu." In that moment, Tyrone's eyes sparkled with unbridled fighting spirit. He could scarcely recall the last time he had fought with all his might. Blood that had lain dormant for years surged anew, and he eagerly anticipated the battle ahead. As you wish. Katie could certainly sense Tyrone's fervor for combat. From the outset, this confrontation was inevitable. To earn Tyrone's genuine allegiance, she must defeat him decisively. Otherwise, what right did she have to claim leadership? Saru! In an instant, her form vanished, traversing the 100-meter distance to stand before Tyrone, her ebony fist raised high, poised to strike. The next moment, the ocean erupted in chaos, a maelstrom born of their confrontation. Even those thousands of meters away, the Ice Mountain crew could feel the tremors. Incredible, simply incredible. Apart from Asters, the other three were left in awe, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. This was merely the beginning. What might occur if both combatants unleashed their full power? They dared not imagine. "Ice Mountain, go alert the island's inhabitants. The sea gods are once again upon us." With a grave expression, Coco addressed the group, her gaze fixed on the tumultuous waters before them. "The sea gods? Surely, that cannot be true. Coco, they had only just visited a few months ago when Luffy was here. How could they possibly return so soon?" Despite Coco's extensive seafaring experience, Barry remained skeptical that the annual sea gods would deviate from their usual schedule. Yet, beside him, Ice Mountain bore an expression of grave seriousness, contemplating the chaotic battleground center. "Barry, let us return. I have a premonition that this time, the sea gods will not only come, but will arrive with greater ferocity than ever before." With that, Ice Mountain turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Understood. Though Barry still struggled to comprehend the situation, he refrained from further commentary. He had always been an unwavering supporter of Mayor Iceberg's decisions. For that man had transformed his previously dismal existence. Without him, Barry would likely still be languishing at the gambling tables, squandering his time. Casting a glance at the departing duo, Esdeath chose silence. Though she was unaware of what the sea gods they referenced were, she remained unconvinced. She had never believed in deities, asserting that if they existed, they were merely individuals or creatures of unparalleled strength in any realm. Power was the only constant truth, with fervent eyes fixed upon Katie in the battlefield. Esdeath felt an intense fascination with the power that man possessed. She sensed that the Katie who had previously fought her had not revealed his full capabilities, even in that diminished state. She had found herself outmatched, leaving her to ponder the spectacle of his complete strength being unleashed. "Come now, let me witness just how formidable you truly are." As Tyrone felt the pain radiating from his fist, he could not help but furrow his brow, reluctantly acknowledging the prowess of the individual before him. The sheer physical force he exhibited surpassed his OWNIS that all you have. Yet for Katie, Tyrone's display was somewhat disappointing. If this was indeed his full strength, it was akin to the might of a pirate worth merely 200 or 300 million in bounty. Impressive, yet still falling short of Katie's expectations. Don't be hasty. That was merely a warm-up. The real battle begins now. In an instant, Tyrone's aura surged dramatically that I should mention. I am a strengthened human thanks to the power of a devil fruit. With a resounding boom, the air erupted as Tyrone shifted from defense to offense. Launching an attack on Katie, as Katie braced himself to absorb Tyrone's punch, he was taken aback by the overwhelming force. His body forced a retreat significantly. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Tyrone smirked, pleased that his attack had borne fruit. Your strength is commendable, but the price you pay is steep. As a fisherman, you cannot swim. Is it truly worth it? His words shattered Tyrone's moment of triumph. What do you know? Tyrone snapped, anger flaring. For those who consumed a devil fruit, swimming was forever out of reach, while a human might endure this. For a fisherman like Tyrone, it was an unbearable torment. And thus far, Katie had never witnessed another fisherman consume a devil fruit besides Tyrone. Enough chatter. It's time to die. Tyrone resolved to cease all conversation, regretting his decision to engage with Katie in idle talk over the past year. Aha! Unleash any techniques you wish. This time, Katie was determined to give it his all, with a thunderous explosion echoing from afar. The residents of Water 7 awoke from their slumber, startled by the spectacle beyond their glass windows. The sea gods have arrived. The city was enveloped in chaos, cries and shouts intertwining in a cacophony. Is this truly humanity? The towering waves, nearly 100 meters high, astonished Barry, who realized the tumult was merely the aftermath of two individuals clashing. He questioned whether he and Katie belonged to the same race. In that moment, Barry finally grasped why Mr. Iceberg and Granny Kokoro steadfastly believed the sea gods would certainly arrive. The ferocity of their battle alone had generated a force akin to that of the sea gods, and such residual energy could potentially summon them. The situation was dire. If the sea gods merged with the battle's aftermath, the scale of destruction would be unimaginable. Mr. Iceberg, what shall we do? Faced with the impending calamity, Barry found himself at a loss. Turning to Mr. Iceberg for guidance, Barry informed everyone to evacuate as far from the coast as possible. Then wake Lulu and the others. If all else fails, we may have to activate that. Mr. Iceberg's brow creased in worry, uncertain if they could survive this crisis. However, that option was not yet fully operational, and initiating it abruptly could lead to complications. There are no alternatives. It's better than annihilation. Hurry! Understood. Recognizing the urgency, Barry turned to execute Mr. Iceberg's command without hesitation. Left alone, Mr. Iceberg frowned, anxiously observing the towering waves in the distance. Granny, aren't you leaving? Esdeath inquired, noticing Kokoro still watching from the shore. This old body can hold out for a few more days. But you, young lady, should avoid catching a cold in this sea breeze. And no need to worry about me, Granny. Ignoring Kokoro's taunts, Esdeath was acutely aware that the current circumstances were not favorable for Katie. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Tyrone taunted, dodging Katie's attack with ease, relishing in Katie's apparent helplessness. Silently observing Tyrone, Katie had not anticipated that this battle would expose her own shortcomings. Her aerial combat skills were too simplistic and straightforward. It was only now that she recognized her agility relied solely on the Marine 6 powers, a result of her continuous battles. For the technique she had initially replicated from Luffy was merely at the master level. How about this? Should I go easy on you and let you have a few moves? The more Katie remained silent, the more Tyrone reveled in excitement, returning the previous humiliation he had suffered at Katie's hands with a vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, Katie's focus was not on Tyrone. She had not even registered his word. As she contemplated her predicament, Katie pondered how to rectify it. Before her lay two paths. One was to replicate Tyrone's extraordinary Saru, while the other was to exchange for the extraordinary level skill Shuinpa from the system shop, a highly advanced movement technique from the anime Bleach. The delay in her decision stemmed from the exorbitant cost of the Shuinpa skill, which required 20 million exchange points, 10 million more than the former, that I will exchange for the extraordinary level skill Shuinpa. After a moment of contemplation, Katie resolved to proceed. Once Esdeath confirmed her allegiance, the reward for the mission was promptly credited. After deducting the expenses for selecting clothing for Esdeath, Katie found herself with a staggering 33 million exchange points. Even after allocating 20 million, she could still manage. Moreover, the 6 powers Zaru had become insufficient for genuine combat against powerful foes. Since she was destined to enhance her abilities, why not leap ahead and acquire something superior? After a prolonged interval, the familiar surge of heat coursed through her once more, inundating her mind with a flood of information. In the blink of an eye, she had mastered the skill of Shuinpa, and had she not experienced it herself, Katie would have found it unbelievable. Such an occurrence was utterly at odds with scientific principles. Why the silence? Are you awestruck by my strength? Ha ha ha. As Katie fell into silence, Tyrone's excitement only intensified. From the beginning, what were you even saying? Are we still fighting? You bastard. Seeing Katie's expression of obliviousness ignited Tyrone's fury. It felt as though he had struck the air, his efforts utterly futile. So, once more, he charged at Katie, resolute in his determination not to utter another word until he had defeated her. Observing Tyrone's rapid approach, Katie remained unfazed, only springing into action when his fist was about to connect. Shuinpa. Her body vanished from her original position. How is this possible? Tyrone stared in disbelief at the empty space where Katie had stood, utterly unprepared for the sudden increase in her speed. What's the matter? Can't handle it. I just finished warming up. Katie's nonchalant voice rang out once more. Hearing her words ignited a blaze of fury within Tyrone's chest. Just moments earlier, he had uttered those very words. For Katie to repeat them now felt like a slap in the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Katie, this isn't over. With a furious roar, Tyong, his eyes ablaze, charged towards Katie. He was on the verge of exploding with rage, his sole desire being to silence Katie by stitching her mouth shut. If Katie had inflicted 100 points of damage upon him, 99 of those points were undoubtedly due to her incessant chatter. Alas, was this anger morphing into humiliation? Observing the nearly frantic Tyong, Katie's lips curled into a slow smile. Only by pushing him to his limits could she coax out his unreserved fury. Though her methods may be somewhat questionable, it was the only strategy she could conceive. Tylong's fruitability had indeed surprised her, but it was insufficient. The enhancement of his powers could never allow him to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while still in his youth. The amplification of his abilities merely doubled his physical prowess, a far cry from the strength indicated in Shoki's intelligence reports. Thus, Katie was convinced that Tyong was still holding back. Shuinpa, 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 feeling the fierce wind generated by Tylong's fists narrowly missing her. Katie felt a surge of relief at her earlier decision. Had she attempted to replicate Tylong's Six Styles technique, the outcome would not have been nearly as effective. Indeed, the wisdom of ancient sayings rang true. One gets what one pays for. Here I am. Where will your fist strike next? Once again evading Tylong's attack, she seized the opportunity to land a punch on his face. Though her strike lacked force, it effectively drew his ire. As the saying goes, one should not slap the face while hurling insults. Yet Katie defied this tenet, not only verbally humiliating Tyong, but also delivering a tangible blow. The dual torment of body and spirit forced Tyong to unleash his full potential. You bastard, just wait for me. His height, already nearing 4 meters, surged dramatically, muscles bulging grotesquely, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh from afar. In the next moment, crimson skin erupted with intricate golden patterns, spreading until they covered nearly a third of his body. In that instant, Tyong emanated a presence stronger than ever before. Sensing the raging, chaotic aura radiating from Tyong, Katie furrowed her brow tightly. She knew without engaging that he was now a formidable adversary. From the moment he began to transform, her instincts screamed warnings of danger. Moreover, she noted that the ocean beneath the battlefield seemed inexplicably agitated, as if drawn by some unseen force, with a multitude of sea kings gathering, nearly 100 of them. And the number continued to swell. Clearly, all these changes were instigated by Tyong. Katie, you have successfully enraged me. I hope you can fight alongside me until the end, or I shall not board your ship. With the backing of immense power, Tyong spoke with conviction. So if I defeat you in your current state, you will join us, correct? If he can manage to defeat me, then what of it? As the battle raged on, Tyong had ignited genuine fury within himself. Despite having gauged Katie's strength, he felt no fear of defeat. Shuinpa. Without further ado, Katie charged at Tyong. Despite his terrifying appearance, she felt no trepidation. Until now, no one had ever instilled fear in her. However, the astonishing force behind Tylong's punch made it abundantly clear just how powerful he had become. The fist colliding with her was not made of flesh and blood, but rather the hardest metal known to man. Just one punch, and even as the aggressor, her fist and arm felt as if they had been shattered. There was no time for lamentation. Tylong's next strike was already upon her. She pivoted her body to evade a frontal blow. Yet, the searing pain radiating from her abdomen threatened to plunge her into darkness. Nearly causing her to faint, her body tossed like a leaf caught in a tempest. But that was not the end. As the saying goes, seize the opportunity when your opponent is weak. With the advantage firmly in his grasp, Tyong pressed forward, launching a second assault, his overwhelming strength granting him unparalleled speed as he appeared above Katie in an instant. Though her eyes could not see, her observation Hawkeye clearly indicated the source of danger. Yet at that moment, she was still stabilizing her stance, leaving her no time to resist or evade. Armament, crossing her arms above her head. The color of her Hawkeye turned as dark as the deepest night. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the explosion of a planet. The gods of the sea have arrived. However, for the residents of Water 7, this heralded the arrival of the sea deities. Towering waves exceeding 100 meters surged forth with a might to obliterate all in their path, engulfing the shore within mere seconds. Mr. Iceberg, everything is prepared. Gazing at the boundless, colossal waves in the distance, even now, Barry struggled to comprehend that this chaos stemmed solely from the clash between Katie and Tyong. Prior to this, he could never have imagined that a single individual could wield such catastrophic power. Truly a walking disaster. Stay vigilant. Initiate the plan at the first sign of danger. Understood? At this moment, Iceberg felt immense pressure. His instincts warned him that the waves had not yet reached their zenith. Yet even this magnitude surpassed the usual might of the sea gods. Should the waves grow even larger, Iceberg feared the island beneath his feet might not withstand it, as he felt the tumultuous energy of the air around him. Iceberg regretted allowing the two to meet, for this perilous situation would never have arisen otherwise. Alas, it was far too late to halt their confrontation. Though Iceberg lacked combat prowess, he understood the profound disrespect inherent in interrupting a battle already in progress. Your little man appears to be nearing his limit. Are you not the least bit concerned? Unexpectedly, even at this juncture, Kokoro stood steadfast beside Esdeath, closely observing the conflict. He does not require my worry. While she did not dismiss Kokoro's statement, she held no doubt that Katie would emerge victorious. Despite the dire straits he now faced, Esdeath noted that not once had a flicker of panic crossed Katie's eyes. Though she remained unaware of his trump card, Esdeath firmly believed that in the end, Katie would triumph. Chapter 86. The half-dragon form revealed. Ha ha ha. Katie, is this truly all you can muster? Is this the extent of your strength despite your bounty of 1 billion? Draw your sword, where you shall find no opportunity. Observing the crimson blood staining his fists, Tyong couldn't resist another taunt. Since entering this state, Katie had ceased to be his equal. However, Tyong was aware that for various reasons, Katie could not unleash her full power at present, particularly with respect to her flame-controlling fruit ability. Yet beyond that, he had heard whispers of her exceptional swordsmanship, which prompted his provocation, hoping to elicit a demonstration of her true strength before ultimately defeating her. Apologies, but as a swordsman, I cannot draw my blade against an unarmed opponent. It is a matter of principle. Even drenched in blood, Katie stood tall and resolute as she uttered these words. Upon hearing Katie's response, Tylong's gaze shifted. He had never anticipated that she possessed such steadfastness, and he found himself begrudgingly respecting her. However, before the change in his perception could last a minute, Katie shattered it with her next statement. Moreover, I see no necessity for you to provoke me into drawing my blade. The perpetual nonchalance on Katie's face infuriated Tyong. Bastard, can't you refrain from boasting for a moment? I've beaten you to this state, and you still have the gall to speak so. Merely a scratch. But now it's time for me to transform. As he spoke, his aura shifted dramatically, the surrounding air becoming oppressive and heavy. Observing Katie's sudden silence, Tyong inexplicably felt a pang of unease. It seemed as if something terrifying was descending, causing his heart to skip a beat. In the next instant, a flash of golden light pierced through the darkness. In the pitch-black night, that golden hue was so dazzling that Tyong found himself rubbing his eyes repeatedly, struggling to confirm that he was not merely imagining things. Yet he could hardly believe what he saw. The Katie who had stood before him had been replaced by a creature covered in golden scales, complete with a tail. There was no trace of Katie left. What bewildered Tyong further was the inexplicable sensation of uncontrollable fear that welled up within him as he sensed her faint aura. Despite his desperate attempts to suppress it, it proved fruitless. In the next moment, an impossible thought crossed his mind. This was an instinctual fear, a suppression born from bloodline power. Impossible. How could there exist a bloodline more powerful than that of the sea god? The mere notion sent Tyong reeling, unable to accept that a bloodline might surpass that of the legendary sea god who once ruled the world. Who are you? No. What race do you belong to? The sudden turn of events left Tyong utterly bewildered. He could scarcely believe his own conjectures, yet he could conjure no alternatives. I am Katie. How could you not recognize me? Are you taken aback by my striking appearance? After uttering this, he struck what he deemed a dashing pose, yet failed to adequately address Tyong's inquiry. Katie was acutely aware that Tyong's astonishment stemmed entirely from the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Truly, the prowess of a being perched atop the pyramid of existence was formidable. Although the cause of Tyong's transformation eluded her, the power he wielded was undeniably substantial. Nevertheless, it appeared feeble in the presence of a mere drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 87. 1 against 2. Whoever you are, I shall emerge victorious. At that moment, Tyong unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast. It was a declaration of war against Katie and a rallying cry to bolster his own spirit, allowing him to temporarily suppress the fear that gripped his heart. Otherwise, he would be unable to meet Katie's gaze, let alone engage him in combat. In a bid to prove his superiority over Katie, Tyong initiated an attack. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted forth, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as Tyong transformed into a meteor, hurtling towards Katie in the vertical slit of his eye. Tyong's form was reflected. From that instant onward, every movement he made was inescapably captured within his perception. In his half-dragon state, his awareness of the external world reached an astonishing level, surpassing even the perception gained through the observation Hawkeye. The world before him appeared as though it were unfolding in slow motion, allowing him to perceive every nuance with clarity. Facing Tyong's assault, Katie showed no inclination to evade. He stood still, awaiting the final moment before raising his left hand to shield himself. Effortlessly grasping Tyong's fist, which was nearly the size of a basin, Tyong's imposing stature granted him no advantage. He was simply too slow. As he spoke, the force from Katie's left hand exploded forth, drawing Tyong into his embrace. Following this, Katie leaned back, his right hand coiling into a fist, delivering a powerful strike to Tyong's abdomen, aiming directly for the heart. In the blink of an eye, Tyong was sent hurtling away at a speed surpassing that of sound, transforming once more into a meteor streaking across the inky night sky, disappearing from sight. Gulp, gulp. Observing the radiant figure beneath the night sky, Kokoro could not suppress her instinctive swallowing. What is this? Kokoro was acutely aware of the overwhelming strength Tyong possessed after awakening his bloodline. He would dare to confront even an admiral of the Navy. Yet, before Katie, he appeared pathetically weak, akin to a mere infant dispatched with a single blow, as if they existed in entirely different dimensions. What puzzled Kokoro further was her inability to comprehend how Katie possessed a bloodline power far superior to that of the sea god. Even from her vantage point, thousands of meters away on the battlefield's periphery, she felt the oppressive force emanating from Katie, a sensation that was profoundly uncomfortable, even instilling within her a sense of reverence. Kokoro also noted that the Sea Kings, who had gathered around Tyong, now exhibited palpable fear, rooted to the spot, paralyzed. Clearly, Katie's unknown bloodline power had decisively overwhelmed Talon's sea god bloodline, leaving the Sea Kings in disarray. In stark contrast to Kokoro, Esther's displayed no hint of astonishment upon witnessing Katie's transformation. Although she had been unaware of this power prior, she cared little for such details. What mattered to her was that Katie had grown stronger. Feeling the tumultuous energy in the air, Esther's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her body trembling slightly. This was an expression of unbridled excitement. As a battle fanatic, Esther's would never concede defeat to Katie without a fight. Rather, it intensified her desire to challenge him. Since her arrival in this world, half a month had elapsed, during which Esther's had gleaned insights into the prevailing power dynamics from Katie. Possessing the manifestation of the demon god, the essence of the demon, she temporarily set aside the consideration of the powers of the devil fruit. However, she was exceedingly intrigued by the concept of Hawkeye that Katie had mentioned. Under Katie's guidance, Esther's had swiftly mastered the power of armament Hawkeye within a fortnight and was now eager to challenge Katie once more. "Count me in for this battle." In the next instant, Esther's figure materialized at the center of the battlefield, her luminous eyes reflecting Katie's form, her blade aimed directly at him. Upon witnessing Esther's sudden entrance, Talon was taken aback. Was she not an ally of Katie? Why was she aiding him? Yet before Talon could grasp the situation, Katie's voice rang out once more. "Come forth, let's engage in a thrilling battle." Though Esther's intervention was unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. Since mastering armament Hawkeye, she had harbored intentions of sparring with him, and as a battle enthusiast, she could scarcely endure being a mere spectator. Katie, however, was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of facing two adversaries. Once he assumed his half-dragon form, Talon alone could not pose a threat to T, who truly gauged the limits of his half-dragon state. Katie refrained from ending the battle prematurely. After all, if he could not master the abilities at his disposal, they would serve him little purpose. Esther's presence would provide him with a necessary pressure. Perhaps only by confronting both Talon and Esther simultaneously could he fully extract his latent potential. Ice blade of 1,000 swords. Without hesitation, Esther's launched the first strike, conjuring countless icy blades that instantly filled the sky, forming a veritable legion of sharp weapons. "Go!" she commanded with a fierce shout, and all the blades surged forth toward Katie. Shaking his head in resignation, Katie could only acknowledge, "Truly, Esther's, you are astute to recognize my current predicament." It was evident she understood that he could neither employ other abilities, nor was he inclined to do so. Consequently, his vulnerability to long-range attacks was glaringly apparent, and Esther's adeptly exploited this weakness to counter him. On the other side, Talon too grasped the significance of Esther's assault, grinning as he maneuvered around the icy blades, charging toward Katie with the intent to flank him and force him into a corner. "Taste my fist." At that moment, Talon and Esther's attacks converged. Each icy blade possessed the power to shatter stone and rend metal, and the force behind Talon's punch was beyond question. No mountain could withstand it. Fixated on Katie's form, Talon leaned in, eager to witness how he would respond. A commendable tactic. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all efforts are futile. As his thoughts coursed down his spine, a thick golden tail shot forth, striking Talon before his punch could land. Simultaneously, Katie's right arm swelled with explosive muscle, harboring strength capable of annihilating worlds. Spear of Heroes. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud gradually ascended. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. Even Kokoro, who had remained calm and observant, could not maintain her composure in the face of such strike. Turning on her heel to flee without a moment's hesitation, "Bari, activate Tom Corella." In that instant, Iceberg's palms were slick with cold sweat as he gazed up at the colossal wave rapidly approaching, praying for a delay in its arrival. Its scale was several times greater than that of the deities of the sea, and Iceberg harbored no doubt that it possessed the capability to obliterate the entire Water 7. Chapter 88. Katie emerges help. Help? Faced with the towering waves that loomed hundreds of meters high, the residents of Water 7 could no longer maintain their composure. The sight of the sky being entirely obscured by the impending deluge evoked an overwhelming sense of despair. At that moment, some chose to flee desperately, while others opted for silence. remaining motionless as they lit a cigarette. They were neither calm nor emboldened. They had simply chosen to surrender, awaiting the arrival of death. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the island, its magnitude encompassing the entire landmass. What is happening? The abrupt turn of events left them bewildered. The waves that blotted out the sky had already cast them into despair. And now something else was encroaching upon the island destined for extinction. Attention, all residents of Water 7. This is Mayor Iceberg. I wish to inform you that we have a method to shield everyone from the threat posed by the sea deities. Time is too short for a full explanation, but I implore you to grasp any stable objects nearby to maintain your balance. In that moment, Iceberg's voice brought a glimmer of hope to the multitude engulfed in despair. Akin to the first ray of sunshine piercing through dark clouds, people instinctively followed Iceberg's instructions, discarding their cigarettes and clutching onto stable objects. Shortly thereafter, the tremors that had momentarily subsided returned, even more violently. As if they had no intention of relenting, the island itself was moving. Those observant enough were shocked to discover that the very ground beneath their feet was shifting. Bari, what is the situation? At this moment, the Iceberg was acutely attuned to the various conditions on the island. Although this plan had been in implementation for decades, starting from Master Tom until now, its purpose was to resist the maritime deities, transforming the entire island into a vessel to depart before the arrival of these gods of the sea. Despite the fact that most tasks had been nearly completed, the Iceberg remained uneasy, for it had never undergone testing before. Consequently, this became its inaugural trial. The name Tom Carrera was chosen to honor the immense contributions made by Tom and the diligent employees of Carrera Company to the Seven Waters. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The Tom Carrera was performing even better than we had anticipated. However, at this juncture, Barry's voice abruptly halted, causing a sudden tightening in the Iceberg's chest. Although the Tom Carrera was operating normally, it would be exceedingly challenging to evacuate before the maritime deities arrived. At the current pace, it was feared that half of the Seven Waters would not escape the wrath of the sea gods. Faced with this news, the Iceberg fell silent. The potential loss was far too great for him to accept. Yet he found himself powerless. Confronted with a catastrophe of such magnitude, he truly did not know how to proceed. Just as the Iceberg was engulfed in despair, a voice resonated, reaching the ears of all present that a figure suddenly appeared before the colossal maritime deities, radiating a golden light. In that moment, every gaze turned toward that diminutive individual. They were oblivious to how this person could hover in the sky or what their intentions might be. Yet an inexplicable tension gripped their hearts, as if something extraordinary were about to occur. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Katie plunged her hands into the waves, the strength in her arms erupting in an instant. Then, the onlookers witnessed an unforgettable scene. The boundless waves were altered in their forward trajectory by a single person, redirected far away from the Seven Waters, as if a celestial being had descended. Chapter 89. The Iceberg's decision. Only at this moment did the Iceberg finally comprehend the implications of Master Tom's final instructions. Iceberg, you must take good care of Talon. One day you will understand why I asked this of you. As time rewound, Tom once again stood before him. Master, it has been 13 years, and I finally grasp your meaning. I once thought your request stemmed from Talon's identity as a merman, urging me to care for him more. Yet now it seems that was not the case. You were reminding me never to underestimate the personal strength of the formidable, allowing me to discern the disparity between machinery and individual prowess. Fixated on the tumultuous sea in the distance, the Iceberg fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a considerable time before continuing. But this isn't your entire intent. Otherwise, the designers here 800 years ago wouldn't have exhausted all their efforts to create the Pluto battleship. Moreover, when the design schematics for Pluto were in your possession, you were not merely safeguarding them. Though I may be an unworthy disciple, I can still recognize your handwriting that I also noticed that not only you, but each successive custodian of the Pluto schematics infused their own ideas, progressively enhancing the battleship's capabilities. Each of them was among the most elite designers of their time, having endured 8 centuries and passed through the hands of thousands of top designers. The current Pluto bore little resemblance to the version known 800 years prior. Coincidentally, You resolved the final issue left on the Pluto design, addressing the conflicts among the thousands of designers. It can be said that whoever masters this blueprint can construct an unprecedentedly powerful Pluto battleship. At this point, the iceberg paused, glancing at Tom before him, eager to hear his master's perspective. And what do you think I intend to do? Or rather, what do you believe I want you to do? Tom did not answer the iceberg's inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question. Anticipating that Tom would not disclose anything, the iceberg continued that if I am correct, you wish for me to construct it. You have long been aware of Talon's combat aptitude. His very existence is meant to make me acutely aware of the might of top-tier warriors, enabling me to better create the Pluto battleship. In response to the iceberg's deduction, Tom fell silent, his weathered eyes gazing into the distance, as if reminiscing. Creating the Pluto battleship is the responsibility of every designer. Its very existence symbolizes a meaning. What it represents is for you to explore. Even I do not know. Your path is your own to decide. I have neither the right nor the reason to dictate what you must do. Echoing in his mind were his master's familiar words and tone, causing tears to shimmer in the corners of the iceberg's eyes. Master, you truly have not changed at all over these years. You recall what you once said. To be able to assist a man like Roger is something I feel immensely honored to do. You were so impressive back then. The thin contours of his eyes could no longer contain the flood of tears, two streams cascading down his cheeks. A.S. your first disciple, if I am unable to create the Pluto battleship now that it lies before me, how will I ever face you in the future? The design I entrusted to Frankie 3 years ago was merely a small portion of a complete schematic, and it was merely a copy. I have kept the original safe all this time. Rest assured, Master, I will undoubtedly construct the Pluto battleship. At that time, I will ensure the world government witnesses it, though you have always opposed our revenge against them. How can we find solace without you? The wheel of time has begun to turn. This time, I shall see if the foolish celestial dragons can still sit upon their thrones, with tears having ceased. The iceberg's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, brimming with determination. This battle, I have lost. Once everything concluded, Talon acknowledged his defeat. Although the battle had not reached its finality, there was no longer a need to continue. From the very beginning, he had been in a passive state of being struck. Moreover, this was under the condition that Katie had not unleashed her full power. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed much earlier. His reluctance to admit defeat stemmed from the last vestiges of his competitive spirit. However, after witnessing Katie's technique to dissipate the surging waves, Talon truly conceded. Indeed, I acknowledge your strength, the words I spoke earlier still hold. He expected, gazing at Talon without belittling him for having triumphed. Through this battle, Katie clearly understood Talon's prowess. In his fully unleashed state, his physical capabilities were akin to that of a half-step Imperial level. Even when facing an awakened Akainu, he could hold his ground for a time. Such strength could be classified among the ranks of viceroyalty, and not just any viceroyalty, but one significantly stronger than Jack. One of Kaido's 3 calamities. Of course it counts. Despite a slight evasion of his gaze, Talon ultimately nodded in acknowledgement of his promise. Is there a problem? Katie naturally perceived Talon's hesitation and instinctively inquired. He stammered for a long while without articulating a reason. In the next moment, the iceberg's voice suddenly broke through to, you're not reluctant to leave this place, are you? Hurry and take your ship and get out. You've occupied my warehouse for 10 years. What do you intend to do about it? Previously, no one wanted you, but now that you have someone willing to take you in, hurry and depart with your ship and them, so as not to cause me any trouble. Observing the iceberg's impatient demeanor, Talon suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly the gentle senior brother he knew? Had he seen Journey to the West? He would have exclaimed, Monster, return my senior brother. The pitiful Talon was momentarily speechless, trembling as he pointed at the iceberg, clearly incensed. What do you mean by you? In the absence of the master, my words are commands. Hurry and pack your things and leave. The iceberg's tone showed no signs of softening, escalating instead. Fine, I'm leaving. I didn't want to stay in this wretched place anyway. An irate Talon turned on his heel, striding away to another location. Watching Talon's figure vanish into the distance, Katie addressed the iceberg beside her. He has already departed. There's no need to put on a brave front upon hearing that Talon had left. The iceberg finally turned to face the direction in which Talon had exited, his eyes betraying an unshakable reluctance. Why must you do this? With a gentle sigh, Talon momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yet Katie was all too aware of the implications of their imminent separation. Chapter 90. Talon's ship. Unlike others, Talon had spent the past decade largely confined to the shadowy remnants of an abandoned site, developing a profound dependency on this place and on me if I did not adopt a firmer demeanor. I feared he would lack the courage to depart. His tone was tinged with melancholy as Talon reluctantly withdrew. How could the Ice Mountain bear to part with him? As the elder brother, Ice Mountain was perpetually concerned for his two younger disciples, and given that Talon was the youngest, he regarded him almost as a son. The prospect of their sudden farewell weighed heavily on him. His sternness towards Talon was, in truth, a reflection of his own heartache. He feared that he might not be able to let Talon go. Yet reason admonished him that he could not act upon such emotions. The city of Seven Waters could not provide Talon with the stage necessary for his growth. To keep him tethered would yield only detriment, not benefit. Thus, despite his reluctance, he knew he could not intervene. "Lady Katie, I entrust my junior brother to your care in the future," he said, bowing deeply to Katie. This gesture was not refused by Katie. Accepting it implied a commitment to do her utmost. Evade, it would signify an inability to fulfill that promise. And how could Ice Mountain find peace in such a prospect? "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Talon," Katie replied, promptly assisting Ice Mountain to his feet. That moment, as captain, her only recourse was to offer him a pledge that in truth, Katie held a deep admiration for Ice Mountain. Their interactions over the past few hours had revealed him to be a capable and responsible mayor. The commotion that had transpired in the city of Seven Waters had not escaped her notice. The entire island had begun to shift as if it were a vessel. Such feats would be unimaginable even on Earth in a past life, showcasing Ice Mountain's remarkable abilities. For Talon's sake, Ice Mountain had humbled himself, and Katie understood that he would never bow his head were it not for Talon. As they spoke, Talon's previously vanished figure reappeared, this time accompanied by a grand object, a ship measuring 100 meters in length. Upon its emergence, Katie's gaze was immediately captivated. Thanks to the crew under Blackbeard, Katie possessed a masterful understanding of mechanics. Though she had yet to step aboard or hear Talon's introduction, she could discern at a glance that this vessel was far from ordinary. Unlike most ships, its framework was predominantly metal, radiating a unique silvery luminescence. However, it was not devoid of wood. Katie also spotted extensive dark red mahogany, a type she could not identify, but recognized as undeniably expensive. Yet, these were merely external attributes. What truly piqued Katie's interest was the sound emanating from within, akin to that of a generator. In this peculiar world, where any object could serve as a source of energy. It was remarkable to find a ship equipped with a generator, particularly when Luffy's pirate ship, the Sunny, ran on cola. Mr. Katie, can you comprehend the ship's structure? Noticing Katie's emotional fluctuations, Ice Mountain inquired curiously. He had never expected the battle-hungry Katie to also possess scholarly inclinations. A revelation that was somewhat daunting. "I have a basic understanding," Katie replied modestly. The ship's streamlined exterior significantly reduced water resistance, and its metallic framework suggested the presence of high-powered machinery within, requiring robust materials for support. However, the absence of any visible armaments on either side led her to deduce that there must be one or more formidable weapons concealed inside, negating the need for external cannons. Chapter 91. The Emperor Without. Unlike a typical three-masted sailing vessel, Talon's ship had enlarged the area of its auxiliary sails, allowing for greater speed when sailing against the wind, albeit resulting in a slightly reduced speed when sailing with the wind. At this point, Katie paused, her brow furrowed in apparent contemplation, as if grappling with a dilemma. "Is there an issue with the ship, Lady Katie?" Ice Mountain asked. Despite maintaining the same formal address, the tone he employed was imbued with genuine respect. Katie's observations had proven accurate. Merely by glancing, she could articulate so much, indicating her mastery of mechanical knowledge, a fact that commanded Ice Mountain's admiration. Indeed, a problem exists. Most ships navigate primarily with the wind at their backs. Solely increasing the size of the auxiliary sails to enhance performance against the wind is not, on the whole, a prudent choice. That I trust Mr. Tom S. Apprentice is aware of this. To design it thus. Knowing the implications suggests there must be an underlying rationale. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Cady, what can we say? Not only do you possess unparalleled strength, but your unexpected wealth of knowledge leaves me with naught to offer in comparison. Talon, why don't you introduce your ship yourself? While Cady expounded, Talon had already descended from the vessel, equally astonished by her remarks that in truth, this ship was completed a decade ago, yet due to my circumstances, it has never set sail, Talon confessed, his gaze toward the ship tinged with guilt and remorse. For a completed vessel, never to embark upon the sea was a profound regret. Strictly speaking, this ship was the final masterpiece of my master. Although its design was a collaboration between us, the pivotal power system was solely his creation. Even now, I could not replicate such a device. It is no exaggeration to state that its existence transcends this era by decades, if not centuries. This extraordinary vessel operates on electricity. It can generate power manually or harness the lightning from stormy weather. When fully charged, it can sustain high-speed navigation for at least 2 weeks, achieving speeds twice that of standard naval warships, and in dire circumstances, it can even unleash bursts of speed several dozen times greater. Indeed, as you mentioned, this ship possesses unique offensive capabilities that AS for what they entail. I shall keep you in suspense until you board. This time, it was Cady who was taken aback. Upon discovering the generator aboard, she had sensed that this vessel was exceptional, yet she had not anticipated its sheer magnitude of capabilities. Wonderful! Does it have a name? Cady inquired eagerly, yearning to learn the name of such an impressive ship, which surely deserved a grand moniker. IT has yet to be named. I await it, just as I await the person who will take us away. Talon replied, fixing his gaze intently on Cady. Then let us name it the Emperor Without. What does the world without an emperor sound? Though naming was not Cady's forte, the moment Talon entrusted her with the task, the words the Emperor Without slipped effortlessly from her lips. The Emperor Without, the world without an emperor. Ice Mountain pondered the weight of the name Cady had chosen, his gaze toward her shifting. The significance of those 4 characters eluded him, for there was nothing in existence that could measure their gravity. All present could not help but collectively turn their eyes toward Cady once more. They had anticipated that her chosen name would be formidable, yet they had not envisioned it would carry such magnitude. This name could be interpreted as a declaration of war against the prevailing powers of the world, a challenge to the aristocracy, and a confrontation with the celestial dragons of the world government. Should this name be adopted, it would irrevocably position them in opposition to the world government, a path of absolute conflict. Cady, are you serious? Ice Mountain asked, unable to suppress his need for confirmation that he did not doubt Cady's strength. But this matter was not solely his to bear. Even the mightiest individual could encounter insurmountable obstacles, that I am certain. And I believe my companions will agree. With a slight smile, Cady glanced at her side, where Esther stood, and then at Talon, who was not far away. That I will unconditionally support all of Cady's decisions. Esther's declared the moment Cady finished speaking. She had never cared for the trappings of aristocracy. Before her arrival in this world, her sole desire had been for war and battle, even if the world were to crumble. She remained indifferent to such matters, let alone the concerns of nobility. Like the others, Esther's gaze lingered on Cady, yet unlike them, her eyes revealed a subtle softness as a former Grand General of the Empire. Esther's understood the weight of royal power better than anyone present and could vividly imagine the challenges and adversities that awaited Cady. Yet despite this, she chose to stand by Cady's side, because he was her man. I have no objections either, Talon chimed in, following Esther's lead. Elder brother, forgive my impulsiveness. I cannot turn a blind eye to the vengeance owed for my master and brother. I have waited 10 long years for someone courageous enough to challenge the celestial dragons, and I cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. As Tyrone spoke, his eyes brimmed with crimson. The world government had ruthlessly taken the lives of the 2 most cherished individuals in his existence. A profound hatred that Tyrone could never relinquish. Captain Cady, if it is at all possible, I humbly wish for a place aboard your vessel, if you would be so kind as to grant me this request. In that moment, Tyrone disregarded everything and earnestly implored Katie for her invitation. With a broad smile, Katie approached and patted Tyrone's shoulder. Decades later, when Iceberg recalled this event, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for Tyrone's unwavering resolve. Yet, those were mere afterthoughts. Ah, at last, I have a name. I find great fondness in the name Emperor Wu. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock that Katie had brought, a voice suddenly pierced the air. A childish tone that sounded no older than 7 or 8. Staring in astonishment at the ship that Tyrone had brought forth, Katie could scarcely believe it continued to bestow upon her one surprise after another. Tyrone, you never mentioned that this vessel had birthed a ship spirit. With a radiant smile directed at the Emperor Wu, illuminated by the moonlight, Katie vaguely sensed the pulse of life emanating from it, a form of existence entirely distinct from carbon-based life. The difference between a ship with a ship spirit and one without is monumental. For instance, without a ship spirit, Luffy would have long perished under the onslaught of the Navy's demon-slaying order. During the assault on CP9's headquarters, the Straw Hat Pirates survived solely because the Mary, with its ship spirit, made a final desperate voyage to rescue them from the clutches of the Navy's decree. Chapter 92. Departure I had intended to explain later, yet this little one could not contain itself and ventured forth. With a smile directed at the Emperor Wu, the tenderness in Tyrone's eyes resembled the sunlight of spring. Capable of melting the ice that had frozen throughout the winter, I truly appreciate you caring for the Emperor Wu alone for a decade. From this day forth, I shall share this responsibility with you. Across the vast world, the total number of ships exceeds 100,000, yet the existence of ship spirits is exceedingly rare. To give birth to a ship spirit, one must pour forth the love of all crew members. It is no wonder Tyrone's gaze towards it was so peculiar, akin to that of friend. Tyrone, gather your things. It is time for us to depart. I could see this moment, the distant sky began to lighten, and the circumstances did not permit any further delay. The residents of Water 7 undoubtedly took note of the events from the previous night. Though no one could see his face, the commotion had indeed been rather loud. If it attracted the attention of a Navy admiral, he would surely be exposed. Although he now possessed the strength to confront 2 admirals from the Navy headquarters, this was not the opportune moment for open conflict. At present, what he needed most was time. As long as he was afforded sufficient time, Katie had confidence in rallying forces that would shock the entire world. Despite having long been prepared when the moment arrived, Tyrone still felt a pang of reluctance. After the adjustments made over the preceding moments, he had seen through his brother's clumsy acting. Merely thinking of this made him even more hesitant. Tyrone, go dot as a man. You must take responsibility for your words. Since you have resolved to overturn the world government, then you must also possess the effort and determination worthy of that resolution. Otherwise, you are a coward. The one thing I despise most in this life is cowardice, Tyrone. Do not make me look down upon you. Even when faced with Tyrone, Iceberg spared him no mercy, sternly urging him to leave. His eyes wide and devoid of any reluctance, filled only with strictness and compulsion. Brother, Tyrone's voice grew choked. Despite Iceberg's words, he could not summon the resolve. He had lived here for nearly 20 years, and all his memories were entwined within this place. The sudden thought of leaving was too much for him to bear. Noticing the hesitation and reluctance in Tyrone's eyes, Iceberg's demeanor grew increasingly resolute. Leave, or I shall no longer recognize you as my junior. With eyes ablaze, the veins on his temples throbbed in fury. The thunderous roar made Tyrone tremble in fear. With a thud, Tyrone knelt before Iceberg. Thank you. I am truly grateful for your care over the years, brother. Today, I shall depart. I will uphold my promise and never bring shame upon you or master. After uttering his final words, Tyrone turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. He nodded back at Iceberg as Katie pulled Esters aboard the Emperor Wu. Moments later, the roar of the ship's engine shattered the quiet dawn, and the Emperor Wu slowly slipped away from the harbor. Only after it had completely vanished from sight did Iceberg finally stir. Let us go. We have our own tasks ahead. The Navy will likely come looking for us, so everyone must remember not to let anything slip. Barry, remember to gather all senior executives tomorrow. I need to hold a meeting. Chapter 93. Destination Skypia Captain. Where are we headed next? After a few days of acclimatization, Tyrone had shed the pain of leaving home and began to work diligently as a formal shipwright and part-time navigator. Tyrone, have you heard of the legends of the Golden Country and Brandy? In response to Tyrone's inquiry, Katie not only refrained from answering, but posed a question in return. If you were referring to the swimmer Brandy. I am familiar with that legend. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied with remarkable speed. Indeed, that is him. However, you are mistaken about one thing. Brandy is not a swindler. Everything he spoke was true. The Golden Country does indeed exist. He merely arrived a step too late. With a sigh, Katie expressed sympathy for Brandy's fate, this poor soul toyed with by destiny. Impossible, Captain. The fabled Golden Country is none other than Koya Island in the Koya Sea. Countless individuals have ventured there, yet none have ever encountered a trace of gold. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe in this absurd tale? Even as Katie expressed this, Tyrone remained unconvinced. The legend of Brandy had persisted for 400 years. During these 4 centuries, countless souls had set sail for Koya Island, only to meet with failure every single time, thus cementing Brandy's title as a swindler in the annals of history. Then let me ask you, have you heard of the soaring currents in the Koya Sea? Katie once again posed a question to Tyrone that I have heard whispers. It is said to be a perilous route that can mean life or death. Are you suggesting that? Suddenly, Tyrone grasped the implication. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Katie. You mean to say that the soaring currents obliterated the true Golden Country? But what does that have to do with us? From the outset, Tyrone had failed to comprehend the significance of Katie's words, whether the Golden Country existed or whether Brandy was a swindler. What did these matters have to do with them? He boldly asked. The Golden Country did indeed suffer an assault from the soaring currents. However, it was not destroyed. Instead, it was transported to the heavens, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, becoming a place where another group of people resides. It is now known as Skypia, and it is precisely where we shall journey next. Katie's words struck Tyrone's mind like a thunderclap. He had never anticipated that the first stop after leaving Water 7 would lead them to a place that seemed to belong in a story. What? Do you lack confidence in the Emperor Wu? Katie could easily discern Tyrone's thoughts. This voyage had not been part of Katie's original plan. The sudden decision ahead for Skypia was motivated by the desire to find someone. A natural-type thunder fruit user, the thunder god Enel. When she first learned that the Emperor Wu could absorb lightning during rainy weather, the image of Enel appeared in her mind. With him aboard, the Emperor Wu would no longer have to worry about power issues. Later, upon witnessing the internal power system of the Emperor Wu, Katie resolved that she must make the attempt, even if Enel was far away on the moon. For Katie discovered that the power system of the Emperor Wu was astonishingly formidable, capable of achieving an explosive speed approaching 300 kilometers per hour. This was no small feat on the sea, where ordinary vessels typically sailed at only a few dozen kilometers per hour. Once coupled with Enel as an infinite power source, maintaining a speed of 300 kilometers per hour on the open sea would be nothing short of breathtaking. How is this possible? Just a minor soaring current. How could the Emperor Wu be afraid? If that is the case, I shall begin preparations now, so you can witness the might of the Emperor Wu. With that, Tyrone hurriedly dashed towards the ship's interior. By the way, what is it about Skypia that captivates you so, prompting such a risk at this moment? After Talon departed, the ever-curious Esdeath could no longer contain her inquiries. She was acutely aware of the significance of time for Katie. The repercussions of the Summit War were gradually manifesting themselves. Each passing day saw thousands of pirates flooding into the Grand Line and the New World, launching a fierce assault against the established world order. Indeed, an era of transformation had commenced at this juncture. Strengthening one's power was undoubtedly the paramount consideration for Katie, which left Esdeath perplexed, unable to fathom why Katie insisted on venturing to Sky Island at this very moment. It was common knowledge that the newspapers had begun to voice skepticism, branding Katie a cowardly rat fearful of naval retribution. To be candid, Sky Island is not my true objective. The moon is. There resides an arrogant yet immensely potential individual whose abilities rival those of the admirals of the naval headquarters. As she spoke, her finger pointed skyward. How do you intend to ascend? Despite her profound astonishment, Esdeath recognized that Katie was not a person prone to jest. Let us return to our quarters for a more thorough discussion. Grasping Esdeath's hand, Katie hastened toward the room. However, once everything was in place, Esdeath's singular remark extinguished all of Katie's thoughts. I cannot, as my relatives have arrived these past few days. Gazing at Esdeath's mischievous grin, Katie nearly spat out a fountain of blood. Mayor Iceberg, do you truly have nothing to say? The commotion from last night was anything but ordinary. As the person in charge here, you cannot possibly be oblivious to the situation. 7 hours later, the Iceberg office of the Carrera Company was once again visited by two uninvited guests, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino, known as Akainu and Kizu, respectively. Moreover, the entire Carrera Company was besieged by thousands of Navy personnel, creating an atmosphere of unease that loomed over Water 7 like ominous storm clouds. That I sincerely apologize. But I have divulged everything I know to both of you. As you mentioned, much transpired last night. The sudden eruption of the sea gods plunged Water 7 into peril. That moment, my responsibility was to safeguard Water 7, not to investigate the source of the uprising. I trust the island's residents can vouch for my actions. Like you, I too wish to know the identity of that radiant figure, for he is the hero who saved 1 million residents. As usual, Iceberg spoke with measured calmness, his expression revealing nothing, leaving the state of his thoughts a mystery. You must understand that harboring a wanted criminal is a capital offense. If you truly possess knowledge, I urge you to disclose it swiftly. Our patience is wearing thin. The piercing gaze of Akainu bore into Iceberg without faltering, his demeanor becoming increasingly agitated, causing the room's temperature to spike, and some paper spontaneously ignited into ash. Gentlemen, I genuinely know nothing. I implore you to investigate further. Chapter 94. Kizuru's discovery. If that is the case, we shall take our leave for now. Grabbing Akainu, who was preparing to press further, Kizuru bid farewell and departed. I shall see you off. Following Kizuru's words, Iceberg rose to escort them. I can manage on my own. The low growl signified Akainu's wrath, a powerful aura erupting from him that forced Iceberg to stumble back. Collapsing into a corner of the wall, Mr. Iceberg, are you all right? Once Akainu and Kizuru had exited, Barry rushed forward to assist Iceberg. Inform everyone that the company is closed today. I want the meeting I arranged postponed until tomorrow. I need to rest. With those final words, Iceberg's body slumped over the table like a noodle, drenched in cold sweat, akin to a drowning victim just pulled from the water. And you, given Iceberg's state. Barry felt uneasy. Do not worry. I am fine. A brief rest will suffice. You must go and execute my orders. The company must not descend into chaos at this time. He waved Barry away, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. Then, please take care of yourself. I will handle matters outside. Realizing his presence was of little use, Barry complied and departed, for the outside world indeed required his attention. The sudden arrival of the admirals had caused no small amount of turmoil. You scoundrel, just you wait, with a fierce glare directed at the spot where Akainu had sat. Iceberg's thoughts crystallized. In that moment, all previous doubts and fears regarding the decision to construct the battleship Pluto evaporated. Akainu's brazen arrogance made Iceberg acutely aware of the nature of this world. The law of the jungle prevails. The weak are devoured by the strong, and without sufficient status or power, one is utterly powerless, even in determining the manner of one's demise. Only strength can command respect, ensure fair treatment, and allow survival in this predatory world. Why are you leaving? I have not yet finished my questions. Just after departing the Carrera Company, an enraged Akainu turned his ire towards have you forgotten what Mr. Sengoku said before we left? Iceberg may appear merely as the owner of the Carrera Company, but his connections extend to no fewer than 10 nations. Even we in the Navy have numerous matters to entrust to him. Did we not refrain from taking lethal action when CP9 was investigating the design of Pluto? We cannot afford to antagonize him just yet. Are you suggesting we have come here for nothing? Though Kizuru's explanation was reluctantly accepted, Akainu remained dissatisfied. He did not abandon his role as head of the conscription effort merely to wander aimlessly. The outcomes of their two missions had only deteriorated. The first had at least confirmed Katie's whereabouts, while this time they did not even know the identity of their target. At this rate, who knows when they would capture Katie? Let us head to the sea. Perhaps we can uncover something. With that, he took off toward the ocean, feeling the pressure not only on himself, but also on Kizu, who sensed that if they did not capture Katie soon, his existence would soon become a threat to his life, an instinctive awareness of a natural enemy. What can we possibly find at this point? Yet, despite his words, his body obediently followed, for even without hope, it provided a semblance of comfort. Sakazuki, come here quickly. Just as they reached the shore, Kizuru's urgent voice rang out. A flicker of interest stirred within him, and Akainu rushed over to witness an ocean strewn with countless shards of ice. Is this the ability of Akiji? The moment he beheld the eyes, the words escaped Akainu's lips. Had it been prior to Katie's emergence, he might not have drawn such a direct conclusion, but because of her existence, this seemingly improbable scenario was the first thought to cross his mind. Capturing Katie was their primary mission, yet in the pursuit of this objective, they were also tasked with uncovering the nature of her abilities and how many different fruit powers she could replicate simultaneously. Kizuru, take a piece back to Akiji and see what he has to say to T this moment. Akainu regained his composure, since they wished to ascertain whether these ice shards stem from Akiji's powers. It was best to have Akiji himself make the determination, rather than indulge in wild speculation. Understood. In the blink of an eye, Kizuru vanished into the horizon, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation and unwilling to linger. Meanwhile, Akainu returned to Water 7 to swiftly command the island's navy to evacuate. Admiral Akainu, the Marshal has instructed me to inform you that upon your return, you must immediately proceed to the Marshal's office. Upon arriving back at the Marineford port, Sengoku's dedicated messenger approached him. In contrast to the messenger, Akainu was quicker to act. Upon hearing the word Marshal, he took flight, disregarding everything else. Enter. The tone of Sengoku's voice was noticeably somber. Marshal, is there a conclusion? The instant he stepped into the room, Akainu posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. However, the response did not come from any of those seated within. Well, if it isn't Admiral Sakazuki, what brings you here in such a hurry? The voice emerged from screen at the side. Marshal D. Teach, what are you saying? In an instant, Akainu's aura erupted to its zenith, billowing dark smoke that soared skyward. Teach, do you no longer wish to retain your position as a warlord? Sengoku's voice followed suit, emphasizing the word this, clearly reminding Teach of his previous assault on Marineford. A warning that could not be overlooked that not be so serious. We are allies now. The fleeting shadows of despair on his face may concern others regarding the identity of the 7 warlords. Yet Teach remains utterly indifferent. Were it not for his failure to acquire Whitebeard's powers during the Marineford War, he would have long since ascended to become one of the emperors of the New World. Teach, I have already divulged the matters concerning Katie to you. Now, share your perspective. Without further ado, Sengoku, weary of unnecessary discourse, summoned Teach to deliberate on the peculiar incident involving Kizuru and Akainu discovering ice in the sea. Without first-hand experience, I cannot ascertain whether Katie has indeed replicated Admiral Akiji's devil fruit ability. However, one thing is certain. I believe Katie possesses the capacity to wield at least 2 devil fruit abilities simultaneously. As we delve into serious matters, Teach's demeanor turns somber. Why? My sixth sense. While he utters these seemingly unreliable words, his expression is one of utmost seriousness. Chapter 95. Akiji's analysis. Teach, you are truly courting death. The irate Akainu can no longer tolerate this, his forehead creasing with furrows. The sixth sense is rarely accurate, and certainly not a reliable reference, especially when it originates from a pirate. Laughing heartily, Teach replied, what does it matter? You already have the answer in your hearts, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. There is no need to continue this discussion. With that, he abruptly terminated the video call. Akiji, is that truly your ability? The impatient Akainu, eager for answers, momentarily overlooked Teach's provocation and turned his gaze to Akiji, who was intently observing the ice. For him, the situation concerning Katie was of utmost importance. The others present shared the same sentiment. All eyes fixed on Akiji, awaiting his response. When Kizuru returned with the ice, Sengoku immediately summoned Akiji and instructed that Garp and Tsuru be notified, followed shortly by Akainu's arrival. The 6 highest authorities of the Navy gathered once again due to Katie's matters. To be frank, I do not believe Katie has replicated my abilities. Akiji wasted no time in sharing his thoughts. I could see, as his words fell, another piece of ice materialized in Akiji's hand. While both were indeed ice, the distinctions between them were significant, that he handed the two pieces to Garp and the others for their examination. You should be able to feel it, compared to the ice Kizaru brought back. The ice I created is at a significantly lower temperature, yet the structure of the latter is far more solid and robust. These are entirely different manifestations, although I can achieve this as well. It is somewhat troublesome, and I would not do so unless absolutely necessary. Listening to Akiji's explanation, Sengoku and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his assertions. The initial failure to notice the differences stemmed from the suddenness of the situation, leaving them little time for contemplation. Now, having regained their composure, they quickly discerned the nuances. Thus, if Katie truly replicated my abilities, the ice produced by him should not exhibit such vast disparities, which is why I conclude he has not duplicated my powers. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Sengoku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The weight upon their hearts finally lifted. However, Akiji's solemnity remained unabated. Akiji, do you have anything else to say? The perceptive Saru was the first to notice the seriousness and tension etched upon Akiji's face. To be candid, I harbor a troubling premonition. Based on our previous assessments, a figure as renowned as Katie would likely aim to announce his intentions to recruit allies and advance into the New World. Yet, what is the reality? Katie's initial appearance was at Sabeti Archipelago, and now he has surfaced in Water 7, with uncertainty surrounding his identity. Moreover, there are numerous strange and unknown forces at play, including the ice and golden figures. Honestly, the opponent's control over ice is now on par with mine, and it is entirely possible that in a short burst, he may even surpass me. Akiji spoke with a gravity that left no room for jest. Every aspect of the situation is so peculiar that I can only conceive of one possibility. At this juncture, Akiji paused, allowing time for others to ponder. After a brief interlude, his voice resonated once more. Clearly, Katie is mobilizing to recruit crew members and amass strength. His apparent restraint in recruiting on a grand scale suggests he aims to avoid drawing our attention, perhaps even deeming ordinary individuals without strength unworthy of his consideration. His emergence at Sabeti Archipelago was not for a confrontation with Rayleight, but rather to investigate that woman, Shaki, who withdrew from the pirate world 40 years ago. Our findings reveal her true identity as an information broker in the underworld, possessing intel from across the globe. Taking all this information into account, I boldly speculate that Katie's presence at Sabeti Archipelago was to acquire data on formidable individuals worldwide, subsequently seeking to recruit them. Which explains his disappearance from the public. I doubt if the individual who appeared in Water 7 last night is indeed Katie. He has likely succeeded in enlisting two strong allies, whose strength must at least be at the level of a vice-admiral. Once he gathers all his targets, I shudder to think of the magnitude of the force he would command. The grand office of the marshal fell into an oppressive silence following Akiji's remarks. Even Garp, known for his unreliability, wore a grave expression, the sweetness of his donuts lost upon him. Although this is merely Akiji's conjecture, devoid of any evidence, the likelihood of its validity stands at an alarming 99%. Even more disconcerting is the fact that Katie has already accomplished half of his objective, while the Navy remains oblivious to the situation, unaware of how many individuals Katie has gathered or their true capabilities, nor his next course of action. Akiji, is Shaki still in Sabeti Archipelago? After a prolonged silence, Sengoku was the first to pose the critical inquiry, recognizing that apart from Katie, Shaki undeniably represents the second pivotal figure. If they can control her, all other questions may find resolution. I regret to inform you that by the time I realized I needed to go to Sabeti Archipelago to apprehend her, she had already departed, likely alongside Katie. Nodding, Sengoku had anticipated this outcome. He was well aware of the challenges in capturing Shaki, as Garp had pursued her for years without success, ultimately yielding no results. Yet, despite this, disappointment lingered within him. The hard-won lead had vanished, and locating someone who deliberately conceals themselves in the vast ocean is no small feat. At that moment, the 6 individuals wielding the most formidable power at sea were united in silence. Genuinely at a loss regarding Katie's next move. Cough, cough. I must say, is not entirely without recourse. Garp, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. What course of action? Although Garp's unreliability is a hallmark of his character, it is undeniable that on rare occasions he can be quite dependable. From Sabeti Archipelago to Water 7, I wonder if you have noticed that this journey is against the flow of the Grand Line. This implies that Katie does not currently intend to advance into the New World. Although the reasons remain unclear, we can undoubtedly leverage this information. It is essential to recognize that powerful individuals are scarce in the first half of the Grand Line, and those who would catch Katie's eye are exceedingly few, while excluding those who would never join Katie. Our remaining targets become quite apparent. Therefore, we can simply bide our time and wait for Katie to unwittingly walk into our trap. Of course, this is contingent on our ability to gather comprehensive intelligence on all strong individuals, leaving no one overlooked. Otherwise, this strategy would hold no merit, just like the individuals who appeared in Water 7. We still have no idea who they are. His expression grew serious. Although Garp had retreated to a secondary role and was no longer responsible for such matters, the inadequacy of the intelligence department infuriated him. Chapter 96. Katie's Strategy. Tyong, your navigation skills are truly lacking. What should have been a journey of half a month extended to over 20 days under your command. I am quite exasperated. After more than half a month, the silhouette of Koya Island finally came into view. If you possess the ability, why not take the helm yourself? I am merely a shipwright. My role as a navigator is merely a side endeavor. You know, Talon expressed his regret over the misdirection. Yet he refused to accept sole responsibility, lamenting the absence of a qualified navigator on board. Being able to arrive accurately was already a success in his eyes. This is quite the conundrum. There is no way we can find a suitable navigator for the trip to Sky Island now. Let's just land first. We can't possibly sail to the Navy headquarters. Since a solution cannot be found in the short term, Katie decided to set aside the dilemma, prioritizing the immediate matters at hand. Who might be arriving this time? As he gazed at the approaching vessel on the horizon, Kulike idly speculated.